Madman of the Sword Chapter 3343 to Chapter 3428. Half a year, there was still half a year left. The Void Sea would open and he could enter then. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then asked, "Oh right, I still need information about the magnetic stones." As soon as he said this, the elders in the hall exclaimed in low voices and discussed animatedly. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian was surprised. "How could it cause such a huge commotion?" The Xianxia Palace Master said. "It seems that our guess is right. You want to cultivate the 5 elements into one. Only this kind of law would require a large number of Dao stones." "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. Since he had already joined the Xianxia Star, he would not hide it. Hearing that, the people in the palace hall all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The 5 elements into one was very rare. Perhaps only the young man in front of them dared to do so. The Xianxia Palace Master said, "I will help you deduce the matter of the magnetic mountain. We have previously deduced that it is not in the Void Sea. It should be somewhere else." "All right." Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He would go to the Void Sea and obtain the Water Dao Stone first. The news of the Vermilion Bird Palace spread like a hurricane. Many people in the world knew about it. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect that the Vermilion Bird Palace, which had spent so much effort to hold the Vermilion Bird list, would end up being a wedding dress for someone else's disciple. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace would probably be angered to death, right? It turned out that Lin Wudi was the successor of the 9 sons. Moreover, he was the successor of the Great Dragon. He was too powerful. I reckon that it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. That's right, if nothing unexpected happened. However, I reckon that many people have their eyes on him now, right? Do you think he will go to the Void Sea in half a year's time? Who knows? But I'm definitely going. Everyone in the universe was talking about it. Lin Wudi's name once again resounded throughout the starry sky universe. Those young geniuses were all envious and looked up to him. The older generation figures also nodded repeatedly. Of course, some peerless powerhouses were also jealous and even prepared to take action. At the same time, the news of the Void Sea also spread. Many great forces in the universe were preparing to head to the Void Ocean. Some of the top geniuses even felt that this was a good opportunity to become a sage. After all, there were many treasures in the Void Ocean. If they could enter and obtain it, the time they needed to become saints would be greatly reduced. In this way, they might not necessarily be unable to compete with Lin Wudi. All of a sudden, everyone began to move. Those who were a little further away had already set sail. The Void Sea was a sea in the void of the universe. It was very strange. The seawater here was unusual. It could swallow people, and even half-saints. Of course, if the void was still open, there would be a certain amount of time for people to enter. That was why everyone was waiting for this opportunity to open it. Some warriors who had arrived early were already wandering around the Void Sea. Those peerless experts and elders were staring at the Void Sea with sparkling eyes. Some of the youngsters felt their scalps go numb because they saw corpses and bones floating out of the waves of the Void Sea. These were the corpses and bones of those who had come to the Void Ocean in the past to search for treasures. The Void Sea had always been rumored to contain treasures. That was why many people had come to search for treasures since ancient times. Boom! Boom, boom! Heaven and earth trembled. The endless darkness turned fiery red. A vermilion bird spread its wings and soared into the sky like an ancient divine beast. The faces of those around the Void Sea changed. How terrifying! Could it be that the ancient divine beast had been resurrected? The youngsters exclaimed. The elders were also surprised. No. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace had come. Indeed, the huge vermilion bird had arrived near the Void Sea and occupied a part of the starry sky. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared. There were many figures standing on it. Each of them had prominent horns and powerful auras. Obviously, they were all geniuses. Standing at the front was an extremely handsome man. He was Yan Nantian, the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian. There were also the elders and geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Exclamations of surprise were heard. Many people were secretly sizing up Yan Nantian. Because of his miraculous skills, he was said to be the most likely candidate to become the next great emperor. However, he had been defeated by Lin Wudi in the Vermilion Bird List battle. Therefore, they wanted to see what Yan Nantian was like. However, they soon started screaming miserably. Yan Nantian huffed coldly. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts circled around him. Those who tried to peek at him all bled from their eyes and fell from the sky. He was too powerful. Many people looked away. There was awe in their eyes. Even if the successor of the great emperor had been defeated, he was not someone ordinary people could provoke. The Vermilion Bird Palace had come aggressively this time. Apart from Yan Nantian, there were also many half-saints. Some of their auras were even very obscure. Could it be that the clones of the saints had been forced? Many people were solemn. Next, more and more forces and families arrived. They stood in a part of the starry sky. Fortunately, this was the universe and there was endless space. However, the ones who occupied the most advantageous positions were still a few of the top world forces. The Vermilion Bird Palace was one of them. No one dared to get close to where they were. In addition, a few forces that were on par with the Vermilion Bird Palace had also come. For a moment, the atmosphere around the void ocean was very heavy. Unexpectedly, the opening of the void ocean had attracted so many people. In the universe, a spirit ship was flying quickly. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon stood inside, their eyes shining. Beside him was Saint Mubai and a few elders of the Langia Palace. There were not many people. The Langia star did not even send those young genius disciples. Was it because those people were not good at fighting, or did the Langia star have other intentions? When they arrived near the void ocean, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at the light screen in front of them. The surrounding formation had already reflected the images of the surroundings. Lin Xian saw that there were countless figures around the void ocean. Their auras were very strong. Some of them were young geniuses with great strength. There were also some older figures. They were all sitting cross-legged and staring at the sky. Lin Xian knew that apart from the young geniuses, only a small number of experts had entered. Because there was an age limit. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that some people had used some methods to force their way in. But such people were definitely in the minority. Lin Xian did not take them seriously. While Lin Xian was sizing up the people outside, they were also alarmed by the aura of the spirit ship. They saw a beam of light rushing over, followed by an ancient spirit ship. Immediately, there were exclamations. The pattern of the Langia star was a starlight pattern. In the middle was an incomparably bright star, surrounded by many other stars, forming a star field. It was very strange. It was easy to recognize at a glance. At this moment, countless exclamations sounded. The spirit boat of the Langia star continued to move forward without stopping. Obviously, with the strength and status of the Langia star, it had to stop at a position closer to the front. As expected, the figures in the positions near the front of the void sea also turned their heads and exclaimed. Those on the huge vermilion bird turned their heads and looked over. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Damn it, it's the people of the Langia star. The spirit boat stopped in the void. Then, a few figures rushed out of it. The person in the lead was a young man in a red robe. He had a handsome face, and there was also a divine dragon following beside him. He looked extraordinarily mighty. Following closely behind were Saint Mubai and a few elders. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. Damn it, it's you. A cold voice rang out. Above the 9 heavens, endless thunder and lightning descended. It pierced through all directions. Everyone below felt their hair stand on end. What a terrifying aura. Who dared to make a move at this time? Countless people looked around quickly. Soon, they found that the person who spoke was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's murderous aura surged and shot into the sky. That aura was so terrifying that even a half-saint would tremble. His eyes burned with a fiery red light as he stared straight ahead. He didn't expect to meet his sworn enemy in the void sea half a year later. Yan Nantian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying murderous aura surged, making people's scalps tingle. Lin Xian also glanced at Yan Nantian. Then, he smiled and said, "Isn't this my defeated opponent? How dare you come out? Let me tell you, I'm going to the Void Sea too. So, you'd better take your people and get lost." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes popped out. They didn't even dare to breathe. This was a fight between immortals. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace's people's expressions were extremely ugly. Quite a few people's eyes were emitting flames. The overflowing flames transformed into flaming tornadoes that engulfed the 9 heavens. "That damned brat, how dare he look down on us?" Many of the Vermilion Bird Palace's geniuses clenched their teeth. The Vermilion Bird Palace's elders also had unwavering expressions, as if they were about to attack. "What's wrong? Do I have to make a move just because I want to be outside? I don't mind playing with you guys." Lin Xian's body flashed and he stomped his foot. Suddenly, the surrounding void shattered and turned into a terrifying black crack. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the surrounding people, causing their faces to turn pale and their blood to almost freeze. The flames that filled the sky were instantly torn to shreds. Those from the Vermilion Bird Palace gulped. No one dared to make a move because they knew that the person in front of them was no ordinary person. He was the number 1 on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, someone who had suppressed Xianxia. However, a Vermilion Bird Palace prodigy still sent a voice transmission. "Elder, why don't we attack and kill him forcefully? We have a saint on our side anyway." However, when the Vermilion Bird Palace's elder heard that, he snorted coldly. "Shut up and don't mess around. We have a saint, but does he not have one? Try making a move here if you dare. If you want to kill him, you can go in. There will be plenty of opportunities, but not here." Hearing that prodigy stopped talking. Indeed, they had a saint on their side. How could the Xianxia not have one? Especially in such a situation, the elders around Lin Xian were probably here to protect him. Boom. Boom, boom. Everyone was still waiting. Finally, a powerful aura surged over from afar, and dragon roars resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone's bodies were about to split open. Their scalps were numb. Heavens, the experts of the dragons were here. Even the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. They all held their breaths. Only Yan Nantian snorted coldly, not caring at all. Lin Xian turned his head curiously. "Are they from the dragons?" There were indeed dragons in the myriad worlds. I wonder how they compare to the nest of 10,000 dragons? In the distance, a huge dragon flew over like a mountain range. There were many figures standing on the huge dragon. They were all in the form of dragons. Of course, there were also a few who didn't seem to be bothered to transform into their dragon forms. They appeared as dragons. Their horns were ferocious, and their auras were very powerful. Their strong physiques could shatter the void with a light shake. They were from the Dragon Valley. Many people exclaimed. Obviously, this was also a large faction, and it was the faction of the dragons. Dragon Valley? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. On the huge dragon, the experts of the dragons stood there, ignoring everyone. Suddenly, one of them frowned. His huge eyes looked down and stared at where Lin Xian was. Instantly, the void there turned into a black hole. How terrifying. What's wrong with this person? Why did he attack Lin Wudi? The surrounding people were shocked. On the other hand, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were delighted. Could it be that this kid also offended the Dragon Valley? If that's the case, there's going to be fun to watch. They all had gloating expressions on their faces. The faces of the people of Xianxia changed. Even Sage Mubai was on guard. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Beside him, the dark red dragon roared. The dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the bodies of those above to tremble slightly. What's going on? The people of Dragon Valley all stopped. Their expressions were unfriendly as they stared at the dark red dragon. The others were also stunned. Are there still dragons? Which world are you dragons from? On the huge dragon, the expert of Dragon Valley asked coldly. You people don't have the right to know. The dark red dragon snorted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This guy probably doesn't even know which faction I'm from. Humph, let's go. The people of Dragon Valley took a few glances and ignored him. They naturally knew that they weren't the only race with dragons. There were other worlds with dragons. However, if they really went to the Void Sea and fought for treasures, even if the other party was a dragon, they wouldn't show mercy. The people of the Dragon Valley had forcefully taken over a piece of land. After this, more powerful factions came. Dark Moon Temple. 8 Desolation Pavilion. The Seekong family was a major faction on par with Dragon Valley and Vermilion Bird Palace. The geniuses of the Seekong family were also very terrifying. And this time, there were leaders leading the way. Even when facing Yan Nantian, they didn't show any fear. One could imagine that they were very confident and powerful. That guy. Among the people of the Dragon Valley, there was a figure with a gloomy expression. It was Long Zhaotian. He was originally from the Dragon Tribe, so he had joined the Dragon Valley in the past half a year. He had become a member of the Dragon Valley and was valued. On the other side, there was also a pale-faced person from Dark Moon Temple. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold-killing intent in his eyes. He was Zhao Wuliang. He had joined Dark Moon Temple. In addition to these people who were hostile to Lin Xian, there were also some people who were greedy for the treasures on Lin Xian. Among them, there were 4 sages hiding in the dark. One of them was Cloud Sky Sage. However, they must have hidden in order to secretly enter the Void Sea. He couldn't find them for the time being. Humph, he snorted coldly and did not care at all. As long as these people dared to come, he would definitely make them regret it. Brother Lin. The North Demon walked over from afar and greeted him. Yan Ryu was also here. The 3 of them attracted the attention of countless people. Yan Ryu only brought 2 people with her this time. 2 of them were dressed in green robes. One of them was an old lady with a walking stick. The other was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. They stood there silently as if they did not exist. The North Demon came with his sister. He had not joined any forces yet. Ever since the Vermilion Bird trial, he had gone into seclusion and only came out recently. Why don't you join the Langia Star directly? Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Langia Star's sage and elder raised their eyebrows. These 2 people were top prodigies. Yan Ryu smiled and said, even if I don't join, can you not help me? The North Demon nodded. Sure, but I have to bring my sister along. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at Sage Mubai. Sage Mubai smiled and said, no problem. He was too happy. The North Demon was also a top prodigy. At this moment, Lin Xian added. Elder Mubai, this brother of mine is not simple. He has a battle armor that is the Green Nocturne. If Brother North Demon grows up in the future, he might be able to control the Green Nocturne. Hearing this, Sage Mubai's eyes lit up. He looked at the North Demon with even more joy in his eyes. Someone who could control the Green Nocturne? To them, that person was like a savior. Of course, he also looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it were not for Lin Xian, the North Demon would not have joined the Langia Star. It seemed that betting on Lin Xian's future and fully supporting him was the right choice. The North Demon also heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and called for his sister. Then, he said, you can follow me first. These seniors can wait outside. The Void Ocean is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you to enter now. Alright, brother, be careful. The North Demon nodded and started to fight with Lin Xian. They began to wait patiently. Boom, they waited for about 10 days before an earth-shattering sound came from the front. Waves rose from the Void Ocean. Each wave was 10,000 miles high. It was impossible to see them clearly in the darkness. However, the 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a gigantic vortex that seemed as though it was going to devour everything. However, the experts waiting here all revealed smiles as they looked at the vortex. Good, it's finally open. They can enter now. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Was it finally going to open? Many people clenched their fists. This time, they had to come out alive and successfully bring out the treasure. Sage Mubai also looked at Lin Xian and the Northern Demon and said in a low voice, be careful. He looked at Lin Xian. Especially you. I reckon that many people will make a move on you this time. I'm guessing that among them, there must be a saint who sneaked in. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he turned around and walked forward with the dark red dragon, the North Demon, and Yan Ruyu. The surrounding people all moved out and entered the black vortex, disappearing without a trace. However, at that moment, two muffled groans were heard. Two figures were sent flying, and their blood dyed the void red. Then, they turned into a sea of blood. It was the blood of a saint, many people exclaimed in surprise. There were indeed saints among them. However, it seemed that the two saints were not strong enough. They were sent flying and were seriously injured. Damn it! The two saints cursed in a low voice. They were instantly covered in blood and flew into the distance. Sage Mubai looked at this scene and sneered. What a stupid guy. He came to the void ocean without asking around. How dare he barge in? Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Were the saints injured? It seemed that there were special restrictions. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and quickly walked forward. Soon, they were swallowed by the darkness. The seawater washed their bodies, forcing them to defend themselves. However, it was too dark. It seemed that the abyss could devour all light. Therefore, they could not see clearly at all. The people were not worried. They just waited for them to enter completely. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Oh no! The voice was very sweet. After hearing it, Lin Xian asked coldly, what's wrong? That was Yan Ruyu's voice. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying by a huge force. Boom! Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Someone is setting up a trap. Lin Xian instantly understood. Fortunately, his physique was strong. Although this attack landed on his body, it didn't pierce through it. The blood in his body was boiling. He forcefully suppressed it and shouted coldly, someone is setting up a trap. Don't make a sound. He was warning the dark red divine dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the North Demon. However, his warning exposed his position again. Suddenly, there was a terrifying energy fluctuation in the void. However, there was no light at all. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian took the attack head-on and was forced to retreat. His blood was boiling. However, he did not act rashly because he could not find Yan Ruyu and the others. If he hurt them, it would be troublesome. He had to survive this period of darkness first. All of this happened in an instant. Then, light appeared in front of him. Everyone was wrapped in seawater and rushed out. They had completely entered the void ocean. This was a scene at the bottom of the ocean. It was like an underwater dragon palace. There were all kinds of marine plants, sea creatures, and fish. Those were all demonic beasts. The water carried a heavy pressure. However, those who could enter were at least half saints. Some of them were clones of saints, and some were hidden saints. Therefore, the pressure of the seawater was not a threat to them. It only affected them a little. Lin Xian, are you okay? Yan Ruyu and the others walked over and asked with concern. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the next moment, he nodded. He realized that it was really Yan Ruyu this time. The North Demon and the dark red divine dragon saw that Lin Xian's robe was a little tattered and some parts were charred. They asked nervously, what happened? Someone attacked me in the dark. What? The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. The North Demon and Yan Ruyu were shocked. They looked around cautiously. There were some people in the surroundings. However, most of them left quickly after landing. The North Demon glanced at them and said, something's not right. There are much fewer people here than before. It seems that they have been randomly assigned. Humph, you actually dared to come in. You really don't know what's good for you. Just you wait. When the time comes, none of you will be able to leave. At that moment, a cold laugh came from behind them. The North Demon and the others turned around. In the next moment, they frowned. It was the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Not only was Yan Nantian not here, but it seemed that he had not been teleported here. He must have been teleported somewhere else. The North Demon said, they have a lot of people and we're here to find treasures. Let's not fight with them for now. Lin Xian frowned. Golden runes flashed in his eyes as if he was confirming something. Soon, he sneered. So it was you, since that's the case, go to hell. His aura burst out and engulfed the entire area. The surrounding seawater started to churn crazily, creating a vacuum zone. There were still some people around. When they saw this scene, they shrunk their necks in fear. Heavens, we just entered and Lin Wuti is going to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace. It's you. The North Demon and Yan Ryu wanted to say something, but Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The golden palm reached forward and instantly enveloped everyone from Vermilion Bird Palace. However, there was a golden sword aura in the palm that pierced towards one of them. Pooh. Ah. It was too fast. In just an instant, there was a scream. Then, one of the geniuses from Vermilion Bird Palace was split open. The corpse fell to the sides and the soul escaped screaming. Damn it, you really dared to attack. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace roared crazily. They were really angry. Although Lin Wuti defeated Yan Nantian, so what? Even a saint didn't dare to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace. Vermilion Bird Palace was very powerful, but now, the other party killed one of their geniuses without hesitation. The soul of the genius floated in the air and screamed crazily. Damn it, you dare to attack me? He was really mad. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to attack you? You attacked me first, right? You were the one who attacked me at the entrance. You think I can't sense you just because you hid your aura? Since you dared to attack me, you have to be prepared to die. Lin Xian's sword aura soared into the sky and the soul was about to dim. Damn it, how dare you attack Vermilion Bird Palace? Kill. Instantly, a person charged over. Vermilion Bird Seal. He formed a hand seal and transformed into a huge vermilion bird, which charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person pulled out a long saber. It was as red as fire and looked like the feathers of a vermilion bird. Although it was not as good as the feather in Yan Nantian's hand, it was still extremely terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding seawater was split apart. At the same time, the other person also made his move. The flames on his body overflowed into the sky, covering all the seawater. They formed two large flaming palms and grabbed Lin Xian's legs, preventing him from escaping. The three geniuses struck out at the same time, displaying their ultimate skills. It was truly ferocious. Haha, die for me. The vermilion bird seal rushed towards Lin Xian's head, while the vermilion bird feather longsword stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. Both were fatal attacks. Boom. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Terrifying flames and violent energy engulfed Lin Xian. The dark red dragon and the others' auras exploded, tearing everything apart. Their eyes were cold, and the surrounding martial artists frantically retreated. They had just entered and encountered such a thing. Before they could react, some of them were sent flying by this force. Humph, I don't believe you can block it. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The seawater surged, and the surrounding sea demons were all blasted into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Lin Xian's figure appeared, stunning the people from Vermilion Bird Palace. Damn it, how could he not be injured? How could he not be injured? These people found it hard to believe. Although they had only seen Lin Xian's power, personally attacking and watching were two completely different things. Three of you attacking me together? Very well, your Vermilion Bird Palace really has guts. You actually dare to attack me. Lin Xian's body emitted crackling sounds. Like thunder, golden light shone so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the two large flaming palms that bound him were instantly torn apart. Ah, the genius on the other side screamed and retracted his hand. There were countless cracks on his palm, and even his bones could be seen. His face was filled with shock. Too strong. His opponent only shook his body, and he could not withstand that force. Does your hand hurt? Don't worry, the pain you will suffer will be 10,000 times more painful than your hand, a cold voice sounded in front of him. The genius raised his head, scared out of his wits. He did not know when the other party had appeared in front of him. A large palm reached out and slapped his face like a mountain. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, and the ground cracked. A large crack appeared on the seabed. The body of the Vermilion Bird Palace genius fell to the ground. His body was torn apart, and his face was smashed into pieces. Eye technique, soul stab, Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and the heavenly secret divine eye exploded. A golden light pierced his opponent's soul. Instantly, his opponent's soul screamed miserably, as if he was in great danger. The sound was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. You dare to stab my heart with a sword? Trash, let me tell you how to use a sword. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other person. A sword chi appeared on the tip of his finger, and it streaked across the sea. A sword mark appeared on the forehead of that person, and blood immediately flowed out. What a fast sword. That was the only thought he had. Bang, the corpse fell to the ground. The sword had directly killed the other person's body and soul. The soul of the first man, who had suffered great pain, also died. In the blink of an eye, two geniuses were completely destroyed. Lin Xian turned to the third person. The Vermilion Bird Seal, so weak. Let me tell you how to use the Vermilion Bird Seal. He formed a hand seal, and the golden flames on his body danced, turning into a golden vermilion bird. Along with his palm, he pushed out. This power was much stronger than before, as if the primordial vermilion bird had been revived. Boom! Boom, boom! That person was blasted into pieces, and his soul escaped. However, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye on the soul that attacked before and this soul. The terrifying light made the two of them scream, and another two souls fell. In an instant, all four of them were killed. Everything happened so quickly that the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace could not react. In the distance, the martial artists passing by were scared out of their wits. Lin Wudi was really too strong. If they were not a saint, they should not provoke him. They quickly fled. Damn it, how dare you attack us? I'm going to. Before a genius from the Vermilion Bird Palace could finish speaking, he was slapped to the ground by the leader. Shut up, all of you King leave. They turned into a stream of fiery light and fled in an instant. It was too terrifying. They did not have a saint's clone, nor did they have Yan Nantian. How could they fight against the other party? It was better to run first. Wait until they met up with the main group, then discuss how to kill the other party. Kid, are you going to let them escape just like that? The dark red dragon looked at the other party and asked quickly. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. They will definitely find the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace and come back. Now, we don't have time to chase after these clowns. Let's go and see what's so magical about the Sea of Void. The group quickly set off. Wherever they passed, no one dared to provoke them. That was because their lineup was too powerful. None of them were weak. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of them. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura came from it. Yan Ryu and the dark red dragon both took a deep breath. That was demonic aura. What a terrifying demonic aura. The North demons had the body of 10,000 demons. Although the dark red dragon was a dragon, it could be said to be the land of 10,000 demons. In addition, Yan Ryu had once joined the Demon King Palace, so she should be related to the demons. Therefore, they were the most sensitive to the demonic aura. Lin Xian's soul was strong, so he naturally felt it too. The aura was too terrifying. It even carried the aura of a saint. Could it be a demon saint? There was actually a demon saint here. Let's go. They sped up and rushed forward through the waves. Soon, they approached the huge shadow. However, they found that it was not a shadow, but a corpse that was as big as a mountain. The bones were blue like stars. They were very hard and could not be broken at all. Now that so much time had passed, the flesh and blood were gone, but the bones were perfectly preserved. That was the best material for refining weapons and armor. Why didn't anyone want it? Hee, I won't stand on ceremony. The dark red dragon stretched out its claw and grabbed forward. In front of them, the demon saint's corpse was as big as a mountain. However, so what if it was huge? The dark red dragon's claw contained a part of the world. It could take in any mountain. However, he soon found that something was wrong because he could not take it in at all. It was too strange. It was fixed there and could not be picked up at all. Damn it, it's so strange. The dark red dragon muttered and tried a few more times, but it was useless. Therefore, he could only give up. Yanru's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. He said, "This shouldn't be the first time the Sea of Void has opened, right? In the past, there must have been strong cultivators like us. The treasures that could be seen at a glance would have been taken away by our ancestors. It's not our turn at all." This was an explanation for the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. Damn it, this is infuriating. It kicked the huge corpse fiercely. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone to frown. The dark red divine dragon also let out an awe-inspiring howl. F***ck, it hurts so much. What kind of broken thing is this? It's actually so hard. Lin Xian said, "Alright, stop messing around. Let's go see what other treasures there are. Little White, it's up to you." Lin Xian gave Little White 2 spirit fruits. Little White hugged the spirit fruit and squeaked, "Let me see." Before he could finish his words, the surrounding water began to circulate, forming a water prison that completely enveloped them. Not good, someone is attacking us again. The dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry. Could it be someone from the Vermilion Bird Palace? They found that it wasn't. Look at what it is, Northern Devil frowned. In the distance, many black figures swam over. Yanru said, "Not good, let's leave quickly." They bombarded the water prison and shattered it. However, the black figures still surrounded them. Finally, they saw clearly what those black figures were. They were terrifying fish, and they were all demon fish. The aura on their bodies was terrifying. Their teeth and scales were sharp enough to pierce through everything. If there were only 1 or 2, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't care at all. However, there were tens of thousands of them. Who knew how many there were? Not good, these are ghost fiend fish. They're very terrifying. Their attacks are very powerful and crazy. Let's leave quickly. Break out of the encirclement. Don't fight them head-on. Yanru said quickly. Lin Xian and the others nodded and struck out with their palms. It was like a school of fish. Instantly, the ghost fiend fish were sent flying. Lin Xian's fist was terrifyingly harmonious. The ghost fiend sharks in front of him were all turned into ashes. They turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood stimulated the ghost fiend sharks. Instantly, they charged out. Endless bubbles appeared, and their eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. They rushed over quickly, like blue divine arrows, and collided with Lin Xian's body, producing clanging sounds. Although Lin Xian's body was strong, he couldn't withstand the impact of so many fish. He could tell that if a saint was trapped here, he would probably die. Therefore, he stomped his foot. Like a coiling dragon, he split the world with his foot. With a boom, he created a vacuum in the sea of fish. Let's go. Lin Xian took the lead and unleashed a barrage of attacks in all directions. The dark red mystical dragon, Yanru, and Northern Devil followed closely behind. During this time, the dark red mystical dragon roared in all directions. It wanted to use the might of the dragons to suppress these demon fish. However, the ghost fiend sharks were not afraid. Lin Xian was shocked. Northern Devil was also surprised. What kind of demon beast was this? It could ignore the bloodline suppression. They ran all the way until they finally escaped the pursuit of the ghost fiend sharks. Then, their expressions turned ugly. Damn it, this void sea is too strange. Yanru said. These ghost fiend sharks were bloodthirsty. They probably ate the corpse of the demonic saint from before. That was why they became so terrifying. Moreover, that demonic saint was probably not ordinary. His flesh and blood contained a trace of the will of a saint, so these ghost fiend sharks were affected. You insulted the demonic saint just now and attracted these ghost fiend sharks. Alright, ruffian dragon, be careful. don't touch it again," Lin Xian said. The dark red mystical dragon shrugged helplessly. "Damn, how would I know that this place is so strange? Alright, I'll be more careful in the future. Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand. Then, they asked Little White. Little White jumped into Yan Ryu's arms and ate a spirit fruit. Its big black eyes blinked in all directions. Then, it pointed its furry paw in a direction. There. They quickly left. After walking for about a day, they had completely entered the Void Sea. Their surroundings were no longer the same as when they first entered. It was simply an underwater world. Moreover, it was an underwater forest. The seaweeds were hundreds of meters long and rooted at the bottom of the sea. They were connected like trees, making it impossible for people to see them clearly. Some of them had even cultivated into demons and could launch sneak attacks. The dark red mystical dragon and the others were attacked. They were instantly wrapped up by the seaweeds. If it weren't for their strength, they would have died there long ago. Sure enough, in the past few days, they heard screams from time to time. Blood dyed the sea red, and then it was washed away. Clearly, many of the people who entered had died in the mouths of the sea demons. This was definitely a very dangerous place. Boom. Boom, boom. An abnormal current appeared in front of them. Northern Devil frowned. Something seemed to be coming. Lin Xian and the others instantly hid in the seaweed and restrained their auras. Even their heartbeats were gone. They were like boulders, hiding themselves. The black shadows in front of them flew over quickly. They were blue demonic beasts that were as deep as the sea of stars. From afar, they looked like ferocious flood dragons or cheilants in the sea. However, they were not flood dragons or cheilants. They were seahorses. They were all demonic beasts that had cultivated into spirits. Each of them was hundreds of meters long, and one of them was even thousands of meters long. They were like the overlords of the sea. Wherever they passed, countless water demons prostrated themselves as if they were welcoming their king. Lin Xian and the others stared at the gigantic seahorse king in shock. There was actually such a terrifying sea demon. However, the seahorse king seemed to have sensed something. It turned its huge head, bringing with it a powerful wave. Its eyes swept over the area. Immediately, Lin Xian and the others became nervous. They realized that it was not an ordinary seahorse king, but a saint. It was the seahorse saint. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was no ordinary saint. He must have cultivated for many years. There were also countless half-saint seahorses around him. He was definitely an overlord in the void ocean. Lin Xian and the others did not want to provoke such an existence. Therefore, they lowered their auras to the minimum. The seahorse saint glanced at them and did not pay any more attention to them. Then, he left. In his opinion, he had discovered them. With such weak auras, they were probably like insects. He would not care about them at all. After the seahorses had left for a long time, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief and quietly probed with their souls. When they found that there was nothing strange around them, they walked out of the seaweed. They walked for another 2 days and went deeper. Suddenly, the little white monkey cheered. "Ah, there's something ahead. It's good." Hearing that, Yan Ryu, Lin Xian, and the others' eyes lit up. They sped up. Soon, they arrived in front of them. Then, they were stunned. There was an underwater canyon in front of them. There were stalks of seaweed in the canyon that emitted dazzling light. They danced in the water like chains of laws. The aura emitted by the seaweed was too shocking. It was a spiritual herb that was about 10,000 years old. It was a real king medicine. There were more than 10 of them. The dark red dragon was drooling. Ryu and the North Demon's eyes were also burning. Such a king of medicine was extremely tempting even to a saint. Attack! The dark red dragon and the others rushed forward to grab it and pull it hard. However, after tugging a few times, they realized that they could not pull it off. What's going on? How could there be such a hard king medicine? They were all top-notch experts. This was especially true for Lin Xian, who possessed boundless strength. But now, he was actually unable to grab Lin Xian. This greatly surprised him. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws a few times and hit the bottom of the canyon. Then, it frowned. It was so hard. Why did it feel like it was similar to the corpse of the demon saint from before? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He activated his Tianji divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes looked down from the sky. The corpse was the corpse of the corpse. He did not know what kind of corpse it was. It was too long. The entire canyon was filled with its corpse, however, it seemed that its corpse had been split open. He did not know if it was split open by an outsider. Or was it split open by the Sea of Void? The canyon was actually a corpse of a monster, and the king medicine grew on the monster's corpse. Yan Ryu and the North Demon exclaimed when they heard that. The king medicine was at least 10,000 years old. In other words, the corpse had existed for at least 10,000 years. The Sea of Void was really terrifying. According to the corpse of the demon saint, its bones were very hard. It would not be easy to produce these king medicines. Let's hurry up and do it bit by bit. Ryu, don't do anything. You stay outside and guard. We'll set up an array. If there's any danger, alert us. Yan Ryu nodded. Then, the dark red dragon set up an array that enveloped the surroundings. Otherwise, the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs would definitely attract the attention of other experts. It might even attract other sea demons. The dark red dragon was still puzzled. The sea demons should be able to find this place. Why was it preserved? Soon, they found out. The corpse of the sea demon below was too terrifying. Even though it had been dead for so many years, it was still emitting a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the other two stepped on it, a cold murderous aura enveloped them as if it was going to tear them to pieces. Lin Xian sighed. He knew that it would not be so easy to obtain the treasures. Usually, there would be heaven and earth demonic beasts guarding them. There were more than 10,000-year-old spirit herbs here. Without the protection of a powerful sea demon, one could imagine that there was something wrong with the corpse. As expected, it was very strong. Ordinary half-saints could not withstand it. They roared and began to resist with all their might. They not only had to resist the terrifying aura of the demon saint corpse below, but they also had to try their best to obtain the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. It could be said that it was very difficult. On the outside, Yan Ryu was scouting the surroundings. Although the array covered everything, she was still not at ease. After about half a day, Lin Xian had plucked 6 of them. There were still 5 floating there. Damn it, I'm exhausted. However, the harvest was not bad. Looking at the 10,000-year-old herb kings, the dark red divine dragon was very excited. However, at this moment, Yan Ryu shouted. Someone was coming. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other two frowned. However, Yan Ryu said, "You guys continue. I'll deal with it." She did not immediately take action. Instead, she stared ahead. A group of people walked over. There were a total of 5 people, and Yan Ryu knew one of them. Zhao Wuliang. It seemed that they should be from the Dark Moon Temple. If it was only Zhao Wuliang, Yan Ryu would not be worried. However, Zhao Wuliang was only one of the 5 people, and he was obviously not the leader. There was actually another person in front of Zhao Wuliang. It looked like a boy, but it was obvious that he was the leader. Yan Ryu frowned. It seemed that the other party was not a young genius, but a saint or an existence that had been sent down by a saint's clone. Zhao Wuliang and the others did not discover anything, but the boy saint in front of them stopped. There was a strange light in his eyes as he looked in all directions. Soon, he sneered. There was actually an array here, and it was actually a concealment array. It seemed that the treasure should be here. He stretched out a large hand that covered the sky and earth. It was like a blood-colored cloud that slapped forward. Oh no, I've been discovered. Yan Ryu sighed. Saints are indeed powerful. She could only walk out of the array. Similarly, she slapped towards the sky with her jade-white hand. Boom boom boom, the jade-white hand and the blood-colored hand collided, producing an earth-shaking sound. The blood-colored hand was blocked, and Yan Ryu also took 2 steps back. Zhao Wuliang exclaimed, "Yan Ryu, it's you." "Oh, you know her?" The child saint turned to look at Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang nodded. That's right, elder. This person is Yan Ryu. She's very strong and is ranked above me, second only to Long Zhao Tian. So she's Yan Ryu. The child saint understood. It was clear that Yan Ryu's reputation had also resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Not bad, she's indeed a peerless beauty. The child saint didn't look old, but a fiery light appeared in his eyes. Seeing the child saint's fiery gaze, Zhao Wuliang's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Yan Ryu was dead meat. The child beside him wasn't ordinary. He was also an elder in the Dark Moon Temple. His strength had already reached the Sage Realm, but in order to enter the Void Ocean, there were some restrictions. Even so, he had surpassed the Half-Sage Realm. Moreover, the child saint liked beautiful women very much. He had never failed to capture anyone he set his eyes on. No matter how strong Yan Ryu was, she was only slightly stronger than him. How could she be a match for an elder? Thinking of this, Zhao Wuliang said again. Yan Ryu and Lin Wudi were very familiar. They might even be lovers. Since she was here, it meant that Lin Wudi should be nearby. Perhaps he was in the hidden array, snatching the treasures. Hearing this, the child saint's eyes lit up. Lin Wudi? He naturally knew that Lin Wudi was the successor of the 9 sons and the Great Dragon. He also had the Great Destruction Spear. If he could capture him and get the treasures in his hands, his future would be limitless. He might even be able to advance further. At his age, he didn't dare to think about becoming a great emperor. However, he could still break through to the Great Sage Realm or Sage King Realm. Thinking of this, his eyes were burning. I'll capture this girl first, then break the array. The people and treasures inside are all mine, damn Zhao Wuliang. He's obviously adding fuel to the fire. Yan Ryu frowned. She glanced behind her. Right now, Lin Xian and the other 2 were trying their best to seize the 10,000-year-old spirit herb and could not be disturbed. Moreover, in case the news of the 10,000-year-old spirit herb leaked out, they would not be able to escape. It would definitely alarm these people. If these people came together, they would definitely have a sound transmission array. If the news got out, it would be really bad for them. Therefore, Yan Ryu took a deep breath and took a step forward. Her delicate body blocked everyone's path. If you want to take the treasure, you'll have to get past me first. What a reckless woman. Zhao Wuliang sneered. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. Not bad, I like this personality. The other 2 experts from the Dark Moon Divine Hall laughed. Elder, there's no need for you to do it yourself. Although we're no match for her in a one-on-one fight, the 2 of us can definitely take her down easily. Alright, go ahead then. The child saint nodded and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be sizing up his prey. Zhao Wuliang also did not make a move. However, the 2 experts from the Dark Moon Divine Hall beside him walked out. They were also 2 top half-saints. Indeed, as the other party said, no one was a match for Yan Ryu in a one-on-one fight. However, they were confident that they could do it together. The power of the 2 exploded in an instant. Water Dragon Prison. One of them waved the law of water and directly controlled the surrounding seawater to form a sea dragon. Like a cage, it completely enveloped Yan Ryu. The other person's body turned pitch black. Like a shadow, he quickly charged over. Like a shadow. The 2 experts, one of whom was a water-type expert, had a boost of strength in the sea. Their strength was very terrifying. Yan Ryu was instantly surrounded by an inescapable net. They wanted to completely suppress her. Beside them, there was also a shadow-level assassin. How dare 2 half-saints try to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. She shouted and suddenly pushed out her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater violently tumbled and formed 2 giant sharks. They opened their mouths and completely shattered the 8 water dragon pillars. Not only that, but the white shark also bit the shadow. Boom, the shadow exploded and formed thousands of illusions, directly piercing through the seawater. At the same time, the other person's face darkened. Damn it, you also have the law of water. Yes, not only do I have the law of water, but I'm more proficient in it than you. Yan Ryu pressed her palm forward. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater changed. The water-type half-saint of the Dark Moon Divine Hull was instantly enveloped by a huge blue wave. The wave was extremely terrifying. It had mysterious Tao patterns on it. As it tumbled, it made him vomit blood. The law of shadow? However, in the sea, how can you compare to my doppelganger? Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes shone with a piercing light. Then, she formed a seal. The law of water danced non-stop. The power in her body also rushed out as if she had become the master of the sea. In the endless sea water, Yan Ruyu's beautiful face appeared all over the place. The number was much more than the black shadows in the sky. Kill, with a shout, the countless beautiful faces opened their red lips. A terrifying sound wave swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sound wave contained an extremely terrifying killing intent, shattering the countless black shadows. The dark shadow half-saint was also forced back. He vomited blood, and his face was extremely pale. Damn it, a sound wave soul attack, his soul had been severely injured. Zhao Wuliang and the others were also shocked. The sound wave was too terrifying. Moreover, they were caught off guard and almost got hit. Fortunately, there was a child saint standing beside them. At the critical moment, he opened his saint domain and blocked the sound wave. Elder, this woman is too strange. Let's ask the elder to do it personally. Zhao Wuliang whispered from the side. If 2 half-saints couldn't take her down, it would be useless to send another one. He also didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he hoped that the child saint would act quickly. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. She has some skills. Good, I'll do it personally. He looked forward and said coldly, this seawater is too blue. I don't like it. I like red. As he spoke, the surrounding seawater tumbled and turned red, as if it was dripping blood. A monstrous blood aura rushed over. Yan Ryu instantly frowned. What a terrifying blood-colored aura. This person cultivated the blood fiend Dao. This was the law of blood. As expected, the surrounding blood was too terrifying. That aura could make an ordinary half-saint faint instantly. Surrender obediently. I don't want to hurt you. Otherwise, if I really attack, I'm afraid you'll suffer. My blood-drinking knife hasn't drunk the blood of a peerless beauty for a long time. The blade of law, moreover, it wasn't an ordinary blade of law. Yan Ruyu's expression instantly became incomparably solemn. They could also condense a law weapon. However, there were 2 types of such weapons. One was condensed in an instant and dissipated between heaven and earth after the battle. The other was condensed in the body and used the body's power to nurture it over a long period of time. This kind of law weapon was almost the same as a true sacred artifact. In fact, if a powerful saint nurtured a law weapon for thousands of years, its power would probably be even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred artifact. Of course, law weapons still had their shortcomings. If you didn't continue to give it power, its power would become weaker and weaker. In the end, it would dissipate between heaven and earth. However, a sacred artifact was different. Once it was refined, its power wouldn't change and would even become stronger. Therefore, as long as one was a saint, they would dream of having their own sacred artifact. However, a sacred artifact? It was also extremely precious. After all, the materials used to refine a sacred artifact had to be very top-notch. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Tao patterns. The child saint in front of her clearly didn't have a true sacred artifact. Moreover, looking at the power of the law weapon, Yan Ryu guessed wrong. It wasn't 1,000 years old, but only 500 to 600 years old. However, it was only 500 to 600 years old, and it was already not something that those half-saints could resist. Yan Ryu also felt a great sense of danger. Sure enough, with a slash, the divine ability around her was split in half. She instantly moved away, and the afterimage was shattered. The robes on his body also began to flutter. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuliang and the others all laughed. As expected, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be compared with a true saint. Moreover, it was now a 500-year law weapon. His speed was quite fast, but he could dodge a few more slashes from her. Just now, she had only casually attacked. The child saint seemed to be enjoying this fun and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Yan Ryu's face darkened. A mere 500-year law weapon dared to be arrogant in front of her? Fine, I'll let you see my methods today, she shouted, and a green light rose from her body. A terrifying and monstrous power instantly exploded. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a behemoth awakening, causing Zhao Wuliang and the others to feel the blood in their bodies freeze, and they couldn't breathe. Damn it, what was that? Zhao Wuliang and the others went crazy. They didn't expect Yan Ryu to have such a trump card. The child saint's expression changed as well. A blood-red light burst out of his eyes, turning into two blood-red vortexes as he stared at Yan Ryu. It was as if it wanted to devour her. What a terrifying aura. Could it be a sacred artifact? There was actually a sacred artifact in her body. What a pleasant surprise. If I capture you, I might be able to obtain a true sacred artifact. The child saint was overjoyed. He no longer hesitated. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed the blood-imbibing saber and slashed down. The power of the saber strike was boundless. A half-saint simply couldn't block it. Yan Ryu shouted and pushed out her palm. At that moment, her body was completely enveloped by a cyan color. Even her eyebrows and head seemed to have turned cyan. The strange palm was also covered with green lines that looked like runes. The mysterious power gushed out in an instant. With a boom, a shocking sound rang out. The surrounding seawater was split apart, spreading for who knew how many tens of thousands of li. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The violent roar shook all directions. Inside the formation, Lin Xian and the others had already noticed it. Seeing this scene, their expressions changed and they couldn't help but worry. But soon, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Ryu is fine. Let's hurry up and get the remaining three out." Ka ka ka, there was a shattering sound between heaven and earth, followed by a cry of surprise. How could it be? My blood-imbibing saber, how could it be broken? When the light that filled the sky disappeared, the child saint's face was full of horror. The blood-imbibing saber in his hand had been torn apart, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Zhao Wuliang and the others were dumbfounded. This was a 500-year-old saber of laws, but it was broken in the collision just now. How could it be? Could it be that the other party's palm was a sacred artifact? Damn it, what was that cyan light in the other party's body? Their scalps went numb. The child saint's face was also gloomy. How dare you destroy my 500-year-old weapon of laws? I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. He was truly furious, killing intent spread out from his body as a monstrous sea of blood surrounded him. At this moment, the child saint was like an Azura. Just one look at him could make people faint. Do you really think you are my match? Yan Ryu shouted. Two cyan runes appeared in her eyes. It was extremely strange. The cyan light on her body was even more terrifying. It was as if a cyan figure was attached to her body. Boom, her palm slammed out, cyan light flew out with an unparalleled aura, causing the entire world to shake. On the other side, the child saint also shouted furiously, "Suppress!" He used his sacred domain. As long as he could pull the other party into his sacred domain, he would be the ruler. No matter how strong the other party was, they could not do anything to him. The monstrous sea of blood turned into a small world and enveloped Yan Ryu. Success! The child saint smiled. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared from his face. Because his sacred domain was pierced by the other party's palm. Guh, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was dazed. How could it be? His sacred domain was pierced by the other party. What kind of power was this? The other party was only a half-saint. Even if she had a sacred artifact in her hand, she could not use its full power. But why was there such power? He did not know, he could not understand. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying, many cracks appearing on his body. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. Zhao Wuliang and the other four were dumbfounded, they could not help but tremble. The power of a half-saint, even the dark red divine dragon and the others inside the formation could not help but be surprised when they saw this scene. Northern Demon looked as if he had seen a ghost. When did Yan Ryu become so powerful? The dark red divine dragon said, I have long felt that there is a mysterious power in this girl's body that I can't figure out. Now it seems that it is indeed so. This power is very strong, kid, it is not weaker than the thing in your body. Lin Xian. was also surprised. The thing in his body was the great dragon sword soul. Could it be that there was also a supreme power in Yan Ruyu's body? He did not know, but he could feel that when Yan Ryu used that power, the great dragon sword soul in his body had already roared excitedly. It wanted to rush out, but if it was not suppressed by him, it would have been filled with sword chi by now. At this time, Lin Xian and the others also took out the last 3 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Then, they waved their hands and removed the formation. Outside, the screams stopped. The child saint's body had healed, but his expression was extremely ugly. Zhao Wuliang and the other 4 experts from the Dark Moon Temple were terrified as well. At this time, they saw the formation in front of them disappear, and then 3 figures walked out. When he saw one of the figures, Zhao Wuliang looked as if he had seen a ghost and almost knelt on the ground. Lin Wudi, it's him, he's really here. Zhao Wuliang was really scared. If he was full of confidence before and thought that they had a saint on their side, they could definitely kill the other party. But now, he didn't dare to think so. Just Yan Ryu alone had the power to injure a saint. In addition, Lin Wudi, the North Demon, and a dragon's expert were beside him. This lineup was too strong. Even if they all attacked, they probably couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, they might have to face death. The elders all looked at the child saint in an instant. The child saint's face was cold. He stared at the 3 new figures and then stared at one of them. It was Lin Wudi. Hand over the treasures on your body and I can spare your life. Haha, Lin Xian laughed. You're already beaten up like this, and you still dare to think about the treasures? You must be tired of living. Or have you been a saint for too long and don't know anything about the changes outside? Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of us? Lin Xian's words were full of disdain, which made the child saint furious. Damn it, a mere half-step saint dared to be arrogant in front of him. He was a saint, above heaven and earth, above the half-step saint. Even a half-step saint would have to bow their head respectfully when they saw him. Who dared to be impudent in front of him? Even Zhao Wuliang had to be respectful to him, but this person in front of him dared to mock him. It was really intolerable. Die for me, the surrounding blood sea instantly changed. 2 blood-red vortexes, which looked like 2 gigantic canopies, slashed towards Lin Xian. If he could hit him, he would be able to cut Xiao Xian into 3 pieces. The dark red godly dragon sensed the blood-colored power. His body shook and he quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Pulling out the great destruction spear, the 9-yang divine body completely exploded. It swept across, forming a black torrent. In an instant, the 2 blood-red vortexes were sent flying. He laughed coldly. A saint was nothing more than this. Great spear of destruction. The boy saint's pupils constricted as he stared at the pitch-black weapon. Was this the great spear of destruction? It was indeed very strong. It was definitely a saint artifact. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Brat, the only reason you can block my divine ability is because of the great annihilation spear in your hand. Without this weapon, you are nothing in front of me. The child saint said coldly. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Is that so? I relied on my weapon, then what did you rely on? I'm not even 100 years old, but what about you? You're at least 2 to 3,000 years old, right? You've lived 2 to 3,000 years longer than me. Has your cultivation gone to waste? If you weren't a saint today, I would be able to destroy your soul with a single slap. Do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian was really disdainful. The child saint was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect that not only would he fail to act cool in front of the other party, but he would also be slapped in the face. Was the other party really less than 100 years old? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. He had to kill such a peerless genius as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be his nightmare in the future. Attack together and kill him for me. Hearing the child saint's words, Zhao Wuliang and the others hesitated. Yan Ryu and Lin Wudi both had the combat strength of a saint. Would they be able to defeat them? However, they didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, they would be killed immediately. Therefore, Wu Wu and the others could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Among them, Zhao Wuliang charged towards the North Demon. It seemed that he could only defeat the North Demon. As for Yan Ryu and Lin Wudi, he didn't dare to fight them. Seeing where Zhao Wuliang went, Lin Xian sneered. Trash, you don't even have the courage to face me. What's the point of a trash like you still living in this world? The great spear of destruction carried a terrifying demonic aura and terrifying power. A dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. No, elder, save me. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength and struck out with a shocking attack. At the same time, he screamed crazily. He didn't expect that he still had to face Lin Wudi. Moreover, he realized that the other party's attack was too powerful. It made him feel as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the next moment, a shocking collision sound rang out. Zhao Wuliang felt his hand shatter. Then, it was his arms, and then his body. Everything collapsed into pieces. A black light pierced through his heart. Ah! Then, there was a scream of pain. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. His soul instantly left his body, hugged a piece of jade, and fled into the distance. The direction he was running in was the direction of the child saint. He wanted to inform the saint to save his life. Courting death. The child saint was also furious. Although Zhao Wuliang had just joined the Dark Moon Temple, his talent was definitely not bad. Such a person could definitely become a saint in the future. But now, their genius couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other party. What was even more despicable was that he saw the other party holding the great spear of destruction and attacking again. Courting death. The child saint struck out with his palm. On his palm, there was a monstrous blood-colored nomological law that transformed into a divine chain of hell, wanting to send Zhao Wuliang into the 18th level of hell. Buzz, Lin Xian didn't hold back. The great dragon sword soul surged into the great spear of destruction. With a single strike, it pierced through the blood-colored palm. Saint blood floated down, piercing through everything. This was the blood of a true saint. The energy contained in it was too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon took out a blood-colored gourd and began to absorb the saint blood. In the future, these could be used as materials to create array formations or other things. Lin Xian forcefully pierced through the saint's palm and then arrived in front of Zhao Wuliang's soul. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Spare my life, spare me. I won't dare to go against you in the future, spare you? Sure, I'll plant a slave mark on you and make you my slave from now on. Are you willing? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Zhao Wuliang was stunned. What? Become his slave? Never to be able to turn over. In that case, he might as well die. Since you're not willing, then die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden runes scattered from his eyes. A soul attack instantly caused Zhao Wuliang's soul to scream. From the looks of it, he had been hit by an eye technique and would probably be tortured for hundreds or thousands of years. Dead. In just a few breaths of time, the terrifying peerless genius, Zhao Wuliang, was killed in body and soul. This scene dumbfounded the other four powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple. Was this really a half-step saint on the same level as them? How could there be such a terrifying half-step saint in the world? Run! They screamed crazily and fled in all directions. At this time, who cared about the saint's orders? It was better to run for their lives first. If you want to escape, stay here. The dark red divine dragon sneered and rushed out. On the other side, the North Demon also made a move. Both of them were top half-step saints. It was definitely not a problem for the two of them to deal with four half-step saints. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about the four of them anymore. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the child saint. Originally, the child saint was already very aggrieved to deal with Yan Ryu. Now that he felt Lin Xian's gaze, his eyelids twitched. Damn it, what do you want to do? 2 against 1? You are also top geniuses. Don't you think it's too embarrassing to join forces to attack me? Are you worthy of your title as peerless geniuses? He roared crazily. He really couldn't win against 2 against 1. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. We are not worthy of our identity and title, but are you worthy of it? You are a dignified sage, Tua Tiendi. When you attacked us previously, did you think of your own identity? Have you thought about your face? Why are you talking about your face and identity to us half-step saints now? We are 2 against 1. That's enough respect for you, right? No, damn it, you can't do it. I am an elder of the Dark Moon Temple. If you attack me, you will become an enemy of the Dark Moon Temple. You have to think carefully. The Dark Moon Temple? Yanryu also laughed. It was said that it was founded by a saint king in ancient times. We will not kill you. We will give you a chance to live. Give us the inheritance of the saint king and we will let you live. Hearing this, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The saint realm was also divided into 9 levels. In the first 5 levels, one's strength would become stronger and stronger. When one reached the 6th level, one would be conferred as a small saint. The 7th heaven was the Saint Venerable. The 8th heaven was the Sage King, and the 9th heaven was the Great Sage. The Great Sage could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the Sage realm. Basically, he was already very close to becoming a great emperor. As long as he took another step, he would be able to break through and become a great emperor. As for the Sage King, it was the 8th level of the Sage realm, an existence second only to the Great Sage. Who would have thought that the Dark Moon Temple was founded by a Sage King? However, after thinking about it for so many years, it was basically impossible for the Dark Moon Temple to have a Sage King. However, he definitely had the inheritance of the Sage King. Yanruyu's words caused the child saint's expression to completely change. He hurriedly said, I'm only a first-layer saint. How could I have the chance to learn the Saint King's inheritance? I'm not qualified enough in the Dark Moon Divine Palace, and I can't get in touch with the core things. If the 2 of you let me go, I will definitely not be your enemy in the future. There was no inheritance of the Sage King? In other words, there's no point in keeping you alive. Since that's the case, why don't we just kill you? We won't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Lin Xian held the Great Spear of Destruction. On the other side, Yanruyu's body was also surrounded by a green light. Damn it, these 2 juniors have gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. The child saint roared like a madman. However, how could he be a match for the 2 of them? He might not even be able to defeat the 2 of them in a one-on-one fight, let alone being besieged by the 2 of them now. Therefore, after dozens of moves, the child saint's body was pierced and torn into pieces. His soul was holding a blood-red knife and was as fast as a shield. Stay here. Lin Xian waved the Great Spear of Destruction and directly cut off the other party's path. The dragon roar on the Great Spear of Destruction rumbled, and the soul kept rolling and turning dim. At this moment, Yanryu added another palm strike. With a boom, the other party's soul was completely shattered. A sage's body and soul were also afraid of being destroyed. Great, clean up the battlefield. The dark red divine dragon and Yanryu also killed 4 half-sages. They used the blood gourd to collect the blood of the saints and refine it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took their storage rings. This was a great harvest. Not only did they obtain 11 10,000-year-old king herbs, but they also obtained a sage's storage ring and 5 half-sages storage rings. Come, let's quickly distribute the spoils. Lin Xian and the others waved their hands, enveloping the surrounding scene. Then, they began to distribute the spoils. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. The North Demon and Yanryu also smiled. This time, they had really gained a lot. Lin Xian found some spiritual fruits in the sage's storage ring and gave them to Little White. Little White ate happily. Then, he obtained some pills. These pills were all for the sages to cultivate. Lin Xian also distributed some to everyone. He didn't keep any to himself because he was about to be able to cultivate saint-level pills. It seemed that after he left the Void Ocean and became a sage, he would have to open the Great Void Divine Furnace again. At this moment, in another place in the Void Ocean, there was a huge battle. One of the men held a long spear and his nerves were cold. However, blood was flowing from his body, and there were several terrifying cracks on his body. His body had nearly split into 2 halves. Lu Mu, you can't escape. You're not our match. Hurry up and kneel down and submit to us. Then, we might let you live. As for the treasure, it's ours. You don't have the right to take it. Many people around him sneered. Among them were the Vermilion Bird Duke's people, the Dark Moon Temple's strong cultivators, and even the strong cultivators from other families. Beside Lu Mu, there was a young woman. She was his junior sister. At this moment, she was also covered in blood. Her face was filled with despair. Lu Mu clenched the long spear in his hand and gritted his teeth. Long Zhao Tian, are you really going to kill me? Among the few people in front, there was one standing there. It was Long Zhao Tian. He sneered. So what if I'm going to kill you? To be honest, you're not my match in a one-on-one fight. Now, there are so many other experts. There were a total of 7 people here. It was already surprising that Lu Mu could last until now. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. You're burning your life. It won't take you long. Hurry up and leave. The woman in green said quickly. She knew that Lu Mu could withstand the attacks of the 7 people. It wasn't because his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was because he had used a secret technique. It was a technique that burnt his life and blood in exchange for unparalleled power. Junior sister, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you follow me. Maybe I should join a big faction. Lu Mu sighed, his eyes filled with despair. The girl in green beside him shook her head. No, senior brother, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. You're alive. You're a genius. You'll become a saint sooner or later. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for me. Lu Mu took a deep breath as a look of love appeared in his eyes. How could I abandon you? Junior sister. Io, this is really touching. Long Zhao Tian sneered. Why don't you go to hell together and be a couple, brother Long? That's not right. That girl is so beautiful. It's a pity to kill her. Why don't you give her to me? At this moment, someone from Vermilion Bird Palace laughed. The flames on his body turned into the shape of a golden crow. It was very scary. It seemed that he had the bloodline of the golden crow. If you like her, then I'll give her to you. Long Zhao Tian laughed. Lu Mu's expression changed when he heard this. The girl in green beside him also had an extremely ugly expression. Damn it, you dare to touch my junior sister? My Lu family won't let you go. He clenched his teeth and shot out a green light into the sky. To be honest, these people were very powerful and had terrifying factions behind them. Lu Mu didn't want to drag his family into this. But now, these people wanted to attack his junior sister. He had to do this. This signal was to summon the family's experts. Seeing the other party attack, the youth with the golden crow bloodline from Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. The flames on his body were like a sun, instantly enveloping the green light. Then, it was engulfed and burned. Do you want to ask for help? You don't have a chance. Attack, don't give this kid a chance to fight back. Long Zhao Tian said coldly. The surrounding experts also walked over and sneered. Senior brother, run. The girl in green screamed. But Lu Mu roared again. His blood and chi burned. He was burning his life force. His combat power became stronger again. An intense battle broke out. Long Zhao Tian sneered. Let's see how long you can last. They moved and surrounded the other party, not letting him break out. Finally, Long Zhao Tian found a chance to use dragon roaming the world. Lu Mu's attack. The others also went up and injured Lu Mu. Haha, burning his bloodline power? Those people sneered. Lu Mu suddenly burst forth. The long spear in his hand drew out a stream of light. With the power of laws, it pierced into the void. Wang, he stabbed the man from the Golden Crow clan. The man was scared out of his wits and tried his best to dodge. In the end, the long spear brushed past his body, leaving a bloody mark. Courting death, Jing Wu Lai roared furiously. His palm turned into the phantom of a demonic beast and rushed out. The monstrous law of fire was waved and hit Lu Mu directly. Boom, a hole appeared in Lu Mu's chest and blood kept flowing out. Damn it, you actually dared to injure me. I'm going to play your junior sister to death in front of you. As he spoke, Golden Crow Lai waved his hand and a powerful golden claw enveloped the girl in green. The towering flames ignited the aura of the woman in green. Many parts of her green robe were tattered. No, Lumu was in despair. The green-robed woman was also screaming like a madwoman. However, at this moment of crisis, a palm descended from the sky. In an instant, Jean Wulia was sent flying. Boom, he spat out blood and flew backward. Half of his face had fallen asleep. Who dares to meddle in my business? Jean Wulia roared crazily. The flames on his body exploded and circled in the air like a demonic beast. 7 people ganging up on 2 people. How shameless! A sneer was heard, followed by 4 figures descending from the sky. Who are you people? Jean Wulia roared furiously. However, his eyes lit up when he saw that the first person to descend was a woman in white. What a beautiful woman! He realized that the woman in white was much more beautiful than the green-robed woman from before. She could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. However, Long Zhaotian's expression changed. Yan Ruyu, it's you. He looked behind him again. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. North Yao, there's another one, Lin Wudi. Heavens, Lin Wudi is here too, damn it, let's go. Long Zhaotian turned around and fled without another word. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The people from the Dark Moon Temple and the Vermilion Bird Palace were also stunned. Some of the family clans were also stunned. They all knew what kind of person Long Zhaotian was. He was a powerhouse in the Dragon Valley. Who could defeat him? Could it be that one of the people in front of them was a sage? They sensed carefully but did not find anyone with the aura of a sage. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace did not recognize Lin Xian either. After all, not everyone was there to watch the battle. They only knew of Lin Wudi's name but had never seen him in person. Therefore, they sneered at that moment. Since there are still people who don't know what's good for them, they won't hold back. After being rescued, the green-robed woman looked at Yan Ruyu gratefully. Lumu was trembling with excitement. You're here. You're here. He naturally recognized Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian looked at him and frowned slightly. His aura was very weak. It seemed that he had fought with his life on the line. There was probably no way to save him. Lumu looked at Lin Xian and opened his mouth slightly. Lin Xian walked over. What do you want to say? He squatted down and asked. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die here. There are treasures below. You must protect my junior sister's safety. Lumu stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Lin Xian with a trembling hand. Then, his aura became weaker and weaker. Finally, his gaze moved away from Lin Xian and looked at the green-robed woman with a smile. In the next moment, his aura was gone. No. Senior brother. The green-robed woman screamed crazily. Lin Xian sighed and took the key from her hand. Then, he stood up and nodded. Don't worry, I'll help you fulfill your last wish. I'll protect your junior sister well. I'll also help you kill these people. You can rest in peace. As he spoke, he turned around and looked forward. The green-robed woman hugged Lu Mu's corpse and cried bitterly. Yan Ruyu and the others frowned. Was there no way to save him? Lin Xian shook his head. He had burnt his own life as the price to display his powerful strength. Fortunately, he had used up too much energy. There was no way to save him. Now, he could only avenge him. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked forward. You still want to kill us? You still want to avenge Lu Mu? You really don't know what's good for you? The people of the Dark Moon Temple sneered. In addition, the people of the other families stared at Lin Xian. Kid, what did Lu Mu give you just now? Hand it over and we'll spare your life, Jean Wulia laughed sinisterly. Cut the crap. Attack together and kill him, that white-robed woman is mine. His fist turned into the shape of a golden crow. Despicable human, who do you think you are? How dare you use my golden crow's divine ability? Jean Wulia was furious. He had the bloodline of the golden crow, so the phantoms on his body all carried the aura of the golden crow. How dare his opponent use the divine ability of the golden crow? He was courting death. The raging flames on his body covered the sky and covered the earth, surging forward. Die, he wanted to burn his opponent to death with his flames. Although he was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace, he had the bloodline of the golden crow, so the flames on his body were extremely terrifying. He was confident that he would not lose to Yan Nantian in terms of fire attribute divine ability. However, his luck came to an end. He met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9-sun fist turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the sea of flames. It bombarded all directions. The surrounding flames surged and a hole was punched out. A golden fist came in front of Jin Wulai. How is this possible? Jin Wulai's expression changed. How could his opponent be so powerful? He wanted to escape, but his head was blown off by the punch. He wanted to escape with his soul. The 9-sun divine fire ignited his soul in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. In just an instant, his soul was extinguished. His headless body fell down and blood flowed wildly. The surrounding experts were all stunned and swallowed their saliva. Is Jin Wulai dead? Was he killed by a punch? Who is this person? Jin Wulai's strength was not the strongest among them, but he was ranked in the top 3. But now, he could not even block a punch from his opponent. Who the hell are you? The other experts asked in a trembling voice. I am Lin Wudi. All of you should die. What? Lin Wudi? You are Lin Wudi. The surrounding people were all stunned. Their faces were full of horror. The person in front of them was Lin Wudi? He was an existence that could suppress Yan Nantian. They finally knew why Long Zhaotian ran away at the first moment. It turned out that he had already recognized him. Damn it, don't you people of the Vermilion Bird Palace know him? The people of the Dark Moon Palace roared crazily. The faces of the people from the other clans also turned ugly. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were filled with regret. How could we know him? We didn't participate in that battle. We only knew his name. Why are you complaining? Run. They fled madly in all directions. This method of escape was the most effective because there was always someone who could escape. Trying to escape? Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble. Endless waves rolled and turned into sea dragons that rushed out. Lin Xian also knew the law of water, so his strength was equally terrifying in the sea. Boom. Boom, how could these people be a match for Lin Xian? Therefore, in an instant, they were torn apart by the sea dragon, and even their souls were devoured. Screams of agony rang out, and then they all disappeared. Blood dyed the bottom of the sea red, spreading in all directions with the current. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Lu Mu's corpse. I've already killed your enemy for you. Long Zhaotian is still missing, but I won't let him go. As for your junior sister's safety, Before Lin Xian could finish, his pupils shrank. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. The woman in green hugged Lu Mu's corpse, her face full of tears. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger that shone with a cold light and stabbed it towards her own heart. Poof, blood spurted out, and the woman in green fell into Lu Mu's arms. Senior brother, I'll accompany you on the road to hell. You won't be lonely. No, how could it be like this? Yan Ryu hurriedly squatted down and tried to save her. However, the woman in green said, it's useless. The dagger is coated with poison. Anyone below the Saint Realm will die without a doubt. If you don't need it, save me. Damn, how could it be like this? The dark red dragon also let out a strange cry. Lin Xian frowned and took a deep breath. The law of wood surged out. At the same time, the power of the great dragon sword soul also surged into the woman in green's body, destroying all the poison. Miraculously, the woman in green's aura was declining, but it quickly recovered. How could it be? I'm not dead. The woman in green screamed. She found it hard to believe. She couldn't even die now, Lin Xian said, I promised you that I wouldn't let you die. Moreover, you shouldn't die. I think Lu Mu doesn't want you to die either. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand and made the woman in green fall asleep temporarily. Then, he sent her to the spirit boat. At the same time, he asked He Tu to take care of Lu Mu's corpse. Then, he flipped his hand and took out the simple key. This was given to me by Lu Mu when he was alive. Moreover, he guarded this place to death. I think there should be a treasure nearby. Behind, I saw the entrance of the cave. The dark red dragon pointed behind them and said. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and walked forward. There was indeed a cave abode in front of them. After entering, they saw a bronze door. The bronze door was covered with Tao patterns and flickered with incomparable power. It was obvious that this was the cave abode of a saint. Moreover, it was very difficult to open it with external force. No wonder these people wanted to snatch the key. Lin Xian placed the key in his hand into the bronze door and turned it forcefully. Immediately, there was a cracking sound, and the bronze door slowly opened. "Let's go in. Everyone, be careful," Lin Xian said as layers of light appeared on his body. The others also activated their defenses. After entering, the bronze door closed again. Lin Xian and the others looked around. The cave abode was not complicated. There was only a large hall. In the middle, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. It was a colorful skeleton. There was no flesh and blood, but the skeleton was still sitting there cross-legged. It seemed to have died during cultivation. The dark red dragon went forward and observed carefully. Then, it said, it should have reached the end of its lifespan and died of natural causes. Hearing that, the others nodded. At that moment, the northern demon exclaimed, "Look, there's something on the wall." They looked towards the wall. Indeed, there were patterns painted on the wall. There were 4 walls, and each wall was painted with many patterns. Lin Xian and the others glanced at it and realized that it should be a kind of mystical ability martial art. Moreover, it was an extremely profound mystical ability martial art. The dark red dragon even said excitedly, it might be a nomological mystical ability. Let's quickly find one to comprehend. Each of them stood on a wall and began to comprehend with all their might. Lin Xian came to the northern wall and looked at the Tao patterns carved on the wall. He gradually became shocked. At first, he could not see anything. But gradually, Lin Xian realized that the surrounding Tao patterns were all flowing. Then, he seemed to see a boundless pitch-black sea, and a colossal creature charged out. It was a fish, a black fish. It was extremely terrifying, like a black demonic mountain. It rose into the air and began to transform. It grew golden wings and seemed to transform into a huge golden bird that soared into the 9 heavens. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was stunned. Kunpeng was a divine beast of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and was not weaker than the dragons and Qilins. Could it be that this skeleton was a Kunpeng expert when it was alive? And what was carved on the wall was also a Kunpeng mystique, Lin Xian did not know. He could only activate his heavenly secret divine eyes. In front of him, the Kunpeng began to soar into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast. It was a movement technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He memorized the Kunpeng's image in his mind. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. When he opened his eyes, the Kunpeng's image on the wall had disappeared. Even the nomological Tao patterns had disappeared. He was shocked. Yan Ruyu and the others' exclamations could be heard from the other 3 walls. It had disappeared. Obviously, the 3 of them had also comprehended the mystique on the wall. And it seemed that this mystique could only be comprehended by one person. After one person comprehended it, it had disappeared. What did you guys comprehend? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said. I saw a Kunpeng. It should be the Kunpeng movement technique. Kunpeng, the dark red dragon screamed. The North Demon and Yan Ruyu gasped. They were all related to the demon race. Naturally, they knew what the Kunpeng represented to the demon race. It was a powerful existence that was not inferior to dragons. Moreover, the Kunpeng was extremely rare now. There were far fewer dragons. However, no one doubted the strength of the Kunpeng. Therefore, when they heard that Lin Xian saw a Kunpeng, they were shocked. Was it not the Kunpeng mystique that they saw? Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that the sage here was a sage of the Kunpeng race. Now, it seemed that it was not. The North Demon shook his head. I saw a wood elemental saber technique called the longevity saber. I saw a palm descending from the sky. It was like the palm of a god. When it struck out, it froze everything. It was the heaven double palm. Yan Ruyu said. The dark red divine dragon said, "What I saw was the heavenly dragon divine claw. It was just a human expert who used the dragon form. If I were to use it, my power would definitely be stronger than his." It seemed like the four of them saw different things. Also, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or some other reason, but what they saw was very suitable for them. Looking at this power, it should be a law mystical ability. Even if it wasn't, it was close, because it was really too difficult to comprehend. The dark red divine dragon screamed. The others nodded as well. They were ecstatic. For nomological mystical abilities? What an unexpected surprise. A law divine ability was much stronger than an ordinary divine ability. Since we obtained the nomological mystical abilities here, we should express our gratitude. After all, it was a divine ability cultivation method left behind by the senior. Xianxia suggested. The four of them nodded. Then, they came in front of the five-colored skeleton and bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior, for bestowing the nomological mystical abilities to us. We will definitely bring them to greater heights." Crack, suddenly, a sound rang out. A stone platform suddenly rose from the ground where Xianxia or the five-colored skeleton crystal was. There were actually 4 crystals on it that flickered with incomparable light. These were divine crystals. Everyone was puzzled. They weren't surprised by the divine crystals. They had many in their hands. However, Yan Ryu exclaimed. These were law divine crystals. Look, there were many nomological Tao patterns carved on them. Indeed, they could tell at a glance that these weren't ordinary divine crystals. The Tao patterns contained on them were really too complicated. Although they couldn't compare to real Tao stones, they were much more precious than divine crystals. There were a total of 4 pieces, 1 for each of them. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and took 1 each. They still wanted to investigate the surroundings to see if there were any other treasures. Suddenly, a violent rumble sounded from outside. The sky and earth shook, and the entire cave shook. However, it didn't shatter. The cave abode of a saint was actually so easy to shatter. But it was clear that someone had already arrived outside. "Let's go out and take a look," Xianxia said. The others also nodded. They used the key to open the bronze door. Then, they walked out. When they walked out, they saw a few figures in front of them. Their auras were very powerful, and there was even the aura of a saint. At this moment, rumbling sounds came from the cave behind them. It completely sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. This scene surprised Xianxia and the others. It seemed that this cave could only be entered once. When the people outside saw the people inside come out, they were ecstatic. But when they saw the cave sink to the bottom of the sea and disappear, they became anxious. Damn it, they came to the cave to obtain the treasures. But the cave was gone. What were they going to do? In an instant, countless eyes stared at Xianxia. They had entered the cave. The treasures were with them. They had to catch them. "Lin Wudi, you can't escape. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you obtained. Perhaps I'll give you a quick death." At this moment, a figure in front laughed sinisterly. "It's you." Xianxia and the others were stunned. Then, they laughed coldly. "You ant, how dare you come back?" The arrogant person in front was Long Zhao Tian. He was followed by a few powerful people from the Dragon Valley. One of them was a real saint. The saint was an old man. He had a dragon's head and a human's body. He had a pair of dark golden wings on his back. The aura of a saint spread out in all directions. The pressure between heaven and earth became very heavy. The Dragon Valley was originally the people of the dragons. The dragons were powerful and had a terrifying bloodline. They were originally stronger than other races of the same level. At this moment, the Saint of the Dragons was naturally stronger. Beside him, there were a few powerful people from the dragons. Each of them was very strong. At this moment, one of them said coldly, "Did you get the treasures in the cave?" "That's right, they got it." Xianxia nodded without hiding anything. The powerful people from the Dragon Valley were ecstatic. "Great, since you got it, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." Long Zhao Tian jumped out again. This time, other than the Saint of the Dragons, there were a few clones of the saints. The saints of the dragons were not comparable to ordinary saints of the human race. So what if Lin Wudi was strong? He would not be able to defeat them this time. Therefore, Long Zhaotian continued to be arrogant. Kid, I know you are strong. You can defeat Yan Nantian and have the Great Destruction Spear. But the saints of the Dragon Valley are not ordinary saints. You can't resist at all. Hurry up and kneel down and hand over the treasures, the Great Destruction Spear, and the 2 great inheritances. If we are in a good mood, we can leave you with an intact corpse. If you dare to resist. Long Zhaotian was still arrogant. Suddenly, he was slapped away by a golden palm. Lin Xian made his move. The golden palm covered the sky. Even in the sea of void, it was very strong. Ah! Long Zhaotian screamed in agony. His face was shattered and his body was covered in cracks. It was a terrifying sight. Who do you think you are? Even if you call yourself a sage, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian sneered. The people of Dragon Valley were stunned. How dare Long Zhaotian attack Long Zhaotian in front of them? Where did he get his confidence from? Just because he could defeat Yan Nantian, they had to admit that Yan Nantian's future was limitless after using the successor of the earth. But so what? No matter how strong Yan Nantian was, he was still a young man. They, on the other hand, had been cultivating for thousands of years. The blood of the dragons was strong. Even if Yan Nantian was here, they could still suppress him. Did he really dare to go against them? Long Zhaotian was stunned by the slap. His head was still smashed and his body kept shaking. He could not heal his wounds immediately. The Dragon Valley Saint's face fell completely. This time, he had come to support Long Zhaotian. At the same time, he wanted to obtain the treasures in the cave. But now, someone dared to injure Long Zhaotian in front of him. This was a slap to his face, a slap to the Dragon Valley's face. You're courting death. A Dragon Valley elite beside him was furious. How dare you attack us in front of us? How arrogant! Long Zhaotian regained his senses at this moment. He quickly regained his head and screamed like a madman. Elder, kill him. You must kill him. Capture him and skin him alive. Use the fire of the dragons to burn his soul. Make him wish he was dead. His voice was filled with malice. The North Demon and the others gasped. On the other hand, Lin Xian laughed coldly and sent a slap out. How dare you threaten me? Do you really think I won't kill you? The slap tore Long Zhaotian's body into pieces. Blood and organs flowed all over the ground. It was a ghastly sight. You're courting death. The Dragon Valley elites were enraged. A person shouted coldly and stretched out his hand. It was a black dragon expert. His pitch-black claws carried an incomparably gloomy and cold aura. The slap shattered the void and formed a large black hole that swallowed Lin Xian. I'm not afraid of you. In the face of his opponent's attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his fist and directly pushed it forward. There was nothing fancy about this punch. Clearly, it was pure physical strength. Boom, their fists collided in the air, producing a sky-shaking sound. Lin Xian's 9 Sons' divine fist did not have any abnormalities. As for the black dragon's claw, it trembled slightly and retreated. Where are you going? 9 Sons opened his palm and grabbed forward again. This time, his palm was like a golden 5-fingered mountain. It quickly rushed over and grabbed the other party's black dragon claw. Then, he used his strength to break it. Crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Following that was a muffled groan. Lin Xian exerted some force in his palm and tore off the other party's arm. Pung pung pung, the black dragon from the Dragon Valley quickly retreated. His expression was extremely unsightly, and he was even trembling slightly as he held on to his wound. The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley were stunned. The one who attacked was not an ordinary person. It was a black dragon powerhouse who was sent down by a saint. His physique was so strong that he could even compete with a saint. But now, he was injured in one move by the other party. Even his arm was torn off by the other party. How could the other party's physique be so strong, as expected of the 9 Sons' divine body? His physique was indeed very strong. At this moment, the old saint from the Dragon Valley spoke. However, no matter how strong you are only a half-saint. Can you really be compared to me? The dark golden wings on his back trembled slightly. Immediately, countless cracks spread in all directions. Endless precepts transformed into divine chains that circled around the area. A terrifying sage's aura descended from the sky. Feeling this aura, the dark red dragon and the others frowned. Yan Ryu was also surprised. She and Lin Xian had killed a saint before. The aura of that child saint was too weak compared to the current dragons. Be careful. Yan Ryu reminded him. Lin Xian nodded his head and looked at the other party with a cold smile. A saint of the dragons? You are old. This era does not belong to you. So, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, if you piss yours truly off, yours truly will break your bones. Hearing this, Yan Ryu was speechless. Didn't she say to be careful? The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley looked terrible as well. Damn it. How dare the other party talk to their saint in such a manner? How arrogant, elder, I'll go kill him. At this moment, another person spoke again. He was about to rush over. Lin Xian laughed coldly. A saint's clone was not enough. Get lost. This time, he lifted his foot and kicked forward. The sole of his foot seemed to have turned into a sharp heavenly blade, cleaving everything in its path. With a boom, the saint's clone was sent flying. Enough. Go to hell. Seeing this, the saint of the Dragon Valley was completely enraged. He slapped out with his palm. His palm was dark golden color, and the aura it gave off was enough to send chills down one's spine. The northern demon and the others retreated hurriedly. Lin Xian hollered out coldly as well. His fist flew out and turned into a kuan-pong. The golden fist spread its wings and clashed against the dark gold palm. Clang, the sound of an intense collision rang out as Lin Xian retreated. His arms were numb. But soon, the energy within his body surged out, and his fighting strength soared once more. A saint? That was all there was to it. Elder, this fella is really strange. You must give it your all. Long Zhao Tian fought once more. Noisy. Go to hell. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp glint. The great destruction spear flew out and pinned Long Zhao Tian to the ground. With a burst of strength, Long Zhao Tian's soul was torn apart. This time around, he was completely dead. Old fogey, let me see what capabilities you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian took out the great destruction spear as his aura climbed endlessly. At this moment, he was like a peerless king. With a stomp of his feet, the earth cracked. Kill, Lin Xian attacked fiercely. The great destruction spear charged forward with a piercing sword chi. Boom. Boom, boom. The saint of the Dragon Valley waved his dark gold dragon claw and turned into a sky full of dragon shadows to fight back. An earth-shattering collision rang out. But soon, the saint was enraged. He was courting death. Obviously, he did not gain any advantage in the collision just now. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. This scene stunned the remaining powerhouses of the Dragon Valley. Their elder and saint were at a disadvantage in the hands of the other party? It was hard to believe. Well, I only wanted to kill you with my physical strength. But it seems like you have some strength. Well, then, you will die under my laws. As soon as the flame appeared, Yan Ryu and the others trembled, revealing a look of horror. The fire of law. The other party had comprehended the law of fire, and it was not an ordinary flame. It was a very strange flame. Great, the elder is serious. That kid is dead. The Dragon Valley powerhouse sneered and retreated to watch the battle. Lin Xian also frowned. Dark golden flame? The law of fire, the other party's flame aura, made him a little shocked. Buzz, the Dragon Valley sage made his move. The dark golden flame turned into streams of light, like two dragon swords, and rushed over. Lin Xian sneered, his body swayed, and disappeared strangely. When he reappeared, he was already beside the old man. The spear of destruction pierced the dark golden wings. What a fast speed! The Dragon Valley powerhouse exclaimed, and even the Dragon Valley sage was surprised. The speed almost made him unable to react. This guy's speed is so fast. The dark red dragon was also surprised. He had been with Lin Xian for a long time, so he naturally knew of Lin Xian's strength. But he did not expect the speed to shock him. Yan Ryu said. It should be the law supernatural abilities that he said he comprehended on the four walls just now. It should be the Kuanpeng movement technique. The speed of the Kuanpeng body technique was simply too fast. Even the sages were shocked. Boom, the spear of destruction struck the dark golden wings forcefully. The dark golden wings kept shaking, and the flames on them drifted out. What a strong physique. Lin Xian was surprised. If it was an ordinary half-step sage, the spear would have pierced through. But the dark golden wings were unharmed. Lin Xian was surprised, and the dragon's powerhouse was even more shocked. He was a sage, and a half-step sage could not even get close to him, let alone attack him. But now, the young man in front of him had broken all the rules and crashed into the dark golden wings. Although his wings weren't broken, the huge force caused his blood to boil. Courting death. He fought back like a madman, and the two of them fought fiercely. The dark golden light and the black torrent kept colliding. Every strike was earth-shattering. The other half-saints of the dragons all retreated far away. Yan Ryu and the others also retreated to the side. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of strange flowing light. His feet flickered, and his speed increased to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, 108,000 attacks were unleashed, all of them converging on a single point, causing an earth-shattering collision. The Dragon Valley Saint was sent flying, and a crack appeared on his wing. Then, with a cracking sound, a piece of his wing fell off. Blood instantly sprayed out, and the dark golden flames evaporated the surrounding seawater. Ah, you dare to hurt me, damn it! The Dragon Valley Elder roared like a madman. He pretended to be crazy and his eyes were red. The experts of the Dragon Valley were also stunned. Was their elder injured? What did they see? A half-step saint had injured a saint? Was this a dream? You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Lin Xian was incomparably strong. What's so great about a saint? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Boom, the great dragon sword spirit roared again and merged with the great destruction spear. His combat strength rose to the extreme, and with a strike, the black torrent was like a peerless sword light, splitting the entire world. Boom, the Dragon Valley Elder was also sent flying. He screamed, and the fire precept on his body was monstrous. A dark golden saint domain rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian shouted coldly, Ryu, go and finish off the others. Yan Ryu and the others looked at the other experts of the Dragon Valley. Hehe, this is a good opportunity to test my heavenly dragon Divine Claw. The dark red divine dragon walked out and looked at the experts of the Dragon Valley with a cold smile. The people of the Dragon Valley frowned. Ants, you dare to attack us? Dragon blood surged in their bodies, but the dark red divine dragon was not afraid. With a dragon roar, the half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were stunned. Damn it, the other party's bloodline seemed to be much stronger than theirs. Fine, then I'll test my longevity saber. The North Demon also activated the myriad demon body. He was not afraid of the dragon's bloodline at all. Yan Ryu's white hands were like the palms of a celestial emperor. The surrounding seawater was instantly frozen. Skyfrost palm. Boom. Boom, boom. A half-step saint of the Dragon Valley was instantly frozen. His body was shattered into pieces along with the ice. Although he was not killed, he was severely injured in an instant. He frantically retreated. Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? How can she be so strong? The other three half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were also sent flying by the dark red divine dragon and the North Demon. The dragon claw in the sky was too terrifying. It was like the heavenly dragon claw. On the other side, the green saber light was like an indestructible longevity saber. After it was sent out, its aura was continuous. In an instant, the four half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were beaten until they screamed in pain. Damn it, how can it be like this? The saint of the dragon bone roared crazily. He could not understand why these half-step saints were so strong. Yes, it's that cave. They must have found a peerless treasure in the cave. These cultivation techniques are very strange. They are like laws and superpowers. Capture these people. I must capture them. Do not let any of them go. The eyes of the Dragon Valley's saint turned red. Boom, dark golden flames danced on his body. His body kept expanding until he turned into a dark golden dragon. When he spread his wings, they covered the sky and the sun. He was extremely powerful. Roar, he opened his mouth and spat out endless dark golden flames. They turned into a golden storm that swept in all directions. The terrifying law of fire spread out. In an instant, the entire space collapsed. It could not withstand this power at all. Lin Xian executed the Kuan-Peng movement technique and dodged the golden flames in the sky. He shuttled back and forth continuously. Buzz. Suddenly, his body trembled. A dark golden sky above him pressed down. It was the old man's eyes. The old man's eyes were like two dark golden suns. They firmly locked onto him and imprisoned him. The Saint Domain instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Damn it, kid, melt for me. The dark golden flames were very terrifying. The old man's law and realm were also very frightening. Therefore, under the Saint Domain, everything was turned to ashes. It was not a problem for him to kill a saint of the first heaven, let alone the old man. Lin Xian was enveloped by the dark golden Saint Domain. The raging flames burned him. As expected, many cracks appeared on his body. It had to be said that the power of the old man's law was too strong. Even among saints of the first heaven, it was extremely powerful. Kill. At this moment, Lin Xian's body seemed to have changed. He turned into a huge black fish that kept rolling in the flames. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. Every roll brought about a huge force. This scene was exactly what he had seen when he was comprehending the Kuan-Peng movement technique. At that time, he saw a black fish rolling in the Black Sea. Then, it soared into the sky and soared into the 9 heavens. At that time, this scene had a huge impact on him. Therefore, he evolved into the form of a Kuan-Peng. On his body, the fragments of the law of water kept dancing. As he rolled, they caused an unusually strong destructive force. After 9 rolls, cracks appeared on the dark golden sacred domain. At the same time, Lin Xian's body suddenly bounced up and flew up quickly. It was like a Kuan-Peng flying out of the sea and soaring into the 9 heavens. The momentum of this attack was simply too powerful. Lin Xian held the great destruction spear and rushed up. Boom, the sacred domain was broken. Pfft, the Dragon Valley sage vomited blood. His huge body kept trembling. His face was full of horror. How could this be? How could the other party break through his sacred domain? This was unbelievable. This person could go against the mortal world and attack a sage. A sage was an existence that transcended heaven and earth. They suppressed everything. Everyone below the sage was an ant. This saying was not wrong. But now, an ant could go against the heavens and attack a sage. It was unbelievable. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. This was because Lin Xian's speed soared again. It was unbelievably fast. Even he could not catch up. How could he be so fast? The Dragon Valley sage could only summon his sacred domain back to his side to defend and then look for an opportunity to counterattack. To be honest, he had never been so aggrieved, especially in the hands of a half-saint. Lin Xian was getting more and more familiar with the use of the Kuan-Peng movement technique. Therefore, his speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, Lin Xian once again used his nomological mystique. In the blink of an eye. It was too fast. In an instant, he had used it dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably profound and terrifying power had blocked the destructive aura. The Northern Demon and the Crimson Godly Dragon were also surprised when they felt the power. Especially the Dark Red Divine Dragon. This aura was too terrifying. Could it be that the thing in his body was that thing? Damn it, this is impossible. Yan Ruyu activated her trump card and blocked the destructive aura. Then, the 3 of them retreated in an orderly manner. The berserk energy in front of him was still continuing. Immediately after, a dragon's roar could be heard. Junior, take my desolate dragon fist. A furious roar rang out. Then, a dark golden fist lit up in the endless seawater between heaven and earth. It was too resplendent. Even from tens of millions of miles away, one could see that this fist carried an extremely strong power. It danced around continuously, turning into fist shadows that filled the sky. Desolate Dragon Fist, heavens, this is the ultimate technique of the Dragon Valley. When the experts in the distance heard this, they were extremely shocked. Furthermore, judging from the laws and the might of the attack, it was definitely the attack of a sage. The saints of the Dragon Valley were making their move. Who was he targeting? Was it another sage? They didn't know, but they could imagine that the one who could fight against the Dragon Valley sage was definitely a sage. Boom. Boom, boom. The desolate Dragon Fist was too powerful. It carried a primordial power that could shatter everything. Even though Lin Xian had the Kuan-Pung movement technique, he was still forced to retreat. Boom. Boom, boom. In the end, hundreds of fist shadows enveloped him and hit his body, making thunderous sounds. Lin Xian kept retreating as the blood and qi in his body churned. However, the strength of the nine-yang divine body allowed him to forcefully block such a terrifying divine fist. Roar, the great dragon sword soul roared and let out an extremely terrifying dragon roar. It shook the desolate dragon fist a little. The people in the distance were stunned. What was going on? A dragon's roar? Was it from the Dragon Valley sage? It didn't seem like it. They didn't hear this from the Dragon Valley sage before. Could it be that there were experts from the Dragon Valley? 2 experts from the Dragon Valley fighting against the enemy? No. Could it be that the Dragon Valley sage's opponent was also a dragon? These people were all stunned. Desolate Dragon Fist? Well, I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. He stepped on the ground and waved the great spear of destruction in his hand crazily. The great dragon sword soul roared nonstop. The surrounding seawater of the void ocean was stirred up by him. The seawater within tens of millions of miles gathered toward him. It formed the essence of water in his hand. The surrounding seawater was vast and mighty. Along with Lin Xian's movements, the essence of the sea quickly condensed and formed one blue dragon after another. The area in front seemed to have become the birthplace of the dragons. The dragons appeared out of thin air, and their terrifying roars resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn it, what are they giving birth to? The people in the distance were all stunned. They had heard 2 dragon roars before, but now, they heard thousands of dragons roaring. It was as if many dragons had appeared at the bottom of the sea. What was going on? Could it be that all the powerhouses of the Dragon Valley had moved out? They were too shocked. Although they were curious, no one dared to step forward. They all retreated. When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Dragon Valley sage sneered. The 10,000 dragons portrait? What a joke, that was the ultimate weapon of the dragons. No one knew which world it existed in. However, the person in front of him definitely did not have it. But soon, he was stunned because he found that the countless blue dragons in front of him were quickly condensing into a picture. The aura emitted by the pattern was too terrifying, causing his body to tremble slightly. His heart was beating violently as if it had been struck by thunder. How was this possible? The Dragon Valley sage was about to go crazy. The 10,000 dragons portrait, the other party had really condensed it. Although he had never seen the emperor weapon of the dragons, when he saw the scene in front of him at this moment, he did not doubt that this was the real 10,000 dragons portrait. But how was this possible? Could it be that the other party really had the 10,000 dragons portrait? No. Soon, the Dragon Valley sage came back to his senses, and his eyes shone with an extremely cold light. It definitely could not be an ultimate weapon. How terrifying was an ultimate weapon? That was the weapon of a great emperor. Once the Supreme Emperor's aura was released, even a First Heaven sage would not be able to control it. He would definitely be pressed to the ground. But now, although the aura in front of him was incomparably terrifying, it did not make him kneel on the ground. This meant that this was not an ultimate weapon, but something that the other party had evolved with some kind of divine ability. However, the scene was too real, and he could not react in time. This kid must have seen the real 10,000 dragons illustration. I must capture him and force him to tell me where the 10,000 dragons illustration is. He was too shocked. That was the ultimate weapon of the dragons. He had to find it. Desolate dragon fist, dragon shakes the 9 heavens. It was the same for the Dragon Valley Saint, who used his most powerful fist technique. The aura on his body kept exploding. 9 huge dragon shadows coiled around his body, and all the dragon heads gathered in his fist. Die for me. A terrifying fist blasted out. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xian also pushed out the 10,000 dragons picture. Boom. Boom. Although it was just an evolved diagram, Lin Xian had seen the real 10,000 dragon diagram before. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, it was unparalleled. Therefore, this attack was definitely beyond the imagination of a saint. When the 10,000 dragons picture attacked, the desolate dragon fist was immediately crushed by it. The dragon head continuously roared and unleashed supreme laws, wanting to pierce through. However, they could not do it at all. The blue dragon seemed to carry the power of the entire sea of void. In an instant, it suppressed the desolate dragon fist. The 9 dragon heads were also completely sealed. The blue 10,000 dragons illustration was still pushing towards the Saint of the Dragon Valley. How was this possible? How could it be so powerful? The Saint of the Dragon Valley was stunned. His dragon shocks the 9 heavens was shattered in an instant. He retreated crazily, but the 10,000 dragons illustration suddenly burst out with endless light, completely enveloping him. In the next moment, a shocking sound rang out. Thousands of dragon roars exploded at the same time. The entire bottom of the sea sank into darkness. No one dared to approach. Yan Ryu unleashed the green light on her body to the extreme. It seemed to have turned into a green lotus that completely enveloped them. They were like small boats in the raging storm, constantly tumbling about. However, the cyan light was extremely powerful. It actually managed to forcibly block the attack. This made the dark red divine dragon and the north beast secretly heave a sigh of relief. It took a long time for the raging energy between heaven and earth to gradually dissipate. The figure of the Dragon Valley Saint appeared. His armor was shattered, and many parts of his body were pierced. Blood flowed out. Dark golden blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. How was this possible? The saint's entire body was in pain, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That attack just now was too powerful. If he had not activated his bloodline at the last moment, he would have been killed by now, wouldn't he? He was not dead? The physique of the dragon clan was indeed strong. Lin Xian said coldly. He was very surprised that this attack did not kill the saint. But so what? The saint was already at the end of his rope. He could easily kill him next. Therefore, he held the great spear of destruction and walked forward with a cold expression. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xian's footsteps echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. The Dragon Valley Saint's expression became more and more unpleasant. Was he going to die at the hands of this junior today? He was unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, a clear clapping sound drifted over. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the successor of the 9 sons, the successor of the Dragon Valley. You can beat a first heaven saint into such a sorry state. This is really an eye-opener. As soon as this voice came out, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. The Dragon Valley Saint was also shocked. Was there someone else? Great. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. There was indeed someone hiding here. I didn't expect you to appear at this time. Lin Xian looked into the distance. He had long felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him. However, he did not dare to split himself too much in the battle with the Dragon Valley Saint, so he could not fully investigate. Oh, you actually knew of my existence in advance? Humph, kid, since you know I'm here, why don't you hurry up and kneel down and hand over all your treasures? A figure jumped out of the endless seawater. It was a middle-aged man wearing blue armor and carrying a blue spear on his back. The laws on his body danced, releasing a powerful force. A saint. Another saint. Moreover, what surprised Lin Xian was that the aura on this person was familiar. Could it be one of the 3 clones of the saints that he had killed earlier? It seemed that the other party's main body was here. You must be one of the 3 clones, right? How dare you come here? Haven't I killed enough of your clones? Since you dare to come, you can stay here. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he said arrogantly. Kid, you are very arrogant. I know that geniuses are arrogant. It's normal for you to have such an attitude. But you are too confident. You actually dared to kill my clone. Later, I will definitely torture you to death. Come out, you guys. How long are you going to hide? The saint in blue armor said coldly to the void. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The expressions of Yan Ryu and the others in the distance also changed. Oh no, could there be other saints? Hee, looks like you're quite sharp. You actually noticed our presence. I originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but it seems like I can't do that. But forget it, since this kid dared to kill my clone, I'll deal with him personally. Two more voices were heard. Following it, two sages walked out from the crowd. As soon as they appeared, they froze the sea, and the entire space was filled with saint aura. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure on his body, as if 4 sacred mountains were pressing down on him. 2 more saints, and from the looks of it, they should be the main bodies of the 3 saints. One of the saints had 2 colors on his body, green and red. The red was the light of fire, but it seemed that the power of fire was suppressed in the void sea. So it wasn't very strong. The other green light was the power of wind, and that was the law of wind. This person had comprehended 2 laws. The other person had a zither on his back. It was made of the tendons of a flood dragon and the bones of a tiger. From the looks of it, they should have something to do with the law of sound. The Wind Demon Saint, Tianyin Shengren, and Nanhai Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint was shocked. He didn't expect 3 more saints to come, and it seemed like they were all here for the kid in front of him. It's over. 3 saints are attacking, and all of them are in a powerful state. The kid is definitely dead. However, he probably couldn't get the kid. In that case, he wouldn't be able to get the kid's secrets. No, damn it. I don't care about the other things, but I have to get the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Dragon Valley Saint hurriedly said. The 3 of you, how about we work together to take him down? I know this kid has many treasures and secrets, but I don't want them. I only want one. I want him to tell me the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. Okay. The Wind Demon Saint nodded with a smile. If he only told them the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram, it wouldn't affect them. After all, the 10,000 dragons portrait was the ultimate weapon of dragons. They had no intention of taking it. The Heavenly Sound Saint looked at the Dragon Valley Saint and said indifferently, you don't have to do anything. Wait until the 3 of us catch that kid, and we'll tell you about the 10,000 dragon picture. How about that? From the looks of it, he was doing the Dragon Valley a favor. Thank you. However, since this kid dared to injure me so severely, I definitely want to do it myself. Don't worry, today's matter can be considered as a favor to the 3 of you. If I need help in the future, I will definitely return it. Alright, we can talk about these things after the battle. Let's deal with this kid first. The South Sea Saint pulled out the long spear on his back with a flip of his hand. Immediately, the surrounding seawater surged along with him. The 4 members of the Great Sage were about to make a move. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 4 members of the Great Sage. He felt a great pressure. Fortunately, he had a divine body, and his physique was comparable to a saint's, so he was able to resist. Otherwise, any other half-saint would have collapsed long ago. Even so, he still felt a lot of pressure. After all, it was not a problem for him to kill 1 saint. However, if 4 saints attacked together, it would be too troublesome. To be honest, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight 4 saints at the same time. Fighting 2 saints was already his limit. However, this time, it was not just him. Indeed, in the distance, Yan Ryu and the dark red dragon flew over. Oh, there were also companions. However, they were all half-saints. They would not be able to withstand a single blow. The South Sea Saint glanced at them and snorted in disdain. The other saints also nodded. After all, not everyone could defeat people who were stronger than Lin Xian and Yan Nantian. Ordinary saints, even the top half-saints, could not be compared to them at all. Lin Xian looked at Yan Ryu and the others. Yan Ruyu already knew what Lin Xian meant, so Yan Ruyu said in a deep voice, I can help you block one. The dark red dragon said, I can block one too. I have already set up the heaven-crippled chessboard. I am still unable to fight a saint alone, but I can help the dark red dragon. Moreover, I can heal the three of you at the same time. The North Demon said in a deep voice. Okay, leave the Dragon Valley Saint and the other kind of saint to me. You guys hold back the other two. When the time comes, we will kill them together. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He was not afraid at all. As they spoke, the four of them had assigned the tasks. The four saints opposite them were stunned. After hearing this, they all laughed out loud. What did these people say? These people can fight against us alone? What a joke. Lin Xian can fight saints who are stronger than him. Forget it. They had seen it with their own eyes. But what about that woman and that dragon? Those two might be half-saints. What was even more despicable was that Lin Xian said that he could fight against two saints alone. What a joke. Even geniuses have their limits. It is good to be confident, but if you are overconfident, you will be an idiot. What a bunch of ignorant ants. Do they really think that they are the chosen ones? Can they go against mortals and kill saints? Don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them directly. It is a waste of time to talk to such trash. Buzz. Among them, Heavenly Sound Saint raised his finger and flicked it out. Immediately, a terrifying sound wave spread between heaven and earth. The sound wave was too strange and powerful. It was the law of sound. The North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon felt the violent collision. Many cracks appeared on their bodies. Yan Ruyu shouted, and the green light on her body surged. It turned into a green lotus and was held in her hand. Then, she swept it forward. Immediately, the sound waves in the sky were blocked. Yan Ruyu charged towards Heavenly Sound Saint. The illusory green lotus-like figure that descended from the sky made Heavenly Sound Saint's expression change instantly. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. Then, his expression turned abnormally ugly. At the same time, the North Demon shouted coldly and activated the 10,000 monster body. A divine tree that reached the sky appeared behind him. The two branches on the tree supported him and the Dark Red Dragon, providing them with a strong recovery ability. The cracks on his and the Dark Red Dragon's bodies instantly healed. As for the Dark Red Dragon, it roared angrily. A black and white chessboard appeared in its hand, and it smashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped South Sea Saint. An array? It can't even withstand a single blow. Blue Sea Saint sneered. He waved his spear and the law of the sea exploded. Terrifying seawater surged, causing the array to tremble continuously. But it did not break. The black and white chess pieces on the heaven-crippled chessboard turned into streams of black and white chi. They began to attack and surround him. The Crimson Divine Dragon was an expert, and he had obtained the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The heaven-crippling chessboard game that he had set up was too terrifying. It could definitely trap a saint, and it could even kill a saint after a long time. On the other side, the Heavenly Sound Saint was also roaring. Terrifying sound waves swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but there was nothing he could do. The green light on Yan Ryu's body was too strange. It suppressed everything. The green lotus in her hand had infinite power. It was like a saint artifact that posed a great threat to the Heavenly Sound Saint. For a moment, the two of them really stopped the two saints. The Northern Demon stood beside the Crimson Divine Dragon, ready to help at any time. How about it? Now you two believe that my companions have the strength to stop a saint. Lin Xian sneered. On the other side, the Wind Demon Saint and the Dragon Valley Saint were stunned. To be honest, their minds were blank at this moment. What was going on? Apart from the kid in front of them, that woman and that dragon all had the combat power of a saint. It was too unbelievable. When did so many geniuses of this level appear? There were so many geniuses in the past. The Abyss Leaderboard, the Vermilion Bird Leaderboard, and the top half-saints of the various stars were very famous. But now, it seemed that only Lin Xian and Yan Nantian could fight a saint. Other than them, perhaps the Great Demon was one, but the Great Demon was already dead. The others, like Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang, could not be compared to a saint no matter how strong they were. But now, there was a mysterious woman and a dragon who had the strength to go against the heavens and kill a saint. Moreover, the two of them were Lin Xian's companions. It was too shocking. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful companion. It's really beyond my expectations. The Wind Demon Saint spoke. But so what? Can you stop the two of us from the great sage by yourself? The wind law on his body was getting stronger and stronger. His robe fluttered, bringing about a powerful storm. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared. Buzz, in an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. A powerful storm swept through the 9 heavens and blasted onto Lin Xian's body, producing crackling sounds. This aura was simply too strong. Furthermore, his speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it reached the pinnacle. He was even faster than the Dragon Valley Saint. Weng, the Wind Fiend Saint lashed out with his right leg, stirring the air and aiming for Lin Xian's heart. This kick was capable of stirring up the winds and clouds, capable of overturning everything. At the same time, the Dragon Valley Sage made his move as well. He struck out with the Desolation Dragon Fist once again. The dragon blood in his body surged as the power of his bloodline burst out. With 2 members of the Great Sage attacking together, no matter how strong the opponent was, they were confident that they could kill him. The seawater around Lin Xian was torn apart, revealing his body. At this moment, he was suffering from too many attacks. The power of the Desolation Dragon Fist, the Law of Fire, and the Law of Wind all wanted to pierce through him. Get lost, he roared into the sky. His voice was like thunder as it rolled forward. At the same time, the Great Destruction Spear in his hand danced wildly. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit also roared non-stop. Boom! Boom! The Great Dragon Sword Spirit slammed into the desolate dragon spring, directly sending it flying. However, the Storm God retreated and kicked Lin Xian's shoulder with all his might. Instantly, Lin Xian's body flew backward. His entire arm was numb, and the Great Destruction Spear was almost sent flying. Kill! The 2 members of the Great Sage attacked again. The Dragon Spring Fist and the Storm God Kick. Their terrifying killing moves were fatal. Even a First Heaven Sage would probably be blown up by them. Lin Xian was in an extremely dangerous situation. Yan Ruyu, the Dark Red Divine Dragon, and the others were anxious. However, the 2 of them were fighting a sage each, so they couldn't attack at the same time. The Northern Demon was dumbfounded. He couldn't even keep up with their speed. After withstanding the mystiques of the 2 great sage, Lin Xian's body started to crack. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The Great Destruction Spear stirred again. In an instant, 2 Annihilation Fire Lotuses flew forward. Instantly, the 2 Annihilation Fire Lotuses forced the 2 sages back. Bloody holes appeared on the Dragon Valley Sage's body again. The Wind Demon Sage also had a wound on his body. Blood flowed out instantly. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! The 2 of them were completely enraged, especially the Wind Demon Sage. His eyes were bloodshot. Kill, kill, Lin Xian roared as well. The murderous aura on his body shot up into the sky. Terrifying sword chi stirred up the surroundings. The Great Destruction Spear was even sharper. In an instant, the Dragon Valley Sage's heart was pierced. Golden blood splattered. Lin Xian's body and the Wind Demon Sage's legs also cracked. However, Lin Xian endured the pain. Golden light shone in his eyes. Soul stab! The Wind Demon Sage screamed. Then, his fist turned into a big black fish and rushed over. It broke one of the Wind Demon Sage's legs. The battle was intense. Every move was accompanied by the power of the laws. Lin Xian fought against 2 alone. Although he was at a disadvantage at first, he gradually became evenly matched with the 2. In the end, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit roared. Lin Xian's combat strength could continue to increase. The 2 great sages were suppressed. However, more cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. At this time, the Northern Demon also made his move. He controlled the myriad wood divine tree and began to provide Lin Xian with the laws of wood. This greatly increased Lin Xian's recovery ability. Damn it. What's wrong with that kid? The Heavenly Sound Sage and the South Sea Sage were equally shocked. The two great sages couldn't take down their opponent. This was too despicable. At the same time, they were even more surprised. Their opponent could trap them for such a long time. With the Annihilation Fire Lotus in his left hand and the Great Destruction in his right, he swept out. In an instant, the power of annihilation flew out. At the same time, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a Kuan-Peng, spinning in the sea. Each time, there was a terrifying power. The Dragon Valley Sage's body was torn apart by the Annihilation Fire Lotus. On the other side, the Wind Demon Sage's legs that had just recovered were turned into ashes again. Both of them screamed, but they didn't stop. The Dragon Valley Sage spat out a pearl. It was a dark golden pearl. The moment it was spat out, it emitted an unparalleled golden light that spread in all directions. Instantly, 13 cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Each crack revealed his bones. The Wind Demon Sage put his hands together. The Law of Wind directly chopped off one of Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian was also covered in blood, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. With just one hand, the Dragon Valley Saint exploded into pieces once again. On the other side, Lin Xian kicked out. His light technique was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon Sage's. The ocean of millions of miles was controlled by him, directly splitting the Wind Demon Sage in half. Meanwhile, the flames on his body burned, evaporating all the surrounding seawater. Nirvana rebirth, Lin Xian was reborn from the flames, instantly becoming as good as new. Damn it, that's a law ability. The two great sages' scalps went numb. They hurriedly consumed heavenly treasures to recover from their injuries. However, their recovery speed was far inferior to Lin Xian's. After Lin Xian recovered, he directly used the Kuan-Peng movement technique and arrived in front of the Dragon Valley Sage. Die for me. The Great Destruction Spear and the power of the Dragon Sword Spirit directly pierced through the opponent. This time, there were many law fragments on the Dragon Sword Spirit. It was as if it had turned into a true dragon, constantly tearing the opponent's body apart. The Dragon Valley Sage screamed. He found that the sword chi on it was too cold, and he couldn't heal it at all. As for Lin Xian, he used his eye technique to attack his opponent's soul. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he quickly dodged, but a bloody line appeared on his back. It turned out that the Wind Demon Sage had attacked. The Wind Demon Sage's legs became incomparably sharp. This attack was a fatal blow. Although Lin Xian had the Kuan-Peng movement technique, he was still affected. However, this wasn't the most fatal blow. The most fatal blow landed on the Dragon Valley Sage's body. The Dragon Valley Sage screamed and was seriously injured. At this moment, Lin Xian exploded again, forming the 10,000 Dragons picture and locking it on the Dragon Valley Sage's body. No, the Dragon Valley Sage screamed crazily. He was injured previously and hadn't fully recovered. In addition, the Wind Demon Sage had accidentally injured him, and now he had to face the 10,000 Dragons picture. He fled like a madman, the dragon blood in his body burning. Lin Xian threw out the Great Destruction Spear, nailing him into the sea. Then, the 10,000 Dragons picture completely enveloped him. Tens of thousands of dragons attacked, roaring non-stop. The terrifying power caused the Dragon Valley Saint to cry out in pain. In the end, the Dragon Valley Saint was destroyed in both body and soul. Dead, the Saint of the Dragons was dead. This scene shocked the other 3 members of the Great Sage. Too scary. This person is really too scary. I have to get out of here quickly. The 2 of you, quickly break out of the encirclement and help me kill this brat. Wind Demon Saint roared madly. Previously, when it was 2 against 1, he was no match for his opponent. Now that it was a one-on-one fight, he was very likely to be killed by his opponent. Hearing those words, the Heavenly Toned Sage played her zither continuously. Terrifying sound waves and murderous aura rushed out. Unfortunately, the azure lotus on Yan Ryu's body was too mysterious. It directly froze a part of the world and formed a special domain. It was like a sacred domain that was impenetrable. On the other side, the heaven-crippling chessboard shook violently. The South Sea Saint was supported by the power of the void, so the law of water was abnormally violent. Even though the heaven-crippling chessboard was mysterious, the dark red divine dragon had not comprehended it for too long, so cracks appeared on it. However, the dark red divine dragon took out a few sets of peerless killing formations and stacked them on top of each other, immediately making up for the cracks. For a moment, the South Sea Saint was blocked again. Damn it, how is this possible? I'm going crazy. Humph, do you really think I'm easy to mess with? I'll show you a few of my peerless skills. The dragon blood on the dark red divine dragon's body surged, and mysterious blood-colored patterns appeared, making him look extraordinarily mighty. With a roar, the boundless sea of void started to spin, forming a huge vortex. Within it, there were terrifying lightning bolts. Dragon's great skill, Thunder Lake. This was to turn a part of the world into a sea of lightning. The South Sea Saint's expression changed when he saw this. Damn it, how is this possible? He seemed to feel that the dragon's bloodline in front of him was even stronger than the ancient dragon's sage. How is this possible? What is this? He was about to go crazy. The surrounding Thunder Lake rushed towards him quickly, and the South Sea Saint fought back crazily. On the other side, the Heavenly Toned Saint was also anxious. He had no choice but to use his peerless secret technique, the Heavenly Demon Sound. His fingers played on the guqin, and the roars of dragons and tigers sounded. At the same time, what was even more terrifying was that endless phantoms appeared around him. Those were the heavenly demons of the outer realm. They were very terrifying and could affect one's soul. Not good. For a moment, Yan Ruyu fell into a dangerous situation. Even Lin Xian frowned. He had heard of the power of the heavenly demons. He wanted to help, but he was blocked by the Wind Demon Saint. At this moment, the Wind Demon Saint had also activated the law of fire in addition to the law of wind. Although the law of fire was suppressed here, he could not care less. Flames filled the sky, and the terrifying power of wind and fire stirred. The opponent's leg technique had become more powerful than before, and its power had multiplied. Lin Xian could not step forward for a moment, and the surrounding heavenly demons rushed towards Yan Ruyu quickly. In an instant, they enveloped her. Humph, die. The heavenly demon, can even affect a second heaven sage, let alone a little girl like you. The heavenly toned saint revealed a sinister smile. This battle was over, and he could join forces with the Wind Demon Saint. However, he decided to get rid of the dragon first, and wait for the three great sage to attack together. Then, the opponent would definitely be dead. Boom, Yan Ruyu was enveloped by the endless phantoms of the heavenly demons. Suddenly, she exclaimed in shock. An aura spread out from her body, and suddenly, the surroundings were incomparably mysterious. The green lotus in her hand was even more terrifying, as if it had turned into a part of the world, and blasted forward. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura surged out, covering the sky and earth. The heavenly toned saint immediately knelt on the ground, his body trembling. His face was full of horror. What kind of aura was this? It was too terrifying. This aura had completely surpassed his. The heavenly demon guqin in his hand broke into two with a crack. No, the heavenly toned saint screamed. The opponent was too strange. This aura had completely surpassed his. It had even surpassed a third heaven sage. Could it be? There was something extremely terrifying in the opponent's body. He wanted to escape, but a ray of green light instantly streaked across his forehead. In the next moment, his corpse fell. How was that possible? The Wind Demon Sage was stunned. The South Sea Sage was also trembling in fear. One had to know that this was the second sage to fall. Previously, they were also shocked by the fall of Sage Longgu, but that was done by Lin Xian with his real combat strength. Because Lin Xian was also severely injured. If not for the law of fire rebirth, Lin Xian would probably be dead by now. But now, the Heavenly Sound Sage was different. She was killed by the other party in one move. Her soul was destroyed, and even her sage blood was destroyed. One had to know that it was easy to defeat a sage, but very difficult to kill one. A sage could be reborn from a drop of blood. If not for Lin Xian having two great inheritances and the offensive aura of the great dragon sword soul, it would be impossible to completely kill the Dragon Valley sage. But now, that mysterious woman had done it so easily. What was in her body? And that aura made their hair stand on end. They almost knelt on the ground just now. That attack just now had already surpassed the aura of a sage. Could it be? They did not dare to think further. The group in front of them was too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two immediately wanted to escape. Seeing this, the clear light in Yan Ryu's eyes burst out again. But just as she raised her finger, she weakly put it down. Obviously, using that power just now was a huge burden on her. She would not be able to use that attack again in a short period of time. However, Lin Xian would not let the Wind Demon Sage escape. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique and chased after him. In an instant, he blocked the other party. Damn brat, get out of my way. The Wind Demon Sage was not in the mood to fight now. Although that woman was weak now, who knew if she would recover after eating some spiritual medicine? If he were to strike again, he would be instantly killed. He was not willing to bear the consequences. So, he charged at Lin Xian like a madman. Flames of war raged. His legs moved, a storm swept, and flames filled the sky, completely shattering the void in front of him. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and used the Nine-Yang Sword technique. In his left hand, he gathered 9 sea dragons, bit his fist, and punched out. Damn it, Desolate Dragon Fist, how do you know it? The Wind Demon Sage was about to go crazy. This lad before him was just as bizarre. He was sent flying with a single punch, and his leg was broken. As expected, in a one-on-one fight, it was very difficult for him to be a match for the other party. After a few more punches, the Wind Demon Saint was smashed into pieces by the fists of Extreme Yang. But soon, the body of the Wind Demon Saint reformed as his face turned cold. Lad, you can defeat me, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Was it that easy? Humph, you're too naive. I've already killed 2 saints. Killing one more won't make any difference. You will be the 3rd saint that I have killed, what? He had killed 2 sages. Hearing this, the Wind Demon Saint's heart thumped wildly. How could this be? Wasn't Saint Longu the only one who died? Although the Heavenly Note Sage was also dead, she was not killed by this brat. What did this kid mean? Could it be that he had killed a sage before? Thinking of this, Wind Demon Sage felt his scalp go numb. But if he wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a price. The murderous aura on his body rushed out, and terrifying wind and flames surged around him. At this moment, the Wind Demon Saint seemed to have transformed into a supreme immortal king. He turned his head again and charged over. It seemed that he wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. Because he knew that he could not escape. He could only fight with his back to the wall and get rid of the person in front of him as quickly as possible. Only then would he be able to escape. Good timing. Lin Xian roared, waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand, and charged forward in large strides. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. In the end, the weapon in his hand seemed to have transformed into a black dragon that kept roaring. Along with his sword technique, he swung it out. Boom, the Great Destruction Spear landed on the opponent's leg technique, and a loud sound was heard. The endless light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. However, to their surprise, the Wind Demon Saint was sent flying. His leg was split open again. However, at this moment, he was wearing a pair of green shoes that were shining with an incomparable light. Its power was even more terrifying than a half-step sage weapon. Although it was not comparable to a true sage weapon, its power was still unparalleled. Boom! Boom! The Wind Demon Saint moved, and the war boots on his feet quickly charged back. His combat strength rose rapidly. Kick after kick, it was like a mountain was sent flying. It was so terrifying that it could make a sage of the same realm crumble. However, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. Especially when he was standing there, the blood in his entire body was boiling. The great dragon sword spirit was influenced by him, and let out a loud dragon roar. His attack power was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon Saint. The spear swept out, and the aura it carried was enough to make one tremble. 9 suns opening the sky, this strike seemed to have split the entire sky into 2 halves. With a pft, the Wind Demon Saint's body was split open. Lin Xian didn't dodge. Thus, when the pair of cyan shoes hit him, cracks appeared on his body. However, he didn't care. Because the northern demon was helping him recover from afar. He only needed to fight with all his might. As expected, he had the branches of the universal sacred tree on him, which provided him with strong vitality. He charged out again. Another 2 spears pierced through the opponent again. This time, the wind demon saint was really going crazy, because he realized that he could not heal himself this time. The sword chi on him was too terrifying, and could not be erased. Another destruction fire lotus, and the great destruction spear, with the power to destroy everything, tore the opponent's body into pieces. Next, in an instant, the remaining flesh of the opponent began to disintegrate. Even the sage's blood was about to be erased. Damn it! Seeing this, the wind demon saint screamed like a madman. Everything happened too quickly, and he could not react at all. His opponent's attack was too fierce, and his body was shattered, and his soul had to escape. Want to escape? Can you escape? Lin Xian held the great destruction spear in his hand, and the great dragon sword spirit coiled around it. This aura was enough to destroy everything. Even the soul of a sage could be destroyed. As expected, his attack penetrated the opponent's soul, and as he moved, the opponent's soul was shattered into pieces. At the same time, he used the heavenly secret god eye, and the golden eye formed a vortex, igniting the shattered soul. Arg, a tragic cry rang out, and in the end, the wind demon saint's soul collapsed, and was burned clean. Another saint had been killed. If there were other experts here, they would be scared out of their wits when they saw this. Sages were above the heavens and earth, and were very difficult to kill. But now, they were falling one after another. 3 sages had fallen, and in addition to the child sage, there were 4 sages. The last one, the South Sea sage, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Lin Xian, and his body trembled. South Sea Saint trembled. This was simply a killing god. It was so terrifying that he almost fainted. Lin Xian's nerves were cold and his face was calm. He didn't seem to be affected much. He was no longer as excited as when he killed for the first time. So after he dealt with Wind Demon Saint, he immediately turned his head and stared at South Sea Saint. South Sea Saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. He was the only one left and the people around him were so powerful. Wait, don't kill me. South Sea Saint quickly begged for mercy. I was tricked into coming here by them. Please spare my life and I will never be your enemy again. Spare your life? Lin Xian walked over with a cold smile on his face. The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. Why didn't you say that just now? Weren't you very powerful just now? You wanted to kill us ants, now you know how to beg for mercy? It's over. Let's see how I kill you. He moved the heaven-crippling chessboard. The terrifying black and white chess pieces turned into a peerless killing intent. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. South Sea Saint knew that he was in a dangerous situation, so he instantly burned his life force. This method was similar to Lu Mu's. It could obtain powerful combat strength, but it would consume his life force. But he couldn't care less. If he fought, he would have a chance to live. If he didn't, he would probably be killed. Immediately. With a boom, after he obtained powerful strength, he blasted the heaven-crippling chessboard and fled into the distance. Where are you going? Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and rushed over. He waved the great destruction spear in his hand and turned into a black dragon. Everywhere it passed, the endless void was torn apart and a terrifying vacuum zone appeared. Sword chi shot into the sky, causing South Sea Saint's scalp to go numb. South Sea Saint used the law of water with all his strength. It stirred up the surrounding waters, forming terrifying whirlpools one after another to resist the sword chi. Stop, what do you want? I'll give it all to you. South Sea Saint ran and screamed crazily. But unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Lin Xian kept waving the weapon in his hand, turning it into a black shadow that filled the sky. These sword chis were too terrifying. They pierced through all the seawater, and the water laws trembled from the impact. The South Sea Saint's expression was one of terror. He felt the other party's sword energy and his entire body went cold. It was too terrifying. Were the Dragon Valley Saint and the Wind Demon Saint fighting against such beings? No wonder he was killed. There was nothing he could do. He could only burn his life force again and block the attack like crazy. As for Lin Xian, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and once again fused with the Great Destruction Spear, causing a terrifying power to surge out. The Annihilation Fiery Lotus flew out. Its destructive aura could destroy everything in the world. Pung pung pung, the South Sea Saint was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and a lot of blood appeared on his body. However, a crazed look appeared in his eyes. You forced me to do this. At worst, we'll just die together. A blue bottle flew out from between his eyebrows. This bottle was very small, only the size of a thumb. However, it was indeed very exquisite. There were many Dao runes on it. At that moment, under the South Sea Saint's control, it quickly grew in size and turned into a blue bottle. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the blue bottle was exquisite, the mouth of the bottle was sealed. Dao runes intertwined, forming a seal that sealed it. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the sealed mouth. One could imagine that the thing that was sealed was definitely not ordinary. The seal was broken. The South Sea Saint roared angrily. Immediately, the seal formed by the inverted runes on it quickly disappeared. Then, an extremely cold aura flowed out. It caused the North Demon, the Dark Red Dragon, and the others to tremble, revealing a trace of fear. Kid, be careful. This aura is too strange. The Dark Red Dragon warned. Yan Ryu also frowned. The green aura on his body circulated again, ready to attack at any time. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a golden light. He stared at the blue bottle. He saw that there seemed to be a black liquid flowing in the blue bottle. Black seawater? He frowned. This aura made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he quickly attacked. He waved the Great Destruction Spear, and another terrifying sword chi flew out. Kid, have a taste of the moon blood. Ha 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 ha. The South Sea Saint laughed arrogantly. He had gone crazy. At this moment, he threw out the blue bottle without holding back. Immediately, the black seawater in the bottle poured out. A terrifying aura spread out, as if an immemorial beast had been resurrected. This aura caused everyone's expression to change. The Dark Red Dragon even screamed. What? Moonblood? Damn it, it's actually such a thing. Don't let it touch you. This thing is very strange. After Lin Xian heard this, his 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, forming a terrifying domain that blocked everything. The sword light in his hand was even brighter. He also burned all the qi and blood in his body. The Great Dragon Sword soul roared as if it was injected with blood essence. It came to life, causing Lin Xian's combat strength to soar again. 9 suns split the sky. A sword chi split the sky and earth, splitting the black blood in front of him. This sword directly sent the South Sea Saint flying. The bottle in his hand also fell to the side. The Dark Red Dragon quickly controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and attacked the bottle. The South Sea Saint roared. Damn it, he wanted to recall the moon bottle again, but Lin Xian directly cut off his path. Another fierce battle ensued. However, in the end, the South Sea Saint was still swept away. His body was cut in half at the waist, and his heart was shattered. His soul also hurriedly ran out. Damn kid, I won't let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul was penetrated. A sword chi took the shape of a dragon and firmly pierced his soul. Do you think I will give you a chance? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The Great Dragon Sword soul exploded, directly destroying the soul of the other party. Dead, another saint was dead. The 4 saints who came were all killed. One of them was killed by Yan Ryu, and the other 3 all died in the hands of Lin Xian. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire ancient path of the starry sky. Going against mortals and killing saints, this kind of battle was originally something that only the top geniuses could do. It was not easy to defeat a saint, but now, Lin Xian killed 3 saints in a row in one day. This kind of battle record was too dazzling, too shocking. After killing the South Sea Saint, Lin Xian also kept vomiting blood. His blood was golden, and at this moment, it was abnormally shocking. There were many more cracks on his body. Although rising from the ashes was powerful, using it too many times would damage the bloodline and the body. Fortunately, he had a divine body. Neither the North Demon nor the Dark Red Dragon were injured. On the other side, Yan Ryu also flew over. Her pale face now had a tinge of red. Previously, she had not been injured in the battle with the sages. However, she might have used more power than she could handle, so her body was a little weak. She could recover with a little rest. But Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian had fought with the sages again and again. He had narrowly escaped death, and his injuries were very serious. Although he had rising from the ashes, if he was not careful, his foundation would be damaged. If his foundation was damaged, it would be serious. It would affect his future martial path. So the Dark Red Dragon said, "Kid, don't worry about anything now. Hurry up and recover here. We'll protect you." Yan Ryu also nodded. The North Demon said, "I'll help you recover." As he spoke, he used the 10,000 demon body. His palms formed seals, and the law of wood danced. The heavenly tree floated behind Lin Xian. The leaves on the tree all covered Lin Xian. They shone with a green light and were crystal clear. That was an extremely powerful life force. Lin Xian quickly sat down cross-legged. He swallowed the spiritual treasures and the pills he had refined. Then, he formed seals with his palms and absorbed the life force that the North Demon gave him. At the same time, he secretly used the longevity incantation and his own law of wood to recover quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian sank into recovery. Yan Ryu protected him, the North Demon controlled the 10,000 wood divine tree, and the Dark Red Dragon began to clean up the battlefield. 4 sages had died. Some of them did not even have a corpse, and some were torn apart. The Dark Red Dragon took their Dharma treasures, storage rings, and everything that could be used. The items of the sages were very useful to them, so he would not waste any of it. He even put away all the sages and obtained the heavenly Yin treasure bottle. He could not help but grin. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With the help of the North Demon and a large number of treasures, Lin Xian had completely recovered. There were no hidden injuries left. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of his foundation. "You're finally awake." Yan Ryu heaved a sigh of relief. The Northern Demon also took back the heaven-reaching divine tree. The Dark Red Dragon said, Come, let's split the spoils. I've already divided the treasures of these 4 saints. Everyone had a share. It was absolutely fair. The Dark Red Dragon hugged the heavenly Yin Aquarius and grinned. Lin Xian took a look. Indeed, it was pretty much the same. Other than the heavenly Yin Aquarius, everything else was pretty fair. Lin Xian didn't object to this. Yan Ryu and North Yao didn't say anything either. This was because the sage's storage ring contained elixirs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and elixirs, which were all very useful to them. There were even some insights into the Great Tao. "Let's go. It's about time we leave and explore other places," Lin Xian suggested. The others also rose into the air, and the group left once again. Void Ocean. Ever since these people came in, there were battles everywhere. However, it was extremely rare for Lin Xian's side to lose 4 saints at once. The other battles were also very tragic. The weakest among them was a half-saint. Countless half-saints had died here, and their blood had dyed the sea red. There was a place where the battle was very intense. This was because there was also a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. The battle in that cave was also very tragic. There were about a dozen figures around it. They were injured, and their eyes were filled with fear as they stared ahead. There were also a dozen corpses on the ground around them. Each of them had died very miserably. A figure stood in front of these people. It was a man with a tall and sturdy figure. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared on his body. There were also terrifying emperor runes flickering on his body. Yan Nantian. Yes, it was him. Yan Nantian, you're too arrogant. That cave abode is so big. Why do you want to take it all for yourself? That's right. Can't you share some with us? The other half-saints roared madly. Among them, there was a saint. This saint's face was also cold. Yan Nantian, you won't even let me in." To be honest, he was really mad. It was fine if these half-saints couldn't enter because they were all ants in his eyes. But what was he? He was a saint who had transcended heaven and earth. How could the other party not even let him in? Other than Yan Nantian, no one here had entered the cave abode. The other party was too arrogant. Did he really think that he could show off in front of a saint just because he was the successor of a great emperor? You can force your way in, but the price is death. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yan Nantian's voice was as cold as ever as he faced the saint. There was even a strong sense of threat in his voice. A saint? He was very powerful, but he was nothing in front of Yan Nantian. He was the successor of a great emperor. Although he was only a half-saint, he definitely had the strength to kill a saint. Fine, I'll see what's so special about you as the successor of a great emperor. That sage rushed over quickly, and a terrifying law surged out. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yan Nantian's eyes also shone with a cold light. Ever since the Battle of the Vermilion Bird List, he had been in seclusion, and his strength had improved recently. Moreover, he had obtained some treasures in the Void Ocean, so he didn't care about facing a saint at all. At the end of the battle, the saint fled miserably, but Yan Nantian wouldn't let him leave. I've said it before. There's only one outcome for those who dare to provoke me, and that's death. Sky-destroying finger. With a point of his finger, the saint's body was torn into pieces, and only his soul escaped. Stay here. Sun and moon split open the sky. A terrifying scene appeared. Like a millstone that could destroy the world, the saint's soul was obliterated. The saint's body fell, shocking everyone. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. What happened in front of them? How could a saint die just like that? Heavens, had Yan Nantian already broken through to the saint realm? No, he was still using the nomological fragments, but he already had the strength to kill a saint. Damn it, these people retreated like crazy. Although the previous battle was tragic, they still had hope. However, how could they fight now? Even a saint was no match for Yan Nantian. Run, run, someone finally couldn't help but break down and flee like crazy. As soon as he fled, the surrounding people also fled. For a time, only corpses were left except for Yan Nantian. Humph, a bunch of ants. Yan Nantian sneered, then entered the cave below. A few days later, he came out with a smug look on his face. With one palm strike, the underwater world below was smashed into pieces. Countless cracks appeared on the huge rocks, swallowing up the cave. Not long after Yan Nantian left, another group of people arrived. The aura of this group of people was also extremely powerful. The leader was a young man. They were from the Xikong family. After they arrived, they looked at the people around them and said that there was a tragic battle around them. Wait, this is the corpse of a sage. They had a shocking discovery. Who was it that could kill even a sage? Who was the opponent? It was probably a powerful sect. They didn't know which faction it belonged to. There should be treasures here. Quick, find them. They searched frantically. There was a cave here, but it was covered by stones, but we still found it. They blasted the rocks away, revealing the cave at the bottom of the sea. However, they found that they couldn't enter. Damn it. We can't force our way into the cave left behind by a sage. It seems that we can only find the key. But that person must have already entered and taken the treasure. Forget it, let's find something else. The people from the Xikong family rose into the air and left quickly. A few days later, 4 figures appeared again. It was Lin Xian and the others. They looked at the battle around them and frowned. The dark red dragon said that a sage had fallen. I wonder who did it. They went down to take a look and found the cave. However, they couldn't enter it either. Let's go and find other opportunities. The dark red dragon and the others said. Lin Xian frowned and sensed carefully. Then, he snorted. Yan Nantian did it. I sensed his aura. There was the aura of an emperor's mark and the sky-destroying finger. What? Yan Nantian, damn it, I wonder how many sages the Vermilion Bird Palace sent this time. However, Lin Xian said that it was probably Yan Nantian who did it himself. He should have the strength to kill a sage. However, what did he obtain in this cave? Kid, be careful. Yan Nantian is not simple. He was only ranked 4th on the Abyss leaderboard. However, he improved by leaps and bounds in a few years and reached such an unbelievable level. Don't forget that he has the inheritance of a great emperor and the full support of the Vermilion Bird Palace. His strength is increasing every day. He's definitely not weaker than you. Don't be careless when you meet him. Don't worry. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. I wonder how many monarch regeneration talismans this guy has. Even if he was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't have much of it. Yan Ryu also opened her red lips slightly. It would be great if he could meet him in the Void Ocean. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could use up all the great emperor regeneration talismans in his hands. Lin Xian nodded, then waved his hand, and the group left again. The Void Ocean was extremely vast and it was filled with dangers. In addition to the fights between the foreign experts, there were also some who died in the mouths of the terrifying sea demons. There were even some who didn't know what was good for them, and ended up barging into Saint Seahorse's resting area. A single roar from Saint Seahorse instantly destroyed the dozen or so half-saints. Since then, that place had become a forbidden area. Everyone else had to take a detour around it. Deep in the sea, in the deep blue sea, a group of people quickly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 6 in total. Moreover, they were all very young. The leader of the group had a burly figure and a sharp gaze. It was as if he didn't put the world in his eyes. They were the experts of the 8-Wind Palace. The 8-Wind Palace was no weaker than the Vermilion Bird Palace. The leader of the group was one of the top young geniuses of the 8-Wind Palace. His name was Huang Jiu. At this moment, Huang Jiu and the others had also arrived at the deep blue sea. They immediately became vigilant. This was because the sea water here was much bluer than other places. Moreover, the heavy pressure was even more terrifying. Be careful. There might be some terrifying sea demons hiding here, Huang Jiu warned. The disciples of the 8-Wind Palace were also on high alert. The armor on their bodies flickered. They continued to move forward. Suddenly, they stopped in front of an underwater canyon. This was because they saw a figure standing in front of them. He was like an emperor, emitting a powerful aura. Even Huang Jiu frowned. Yan Nantian, he was shocked. The people of the 8-Wind Palace narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were all in their mouths. These were the most powerful people of the younger generation. Yan Nantian, the successor of a great emperor. They had only heard of him before. Now, they finally saw him in person. To be honest, they didn't know Yan Nantian before. However, the 9 great emperor marks on Yan Nantian's body were too dazzling. The oppressive energy was so powerful that they could recognize him at a glance. Seeing that there were people behind him, Yan Nantian turned his head. His eyes were like stars as they swept across them. Other than Huang Jiu, the other experts of the 8-Wind Palace behind him felt their scalps go numb. The people of the 8-Wind Palace. A faint smile appeared on Yan Nantian's face. Seeing the smile on his face, the people of the 8-Wind Palace became nervous. Would Yan Nantian attack them? It would be difficult for them to stop him. Huang Jiu also said that since you're here, we'll look for it elsewhere. However, Yan Nantian said, there's no need. I've already searched this place. There's nothing to miss. If you want to look for it, go ahead. After saying that, his body swayed. The Emperor Marks carried him and flew into the distance. He left. The people of the 8-Wind Palace were stunned. They didn't expect that he didn't attack them. Could it be that there were really no treasures here? However, Huang Jiu said, that's not necessarily true. Although Yan Nantian is powerful, he's still from the younger generation. There might be times when he makes a mistake. This sea is obviously different from other places. So, we'd better search carefully. These people began to spread out and search. At the same time, a few more people came from the deep blue sea. Among them, Lin Xian and the others came as well. When they saw that the blue sea was different, they became interested. Most importantly, little white in Yan Ryu's arms. Its big black gem-like eyes were blinking. It sensed the aura of a treasure in front of it. Hearing that there was a treasure, everyone became interested. Little White was an expert at finding treasures. Yanryu smiled and took out many top-grade spirit fruits from the storage room and stuffed them into Little White's hands. While eating, Little White pointed the way for everyone. However, after walking for a long time, everyone frowned. This deep blue sea was too strange. There didn't seem to be any demonic beasts, and marine plants were useless. Was there really a treasure here? The dark red divine dragon also arrived. Kid, this place is too strange. Could there be a saint-level sea monster hidden here? After all, other sea monsters wouldn't dare to come to the territory of a sage. Indeed, along the way, they were attacked by sea monsters everywhere they passed, but they didn't encounter any here. That didn't make them wonder. They looked at Little White. Below, the dark rainbow divine dragon said. Little guy, did you secretly drink the spiritual wine these 2 days and drink until you became stupid? There's nothing below. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. His body floated down because he sensed that the Dao stones he obtained had undergone a strange change. They were even more resplendent than before. Suddenly, Lin Xian remembered the whereabouts of the water Dao stone. He came to the Void Sea for 2 purposes. The first was to help the Xianxia star obtain the great sage statue. The second was to find the water Dao stone. However, he seemed to have almost forgotten about this matter during the continuous battle with the sage. However, now that he saw the changes in the other Dao stones, Lin Xian remembered the news that the Xianxia star had given him. The Dao stone was nearby. Therefore, he was wild with joy. What's wrong, kid? What did you find? The dark red divine dragon asked. Yanryu and the North Demon also had puzzled expressions. Lin Xian said to them. The water Dao stone I want should be nearby. Help me find it. What? It's nearby? When the 3 of them heard this, they also helped to search. Lin Xian followed the information that the Xianxia star had given him and combined it with the reaction of the Dao stone in his hand, so he quickly descended. Finally, she arrived at a place. With a burst of strength, the earth immediately began to rumble and tremble, and a large crack was created by her strike. The dark blue sea water shook violently. It formed a whirlpool, and a cave abode appeared in the middle of the whirlpool. A terrifying aura of water came from inside the cave abode. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He knew that the water Dao stone should be inside. He found it. He let out a low cry. The dark red divine dragon and the other 2 also quickly rushed over. They looked at the blue cave abode in front of them, their eyes flickering. What a magical aura! At the entrance of the cave abode, there was a ball of blue water that seemed to be sealed. Lin Xian directly waved his sword energy and slashed forward. This attack caused the entire deep blue sea to shake. However, Lin Xian didn't care about anything. He quickly waved his sword a few times, and on the 6th strike, he split open the blue seal. Then, the few of them quickly rushed in. The vibration of the deep blue sea region naturally attracted the attention of many people. Among them, the faces of the people from the 8-Wind Palace changed. There was a vibration. Could it be that a treasure had appeared? Huang Jiu's eyes shone with a piercingly cold light. Over there. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, he led the experts of the 8 Desolation Hall and flew over. Lin Xian and his group entered the cave. There was now a blue water platform inside, which was completely condensed from seawater. On top of it was a fist-sized crystal. The crystal was sparkling and translucent. It was ocean blue in color and had countless Dao patterns on it. Those were natural Dao patterns. Water Dao stone. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. Great, I finally found it. Lin Xian was too excited. Now that he had found the water Dao stone, the 5 elements Dao stone in his hand would be complete. Thinking of this, he stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed forward. Buzz buzz buzz, the Dao patterns in the surroundings reacted and quickly attacked, blocking Lin Xian's large hand. However, Lin Xian didn't care. If he wanted to take the treasure, nothing could stop him. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Oh no, someone is coming. Kid, if you want to take the treasure, we will help you stop them. The North Demon, Yanryu, and the dark red divine dragon turned their heads and stood in front, protecting Lin Xian firmly. Indeed, not long after, many figures flashed near the cave. Among them, a group of figures was incomparably powerful and directly stepped in. After that group of people entered, it caused the world to shake. Many people were sent flying. There was indeed a treasure. After those people entered, they looked around and then stared straight ahead. That aura, that was the Tao stone. They were too excited. They didn't expect that there would be a Tao stone here. The Tao stone was the Tao stone of heaven and earth. Even saints would be jealous of it, let alone them. However, soon, the people of the Eight-Wind Palace roared. Damn it, stop! They found that a figure was using all his strength to break the Tao patterns in the surroundings, trying to forcefully take the Tao stone. Suddenly, 2 disciples of the Eight-Wind Palace rushed out. 8 Desolation Fist, they threw out terrifying punches. These people of the Eight-Wind Palace were very powerful. Moreover, the 8 Desolation Fist carried an aura that looked down on the world. Their arms were like giant dragons, carrying a powerful force. With a single strike, the surrounding space was shattered. 2 terrifying fists blasted forward. Humph! The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved the heavenly dragon divine claw, which turned into countless dragon claws and clawed forward. Shocking collision sounds and screams were heard. The 2 8 Desolation Fists were shattered. The 2 experts of the Eight-Wind Palace groaned as their arms bled and they retreated. Damn it! The faces of the people of the Eight-Wind Palace changed. Huangzhou also frowned. Which faction are you from? Get lost if you don't want to die. His voice was like 10,000 claps of thunder. It shook the people around the cave, causing their blood to boil. Song Tian was from the Eight-Wind Palace. Originally, the people around wanted to enter, but now they hesitated. The Eight-Wind Palace was very strong. Moreover, they recognized that the leader was the top genius of the Eight-Wind Palace, Huangzhou. Such a person was very strong. It would be difficult for them to fight against him. Therefore, they lingered around the entrance of the cave and didn't enter directly. Get lost, the dark red divine dragon also roared. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Instantly, the blood of the people in the Desolation Palace boiled. The people outside the cave were even more shocked. The dragon's roar, Song Xianxia, were they from the dragons? Could they be from the Dragon Valley? As expected, Huangzhou frowned. You are from the Dragon Valley? He stared at the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon and the others didn't deny it. It was very useful to use the tiger's skin now. Therefore, he snorted coldly. Since you know, why don't you get lost? At this point, the dragon blood in his body boiled even more. Humph, so what if you are from the Dragon Valley? The Eight-Wind Palace is not afraid. Huangzhou snorted. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Although the dragons were strong, the Eight-Wind Palace was not afraid. In the 8 barren lands, only I am supreme. The fact that the Eight-Wind Palace was called that meant that they were very strong. Buzz Huangzhou attacked. The 8-Wind Palm. His palm pushed out. A terrifying power swept in all directions. Everyone's blood froze. It was too scary. Huangzhou was indeed terrifying. The people outside the cave were terrified. The dark red divine dragon snorted and was about to attack. However, the North Demon was faster than him. He slapped out with his palm. A green ray of light shot up from the sky like a bolt of lightning, directly blocking the palm of the other party. The 2 collided in the sky. The power swept in all directions. After the attack, the North Demon retracted his palm. Huangzhou's face darkened. Damn it, who is this person? How can he be compared to me? Huangzhou's face was incomparably cold, but at that moment, a sneer came from outside the cave. They're not from Dragon Valley, so you don't have to worry about anything. Just kill them. Yan Ryu and the others' faces changed, and the people outside exclaimed. They all stepped aside to make a path. Then, a figure walked over like an emperor. The people from Eight-Wind Palace also looked over, and in the next moment, they screamed. Yan Nantian, Huangzhou frowned. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to come back. Could it be that he didn't leave? However, What was even more shocking to him was the fact that these people were from the Dragon Valley. But just now, he clearly felt the dragon's blood and aura. I can guarantee that they're not from Dragon Bone. Yan Nantian glanced at Huangjiu, then looked forward. His gaze swept across the three people, then stared at the figure in front of him who was snatching the Dao stone. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I've finally found you, not good. Crimson Shenong and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect to meet Yan Nantian in such a situation. But at that moment, Lin Xian, who was snatching the Dao stone, said, I'll be able to snatch it in half an incense's time. Then, I'll take his life. Hearing this, the people from Eight Wind Palace and the people outside were shocked. Who was this person? He was so arrogant that he dared to take Yan Nantian's life. Huangjiu seemed to think of someone, but before he could think carefully, Yan Nantian said, I'll kill the person in front. You bring people to help me stop them. Once it's done, you can have the Dao stone. I don't want anything. How about it, I can stop two at most. Huangjiu thought for a moment, then said. Indeed, he had seen the strength of the Crimson Divine Dragon and the North Beast. The beautiful woman in the middle shouldn't be weak either. Two of them were enough. The rest of them were no match for me. Then, Yan Nantian made his move. The 4 divine beast phantoms and the 9 emperor runes rushed out and flew forward. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop them. You're courting death, the Crimson Divine Dragon roared and attacked with the Heavenly Dragon Divine Claw. The North Yao also sent out one longevity blade beam after another. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, and the two of them each took a few steps back. Their arms were numb. Damn it, this guy's strength was too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Even with the two of them working together, they were still sent flying. Yan Ryu said, Yan Nong, you guys, deal with the other 8 Wind Palace. A green light rose from her body, and an extremely terrifying power burst out, directly blocking Yan Nantian's path. On the other side, the people of the desolate 9 Greats 8 Wind Hall also rushed over, wanting to break through the encirclement. But the North Beast and the Crimson Beast. For a moment, the two sides began to fight. Yan's, Yan Nong's, Yan's, Jiao, Yan's, Ruto us Ru Ingli, he s Yan's, teat to him. The other party seemed to have grasped some kind of terrifying power. Especially now, the green aura on the other party's body made his hair stand on end. However, he still had to make a move. Even if his opponent had a trump card, could he defeat him? Yan lent us thinking of this, he pointed his finger forward. Sky-destroying finger. With a finger, everything was destroyed. Skyfrost palm, Yan Ryu's palm was covered in a green light. She pushed it out, and ice rose, trying to freeze her opponent's finger. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The violent energy in the cave lit up the surrounding Dao runes. The martial artists who were watching the battle outside were blown away. It was too terrifying. So many experts were attacking at the same time, they retreated like crazy, hiding in the distance and watching secretly. The battle was very shocking. The 8 Wind Palace's people roared. The more they fought, the more shocked they were. The two people in front of them were too powerful. Even Huangjiu was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, let alone the other members of the 8 Wind Hall. Yan Ryu and Yan Nantian's battle was even more intense. Yan Nantian displayed the lightning god's physique. His speed and power became incomparably violent. The sun and moon split open the sky, shattering all the ice around them. He was so powerful that it was as if a great emperor was reborn. He sent Yan Ryu flying. Yan Ryu's face was pale. She glanced at Lin Xian, who was cracking the Dao runes. Then, a shocking rune burst out from her eyes. Then, an extremely terrifying power burst out. In her hand, a green lotus flower appeared. She grabbed it and threw it forward. With a boom, the terrifying attack was all sent flying. Yan Nantian was hit by the green light. He was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene was simply too shocking. Huangjiu and the people from the 8 Desolation Hall all stopped in their tracks. They looked at the scene, and their faces were full of horror. They quickly retreated. Damn it. What's wrong with this woman? How could she send Yan Nantian flying? Yan Nantian was someone who could kill a saint. Didn't that mean that this woman had the combat strength of a saint? Thinking of this, they felt a chill. Fortunately, Yan Nantian was here. Otherwise, they would have been killed if they had attacked. Damn it. Yan Nantian also stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that other than Lin Xian, there was someone who could hurt him. Moreover, this person wasn't a saint. You've hidden your strength well. Yan Nantian stared fixedly at Yan Ruyu, especially at the lotus in her hand. Her combat strength was too strong. She was definitely not weaker than him. But before this, she didn't show it at all. Even though he was a genius as well, his reputation paled in comparison to his and Lin Xian's. However, he didn't expect that her strength was not weaker than them. Why did she hide it? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian couldn't attack, he probably wouldn't know how terrifying Yan Ruyu was. Since that was the case, he would play with her seriously. Yan Nantian's eyes were cold. He took out the vermilion bird divine feather, enlarged it, and turned it into a flaming divine sword. Then, he slashed out. Boom! Boom, boom. The sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if a vermilion bird had been resurrected. The terrifying aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The biting cold sword chi slashed forward. It could split everything in half. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon both frowned. The people from the yellow and were trembling in fear. Boom! Yan Ruyu snorted coldly and waved the green lotus in her hand. The two of them clashed again, but not long after, Yan Nantian was sent flying again. He was furious. You forced me to do this. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yan Nantian was really angry. This was his best chance to kill Lin Xian. He couldn't miss it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his ultimate skill. The sky-destroying finger was countered by the 9 Emperor runes. Then, the 9 Emperor runes in the sky combined to form a starry sky. Then, a pagoda flew out from the starry sky. When the pagoda appeared, large cracks appeared in all directions. The people of the 8-Wind Hall knelt on the ground, trembling. Even Huang Jiao's face turned pale. He didn't have the strength to resist at all. Oh no, it's the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. This guy was really a lunatic. The dark red dragon cursed. Only Lin Xian with his great dragon sword soul would be able to block such an illusion. They couldn't block it at all. He wondered if Yan Ruyu would be able to block it. The two of them looked at Yan Ruyu. Her face was pale. Obviously, she couldn't bear to use some of her power. However, when she saw the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda, she seemed to have made a decision. You two, get behind me. I'm going to make a move. Speaking of this, the green light on Yan Ruyu's body became thicker. Extremely terrifying and mysterious runes appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a hazy figure appeared on her body. Then, she waved the green lotus in her hand and blasted it forward. It swept over fiercely. Boom boom boom, the hidden immortal pagoda, the mysterious green figure, and the green lotus collided. Chaotic light burst out. The entire cave dwelling was torn apart and collapsed instantly. The people of the 8-Wind Hall were also sent flying, vomiting blood. A few of them were directly killed and turned into blood mist. Everyone thought that nothing could block the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. However, the scene before them surprised them. The hidden immortal pagoda was blocked. How was this possible? Huang Jiao and the people who were watching in the dark all screamed. Yan Nantian's pupils shrank. He was stunned. Someone else blocked his hidden immortal pagoda. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian relied on the great dragon sword soul. What did the woman in front of him rely on? Why did he feel that the green figure and the green lotus on the other party's body gave him a fatal sense of danger? It was as if he was facing the hidden immortal pagoda. Could it be? Yan Nantian thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible, he didn't even get that kind of thing. Not to mention the woman in front of him. In the sky, the two powerful phantoms gradually disappeared. The terrifying aura was still surging, and no one dared to approach. Yan Nantian did not attack again. Even the welcome of the hidden immortal pagoda could not do anything to the other party. He guessed that continuing to fight would be futile. Yan Nantian didn't expect something like this to happen today. He was prepared to stop and look for another opportunity. He turned to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. "You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave?" When this voice came out, Huang Jiao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan Ruyu and the others smiled. Great, this was Lin Xian's voice. Lin Xian could speak now, which meant that he had succeeded in obtaining the treasure. Sure enough, they turned to look. In front of them, the water Dao stone was held in Lin Xian's hand and then put away. Damn it, you dare to stop me? Yan Nantian turned his head, and a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Not only will I stop you, but I will also kill you. Lin Xian walked to Yan Ruyu's side and took out a bottle of spiritual medicine for her to consume. He knew that Yan Ruyu had a strong trump card, but this power could not be used easily. Once used, Yan Ruyu would fall into a weakened state. Sure enough, Yan Ruyu's face was pale without a trace of blood. Don't worry, leave the rest to me, Lin Xian said softly and then walked up. Yan Ryu nodded and looked at the other party's back, feeling very relieved. Yan Nantian, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. I was thinking of where to find you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian pulled out the Great Destruction Spear, and an extremely terrifying and fierce aura spread out. That was the Great Destruction Spear, and he was Lin Wudi. A scream rang out. After hearing this, the people from Eight Wind Palace felt their scalps go numb, and they almost fainted from fright. Lin Wudi, the person in front of them, was the first on the Vermilion Bird list, the powerful existence who defeated Yan Nantian. They had actually wanted to make a move against such a person. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Yan Nantian had come halfway. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. Kid, my strength has increased greatly now, so I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, don't let that woman make a move. Let's fight alone. Yan Nantian was now very afraid of Yan Ryu. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, when we fight, they won't make a move. However, I'm curious. Where did you get the confidence to fight me now? I've killed you more than once. If you didn't have the Emperor Regeneration Talisman, you would have been killed by now. I want to see how many of them you have. Speaking of this, Lin Xian pushed the Great Destruction Spear, and streaks of terrifying sword chi flew out. Each streak was incomparably shocking, and it was as if the heavenly lightning had struck down. In an instant, the front was drowned by countless streaks of sword chi, forming a chaotic scene. In the distance, Huang Jiao and the others were terrified. These streaks of sword chi were too terrifying. The power on them made their hearts tremble even though they were so far away. They probably couldn't block even one of them. Humph, Yan Nantian snorted coldly, and his face darkened. The four divine illusions suddenly expanded, as if they had turned into four divine mountains, surrounding him and suppressing everything. They blocked the terrifying streaks of sword chi. This defense was strong, and it carried a heavy force that suppressed everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even the North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon's expressions changed drastically. Damn it, compared to half a year ago, the other party was stronger. Yan Nantian's improvement speed was too fast. The four divine beasts collided with the endless streaks of sword chi, piercing through everything. I've said it before. The current me is no longer the same as before. I lost to you back then, but I definitely won't lose again. Yan Nantian took a step forward, and the four divine beasts on his body roared into the sky. He took out the Saint Chariot, stood on it, and charged over. Wherever he passed, the streaks of sword chi were all sent flying in all directions. It was too terrifying. That aura was probably enough to crush even a saint. Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to wave the Great Destruction Spear. The streaks of sword chi that were sent flying continuously returned. Get lost. Yan Nantian let out a long roar, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The cave that was already damaged completely collapsed at that moment. The energy continued to spread in all directions. Oh no! The people who were watching the battle from afar screamed in fear. Some of their ears exploded and blood gushed out. Many of them had cracks in their ears. Run! They quickly retreated. Yan Nantian was too powerful at that moment. The 9 emperor patterns on his body rushed out and circled above his head, forming stars that flickered with incomparably bright light. An extremely terrifying wave circulated between heaven and earth. The sun, the moon, and the stars split heaven and earth. That was an extremely terrifying divine power. It was the ultimate skill of the great emperor's inheritance. At that moment, it was extremely powerful and could destroy everything. Even Lin Xian frowned, and a piercing light shot out from his eyes as he quickly rushed into the clouds. Every beam of sword chi was as thick as a mountain. One after another, they danced with the great spear of destruction and rushed into the 9 heavens. After thinking about it, he shot down the 9 stars in the sky. The scene was too shocking. The 2 divine powers were going to compete to see who was better. The dark red divine dragon and the others also quickly retreated. Boom, with one strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surroundings were completely turned into chaos. Nothing could survive. Yan Nantian and Lin Xian's figures were also drowned out. They could not see clearly at all. Damn it, how is the battle going? The people who were escaping in the distance were bewildered. Yan Ryu and the others also became nervous. Boom, suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Then, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and a figure appeared. Yan Nantian. However, at that moment, Yan Nantian's body was covered in blood. 2 of his 4 divine beasts had been pierced and were terrifyingly transparent. On his body, there were 13 sword scars. They were densely packed and crisscrossed all over his body. Blood flowed from them and dyed his body red. Heavens, Yan Nantian is injured. They were stunned and could not believe it. Lin Wudi was too powerful. Not necessarily. Perhaps he was injured as well. Everyone looked carefully. Not long after, another figure appeared. It was Lin Wudi. Those people exclaimed. They realized that Lin Wudi was also injured, but his injuries were not serious. At that moment, the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong recovery ability. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked to the front and laughed coldly. What do you think? Didn't I say that you're no match for me? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Damn it. Yan Nantian was crazy. He knew that the other party was powerful, but in the past half a year, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had thought that he would be able to suppress the other party. In fact, he even managed to kill the other party. However, from the looks of things now, that wasn't the case at all. Nantian, he said Lin Xian's. His injuries. And this meant that he was being suppressed again. Damn it, I'll let you have a taste of my new treasure. Yan Nantian roared. Chaos chi spread out from his palm. It was a strange stone. The aura on it was too scary. Many people screamed when they saw it. Even Yan Ryu and the others exclaimed. Chaos chi? Could it be a chaos stone? Yan Ryu and the others exclaimed. Where did this guy get it from? The dark red divine dragon said. Didn't it prove that he was the one who entered the cave? Maybe he found a chaos stone there? The chaos stone was an extremely peculiar stone. It was born from the chaos chi. The chaos chi was an extremely primitive aura between heaven and earth. It possessed a mysterious and unfathomable power. Yan Nantian held the chaos stone in his hand. If he borrowed the chaos chi, his power would increase again. As expected, Yan Nantian held the chaos stone in his hand and stretched out his palm. The chaos chi formed a huge palm that covered the sky and earth as it came forward. Those who were watching from afar felt their bodies crack. The chaos chi was too scary. It could crush everything. Not good. Retreat. Yan Ryu and the others retreated quickly. Only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian instantly felt a great pressure. Is this the chaos chi? His bones were also rubbing against each other. Creaking sounds could be heard from his body, as if it would break at any moment. Lin Xian shouted. A mysterious light appeared on his body. Then, he used the Kuan-Pung movement technique to its limit. It's useless. You can't escape. Yan Nantian sneered. This is something I obtained in the void ocean. You didn't expect it, did you? Ha 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 ha. Today is the day you die. Yan Nantian's eyes shone. But soon, he frowned. His chaos chi could crush an area. Even a sage would be crushed into a bloody mist. So what if his opponent dodged? Could he escape from his palm? His palm had already turned into a world of its own. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He was so fast that it exceeded his power. Damn it, what kind of movement technique is that? Why haven't I seen him use it before? Yan Nantian frowned. He couldn't even capture his opponent's figure and could only see some blurry afterimages. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. Humph, did you get a treasure in the void ocean? Do you think I didn't? Today, I'll show you my movement technique. As he said that, Lin Xian's speed increased again. In the end, the sky was filled with afterimages. It was impossible to tell which one was real. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The great spear of destruction turned into streaks of sword chi and charged towards Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian's body trembled and the chaos stone in his hand almost fell out. Damn it! Yan Nantian used the thunder god's body and the Hongwu fist to block it quickly. However, he knew that his plan to use the chaos stone to kill his opponent had failed. His opponent had indeed obtained a treasure. And it was a divine ability movement technique. This made him extremely jealous. His opponent's talent was not inferior to his, and he also had such good opportunities. Such a person was the most terrifying. He had no choice but to use that move. Yan Nantian summoned the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda again. This time, the hidden immortal pagoda was surrounded by chaotic chi. Its power was even more terrifying than when he fought against Yanryu. Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul to form the ancient desolate pagoda. Together with the power of the Kuan-Pung, its power was also terrifying. The two collided again. Lin Xian roared and absorbed the power of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The golden blood in his body burned fiercely, providing power to the dragon sword soul. In the end, the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda was broken. Yan Nantian screamed again as he was split in half. Let's attack and kill him in one go. The dark red divine dragon played the heaven-crippling chessboard. The northern demon used the longevity saber. Yanryu was even more direct. He summoned the mysterious figure and the green lotus. The power of the attack was not inferior to the hidden immortal pagoda. Yan Nantian was beaten into a bloody mist. His soul was injured and could be destroyed at any time. He screamed crazily like a demon. Lin Xian. Yanryu. I will remember you. One day, I will destroy your souls. This time, he should be able to use up an Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure, his eyes flickering. He did not chase after him. Next time, he should be able to kill him, right? In the distance, those who saw this scene felt their bodies turn cold. It was too shocking. They had seen a peerless battle. The successor of a great emperor had been killed and was running away in a panic. No one knew if he had died in the end. These people were too terrifying. Now that we have the Dao Stone, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dark red dragon said, sure, but before we leave, we have to take care of some people. He looked at the people from 8 Direction Palace. Because these people had attacked them twice before. Oh, people from 8 Direction Palace? Alright, let's take care of them. Lin Xian nodded and walked forward. The people from 8 Direction Palace were scared out of their wits. Huang Jiu also screamed, stop, we are from 8 Direction Palace. Do you want to be enemies with 8 Direction Palace? Just as he finished speaking, his body was pierced by a black spear. Ah! Then, there was a miserable cry. The people from 8 Direction Palace were stunned. Their top genius couldn't even take a single blow from the other party, the difference was too great. Boom! Lin Xian used his strength and the Great Destruction Spear killed the other party completely. His soul did not even have time to escape. Then, he attacked again and killed the rest of the people from 8-Direction Palace. There were some people who were watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Lin Xian did not kill these people because they had no conflict with him. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Therefore, he left quickly with the dark red dragon and the others. After Lin Xian and the others left, those who were still alive sat on the ground, paralyzed. Until now, their souls had yet to come back to their senses. On the other side, in an empty sea region, a ray of light flew over. That ray of light was a bloody mist at first, but gradually, it condensed into a human figure. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was forced to use another Great Emperor Rebirth blessing to heal himself. However, his eyes were bleeding. The Great Emperor Regeneration Talisman was a life-saving item. Under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't even need one in a few hundred years. But now, he was using it again and again. In the past half a year, he had used 3 Great Emperor Regeneration Talismans. In addition to the one he had used in Heaven Flame City, he now had 4 Great Emperor Regeneration Talismans. Even though he was the successor of a Great Emperor, he only had 5 Regeneration Talismans. Now that he had used 4 of them, there was only one left. This last one was different from the previous ones, as it was a complete Martial Monarch Regeneration Talisman. It was a treasure that could allow him to instantly recover to his original state. It was also the treasure that he was most reluctant to use. In other words, he still had a chance to be reborn. If he were to die in the future, his soul would truly be destroyed. Lin Xian, he clenched his teeth at the mention of this name, as it was this person who had killed him 3 times, forcing him to use 3 Monarch Regeneration Talismans. But now, he was no match for the other party, so he did not plan to attack again. It was better to wait until he completely became a saint. At that time, he would be able to open up more Great Emperor inheritances. But he would not let the other party have it easy. He remembered that the Cloud Sky Saint had a grudge with this guy. Coincidentally, the Cloud Sky Saint was also here, so he could join forces with the Cloud Sky Saint. Also, he could send out the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Huang Jiao and the others who had stayed there had probably been killed, right? He could also tell the 8-Wind Palace. Then, he could spread the news that the other party had obtained the Dao Stone. Basically, he could gather some people to attack the other party. Even if he could not kill the other party, he had to injure the other party. At the very least, he would not let the other party feel comfortable. Thinking of this, a vicious look appeared in Yan Nantian's eyes. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also left. They continued on their way. The void sea was really vast. After flying for so long, they still had not reached the end. However, after flying for about half a month, Lin Xian and the others once again found that there was a great battle ahead. And the battle was very intense. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon were also excited. They felt a force summoning them. It should be the sea demon's treasure. It should be the saint's treasure. The dark red divine dragon was a little excited, so Lin Xian and the others increased their speed. As soon as they got closer, they saw a bloody light surging into the sky. The terrifying killing intent made many people's hearts skip a beat. It was so terrifying. This was the blood of a demon saint, and there was a lot of it. From afar, they saw a corpse that was like a small mountain. The white bones were hideous, like a mountain of bones standing there. In the middle of the mountain of bones, there was a huge blood-colored vortex. It was the blood of a demon saint. After death, it did not dissipate. Instead, it gathered on the white bones. At this moment, the surrounding people were all attacking, as if they wanted to snatch the blood-colored vortex. What pure demon blood, kid, this is good stuff. It will be very useful to me. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Beside him, the north demon's eyes were also shining. He also had the 10,000 demon body, so the blood of a demon saint was also useful to him. Since that was the case, let's do it. Lin Xian and the others rushed forward. At the front, the battle was very intense. Many forces were fighting, so the arrival of Lin Xian and the others did not attract much attention. This was because the teams were usually arranged with about 10 people. 4 people were too few. As expected, when Lin Xian and the others got closer, someone sneered, "Die, ants." A terrifying blade light rushed towards them. The dark red divine dragon sneered. "There are really people who don't know what's good for them." His dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The blade light in front of him shattered continuously, and the half-saint who had attacked also exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, the others' faces changed. Heavens, who is this person? It's too scary. He killed a half-saint with a roar, the dragon roar. Could it be that the experts of the Dragon Valley had come? No one answered them. Lin Xian said, "Let's do it." He waved his golden fist, and in an instant, 6 half-saints were sent flying. On the other side, Yan Ruyu used the Skyfrost Palm, and instantly froze 5 half-saints. The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon also attacked. In an instant, the half-saints around them were sent flying. This scene was simply too shocking. The experts who were still fighting in the surroundings all stopped and stared at the 4 people in bewilderment. Who are they? It's too scary. Are they saints? They did not dare to believe it. The half-saints were like paper in front of them, and they were sent flying with a slap. The group arrived in front of the blood-red vortex. "Ruffian Dragon, North Demon, you 2 go in. Ruyu, you go in too." Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them. The Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Demon could not wait any longer. However, Yan Ruyu shook her head. "I don't need it." Thinking about it, Yan Ruyu had a mysterious power in her body. As long as she could control this power, it would be stronger than any demon blood. Lin Xian wasn't a monster. If he wanted to absorb it, he would have to spend a long time tempering the baleful aura within. Therefore, he didn't plan to absorb it. Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Yao. One was a monster, while the other was a monster. It was most suitable for the 2 of them to absorb it. However, just as the 2 of them were about to enter, a cold snort rang out. "If you want to enter, ask the sword in my hand first. Do you agree?" This voice was too terrifying. Countless strands of sword chi surrounded the blood-red vortex, causing many cracks to appear around it. Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Yao stopped. They frowned and turned around. Lin Xian said, "The 2 of you can go in. Ruyu and I will protect you. No one can disturb you." The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon entered the blood-red vortex. Yan Ruyu leaned to the side and summoned her green lotus, which froze in the void. "You're courting death. How dare you not listen to me?" The person who spoke in the distance was furious. How dare someone ignore him? Between the heavens and the earth, countless sword chis were densely packed. Like a rain of swords, they slashed forward. This aura was too terrifying. The surrounding half-saints felt their bodies turn cold. Many of them even screamed that the little sword saint had made his move. Faced with this terrifying rain of swords, Lin Xian turned his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a turn of his palm, a huge golden hand sucked in all the surrounding seawater, forming a water qilin that charged forward. Wherever it passed, it brought about endless waves that clashed with the sword chi that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering sounds rang out. The water qilin roared and blasted away many strands of sword chi. However, there were still some sword chi that pierced through the water qilin's body. Then, it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Eh? Lin Xian was shocked. This person's sword chi was unusual. It could actually pierce through his water qilin. The surrounding people exclaimed. That brat was dead. How dare he ignore the little sword saint? He would probably go to hell today. The little sword saint sneered. Someone actually dared to ignore his sword chi. He really didn't know what was good for him. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword chi arrived before Lin Xian. These sword chi carried a sharp light that could cut through anything in the world. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His lips curled into a smile. Interesting. He reached out with his golden hand and grabbed forward. That hand was capable of capturing even true dragons. Thus, in an instant, it had captured over 100 strands of sword aura. Over 100 streaks of sword chi clashed, releasing a biting cold killing intent. They wanted to break free, but they couldn't. He was firmly pressed into the void by the golden hand. Then, Lin Xian grabbed over 100 sword chis and threw them out with all his might. Over 100 sword chis flew out and all of them stabbed towards the figure in the distance. The little sword saint's body went cold. His pupils shrank as he felt a great sense of danger. With a sway of his body, he used his movement technique and quickly dodged the sword chi. At the same time, his face was gloomy as he looked ahead. The other party was actually able to receive his sword chi with his bare hands. Just who was this person? He really couldn't believe it. Although he was still a half-saint, the terror of his sword chi could already contend with a saint. That was why he was called the Little Sword Saint. In the past, when he attacked, no one could stop him. A half-saint of the same level couldn't even block one of his attacks. It could be said that he was arrogant, but today, he had met his match. "Who are you?" the Little Sword Saint asked coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and carefully sized up the other party. In the distant sky, there was a person wearing battle armor. His face was cold, and he looked young and flamboyant. The sword chi on his body was constantly circling around him, making him look like a sword god. What was even more surprising was that the other party's sword chi also contained many laws. The fragments were like small rune swords that made one feel cold just by looking at them. The sword law. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to comprehend the sword law. It was really incredible. There were thousands of laws, and the sword law was one of them. However, it was very rare. Those who could comprehend the sword law were very rare. Now, he actually met one. Moreover, the other party was also a top-notch swordsman. This made Lin Xian somewhat happy. The sword law? I didn't expect that I couldn't comprehend the sword law. Interesting. The Little Sword Saint's face sank. Seeing the other party talking to himself and not answering his question, he was going crazy. Was he being ignored again? He roared, and the sword law fragments that filled the sky danced, piercing through everything and sending them flying. A terrifying black hole formed in the void ocean. I asked you, who are you? Me, my name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've never heard of you. Which sect are you from? The Little Sword Saint asked again. He felt that the other party was very unusual because no one could catch his sword chi with their bare hands. Beat me and I'll tell you. Lin Xian also walked out. He was very interested in the other party, so he wanted to fight with him. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The Little Sword Saint rushed out and waved his hand. Countless sword law fragments slashed forward. In an instant, the void in front of him shattered. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He waved his arm. A sword chi also flew out. Was he also a swordsman? The Little Sword Saint saw that the other party also shot out sword chi. The Little Sword Saint was stunned, but soon, he sneered. They were both swordsmen. So what? He was different from ordinary half-saints because he had comprehended the law of the sword. In terms of sword chi, even a saint might not be able to beat him, therefore, at this moment, when he saw that the other party also shot out sword chi, he immediately sneered. The surrounding people also discussed spiritedly. They didn't expect that this person was also a swordsman. However, he was too stupid to compete with the Little Sword Saint in sword chi. Yes, if he used other divine abilities, he might be able to block it. However, in terms of sword chi, he had no chance of winning. Everyone was optimistic about the Little Sword Saint because the Little Sword Saint's reputation was too strong. Especially when he used the sword law, it was unparalleled. However, they were soon stunned because they found that the two sword chi in the sky were in a stalemate. Lin Xian shot out metal sword chi. The terrifying golden sword light was incomparably sharp and could tear everything apart. How is this possible? How can it compete with my sword chi? The Little Sword Saint was also stunned. In his opinion, he could easily break the other party's sword chi and even break the other party's head. However, this scene surprised him. It's actually the metal law? It's really sharp. However, no matter how sharp it is, how can it compare to my sword law, sword controlling technique, kill? He roared angrily and waved his hand. The sword law around him formed 13 sword laws and charged forward. In an instant, the green sword light in front of him was split apart. The 13 sword laws weaved between heaven and earth. The little sword saint unleashed 13 swords of the laws, sweeping across the world. Those sword shadows were extremely strange, quickly stabbing towards Lin Xian's 13 vital points. Sword controlling technique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his arm again. This time, he unleashed the swords of water. These swords of water were very soft, like poisonous snakes, quickly coiling around the swords of the laws. The swords of the laws seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, slowing down, and the light on them dimming. It was as if they were about to be obliterated by this soft power. The surrounding people were already stunned, but the little sword saint was surprised. His opponent was so strange. First, he had such a strong sword skill, and now he unleashed such a soft sword chi. His opponent's sword style was so strange and ever-changing, it was really rare for him. One had to know that a person's fighting style was usually either violent, soft, or vicious. It was rare to use both strong and soft. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so strange, but he snorted. So what if it was strange? He was very confident in his sword controlling technique. Sword controlling technique, selfless sword. As the voice sounded, the 13 swords of the laws became even more terrifying. They were like peerless sword chi, shining brightly. Lin Xian also waved his hand, and the swords of water were even softer. The two completely opposite forces collided in the sky, and the surrounding sea was instantly shattered, creating a vacuum zone. It was like a river of space, making people tremble. In the end, the 13 swords of the laws were forcibly entangled, fixed in the void, and could no longer move forward. Sword controlling technique? Not bad, the laws of the sword are not bad, but do you have any other methods? Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward, asking indifferently. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? His opponent's tone made him very unhappy, so the little sword saint snorted, formed a seal with his fingers, and shouted coldly. Sword controlling technique, Heavenly Dipper Sword. The 13 swords of the laws seemed to be summoned, and suddenly broke free, turning into 13 dense sword chi. It enveloped Lin Xian, and it looked like it wanted to use a sword array. Terrifying sword laws danced non-stop. The place where Lin Xian was at formed a world of sword chi. Lin Xian used the green lotus sword to fight. Astonishing sword chi collided in the air, and the two were locked in a fierce battle. The Big Dipper sword formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, Lin Xian was not only a sword expert, he was also a formation master. Therefore, he was able to easily block the attack of the sword array. On the other side, the little sword saint was indeed stunned. Even the Heavenly Dipper sword formation couldn't do anything to him. In that case, the other divine abilities that were similar to the Big Dipper sword formation shouldn't be able to harm him. Thinking of this, a cold look appeared in his eyes. Looks like I can only use that one. Brat, you should be proud to be able to witness my ultimate technique. Now, give me hell. His hands continued to form hand seals, and sword seals appeared in the sky. The 13 swords of the laws were also waved non-stop, and then scattered, turning into small rune swords. Each of them carried a law, and they were densely packed. The entire sea was completely enveloped. Sword controlling technique, myriad sword art. Following the order, thousands of small rune swords, carrying nomological fragments, rushed over like dragons. The area in front of him was completely engulfed. The surrounding people were all stunned. Myriad sword art? That was the little sword saint's ultimate technique. Once the myriad sword art was used, it was said that even saints had to retreat. No matter how strong that person was, he shouldn't be able to block it, right? That was for sure, unless he was a saint. The little sword saint also revealed a cold smile. Once he used his strongest ultimate technique, his opponent would definitely die. However, his smile soon froze, because he saw a fiery red light suddenly lit up in the sky. It was a flame. How was it possible that the other party was going to use a fire divine ability in the sea, but it would be suppressed here? The little sword saint was surprised, and the surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't expect the other party to use the 13th flame at this time. Shouldn't he use the sword of water? What an idiot. Many people shook their heads and sneered. But soon, they were all stunned because the fiery sword chi was getting bigger and bigger. And it brought with it a destructive aura, which was also very terrifying. Then, everyone was completely stunned. Countless sword chi was shot up into the sky by the fiery sword light. It could cut through the 9 heavens, and it directly slashed forward. Wherever it passed, everything was shattered. With a boom, the rune swords of the myriad sword art were all swept away and shattered into pieces. Not good. The little sword saint's pupils shrank, and he dodged crazily. But he was still swept by the sword chi. Suddenly, half of his body was split open. Blood also flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned. Was the little sword saint defeated? Moreover, he was in such a sorry state. The person in front of them only used a sword chi to break the myriad sword art. Who was this person? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said indifferently. Your strength is not bad, and the law of sword is also very rare. According to my estimate, you should be stronger than Long Zhao Tian. Among the half-saints, you are considered the top. But unfortunately, you met me. Indeed, if the other party's strength was on the Abyss leaderboard, he would definitely be able to surpass Long Zhao Tian. He would be ranked behind him and Di Ling. However, Lin Xian was no longer comparable to a half-saint. He had already killed 3 saints. Even the descendants of the great emperors were not his match. Not to mention the little sword saint in front of him. Unless the other party became a true sword saint, perhaps he would be able to fight with him. Hearing these words that sounded like an elder's evaluation of a junior, the little sword saint was about to go crazy. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, who are you? Who are you? I said that my name is Lin Xian. You may be unfamiliar with this name, but perhaps you should know my other title. They all call me Lin Wudi." What, Lin Wudi? The little sword saint was stunned. Everyone else was also stunned. These 3 words were like a clap of thunder that struck their hearts, causing them to tremble. Soon, they all gasped. The little sword saint's body also trembled slightly. Lin Wudi. These 3 words were like a mountain that resounded through the ancient path of the stars. This was the first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, the peerless prodigy who killed the great demon and defeated Yan Nantian, so it was him. Everyone exclaimed. No wonder he could defeat the little sword saint so easily. That's right. He was probably the only one who could do that. Exclamations sounded one after another. The little sword saint also seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was a sword Dao genius with great strength. He even had the qualifications to compete with saints. Who else wants to try? Lin Xian looked around. Suddenly, the surrounding experts all retreated and lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Lin Xian. Even the little sword saint had been defeated by him. They probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. What a bunch of trash. Even if they aren't his match in a one-on-one fight, they should be able to find an opportunity to attack him in a group. A disdainful sneer came from afar. When the experts heard it, their faces turned red and they trembled with anger. Damn it, who dares to insult us? Who is it? Come out. I'll kill you with my axe. A hot-tempered half-saint snorted. His terrifying voice resounded like thunder. The others also snorted. Who are you to sneak around? What right do you have to talk about us? Bang. 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 However, as soon as these people finished speaking, they were hit in the face and directly fell into the void. Their faces had been smashed, and their bodies were trembling. A figure appeared. How dare you talk back to me? You don't have to live anymore. As he spoke, the heads of those people were instantly cut off. The half-saint blood dyed the sea red. Suddenly, the surrounding people gasped and shrank their necks in fear. They quickly retreated. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. They originally thought that the person who mocked them wasn't much, but now it seemed that they were wrong. This person was very powerful. The little sword saint's pupils shrank and his face turned pale. It seems that someone powerful has come. However, this method was a little too bloody. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu frowned. Who's so arrogant? Killing people just because of a few words? One had to know that he didn't kill any half-saints when he fought with these people. The person who came is probably not a kind person. I said that you're trash, but you didn't agree. Now, who dares to refute me? The figure appeared. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back and asked faintly. No one dared to talk back to him because the 3 half-saints who talked back were all killed instantly. It's you. You Lingzi. The little sword saint exclaimed. Yes, it's me. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His body was translucent, which was very strange. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. Was it you Lingzi? No wonder he was so powerful and his methods were so vicious. Yu Lingzi was an extremely terrifying expert in the Dark Knight Divine Palace and his methods were extremely cruel. He was good at assassination. With a single move, he had taken the life of a half-saint. It was even rumored that Yu Lingzi had killed a saint-level expert before. Although it was an assassination, and it was said that the saint was injured, this was a clear indication of Yu Lingzi's strength. Yu Lingzi glanced at the little sword saint and coldly snorted. To think that you were called the little sword saint. Who would have thought that you would lose so miserably? The little sword saint's face darkened as well. Yu Lingzi, don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I'm facing? He's Lin Wudi. Do you think you can contend against him, Lin Wudi? Yu Lingzi's eyes shone with a black light as he stared straight ahead. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Like I said, if we can't fight one-on-one, then let's attack together. We can always find a chance to kill him. Attack together? The little sword saint sneered. Against such a person, the human wave tactic was useless. That was indeed the case. For example, once he used the 10,000 sword art, tens of thousands of sword chi would be unleashed. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to block it. This was absolute strength. However, Yu Lingzi laughed. Ordinary half-saints can't do it, but what about existences like me? Even if it were a group of sages attacking together, do you think Lin Wudi would be able to withstand it? He was just called invincible, not truly invincible. What? Hearing this, the little sword saint's pupils constricted. The surrounding people were also frightened. Could it be that Yu Lingzi wasn't the only one who came this time? Was there another group of people who were as strong as Yu Lingzi? Heavens, was there really such a team? Yan Ryu also whispered after hearing this. Be careful, they seem to have come prepared. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around with a cold expression. However, he couldn't leave now. Because the dark red divine dragon and the north demon were still absorbing the power of the saint blood in the blood-colored vortex. He had promised the 2 of them that he would protect them, so he had to do it. I want to see who dares to come and go against me. He snorted coldly. Is that so? You're too confident, a cold voice sounded. The Tao patterns between heaven and earth were natural and unrestrained. The surrounding seawater surged, and a terrifying vacuum area appeared. Nomological laws, complete nomological laws. A saint had come, the surrounding people frantically retreated, their bodies trembling non-stop. They didn't expect a saint to really come. Moreover, he had joined forces with Yu Lingzi. Cloud Saint, Cloud Saint? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. The other party's appearance surprised him. Because back in the demon cultivation valley, he had used a trap to lure the other party into the demonic pool and suppressed him. He originally thought that the other party would come out after a few hundred years. He didn't expect the other party to come out so early. You're quite lucky. Even the demonic pool couldn't drown you, but you still dare to provoke me? Fine, I'll kill you myself. Lin Xian glanced at Cloud Saint and didn't pay attention to him. The surrounding people spat. Was this the normal tone of a half-saint and a saint? What a joke. A normal half-saint would tremble in front of a saint like them. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to be trembling at all. He even threatened to kill the saint. Cunning brat, you dared to set me up last time and let me enter such a dangerous place. Do you think you can kill me like this? You underestimate a saint. Not only did I come out, but I also profited from the disaster and obtained a treasure from the demonic pool. I'll use that treasure to torture you to death later. Everything you have will be mine. The nomological chains on Cloud Saint's body kept swaying, forming a sacred domain that shrouded the area in front of him. You? You. Can't catch me. Who else is there? Come out. A golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He realized that there were a few powerful auras around him. That's right. Cloud Saint isn't the only one here. There are a few others who want to meet you. Yulingzi sneered. Please come out. The little sword saint frowned. Since the other party used the word please, it meant that the following people were not ordinary. At least, they weren't comparable to Yulingzi. It was even possible that there were other saints. In the distance, a few more figures appeared. Their auras were extremely powerful. The little sword saint was extremely shocked. The surrounding people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and even trembled. Oh heavens, who are these people? These people were all top-notch experts. Who was it? Who was it that gathered them together? Could it be that they came for the same purpose? To kill Lin Wudi? Among the three newcomers, the one in the north was a huge man. He had dragon scales all over his body and dragon horns on his head. He looked mighty and extraordinary. The dragon blood surged, causing the hearts of countless half-saints to beat wildly. His name was Long Shan. On the west side, there was also a domineering man who looked like a king. His aura caused the world to tremble. He was an expert from the Eight-Wind Hall. Desolate Overlord. The man on the east side was slender and had a scholarly face. He was dressed like a scholar and even had a book in his hand. He had a strong scholarly aura. He looked like a scholar who had come to the capital to take the imperial examination. No one wanted to snatch him away. He was called Sikong Jing. Although he looked like a scholar, he was able to stand beside Cloud Sky Saint. It was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. There was another person standing far away with a cold smile on his face, not daring to approach. The surrounding half-saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my heavens, these are all top-notch experts. With Cloud Sky Saint, even the other saints would not be able to escape from such a lineup, let alone Lin Wudi. They were afraid that Lin Wudi was going to die. The little sword saint was also very nervous. If such a lineup was to fight him, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. Little sword saint, do you want to join forces? Yulingzi looked forward. The little sword saint's face was gloomy, but then he said, if you don't join forces, I won't interfere. He quickly retreated. Forget it, it's okay to lose you. The few of us will be enough. These people were very strong and competent. If they joined forces, Lin Wudi would not be able to escape death. It seemed that there would be another great battle. Yan Ryu took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes shone with seriousness. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not forget to look at these people. Instead, he looked at the figure in the distance. Yan Nantian. He snorted coldly. It was indeed Yan Nanshan's doing. However, what surprised him was that he saw that it was not Yan Nanshan's real body, but a clone through his heavenly secret divine eyes. It seemed that Yan Nantian was afraid of dying again, so he only dared to send a clone to watch the battle. You guys were called over by Yan Nantian, right? I wonder what benefits he gave you guys to actually make you guys attack at the same time. However, you have been deceived by him. He has already been killed by me several times. Even if you join forces, how can you be my opponent? I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, once we start fighting, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite to us, Long Shan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. On the other side, Desolate Overlord scoffed coldly. You are too naive. You killed Yan Nantian and we admit that you are strong, but so what? Every single one of us here is basically capable of contending with Yan Nan's heaven. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be too far off. With so many of us working together, even Yan Nantian was defeated by us. You are no exception. The heavens have a good life. As long as you give me the Tao stone you obtained, I can consider leaving. Right at this moment, Sikong Jing also spoke. His gaze was steady, his voice was steady, and his body still did not carry any terrifying aura. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he heard those words. You want my Tao stone? Are you kidding me? I won't give it to others. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's fight. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body became violent and terrifying. The nine-yang divine body shone brightly, and rays of sword chi shot into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have become a peerless god of war. Beside him, Yan Ruyu also walked out, her body emitting a terrifying aura. She did not touch Zhu Qinglian. Instead, she placed it near the blood vortex to ensure the safety of the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon. This kid's life is mine. Cloud Sky Saint stood out, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Xian. Hee, then I will play with this beauty. Yu Lingzi had his eyes on Yan Ruyu. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and Si Kongjing stood there without moving. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the two with a cold smile. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. How were they going to fight? There were too many of them. Cloud Sky Saint alone could restrain Lin Xian. No matter how strong the peerless beauty beside him was, could she block the attacks of the other experts? It was impossible. She would probably be defeated in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Xian was not worried. He turned his head to look at Yan Ruyu. She would use her doppelgangers, she could create a few doppelgangers. Speaking of this, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. With a wave of his hand, endless fragments of the law of water gathered, absorbing the essence of the void sea around him to form a water doppelganger. On the other side, he once again formed a metal doppelganger and an earth doppelganger. Lin Xian instantly formed 3 doppelgangers. The 3 doppelgangers were surrounded by the law of water, and it was piercingly cold. Yan Ruyu also formed a blue doppelganger. It was covered in ice and was abnormally terrifying. It was an ice doppelganger. Lin Xian fought Cloud Sky Saint, the metal doppelganger fought Desolate Overlord, and the earth doppelganger fought Long Shan. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's ice doppelganger fought Si Kongjing, while Yan Ruyu targeted Yu Lingzi. In an instant, basically everyone had found their opponents. At this time only Lin Xian's water doppelganger was left. The water doppelganger merged into the void sea and quickly charged forward. He was very fast. His target was Yan Nanshan's doppelganger in the distance. He wanted to kill him first. In an instant, the water doppelganger charged forward. Humph, Cloud Sky Saint, Long Shan, and the others frowned. How dare he send so many doppelgangers to deal with them? Was he looking down on them? One had to know that they were not afraid even if Yan Nanshan's real body came. But now, Yan Nantian had only sent his doppelganger. This made them feel humiliated and humiliated. Damn brat, I will destroy your doppelganger in an instant, then capture you and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Their faces were extremely cold. They were all peerless experts who could laugh proudly in a region. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Cut the crap, let's do it. Cloud Sky Saint was the first to attack. He did not care how many doppelgangers Yan Nantian had. His target was Yan Nanshan's real body. So in an instant, Cloud Sky Saint rushed out and enveloped Yan Nantian. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. This was a true law. The terrifying aura instantly shattered the surrounding seawater, and the terrifying aura made the hearts of the experts in the distance beat wildly. They quickly retreated. Once these people started fighting, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Kill, Lin Xian roared. The other doppelgangers moved quickly, while his real body was like an overlord. His voice was like thunder, shattering the surrounding space. Sword chi rushed out of his body like a heavenly sword, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. What a terrifying sword chi. The little sword saint retreated far away. He was extremely shocked when he felt the aura. It seemed that Yan Nantian did not use his full strength when fighting with him previously because he could not block the sword chi now. This person was really too terrifying. Although he did not comprehend the sword law, his sword principle was not inferior to his at all. In front of him, a violent collision sounded. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. The great destruction spear in his hand was constantly brandishing, colliding with the Sky Saint's domain. The entire underwater world shook violently. He was like a peerless sword god, splitting heaven and earth apart. Sky Saint's expression changed. He realized that his domain was actually shaking, as if he could not suppress the other party. This was really too unbelievable. Because when he fought with the other party in the Demon Cultivation Valley, the other party seemed to be afraid of him. Therefore, he used a trap to lure him into the demon altar. At that time, he thought that the other party was not his match at all. But now, it seemed that the other party's strength had become so strong that he almost could not suppress the other party. Damn it, what exactly happened to the other party? Why did his strength undergo such a drastic change? Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The other party was really too terrifying. Why did his talent look even more terrifying than Xianxia's? He estimated that in a few years, the other party would surpass him. At that time, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the other party. Therefore, this was almost his last chance. The nomological laws on Sky Saint's body became more and more biting cold. He quickly waved his domain. In that domain, there were countless clouds and mist surrounding it, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure. Those clouds and mist might look ethereal, but they all contained murderous intent. They were all formed by nomological laws. Lin Xian's battle was extremely shocking. This power was really too terrifying. The two of them fought fiercely, and the people in the distance were all stunned. Heavens, this Lin Wuti could actually fight with a saint. It was really unbelievable. The other battles were also shocking. Among them, Yan Ryu was facing Yu Lingzi. Yu Lingzi appeared and disappeared mysteriously, but Yan Ryu's sky frost palms caused the surroundings to be filled with ice. Anyone who approached her would be frozen. For a moment, Yu Lingzi could not get close. The other people's performance was equally terrifying. The desolate overlord was like a peerless overlord. When he opened and closed his palms, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The one fighting with him was Lin Xian's metal avatar. The metal nomological laws on his body were extremely sharp, like a peerless divine sword. He was constantly rampaging, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Courting death, Long Shan was incomparably berserk. With a long roar, the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The powerful force could destroy everything. The bodies of dragons were strong to begin with, and this Long Shan was an expert among dragons. It could be said that his life and death were astonishing. However, Lin Xian's law of earth was also incomparably powerful. The body formed by the law of earth carried a heavy power. Every punch was powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. The two sides were also in a deadlock. This scene stunned everyone. How could this be? Long Shan and Desolate Overlord were both at the peak of the half-saints. Their strength was enormous, but now, if he was only able to fight to a draw with his opponent's clone, how terrifying would his opponent's true body be? However, there were also experts who frowned. No, that wasn't an ordinary clone. Didn't you all notice? The avatar represented Lin Wuti, who had mastered a single law. Clearly, he had mastered many different laws. What was condensed now was a body of laws, and its power was unparalleled. It was probably not much weaker than his main body. The only drawback was that it could not be condensed for a long time. What? This was terrifying. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, Lin Wuti had displayed the law of metal, the law of water, and the law of earth, 3 laws. In that case, he still had at least one law in his hands because he was fighting with Cloud Firmament Saint. Didn't this mean that he had comprehended at least 4 laws? Moreover, there might be more. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. This Lin Wuti was too incredible. One had to know that laws were very difficult to comprehend. It was already very difficult for them to comprehend one. Moreover, to comprehend a profound law, one would have to spend a lot of time and energy. Therefore, very few people could comprehend multiple laws. Even if they did, it would be in 2 complementary formats. There were also some who comprehended multiple laws, but one was the main one, and the others were supplementary. However, looking at Lin Wuti's appearance, it seemed that each law was very powerful. Damn it, was the other party still human? Where did the other party get so much energy to comprehend so many laws at the same time? Dao stone, it must be a Dao stone. Didn't the other party seize a Dao stone? I guess that he might have other Dao stones in his hands. Otherwise, his other laws wouldn't be so powerful, right? When these words came out, the others were shocked and their eyes burned with passion. However, when they saw the intense battle in front of them, they all sighed. So what if the other party had more treasures on him? They didn't dare to seize them. Didn't they see that Cloud Firmament Saint was almost unable to suppress the other party? Lin Xian's sword energy was really too terrifying. It was like a vast sea that rushed into the sky. Every strike caused the sacred domain to tremble. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all now. The great dragon sword soul increased the power of the spear of destruction, and the power of the divine body went all out. As he waved his sword, there was supreme divine power. Cloud Firmament Saint's face was ashen. He also used the law of clouds to the extreme. In the sacred domain, every inch of space was filled with peerless killing intent. Anyone below a half-saint would be instantly killed. Even if it was a saint, Cloud Firmament Saint was confident that he wouldn't be able to walk out. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. After 300 moves, Lin Xian used 9 suns open the sky to directly open the sacred domain and flew out. Sword energy fluttered all over his body. He was like a peerless sword god. The great spear of destruction in his hand pointed forward. "Old man Cloud Firmament, you're still too inexperienced to kill me," his voice resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the distance, Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, Xikong Jing, and the others' expressions all changed. Did the other party rush out of the sacred domain? He was too powerful. Although they were confident that they could contend with a saint, they were directly enveloped in the sacred domain. They probably couldn't come out and would very likely die. But now, Lin Xian had forcefully opened up his saint region. This shocked them. And what made them even more angry was that they couldn't kill these clones in a short time. These bodies of laws were really too strange. They could actually contend with them. "Die," Cloud Firmament Saint roared. The other party actually pierced his sacred domain. It was really unforgivable. He waved his palm, and the clouds in the sky pressed down like a mountain. The palm hit the great spear of destruction and produced a loud sound. Lin Xian's arm was shaken until it went numb. But soon, it was offset by a powerful force. Lin Xian's eyes were like divine swords. "Old man Cloud Firmament, you've miscalculated. I've already killed 3 saints. Today, you'll be the 4th, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to this weapon." At this point, he stabbed out with his spear. It flew out in an instant, and the cloud palm was instantly disintegrated and dissipated. Not only that, but this mysterious force also swept towards Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He felt a fatal danger, so his body gradually faded and turned into clouds, covering heaven and earth. Clouds have no form and are incomparably ethereal. "How can you hurt me?" A loud voice floated down from the sky. Everyone trembled from the shock. Lin Xian sneered. "You think I can't kill you just because you don't have a form? Even if you turn into a black hole, I'll still destroy you." The great destruction spear rushed out, and the power of the great dragon sword soul exploded. The clouds in the sky were actually dispersing. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in fear. "What kind of power is this? It's so strange. Even the formless clouds can be disintegrated." Cloud Sky Saint roared and rushed out instantly. More than half of his robe was gone, and one of his arms was gone as well. "Damn Junior, how dare you hurt me?" He was too angry. He had the body of a saint with a complete set of laws. How could he not be able to block one of Lin Xian's attacks? How can a half-saint be so strong? "Old man Cloud Sky, didn't you get a treasure from the demonic pool? Take it out and let me see it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. You'll definitely die." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. He could be said to be extremely powerful now. At this moment, he could kill anyone in his way. Cloud Sky Saint's face was gloomy. His sacred region had been destroyed. He reckoned that it would be difficult to subdue Lin Xian even if he used other means. Thinking of this, he snorted. "Alright, since you want to see it, I'll show you." Speaking of this, he took out an item. It was a pitch-black palm. It was very strange. As soon as it appeared, it carried a terrifying aura. The surrounding people were all sent flying. So terrifying. "What is that thing?" They screamed like crazy. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and the others who were fighting were also shocked. They felt threatened. That thing could destroy them in an instant. Kid, I got this thing called the demon's left hand. It was left behind by a demon saint. Do you think you can still fight against me now? Speaking of this, his palm quickly merged with the demon's left hand. The demon's left hand seemed to have turned into a black glove, perfectly fusing with Cloud Sky Saint's hand. Then, Cloud Sky Saint's aura surged. He threw out a palm, and the surrounding became pitch black. A terrifying power instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian flew out with a bang, and many cracks appeared on his body. Ha 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 ha, are you still my opponent? Cloud Sky Saint laughed. He was too excited. He did not expect that after taking out the demon's left hand, he could injure Lin Xian's after taking the demon's left shin. If this continued, he estimated that he would be able to kill his opponent in less than 10 moves. The surrounding people were also stupefied. What was going on? That left hand was too terrifying. Yan Ryu, who was fighting, also frowned. She felt a chill run down her spine. The left hand of the devil was indeed very powerful. Lin Xian stood up. His god body radiated a blinding light that healed his wounds. His expression was somewhat cold. He did not expect that the other party had actually obtained such a treasure. Teet. Cloud Sky Saint. The power of the demon's left hand isn't something you can imagine. This thing has an extraordinary origin, so you can die in peace. Cloud Sky Saint raised his left hand again. His hand was pitch black like a devil's, and there were strange demonic runes on it. He threw out a palm, and the energy was terrifying. With a boom, he shattered all the sword chi and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged the attack. However, his aura was still surging. The demon's left hand is indeed terrifying. You managed to dodge it. But how many more moves can you make? Cloud Sky Saint smiled sinisterly. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he did not attack directly. Instead, he turned around and attacked Lin Xian's bodies of laws. Boom. Boom, the golden Dharma body and the earth Dharma body were both shattered. In fact, even the water clone in the distance started to split apart. However, at the final moment, the water clone self-detonated. The energy also destroyed Yan Nanshan's clone. It could be said that both of them perished together. Not only that, but Cloud Sky Saint also threw out a palm. The demon's left hand also shattered Yan Ryu's ice clone. At that moment, all the clones were destroyed. Cloud Sky Saint looked at Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and the others. His cold voice rang out. Go together and capture that woman. I want him to see with his own eyes that the woman he loves dies for him. His voice was too cold. Long Shan and the others also looked cold. Previously, they did not care about Cloud Sky Saint and thought that they could fight against him. But now, Cloud Sky Saint used the demon's left hand. This power was too terrifying. They had no choice but to move towards him. Otherwise, he would kill them with a slap. Therefore, they joined forces and surrounded Yan Ryu. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, Yu Lingzi, and Si Kongjing surrounded Yan Ryu. This scene made the people in the distance break out in cold sweat. They knew that this beautiful woman was probably dead because no one could escape from the siege of these 4 experts. Yan Ryu was in an extremely dangerous situation. Long Shan sneered. Little girl, we did not want to bully you. But unfortunately, since you are with Lin Wudi, you can go to hell. Heavenly Dragon Fist. Long Shan roared. His body carried a terrifying power, as if a huge dragon was attacking. 8 Desolation Palm. Desolate Overlord also made his move. His attack carried an indomitable aura. This palm strike was basically able to shatter everything. A fatal blow? Very well, I'll kill you in 1 move. Yu Lingzi threw out a purple dagger. It was like a ghost. It instantly disappeared. He used an assassination technique. The last one, Si Kongjing, also sighed. He gently closed the scroll in his hand and said loudly. Milky Way 9 heavens. Suddenly, the void split open and 9 Milky Ways rolled down. Each of them could easily kill a half-saint. The 9 Milky Ways roared and rushed towards Yan Ryu. The 4 of them actually used their ultimate moves in an instant. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yanryu in one move. It's over. The people in the distance did not dare to watch anymore. This was definitely a scene of death. Kid, I'll let you see your woman die in front of you with your own eyes. Cloud Sky Saint's expression was cold as he stared at Lin Xian to prevent him from saving Yanryu. Lin Xian did not make a move at all. Instead, he sneered. Die in front of me? Humph, you'll be the ones to die. He was not worried at all. Yanryu could even kill a saint, let alone the four of them working together. As expected, with a boom, the four people's peerless and terrifying divine abilities were about to devour Yanryu in an instant. Then, a figure appeared on her body. The figure opened his palm and all the energy was instantly shattered. As for the four great powerhouses, they were sent flying while coughing up blood. Each of them was torn into pieces. This shocking turn of events stunned everyone. What was going on? The four experts were attacking Yanryu. The one who should be killed was Yanryu. But where was she now? Yanryu was unharmed while the four experts were sent flying. Each of them was split in half and were severely injured. I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Cloud Sky Saint's eyelids were twitching while the little sword saint gasped. What was wrong with this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Could it be that the most powerful one among them wasn't Lin Wuti but this woman? At this moment, Lin Xian laughed. Haha, I've said it before. It's not that easy to kill my woman. Since you dared to kill us today, you'll definitely die. Damn it. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Luckily, they had teamed up this time. Otherwise, if he had come alone, he would have been the one injured. Why did he feel a terrifying aura coming from that woman? It made him shudder with fear. What kind of treasure did this woman have? Buzz, he launched a surprise attack. The left hand of the devil moved and turned into a mountain, blasting forward. Its target was Yanryu. It seemed like Cloud Sky Saint was afraid of Yanryu's strength and wanted to kill her by surprise. However, how could Yanryu be so easy to kill? Her strength was extremely terrifying. With a loud boom, a green light soared from Yanryu's body and turned into a green palm that blasted forward. It directly shattered the light from the left hand of the devil. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Yanryu was actually able to fight against the left hand of the devil. It was too unbelievable. Cloud Sky Saint's face changed. His left hand of the devil was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, he could rely on it to fight against a second heaven saint. But now, it was blocked by a sage-to-be. Moreover, the other party seemed to be doing it with ease. Damn it! What the hell is going on? What was that green light on her body? After that attack, Yanryu did not attack again. He did not even look at Cloud Sky Saint. Instead, he looked at Long Shan and the other three. Clearly, she had left Cloud Sky Saint to Lin Xian. When the others saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Did he think that Lin Wuti had the ability to kill Cloud Sky Saint? How could this be? Damn it, I was actually underestimated. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Alright, I'll kill this brat first. In any case, his goal this time was to kill Lin Xian. He originally thought that Yanryu's strength was strong and would make a move to stop him. However, he didn't expect the other party to ignore him. This way, he could get rid of Lin Xian first. After he got rid of Lin Xian, he would study Yanryu and see what was so special about her. Brat, it seems like your woman won't help you. Since it's like this, go to hell. Cloud Sky Saint stretched out his demon's left hand. He slammed it forward, and a terrifying demonic light shrouded the entire sea region. It was a scene of destruction. It's over. That Lin Wuti is dead for sure. That's right. That beautiful woman might be able to block it, but that didn't mean that Lin Wuti could block it. The demon's left hand was too terrifying. Even a level 1 saint couldn't block it. That Lin Xian definitely couldn't block it either. Exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand, and the great dragon sword soul roared. It turned into the 10,000 dragons picture and charged forward. Boom, in the next moment, the two collided. The shocking collision caused the entire sea region to split open. In all directions, there were terrifying cracks everywhere. Many people were even sent flying by the force. What? It was blocked. The remaining experts screamed. Long Shan and the Little Sword Saint's eyelids twitched. They realized that the 10,000 Dragons picture had blocked the demon's left hand. The two were in a stalemate in the void, and terrifying black holes appeared around them. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. He actually had a way to block such a terrifying demon's left hand. Many people gasped. However, Long Shan screamed. This was the 10,000 Dragons picture. Damn it, he could actually summon the 10,000 Dragons picture. This was an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen the 10,000 Dragons picture before? He was really crazy. When the others heard this, they were even more shocked. As expected, Lin Wudi was too mysterious. Cloud Sky Saint's expression also became extremely ugly. It was blocked? How was this possible? Go and die. With a roar, he mobilized all the energy in his body and used it on the demon's left hand. Instantly, the 10,000 Dragons picture shook violently. Many cracks appeared on it, and it suddenly split open. However, the sword chi from the split 10,000 Dragons picture destroyed all the energy from the demon's left hand. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, but this time, he wasn't injured. He looked at the other party and smiled. Your trump card is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it can't do anything to me. Can't do anything to you? You're too naive. Now go and die. I don't believe that you can still use such a divine ability. Cloud Sky Saint revealed a sinister expression. He could still use the demon's left hand many times, but the other party's 10,000 Dragons picture? He didn't believe that the other party could use the 10,000 Dragons picture repeatedly. That kind of illusion wasn't an ordinary divine ability. Even if a saint could summon it, it would be very difficult. Not to mention, the other party was a half-step saint. Hearing this, the surrounding people fell silent. The demon's left hand was terrifying, and Cloud Sky Saint was a true saint. His strength definitely surpassed the other party. This time, Lin Wudi was most likely going to be in big trouble. Sure enough, when the demon's left hand slapped out again, everyone was shocked. They found that the demon's left hand's power didn't weaken at all. Lin Xian shouted coldly and summoned the 10,000 Dragons picture again to fight against the demon's left hand. A shocking collision occurred, and countless black holes appeared. 2 times, 3 times, the two of them collided a total of 5 times. In the end, cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body again. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood dyed the surrounding sea red. It couldn't be helped. The demon's left hand was really too strong. It was really heaven-defying for him to be able to block it. Haha, kid, let's see how long you can last. Cloud Sky Saint attacked crazily. He swallowed a lot of pills and natural treasures to maintain his strength. Do you think you're the only one with natural treasures? Lin Xian took out 2 king herbs and ate them. They were both 10,000-year-old king herbs. The moment he ate them, the blood in his body rumbled. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, like a volcano. His strength rose again. The sword chi on his body kept exploding. He used the 10,000 Dragons diagram with one hand. With his other hand, he waved the great spear of destruction and pointed it upwards. The seawater kept surging, and a black hole appeared. Sword chi interweaved, forming a sword chi sky. What's this? Everyone looked up at the sky, not understanding what Lin Xian was going to do. But soon, they screamed. Could it be? Their hearts were trembling. What's going on with Lin Wudi? How can he evolve such a divine ability? The sword chi trembled, and a crack suddenly appeared. Then, countless sword chi interweaved, forming a pagoda. That pagoda was too mysterious and terrifying. It made people feel as if it was not something from the human world. That's the hidden immortal pagoda. Isn't that Yan Nanshan's peerless divine ability? Why is he using it too? Long Shan and the others screamed crazily. They were not in the mood to fight anymore. They all fell into the distance and stared blankly at this scene. Cloud Sky Saint's pupils constricted. How is this possible? It must be an illusion, he must be lying to me. He wanted to use the demonic left hand to dispel the illusion in the sky, but at this moment, Lin Xian's 10,000 dragons diagram was pushed out. The 10,000 dragons diagram was also extremely terrifying. Other than the demonic left hand, Cloud Sky Saint could not resist it at all. Even his sacred domain could not block the 10,000 dragons diagram. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and attack the 10,000 dragons diagram first. In his opinion, Lin Xian was already barely able to evolve the 10,000 dragons diagram. How could he also create the hidden immortal pagoda? Therefore, he did not believe it. However, when the hidden immortal pagoda descended, Cloud Sky Saint's expression changed. He knew that he had guessed wrong. He can actually evolve the hidden immortal pagoda. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The hidden immortal pagoda hit him hard. A bloody hole appeared on his body, and his internal organs were shattered. Ah! Cloud Sky Saint screamed crazily. His flesh and blood regenerated again. However, his face was a little pale. However, at this moment, the hidden immortal pagoda's second attack came. With a boom, half of Cloud Sky Saint's body, including his head, was directly blasted into pieces. Only a pair of legs stood there. Of course, his left hand was also there, emitting an incomparably pitch-black light. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, they gasped in shock. The phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda was too terrifying. Even the body of a sage could not withstand it. It couldn't be helped. Both the 10,000 dragons portrait and the hidden immortal pagoda were extreme weapons that belonged to emperors. Furthermore, the other party had used powerful means and skills to conjure it. From the looks of it, it was extremely lifelike. It was definitely not an ordinary illusion. It was normal for a first heaven sage to not be able to block it. The little sword saint muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. Long Shan and the others also became frightened. Was this the kind of person they wanted to kill? This was too terrifying. No, he had to act quickly. He had to kill the other party. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. The four of them looked at each other and immediately attacked. Long Shan transformed into a huge dragon and stretched out his dragon claws. Desolate Overlord struck out with his 8 desolation palm, his powerful aura looking down on everything. Yulingzi directly hid in the void, stealthily assassinating him. Xikong Jing shouted from above the seawater. The Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens, the bright moon above the sea. The surrounding people exclaimed again. They had seen the Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens before, but they were also very familiar with the bright moon above the sea. Because according to legend, this was the sacred domain of a very powerful sage. Why would it be conjured by the other party? Could it be that this Xikong Jing was also like Lin Wudi and could conjure all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena? They were really shocked. However, the little sword saint said that the sage's sacred domain was indeed the bright moon above the sea. However, it was different from what Xikong Jing had used. Xikong Jing cultivated the righteous qi of heaven and earth, so he could naturally conjure some heaven and earth phenomena. So that was how it was. The surrounding experts suddenly understood. However, at this moment, there was a shocking change in front of them. The 4 experts had joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Lin Xian had just used 2 of his ultimate skills and did not have any power to follow up. Boom! 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 A monstrous light enveloped Lin Xian. Everyone held their breaths. Would Lin Wudi be injured? Perhaps he would be killed. Could it be that Lin Wudi had blocked the Cloud Sky Saint's attack and died in the hands of these 4 people? Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the little sword saint's heart was in his mouth. Hee hee, you're dead now, aren't you? Yulingzi sneered. Humph, you're too confident. You didn't die in the hands of the sage but in our hands. You're worthy of your reputation. Long Shan also sneered. On the other hand, Xikong Jing and Huang Badian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Wudi was still alive, it was a huge pressure to them. The 4 of you are really despicable and shameless. It seems like you've mastered the art of sneak attacks. However, do you think that the 4 of you can kill me with a sneak attack? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. What? Yulingzi screamed. Long Shan and the others' eyelids twitched. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? That's Lin Wudi's voice. Damn it, could it be that he's not dead, but how is that possible? A sage should be seriously injured by their sneak attack, right? If he's not dead, he might be seriously injured. They comforted themselves. However, when all the energy disappeared, they were completely dumbfounded because they realized that there were no cracks on Lin Xian's body. How is that possible? Is he really not injured? At that moment, Yu Lingzi raised his hand and looked at his dagger. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. Because there was not a single drop of blood on his dagger. Not only that, but there were even a few cracks on it. Although they were small, they were like a bolt from the blue in his eyes. Not good, retreat quickly. This person is a monster. His physique is probably stronger than an ordinary sage's. The four of them quickly retreated. Boom, however, it was too late. The 10,000 dragons portrait directly blasted over and sent the four of them flying. The four of them were instantly blasted into pieces, and their bodies turned into a bloody mist. A lot of the bloody mist was even destroyed by the 10,000 dragons portrait. No, damn it, stop, you can't kill me, I was wrong, the four of them screamed crazily. However, at that moment, the hidden immortal pagoda in the sky descended and was about to destroy the four of them. However, at that moment, Cloud Sky Saint made his move. He snorted coldly and struck out with the left hand of the demon again, blocking the hidden immortal pagoda. The remaining four of them were wrapped in the remaining blood and fled into the distance. Although they were seriously injured, they could still recover with their strength. The four of them directly tore through the void and fled into the distance, not daring to stay any longer. Lin Xian did not chase after the four of them. Instead, he stared at Cloud Sky Saint. Cloud Sky Saint's face turned pale because he realized that Yan Ryu was also looking at him. Damn it, I can't even defeat one Lin Xian, now I have to add Yan Ryu to the mix, he said. Kid, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Lin Xian laughed loudly. What did you say? You want to fight me one-on-one? Do you have the guts to say that? I'm a half-saint and I'm very young. What about you? You've lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years and you're a saint. Where did you get the guts to say that? The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Indeed, if a saint said to a half-saint, let's fight one-on-one, it would be bullying. Wasn't this bullying? He reckoned that the saints would lose all their face. As expected, Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened when he heard that. However, at that moment, Lin Xian laughed loudly. Don't worry, I'll be merciful and fulfill your wish. I can still kill you one-on-one. You're courting death. Arrogant kid. Go and die. Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. To tell the truth, saying that he wanted to fight one-on-one made him lose face. However, compared to his life, he didn't care about losing face. As long as he could kill Yan Ryu, he would still be a saint and Yan Ryu would be a lonely ghost. The demon's left hand struck out fiercely while Lin Xian controlled the illusions of the two extreme Dao Emperor weapons to fight against it. In the end, after 36 moves, Cloud Sky Saint's body was smashed apart again. Only the demon's left hand was still intact. At that moment, Lin Xian directly waved the 10,000 dragons diagram and rushed forward. The dragon sword soul roared and transformed into countless sword lights. This time, it went all out and quickly wiped out Cloud Sky Saint's blood. Cloud Sky Saint was so scared that he peed his pants. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be afraid because he was a saint. However, when the dragon sword soul appeared, he was so scared that he peed his pants. The piercingly cold sword chi caused his saint's blood to be constantly wiped out and disappeared. If all of his blood was wiped out, he would really die. Hence, he fled like crazy. His blood scattered into countless pieces and flew in all directions like blood rain. However, the great dragon sword soul was even more powerful. It transformed into countless beams of sword chi. In the end, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers, and a sword seal was imprinted in the void. This scene was the same as the little sword saint's 10,000 sword art. Countless sword chi trash rushed out together with the seawater of the void sea. Cloud Sky Saint screamed. Most of his saint blood had been destroyed. The remaining saint blood would not be able to escape. However, before Lin Xian could do anything, Cloud Sky Saint screamed. His remaining blood was absorbed. No, damn it, what's going on? He screamed like a madman, and the people around him were stunned. Did Lin Wude use some powerful technique again? Lin Xian also stopped and frowned. He did not use any techniques, so what was going on with Cloud Sky Saint? It was the devil's left hand. He finally discovered that terrifying demonic runes had appeared on the left hand of the devil. He sucked the rest of the sacred blood into his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Cloud Sky Saint let out an angry roar. Damn it, how could this happen? He was really shocked. After he obtained the devil's left hand from the devil's altar, he was ecstatic. With his strength, he could attack continuously. Moreover, he had many treasures on him that could restore his strength at any time. Hence, in his opinion, the devil's left hand was like a sacred weapon. As long as he was not dead, he could use it. However, he realized that he did not understand the devil's left hand at all. At the last moment, the devil's left hand had absorbed his blood. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to come back to life? Or was he trying to do something else? Or was it something that was being controlled by someone else in the first place? Cloud Sky Saint did not know that the last of his blood had been absorbed by the devil's left hand. As for him, he had disappeared into thin air. In the end, he did not die in the hands of Lin Xian. Instead, he died in the hands of his own weapon. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. Previously, they were envious of the devil's left hand. But now, the devil's left hand was floating quietly in the void sea. However, no one dared to step forward. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his golden hand and grabbed the devil's left hand. Then, he pulled it in front of him and looked at it carefully. What a magical item. It could even kill a saint. He cast a few seals and sealed the devil's left hand. He felt that this was a treasure. He had seen it before. Cloud Sky Saint was not as strong as him. But after taking out the devil's left hand, he could injure him. This was definitely a divine weapon. If used well, it would not be weaker than a sacred weapon. Yan Ryu frowned. This item is a little weird. Are you sure you want to use it? Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. I'll study it first. Anyway, I can't leave such a good item to others. He kept the devil's left hand. After that, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu started to wait. The surrounding people also started to leave one after another. They were all watching from afar with uncertainty. No one dared to step forward. Even the little sword saint had left, because he had suffered a huge blow after watching this battle. After about half a month, the blood-red whirlpool slowly disappeared. The dark red divine dragon and the North Beast's figure also appeared. When the two of them came out, they laughed excitedly. The dark red divine dragon roared. This is great. The demon saint's blood is indeed useful to me. I'm almost at the saint realm now. The dragon blood in my body is unusually strong. On the other side, the North demon smiled satisfactorily. His 1,000-demon body was even more mysterious. Obviously, the blood-red whirlpool had given the two of them great rewards. The group left again. Everyone had gained something. Lin Xian had also obtained the water Taoist stone. So, he was left with one last target. That was the statue of the great sage. However, Lin Xian did not know where it was at the moment. But then again, the statue of the great sage could suppress the terrifying demon qi. Even the Langya star wanted to get it. It was definitely an extremely precious treasure. If there was one, it must be in the deepest part of the void ocean. So, the group identified the direction and headed towards the deepest part of the void ocean. On the other side, Long Shan, Huang Badian, and the others fled quickly. They only relaxed when they realized that no one was chasing after them when they were tens of millions of miles away. Then, they used their trump cards and natural treasures to recover their bodies. The four of them were extremely pale, without a trace of blood. The recovery this time had damaged their foundation. It seemed that after returning, they would have to go into seclusion for hundreds of years to completely recover. Damn it. How could that guy be so powerful? Long Shan gritted his teeth. Huang Badian and the others also looked gloomy. Xikong Jing's expression was cold. However, at this moment, his brows twitched. Because his family's sound transmission array rang. After hearing the sound transmission, Jing's expression changed. Everyone, I have something to do. I'll leave first. What's wrong with this guy? Lingzi frowned. Could something have happened? Long Shan also said coldly. What could have happened? It was probably something related to their family. Huang Badian. It was rumored that a very powerful sage from the Xikong family had entered the void ocean and even opened up a space. It was said that he had left behind countless treasures. This legend had been circulating in the Xikong family. Therefore, every time the void ocean opened, the Xikong family would send a large number of experts to explore. This time was no exception. Judging from Jing's expression, could it be that his family had discovered some breakthrough? It's really possible. Why don't we follow them and take a look? Lingzi suggested. Long Shan and Huang Badian also nodded. The three of them hid their auras and flew into the distance. Jing flew very fast because he was extremely excited. The array voice transmission just now was indeed given to him by his family. Moreover, the content made his blood boil because they had finally discovered the relics left behind by their sage ancestor. He was too excited because there was a legend that had been circulating in his family since he was born. Basically, every few years, Jing would hear the elders of his family mention this legend. Therefore, Jing was very familiar with this legend. It was said that the Xikong family used to be very powerful and was a top family. There was a sage in the family who had cultivated to the Great Sage realm. The Great Sage was at the peak of the Sage realm. He was only one step away from the Great Emperor realm. Such combat strength was enough to dominate the starry sky. However, for some reason, the Great Sage had suddenly gone to the void ocean when he was at his peak and never returned. Since then, the Xikong family had plummeted. Although it was still a big force now, it was nothing compared to its heyday. Later, it was rumored that their Great Sage had not died. Instead, he had opened up an independent space in the void ocean and established his own force. Therefore, the Xikong family had been searching for the space treasures left behind by the Great Sage all these years. This time, they had found an important clue, so they hurriedly summoned Jing. Thinking of this, Jing's speed increased. Finally, after flying for about 3 days, Jing finally arrived at his destination. In front of him, there were many people standing there. Those people were the powerhouses of the Xikong clan. They were gathered together at this moment, and there was an array beneath their feet. Everyone was trembling with excitement, as if they were waiting for something. When Xikong arrived, they raised their heads. He was here. Everyone looked at Jing. Jing also asked, "Elder, have you already found the clues? Why haven't you started?" "I was just waiting for you. Your bloodline is purer. Only with your bloodline and our bloodline as support can we activate the formation and connect to the clues left behind by the Great Sage." Okay. Jing didn't refuse. He directly cut his palm and dripped his purest blood on the formation. The surrounding powerhouses of the Xikong clan also cut their palms, and all the blood dripped down. The formation beneath his feet also lit up with a crimson light. The surrounding sea started to tremble violently. In the next moment, a shocking muffled sound rang out and almost overturned all the powerhouses from the Xikong clan. What happened? Jing's eyes widened, and his face turned pale. The eyes of those experienced powerhouses lit up. It was done. They finally found the clue. Before they finished speaking, more and more rumbling sounds rang out and spread out in all directions. "Oh no, it's too loud." Jing's expression changed. However, those experienced powerhouses said, "It's okay, we've already set up the formation to cover the sky." However, before they finished speaking, the surrounding formation shattered with a bang, and an increasingly violent aura swept out in all directions. "Damn it, this force is too strong. It's destroying our preparations and the formation we set up. It'll probably attract others. What should we do? Should we stop it? Or should we set up a new formation and try again?" Someone suggested. However, those powerhouses said, "There's no other way. Once this thing is activated, it's out of our control. We can only resign ourselves to fate." Besides, even if other people are attracted, so what? The Sikong clan isn't afraid of anyone. This belongs to our clan. Who dares to take it from us? Speaking of this, a cold murderous intent burst out from their eyes. The surrounding warriors of the Sikong clan all calmed down and waited patiently. Behind them, Long Shan and the other two stopped, looking surprised because they felt an extremely terrifying aura in front of them. There seemed to be an illusory image between heaven and earth. What's that? They widened their eyes because they found that a pagoda had appeared in the sea. It was a blue pagoda, and it looked very similar to the illusory image of the hidden immortal pagoda. At first, they thought that it was Lin Wudi or Yan Nantian fighting there. However, after careful observation, they found that it wasn't them. That blue pagoda wasn't the hidden immortal pagoda, which made them feel relieved. What kind of pagoda is this? Could it be that a treasure in the Void Sea has been discovered? It was very likely that it had something to do with the Sikong clan. Thinking of this, Long Shan and the other two were overjoyed. They sped up, lurked more carefully, and rushed forward. At the same time, the people in the surrounding sea also felt it. They felt a violent wave that caused an underwater earthquake. However, in the next moment, they saw an illusory image of a pagoda in the endless distance. It was indomitable, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sea. Heavens, what's that? The aura is too terrifying. Is it the hidden immortal pagoda? No, it's not the aura of a battle. It's a majestic aura of righteousness. A treasure of heaven and earth must have appeared. Hurry up, this treasure is definitely at the level of a saint. Not only that, it's definitely not left behind by an ordinary saint. Even though saints would be jealous if they saw it. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, Dragon Valley, Eight Wind Palace, and all the other major forces moved out. The other clans and experts in the vicinity also began to move. They had no choice. They had been here for so long, but they had never seen such a phenomenon in the Void Sea. Lin Xian and the others naturally saw it as well. Instantly, their faces were filled with shock. What a powerful energy wave, and this illusory image is too terrifying. They could see it from so far away. The North Demon and the others were just right. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Isn't this direction the depths of the Void Sea? Moreover, this scene might be related to the statue of the great sage. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, it was already 5 days later. Countless experts and family clans had already appeared around them. Their gazes were all fixed on the blue pagoda in front of them. There were a few people standing at the front, staring coldly in all directions. Those people were from the Sikong family. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. To be honest, they did not expect that the great sage pagoda's image would attract so many people's attention. And there were too many people. They had been full of confidence before, but now they were full of bitterness. If it were just 1 or 2 forces, they would definitely be able to stop them. But there were too many people now. A single smear could drown them. But they were not very worried because if there really was a treasure, these people would definitely not gather together to form a force. They would definitely fight on their own. And when that time came, the Sikong family would still have a huge advantage. More importantly, this was a treasure left behind by their ancestor. They had the power of bloodline. This advantage was really too great. Thinking of this, they all calmed down. In the sky, the blue pagoda became more and more solid. Finally, it seemed to really appear. The majestic aura made everyone feel that they were not facing a pagoda, but a supreme immortal mountain. It made people want to worship and tremble. What was going on? Some of the newcomers were confused, but there were also some experts from the big families who looked serious. One of them said, "I think it's very likely that this is the Great Sage Pagoda." In the Great Sage Tower, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The title of Great Sage wasn't just for show. One had to be an extremely top saint to be able to become a great god. Every great sage was an earth-shattering figure. They were all candidates who had the potential to become great emperors. But now, a great sage pagoda had appeared. The surrounding people's eyes instantly lit up. The dark red divine, dragon, North Demon, and Yan Ryu were also very surprised. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Could it be that the statue of the great sage was the destination he was looking for? What an unexpected surprise. However, what was going on with those people from the Sikong clan? How could they be so close without being affected? The surrounding people also wanted to go forward, but when they felt the vast power of heaven and earth, they didn't dare to go forward. If he tried to break through, he would probably be torn to pieces. This was because another powerhouse from the great sage pagoda of the Sikong family had spoken. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people immediately went crazy. The Sikong clan had the great sage. How could that be? With the great sage and the Sikong family, would they still stay with them? The Sikong family had indeed produced a great sage. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying great sage. However, that great sage had already disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. That was why the Sikong family had declined. Even so, it was still a very terrifying family. One could only imagine how terrifying their clan's foundation was. Yes, I've also heard rumors that the great sage of the Sikong family disappeared after entering the void ocean. For tens of thousands of years, the Sikong family had always wanted to enter the void ocean to investigate. Every time the void ocean opened, they would frantically search for it. They didn't expect that they would finally find it this time. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. It seemed that the statue he was looking for should be the Sikong family's great sage statue. After all, it was impossible for the void ocean to have two great sage statues. That would be too shocking. Kid, it seems that this is the target you're looking for. However, the situation isn't good. There are too many people here. The dark rainbow divine dragon muttered softly. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With their strength, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Besides, they only wanted a statue and not their great sage inheritance. They probably wouldn't care. There were probably many treasures inside. When the time came, there would definitely be a huge fight. At this point, Lin Xian looked around. He saw Sikong Jing, Long Shan, Huang Badian, Yu Lingzi, and the others. However, he frowned slightly. He didn't see Yan Nantian. How was that possible? How could Yan Nantian not appear in such a situation, or was it that Yan Nantian was already here? However, Yan Nantian used a great emperor's secret technique to disguise himself and appear near him. Thinking of this, his gaze became a little gloomy. Yan Nantian also knew how to hide. Yan Nantian was extremely domineering before. He didn't hide his strength and directly used the divine beast phantom and the 9 great emperor patterns. The aura that he emitted made it obvious that he was a great emperor's successor. However, Yan Nantian was hiding his strength. Perhaps he was traumatized after being killed several times. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Whether it was a sneak attack or a frontal attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was probably terrified of him now, so he didn't care. The most important thing now was how to enter the Great Sage Tower and obtain the Great Sage statue. Everyone waited for another 7 days. During these 7 days, the phantom of the Great Sage Tower became more and more solid. On the 7th day, it finally appeared in front of everyone. This was no longer a phantom, but a real existence. The Great Sage Tower's terrifying sage aura was even more terrifying. Everyone retreated far away and frantically resisted. This was the Great Sage Tower, a powerful existence in the 9th heaven of the sage realm. They were even afraid of a 1st heaven sage, let alone a 9th heaven sage. However, the aura of the Great Sage Tower gradually became more restrained. Although it was still terrifying, it was much better than before. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. If it had been like before, no one would have been able to enter. Perhaps the people of the Sikong clan were here. The Great Sage Tower probably felt the aura of the Sikong clan, so it didn't release the power of heaven and earth so violently. The people of the Sikong clan stood at the front, bewildered. Although some of the younger disciples wanted to enter, they were firmly held back by the powerhouses with experience. They knew that now wasn't the time. However, while the people of the Sikong clan didn't move, someone else did. Among them, a half-sage with mountain-like strength said coldly, "Hee, why aren't you going in? What a group of people who are afraid of death." Now that the power of the Great Sage Tower had disappeared, it was the best time to enter. As he spoke, he stomped his foot and rushed forward like a small mountain. His target was the entrance of the Great Sage Tower. The entrance was very magnificent. It was 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide. There were water ripples on it, and it was unusually simple and mysterious. Everyone's eyes focused on the entrance when they saw someone trying to barge in. It was a half-sage who had tempered his body. It seemed that he was very strong. Would he be able to enter? Everyone became nervous. The tall half-sage looked at the entrance in front of him and shouted loudly, "Then I won't be polite." Countless law fragments appeared on his body. They were like shields that firmly enveloped his body. This was a half-sage of the law of earth. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance and stepped in with one foot. That was because the foot he stepped on was instantly turned into ashes. Not only that, but his entire body was also cut into a bloody mist. Then, he dissipated between heaven and earth. A semi-sage expert had been killed in a matter of seconds. It had happened in the blink of an eye. This astonishing scene had made many people hold their breaths. However, there were also some powerhouses who sneered. How could it be so easy to enter the Great Sage's pagoda? Were they really overestimating themselves? Everyone waited patiently. In fact, many people didn't know what they were waiting for, but no one dared to try. However, after a day, the Sikong clan made their move. They were using their own blood outside the Great Sage's pagoda. Especially the edge of the entrance, which was smeared with blood. It seemed like they wanted to use their own blood to gain the ancestors' approval, so that they could enter. Seeing this scene, the others became uneasy. If only the Sikong clan went in, and the others could only watch from the outside, it would be really awkward. When that happened, they would be jealous to death. The dark red divine dragon was also a little worried. Damn it, can't we try again? He was also a little impatient, but Lin Xian held him back. Don't be anxious, wait and see. So many people want to make a move, let's just watch. He wouldn't force himself to take the lead. However, at this moment, when the Sikong clan's blood dyed the entrance red, a shocking change occurred. Suddenly, a vortex appeared at the entrance, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out in all directions. Everyone thought it was some kind of attack, and they all retreated. However, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It turned out that what appeared from inside wasn't an attack, but pills. One pill after another, densely packed together, there were more than 100 of them. Every single one of them was crystal clear. These were saint pills, and they might have been refined by the great sage. Someone screamed, and the others all looked up at the sky. Their eyes turned blood red. Pills, what an unexpected surprise. They originally thought that there was no hope of entering, but they didn't expect the Sikong clan to cause such a change. So many pills were spat out. More than 100 saint pills. If he were to obtain one and consume it, his fighting prowess would increase tremendously. Even if he didn't consume it himself, he could still bring it back to the elders of his clan. Thinking about how they would be heavily groomed by their families in the future and how they would soar into the sky, they all trembled with excitement. Hurry up and snatch it. These people were crazily snatching it. Heavenly Dragon Divine Claw. The dark red divine dragon couldn't wait any longer. When he found out that this was a sacred pill, he attacked decisively. Countless dragon claws appeared in the sky. Damn it, get out of here. Many people attacked like crazy, but they were all blasted away by the dark red dragon with a roar. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon's strength had increased greatly after cultivating with the demonic blood. Lin Xian, Yan Ruyu, the North Demon, and the others all took action as well. However, when they got 20 of them, they stopped decisively. He didn't attack again. Because if they snatched it all away, it would definitely lead to a group attack. There were so many experts around, and it would not do them any good to continue fighting. They might as well quit while they were ahead. There were more than 20 pieces, which was equivalent to getting 1/5 of the total. They were already satisfied. As expected, although some people were unwilling, they still gave up when they saw Lin Xian's lineup. Moreover, there were more than 80 pills around. If they fought with all their might, they might still have a chance. In an instant, the others attacked crazily. The people from the Sikong family also roared angrily. Damn it, stop. This is our item. They were truly infuriated. They had used their own blood to create this. This great sage tower was originally their Xikong family's private property. But now, who cared if it belonged to their family? The surrounding people were already jealous. It was already good enough that they didn't attack the Xikong family directly. In the end, the remaining sacred pills were divided among the people from the Xikong family: Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, Dark Moon Temple, and Eight Wind Palace. Only a dozen pills were left, and they were scattered in the hands of the others. They couldn't accept it, they couldn't accept it. Many people roared crazily. How could there be enough to go around? They stared ahead with greed on their faces. At this moment, the people from the Xikong family were ready to enter. Because they didn't get much before, it wasn't enough to go around. So they decided to go in. When they saw this scene, many people surrounded them. The people from the Xikong family sneered. Can you enter? If you can't, then stay here. If you dare to come out, we'll kill you. The people from Dragon Valley said coldly. The people from Eight Wind Palace also said, yes, you'd better cooperate and find a way to let us in. Otherwise, none of you will be able to lead this void ocean. Their voices were filled with endless dominance. The people from Dark Moon Temple and Vermilion Bird Palace also looked unfriendly. The surrounding people were also eyeing them covetously. It seemed that if they couldn't enter, they would really stay here until the end of time. When they saw this scene, the young disciples of the Xikong family looked extremely upset. The powerhouses had said that they didn't need to care about them. They just needed to let them in. So what if these people went in? The other party was not from the Xikong family, so they definitely wouldn't have an advantage over them. Therefore, the people from the Xikong family ignored them and walked straight ahead. The people behind him followed closely behind. Lin Xian and the others were also following closely behind. However, after walking for a while, they stopped. Many people behind them shouted angrily, "Damn it! What's going on?" Could it be that the Xikong family wanted to go back on their word? They were afraid that the other party would shake them off. However, the voice of the Xikong family came from the front. 3 paths have appeared in front of us. Which path should we take? What? 3 paths? Some people were shocked. Could they be lying to us? However, at this time, the people from Dragon Valley and Eight Wind Palace also said that there were indeed 3 paths. Damn it! Shut up! Otherwise, we'll kill all of you. When these words were said, everyone fell silent. The people from the Xikong family also frowned. 3 paths had appeared in front of them. Which path should they take? They sensed carefully and even used their bloodline power to test it. However, they found that the 3 paths were exactly the same. They couldn't tell which path was which. This scene surprised them a little. However, in the end, the people from the Xikong family decided to split into 3 paths. There had to be a group that could enter. This was the safest way. When they saw that the Xikong family had split into 3 paths, the surrounding people hurriedly discussed. Soon, the people from Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and Dragon Valley also decided to split into 3 paths and followed closely. They wouldn't let go of any possibility. Lin Xian looked at Little White. Little White also shook its head. It couldn't see clearly. It was too chaotic. 9, 8, Lin Xian sighed. There was nothing he could do. Even Little White couldn't see clearly. He could imagine how powerful the great sage was. He said, "Looks like we have to split into 3 groups. How about this? I'll take 1, Ryu will take 1, and you and the North Demon will take 1. This way, we won't be left empty-handed." Just as the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the North Demon were about to leave, Lin Xian was stunned. He said, "Come here." Hearing this, the Dark Red Divine Dragon was stunned. They returned to Lin Xian's side again. What happened? What happened? Didn't they say they would each take 1 path? Kid, what did you find? They asked. Lin Xian said. Something's wrong. Look at Xikong Jing. He looked up at Xikong Jing and found that there were many strong cultivators of the Xikong family surrounding him. They seemed to be protecting him. What's going on? Didn't you find it? Previously, Xikong Jing had drawn blood first, and then the other family members had dripped blood. This meant that Xikong Jing's bloodline might be very pure in his family. Hearing this, the North Demon and the other two took a deep breath. They knew this situation. Even in the same family, there were differences in bloodlines. Obviously, Xikong Jing's identity was very special. "Kid, do you mean we should follow that guy?" The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, we should follow them." Although the Xikong family was divided into 3 groups, it was obvious that Xikong Jing's path was the most likely to arrive. "He's taking the east path. Let's follow him." Speaking of this, Lin Xian strode forward. Yan Ryu and the other two also took a deep breath and followed. Originally, every path was very crowded. Now that Lin Xian and the others were heading east, many people were dissatisfied. "Damn it, get lost!" one of the half-saints roared. He didn't even turn his head. He just slapped back. In this place, it didn't matter who they killed. They wouldn't show any mercy. This palm strike was extremely terrifying. The 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 stars, blooming with extremely dazzling light. This was the 5-star fist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was an expert. Who was it that dared to provoke such a person? In the next moment, they were stunned because they discovered that the 5-star fist was being held by a large golden hand. Crack, the fist turned into a bloody mist, and the half-saint who used the 5 elements boxing was sent flying by the slap. "Get lost," his voice was cold and domineering. Who was it? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and turned their heads. They saw a young man in a red robe with a cold expression. Beside him, there were a few figures with equally powerful auras. When they saw Lin Xian, many people's expressions immediately changed, as if they had seen a ghost. They turned around and left. "Hey, where are you going?" some of his companions exclaimed. The men were so frightened that I didn't go in. They did not even turn their heads. Some of the others were also stunned. What was going on? Could it be that these people were very powerful? Not everyone had seen the faces of Lin Xian and the others, so some people were still puzzled at this moment. Lin Xian did not say anything, but the dark red dragon next to him jumped out and roared, "Those who don't want to die, make way for me." This move could be said to be extremely arrogant. Everyone present was a half-saint powerhouse. Who would be willing to make way for others? Immediately, some people sneered, "Make way? Do you believe that I won't skin you and make you into a boot? Boot your ass." 8 styles of the heavenly dragon. The dark red dragon roared, and 8 dragon shadows appeared from its body, instantly blasting those who sneered away. Those people were blasted into pieces, and their blood dyed the ground red. The others were also scared out of their wits. Damn, this method is too powerful, isn't it? The half-saint who used the 5-star fist gritted his teeth. "Kid, which sect are you from? Do you dare to tell me your name?" Around him, 3 more half-saint powerhouses appeared. Each of them looked unfriendly, and countless stars appeared on their bodies, causing everyone's expression to change. 5-star alignment. The light on their bodies actually gathered together, forming a terrifying formation. The 5 of them roared. The 5-star alignment rushed over like a sharp knife, and many people around were sent flying by this force. Boom! Lin Xian opened the sky with his left hand, and a golden fist like the sun blasted out quickly. It collided with the 5-star alignment. Suddenly, a very terrifying force swept out, and the surrounding people's expressions all changed. Because they just wanted to enter the Great Sage Tower. Although there were conflicts, they did not fight. But now, this sudden surge of energy caused everyone's expression to change. They all looked over. In the sky, the golden sun directly smashed the 5-star alignment. Not only that, those powerhouses were also sent flying while vomiting blood, and their faces were full of horror. Not only them, but the surrounding people also fell, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Xian led his people forward, and soon, they reached the front. In the front, the Xikong clan people also frowned, but they did not pay attention to it, and let the people behind fight. It would be best if they killed each other. Only the Xikong clan was left. But at this time, Xikong Jing's body trembled, as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. The next time he looked back, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. "Damn it, it's you!" he screamed like crazy. "What's going on? Jing who is he? Why is Sikong Jing so scared?" The powerhouses of the Sikong clan also frowned. It shouldn't be. Sikong Jing's strength was very powerful, and he was definitely the top among the half-saints. Even if he encountered a saint, he could deal with them. But now, this person made him so scared. They also turned their heads and found that the other party was a very young man. Is this Yan Nantian? Could it be that the successor of the great emperor was already this terrifying? Or is he a saint? They could not figure it out. However, Sikong Jing's voice trembled. "Elder, let's go quickly. He is Lin Wudi." "What? He is Lin Wudi?" The Sikong clan elder's eyelids also twitched. They had heard of his name long ago. This was the first time they had seen him. Now that they saw him, he was indeed powerful. Ordinary half-saints could not withstand a single blow from him. Looking at Sikong's fearful expression, could it be that their genius had actually been defeated by the other party? Thinking of this, their faces darkened, but now was not the time for them to think too much. "Let's go quickly." They supported Sikong Jing and sped up. "Let's follow." Lin Xian and the others followed closely behind, and soon they all rushed forward. He entered that passage. Could it be that he knew where the real passage was? Let's go to that passage. Many people rushed over, and the battle erupted again. "Get lost, damn it, I'll go in first, damn it, I'll kill whoever dares to go in." The crazy battle sounded behind them, but it had nothing to do with Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others followed Sikong Jing and entered the east passage first. After flying for about half a day, they felt that the front was wide, and there seemed to be a blue light screen. When they passed through the light screen, they found that there was no passage ahead. Instead, it was a vast hall. Was this the inside of the Great Sage Pagoda? After entering, the dark red dragon and the others looked around and were amazed. The inside was much wider than what they saw from the outside. As expected of the Great Sage's work, there was a space inside. Lin Xian frowned. Was there a natural law here? He had been to the Demon Cultivation Valley. He naturally knew that the Demonic Cultivation Valley had its own laws. Some of the powers outside couldn't be used. He wondered if the Grand Sage Tower was that terrifying. He silently sensed. On the other hand, the powerhouses of the Sikong clan ahead were trembling with excitement. "Ha ha ha ha, I feel it. I feel the same bloodline power as our clan. This must be left behind by our great sage." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and the others who came in. He sneered. "What do you have to fight with us here? A mere Sikong clan dares to be arrogant in front of me." The dark red dragon sneered. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He had felt that he was indeed suppressed. His strength had been reduced by almost 30%. But was it a natural law? There were no restrictions. Anyone could use it. Lin Xian immediately reminded them to be careful. Their strength had been reduced by 30%. He did not know if the Sikong clan had any restrictions, so they should not rashly start a fight. Hearing this, the dark red dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others frowned. This was not a good thing, but they quickly shook their heads. Because everyone would be suppressed, not just them. Sure enough, the people who came in later also cried out in surprise. They naturally felt that the power was weaker than before and were extremely surprised. The members of the Sikong clan all laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, we weren't suppressed. We weren't suppressed. Instead, we felt that our strength had increased." "Me too. As expected of the great sage of our Sikong clan. He's so protective of us. They're really too happy." Looking at the people around him, he laughed coldly. "Damn dance, I'll let you know what despair is in a while." In this place, they seemed to be the masters as they laughed heartily. When the surrounding people heard this, their faces also changed. But soon, their eyes lit up. There was a row of bookshelves there. "Were those divine ability manuals?" someone said. He rushed over like a gust of wind. On the other side, someone asked, "Where are the weapons?" "Divine weapons?" They flew to the other side. In an instant, everyone who came in went crazy. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was simply a treasure trove. Damn it, stop. This is all ours. The powerhouses of the Sikong family roared madly and rushed over in an attempt to stop them. In an instant, the battle started again. It was very intense. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the sky because he was looking for the statue of the great sage. However, the void here was very strange. He could only see the third level. He didn't know if there was anything above the third level. It seemed like he had to go to the third level first and then look at the things above. At the thought of this, he said, "Do you want to collect treasures here or go to the higher levels? Let's go to the other levels. There are so many good things on the first level. The other levels will definitely have better things." The dark red divine dragon said. The others also nodded. Lin Xian and the others prepared to go to the other levels. They weren't the only ones. The powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and Eight Wind Palace were also not satisfied with the treasures on the first level. Along the way, they saw that the entire ground was made of top-grade metal. Even the surroundings were carved out of huge pieces of divine crystals. It was really extravagant. One had to know that divine crystals were cultivation resources in their hands. However, they had become decorative items here. It had to be said that this state of mind was different. Just as Lin Xian and the others were about to enter the second level, the little white monkey suddenly pointed to a dark place behind the stairs. There seemed to be a strange energy fluctuation there. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others frowned. He said, "Let's go in and take a look." Anything that could attract the little white monkey's attention was definitely not ordinary. They rushed in, but there was a secret door in the dark place of the stairs. The door was dim and hidden in the shadows of the stairs. No one noticed it at all. Lin Xian and the others turned around and found that no one was paying attention to them. It seemed that those people were crazily fighting for treasures. They were all in a frenzy. "Let's go." Lin Xian and the others were very fast. They entered the secret door in an instant. Then, the dark red divine dragon cast a few seals. After entering, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked around. There was a room inside. The whole room was dark green. There was no light, but it gave off a very simple aura. There were no treasures? The dark red divine dragon was a little disappointed. There were no pills, weapons, or secret manuals. However, Yan Ruyu said, "How can there be no treasures? There are circles on the walls." The dark red divine dragon glanced and found that there was a painting on all four walls. It was a landscape painting. This aura was not ordinary. It carried the aura of Tao and an extremely shocking power. Could this be the work of the great sage? Thinking of this, they gasped. They could actually see the great sage's notes with their own eyes. It was definitely not a small matter. No wonder it could attract Little White's attention. It's so messy here. I'll keep it first and look at it when it's safe. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and wanted to grab one of the paintings. However, it was bounced away by a force. F*CK, it hurts like hell. The dark red divine dragon gasped. Lin Xian said, "Since we can't take it away, let's study it." Lin Xian looked at the four paintings. The four paintings were different. One of them was an endless mountain range. It was densely packed and hidden in the clouds. At the right end of the painting, there were words carved with Dao runes. The mountains were small at a glance. The second painting was of countless flowers. They were as bright as blood and had an indescribable aura. It made people uncomfortable. That painting was also carved with Dao runes. The flowers were mesmerizing. The third painting was a vast expanse of green. It seemed to be a painting of the sky. The fourth painting was of 2 rows of mountains that stretched into the sky. Among the mountains, there was a river flowing down from the sky. The river flows into the great wilderness. When Lin Xian and the others saw these 4 paintings, they gasped and looked at each other. These 4 paintings depicted the natural scenery of heaven and earth, but why did they feel that there was an evil aura? It should be the great sage's handwriting. Why don't we try to comprehend it? Yan Ryu said after looking at it for a while. She looked at the river flowing into the great wilderness. Then I'll look at this. The dark red divine dragon looked at the sky. The north demon chose to use flowers to dazzle the eyes. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stood in front of the painting. He felt as if his soul had been sucked into the painting. He didn't seem to see a brush gently touching the ground. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness. Suddenly, mountains appeared. Lin Xian seemed to be standing at the peak of the mountain. He felt that his mental state had changed. In his eyes, everything became tiny and insignificant like an ant. He was like a high and mighty god who could control everything. This change was really magical. It made him a little greedy and lost in it. However, at this moment, the dragon sword soul in his body roared, causing Lin Xian to instantly wake up. What a strange painting. Although it had endless power and made people yearn for it, there was also a force that seemed to want to lock people in the mountains. Indeed, there was a hint of strangeness. However, so what if it was strange? The great sage wasn't someone they could guess. This ability to see how small all the mountains are really was a type of divine ability. This divine ability didn't directly attack people. Instead, it changed one's aura. Once it was used, it would be like an ant meeting a dragon. It would make the enemy tremble and unable to resist. The people of the Situ family cultivated the righteous aura. The Xianxia star also said that the great sage of the Void Sea was a great sage who cultivated the righteous aura. He could use his righteous aura to suppress the demonic aura of the Xianxia star. It seemed that this was the painting of the great sage. Lin Xian began to comprehend this realm with all his might. However, he remained vigilant and prepared to use the great dragon sword soul at any time. The evil aura just now was really too strange, but fortunately, under the calmness of the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian did not lose his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Was the view of all mountains small? It was indeed magical and terrifying. As expected of the great sage's generosity, he looked at the other three and found that they were also infatuated. He coldly snorted and the great dragon sword spirit circled around them. Suddenly, the three of them woke up. Among them, Yan Ryu didn't seem to be affected much. However, the dark red divine dragon and the north demon looked terrified. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, what's going on? What happened just now? They felt a lingering fear. It was as if their souls had fallen into the abyss and wouldn't be able to escape for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, Lin Xian acted. At this moment, Yan Ryu spoke. There was something wrong with these scrolls. Although they were the work of the mysterious great sage. However, there was a strange and evil power contained within it. Fortunately, as long as we can carefully overcome this evil power, the rest can still be used by us. At this point, Yan Ryu's lips curled into a smile. I've indeed obtained some good stuff. It's different from the previous ones. You don't say, me too. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon also nodded. They were also extremely excited. It could be said that this was a divine ability, but it was more like a kind of artistic conception. Once it was used, its power would definitely be boundless. Crack, at this moment, the scrolls on the wall rolled up on their own, as if they were not allowed to look at them. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others didn't mind. The great sage's mechanism was so ingenious that if they didn't let them look, they wouldn't even be able to see them. Therefore, Lin Xian said, let's go. When they came out, they happened to meet a few people who wanted to go up to the second level. Immediately, they stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, how did they get to that place? Was there anything there? These people instantly surrounded them. Many of them endured it and found that there were only a few scrolls around, but they were hung up. They tried for a long time, but they couldn't open them. Instead, they were sent flying by a force. Other than that, there was nothing else. Damn it, they must have taken the treasures. The people around them roared crazily. Among them, one of the sages had an extremely cold expression. Damn brat, speak, what did you get? Hand it over, and I'll spare your lives. There were also two clones of the sages who laughed sinisterly. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just capture them, collect their souls, keep their bodies, and take away their storage rings. There were more than 10 figures around them, and they pressed forward together. Among them were the sages and their clones. Their aura was too strong. However, at that moment, Lin Xian took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. All the mountains looked small, countless mountains seemed to have appeared under his feet, and those mountains directly enveloped the sages in front of him. Immediately, those people's expressions changed. Damn it, what's that? The sages roared crazily, and the people around them trembled in fear. They seemed to be standing at the foot of the mountains and looking up at the gods. At that moment, Lin Xian's aura was rising infinitely. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were so domineering that it was as if he was a supreme king looking down on ants. Plop, plop. The surrounding experts all knelt on the ground and trembled. They could not resist that aura at all. The clones of the sages felt their scalps go numb. Even the sages were sweating profusely, and their robes were all wet. He had seen such a situation before, but that was only when he faced an extremely terrifying sage. The kid in front of him was a half-sage. No matter how powerful he was, he should not be able to suppress him in terms of aura. However, he was trembling all over and did not dare to resist at all. Is this what it means to see all the mountains look small? The dark red dragon and the others were also extremely surprised. At that moment, Yan Ruyu made her move. Then try my river flows into the great wilderness. As she spoke, countless mountains appeared on both sides of her. There was only one large river under her feet that was surging endlessly. The river water was too violent, and it swept towards those experts in an instant. With a boom, the surrounding half-sages were all swept into the water, and they screamed miserably. The sages' bodies also trembled. Damn it! They gritted their teeth and roared crazily. However, the primordial river was too terrifying. It kept retreating towards them. Run! These people are too strange. The sages took the lead to escape, and the others were scared out of their wits. You want to leave? It's harder than ascending to the heavens. The dark red dragon roared and soared into the sky. A blue sky appeared below it as if it was the firmament, enveloping those people. Those people found it difficult to move. Damn it, why can't I move? Haha, look at my mesmerizing flowers. The North Demon also walked out. His 1,000-demon body shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, countless beautiful flowers bloomed around him. The petals danced in the air, forming an illusory array. The half-saints inside were all stunned. They seemed to be lost in it. Some of them even laughed foolishly. However, behind the illusion was a terrifying killing intent. The petals suddenly turned into peerless hidden weapons that pierced through the half-saints' foreheads. Even the half-saints were hit. They screamed miserably. They burned their half-saints' blood and rushed out of the strange scene. Then, they escaped. One of the half-saints' clones exploded and escaped with the power of self-destruction. However, the other one was left behind. It was surrounded by countless beautiful flowers and could not escape at all. The remaining half-saints were also killed. The 4 of them used their new ultimate moves. The power was extraordinarily terrifying. Ha 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 ha, this feels so good. The dark red dragon kept roaring. He was too excited. Lin Xian was also shocked. Although he knew that it was powerful, he was still shocked when he used it to defeat people. Even the half-saints could not resist it. The great sage's move was too powerful. He didn't know if it was specially carved or drawn casually. If it was really drawn casually, then that kind of method was definitely heaven-defying. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others retracted the vision and walked toward the second level. They did not know if there were any treasures left behind by the great sage. When they reached the second level, they stopped. They found that the second level was filled with seawater. It was not ordinary seawater. It should be the essence of the void ocean that had been refined by the great sage. Therefore, it was exceptionally terrifying. It was like the Milky Way that blocked their path. It was the Milky Way's water that blocked everyone's path. For a moment, no one dared to go forward. However, after Lin Xian and the others arrived, many others arrived. When they saw the Milky Way's water in front of them, they immediately sneered. What's the big deal? Let me do it. Two half-saints of the water half-saints came out. They moved very quickly. Fragments of the law of water instantly rose from their bodies. Then, they laughed loudly and walked forward. In an instant, they seemed to have turned into water gods. They were extremely agile and entered the Milky Way. However, as soon as they entered, they screamed in pain. The Milky Way's water stirred and swallowed the two half-saints of the water half-saints. Then, there was no sound. Everyone was so scared that their hair stood on end. The newcomers felt their scalps go numb. Half-saints of the water half-saints, just like that? Half-saints of the water half-saints, heavens, what kind of water is this? Someone in front sneered. Do you think we won't go if it's so easy? Half-saints of the Milky Ways of water half-saints of the water half-saints of the Milky Way. Half-saints of the half-saints of, half-saints, half-saints, of the half-saints of half-saints, half-saints of the Milky Way half-saints blood demon half-saint. However, at that moment, the people from the Sikong clan moved. It's almost done. We can go now. They used the blood to surround themselves and then walked forward. Sure enough, he was fine. Half-saint Milky Demon half-saints of the half-saint to demon demon. Of the. They didn't have the Sikong bloodline, but they seemed to have found a flaw. Everyone's path was very winding. It was as if the Milky Way in front of them was an array. As long as they passed through it cleverly, they wouldn't be injured. The people behind also tried to enter, but most of them didn't know the mystery inside. So, they were drowned in minutes. Of course, there were also a few saints who relied on their powerful weapons and strength to resist. The remaining people had ugly expressions. Those who could pass were all powerful saints or top sects like the Milky Demon half-saints of the Milky Way. The others didn't have such strength. Were they going to be trapped here for the rest of their lives and only be able to watch those people fight for the treasures? They couldn't accept it. However, at this moment, a few people said, "Get out of the way. We want to cross the Milky Way." Hearing that, the others all turned their heads. 4 figures walked out. The 4 people had their backs to them, but they looked very young. How dare such people cross the river? What a joke. Who were these people? Did they have a death wish? Yes, they weren't saints at all. If they were disciples of a large sect like the Milky Demon half-saints of the Milky Way, they would have followed them. The people in front of them were obviously itinerant cultivators. Everyone sneered. They looked at the backs of the 4 people, waiting to see how they would die. However, the 4 people ignored them. Among them, Xianxia said, "What do you think? Did you see it clearly? You saw it roughly, but it'll take some time to study it carefully. I think with our strength, we can resist it for a while." Xianxia nodded and said, "Ruffian Dragon, use the heaven-crippling chessboard as a formation. We'll support you in battle and force our way through." The dark red dragon instantly played the heaven-crippling chessboard. Immediately, Xianxia and the other 2 jumped on it and flew toward the Milky Way. There's really someone who doesn't know what's good for him. The people behind sneered. Soon, they were stunned because they found that the person could block the Milky Way's water and was quickly crossing the Milky Way. That's an array formation. They're using an array formation. Get on that array formation. We can follow them. Suddenly, hope rose in everyone's heart. Previously, they did not dare to talk to Dragon Valley, Ba Huangdong, or the Sage. But now, there were only 4 people, and they were using an ingenious array formation. That made them tempted. In an instant, many people soared into the sky. "Kid, take me over, and I'll give you a weapon. Let me go up, and I'll teach you a divine power for free. Kid, you'd better let us go up, or we'll pull out your tendons and peel off your bones. You'll wish you were dead." Some people tried to tempt him, but most of them were threatening him. In their opinion, it would be easy for them to threaten him with so many people. Hearing those voices, Xianxia did not even turn his head. "Come up if you want to die, scram if you don't want to die." Oh my, how arrogant can he be? The people behind were furious. Although they could not cross the Milky Way, it did not mean that they were weak. Since they were able to enter this place, they were all powerhouses with tricks up their sleeves. At this moment, they were being berated by a young man who did not even turn his head. Was he looking down on them? In an instant, Those people were furious. Damn it, let's join forces and capture this kid. We'll let them use the array formation to help us cross the Milky Way. Immediately, 8 powerhouses jumped out. Their bodies emitted boundless light that swept through the entire space. Humph, do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around. His chi and blood were like dragons, and an extremely terrifying sword will gushed out and swept in all directions. That aura was so terrifying that it made everyone's expression change. They seemed to have an illusion that they were not facing a young man, but a saint. At that moment, Lin Xian was bursting with power. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like divine swords. The sword aura on his body was like a dragon. When it came out, it let out a terrifying roar and directly shattered the seal. The 8 experts who wanted to attack immediately stopped. They were shocked and their bodies were trembling. He was too strong. He was able to shatter the seal that they worked together to create in an instant. The others screamed. What? It's him, Lin Wuti. What do you mean by that person is Lin Wuti? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The 8 experts who attacked were about to cry. They dared to cause trouble for Lin Wuti. Were they tired of living? Those people quickly shook their heads. Young Master Lin, we were wrong. Young Master Lin, please spare us. 2 of them even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. When the other 6 people saw that, they also knelt in the void. Their hearts were twitching. If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They might be spared from death, but they could not escape punishment. Their cultivation would be reduced by 100 years. Lin Xian flicked his finger. A sword wave rushed out and hit the 8 people. The 8 of them screamed and retreated. Every one of them was injured, and there was a terrifying sword mark on their bodies. That sword had seriously injured them, and even damaged their foundation. They would not be able to recover without 100 years' time. Lin Xian was too decisive, and they could not resist at all. However, the 4 of them did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Because their opponent was Lin Wuti, they could only thank Lin Xian for sparing their lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around with his hands behind his back. They controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and quickly crossed the Milky Way. The people behind him were all stunned. He was really too powerful. With a raise of his hand, he suppressed all of them. Children should be like Lin Wuti. Those experts were envious. The others were also silent for a while. Yes, if any family had a genius like Lin Wuti, that family would definitely soar to the sky. Lin Xian and the others used the heavenly crippled chessboard to cross the Milky Way and head inside. Soon, they passed through the 2nd level and arrived at the 3rd level. From the looks of it, there was only one Milky Way on the 2nd level, which blocked everyone's path. After reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Xian's group stopped. The Xikong clan and those powerhouses who had gone there before were also here. These people were all looking around, and many of them were even looking up. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked up. Previously, when he was on the 1st floor, he could only see the 3rd floor. He couldn't see anything beyond the 3rd floor. Now that he had arrived at the 3rd level, he naturally wanted to take a look. What was above the 3rd level, however, after taking a look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Above the 3rd level, there was a passageway, the surrounding walls were all flickering with light. They were completely made of divine crystals. There were also some rare metals, which were excellent materials for refining half-saint artifacts. They were precious treasures in the eyes of a half-saint. But here, they were casually made into walls. The method was very extravagant. The engraved patterns on the walls were also extremely profound, flickering with incomparably mysterious power. There were even sunken holes on the walls, and there was something on each of them. Some were weapons, some were elixir bottles. Some were paintings or jade slips. It was obvious that these were all treasures stored here. Every treasure was sealed. They couldn't be taken. They could only be taken by breaking the seal. The dark red divine dragon next to him also looked up and exclaimed. The carvings were beautiful. The light made it look like the sky was full of gods and Buddhas. Indeed, there was something at the top. Yan Ryu also exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian opened his heavenly secret godly eyes and looked carefully. The next moment, his pupils shrank. Did he find it? He saw that on the 7th level, which was the top of the pagoda, there was a statue floating in the void. It seemed to be suppressing the entire pagoda. The statue was blue in color, but it was very simple and did not have much light. From this angle, Lin Xian could only see the lower half of the statue. However, with just a glance, he could feel the vastness of heaven and earth, as if that person could suppress all things in the universe. The statue of the great sage, that's right, it must be the statue of the great sage. Lin Xian clenched his fists. It seemed that that thing was his ultimate goal. He had to find a way to get it. However, before he could do anything, the people in front turned their heads. They didn't expect that someone else could come from behind. For a moment, they all looked at him. Many people's expressions changed. Lin Wuti! They exclaimed in surprise. Among them, Long Shan, Yu Lingzi, and the others' expressions became incomparably ugly. However, the experts of their sex snorted coldly, their eyes gloomy. Was this person Lin Wuti? He was much younger than they had imagined. At this moment, a young figure walked out from the Xikong clan at the front. It was Xikong Jing. Xikong Jing said. The Xikong clan is willing to join forces with the major sects and the sages. However, other than the sages and sects that are on par with our Xikong clan, I don't want anyone else to appear here. As he said this, he stared at Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, everyone turned their heads, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They knew that Xikong Jing's words were directed at Lin Wuti. However, they were very confused. With Xikong Jing's status and strength, shouldn't he join forces with all of them to deal with Lin Wuti? Could it be that there was a secret behind this? Before they could figure it out, Long Shan, Huang Badian, and Yu Lingzi also walked out. That's right, I agree. We are all the top forces. Why should a few small rogue cultivators come here to share the treasure with us? Why don't we join forces and get rid of them? That's right, these people are all treasures, especially Lin Wuti, who is the successor of 2 great inheritances. Long Shan's eyes also lit up with a fiery light. The surrounding experts of the major sects all frowned. What's going on? These 4 young people are joining forces, and they want to join forces with all of them? It shouldn't be. After all, whether it was Long Shan, Huang Badian, Yu Lingzi, or Xikong Jing, each of them was an arrogant peerless genius. They even thought that they were on par with Yan Nantian. Why would such a person join forces with others? This was an extremely shameful thing. However, not only were the 4 top geniuses joining forces, but they were also joining forces with the veteran experts. When Lin Xian heard this, he burst into laughter. Although your excuses are dignified, you still can't hide the fear in your hearts. You 4 pieces of trash escaped from me last time, so I didn't continue to chase after you. Why, you still dare to find trouble with me now? Do you think that the elites of your family are here? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian looked around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Long Shan and the others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces were extremely ugly. The elites around them gasped. What was going on? Could it be that they had all been defeated by him? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. This Lin Wuti, how much has he grown? What nonsense! An elite from the Dragon Valley stood out and shouted coldly. Lin Wuti, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that the elites of the Dragon Valley can't beat you? They just don't want to waste their energy. That's right. The elites of the 8-Wind Hall also stepped out. There's no need to fight one-on-one against you. We have the absolute advantage. Just kill him. Why bother talking to him? The elites of the Dark Moon Temple also stepped out. They also didn't believe that their elites would lose to Lin Xian. They also didn't want to admit this fact. Lin Xian sneered. What's wrong? You're wavering, aren't you? You want to kill me to silence me? Ask yourself, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I can crush them to death with just one hand. Lin Xian looked at Long Shan and the others with a look of disdain. The elites of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Hall were so angry that they vomited blood. But soon, their faces became extremely ugly. At this point, their elites didn't refute? It was unbelievable, unless their elites were really defeated by Lin Xian, and it was a crushing defeat that left an indelible shadow in their hearts. What was going on? The elites of the Dragon Valley and the Eight-Wind Hall looked at Long Shan, Huang Tianba, Xikong Jing, and the others. Long Shan and Huang Beishan's faces were extremely ugly, and their lips were trembling. Could it be that they had to admit it in public? They weren't a match for the other party, and they were even torn apart by the other party's single move. Were they almost killed? They could not bring themselves to say such words. However, at that moment, Xikong Jing stepped forward and let out a cold laugh. "Kid, I'll fight you. Last time, we were careless and suffered at your hands. This time, I will prove in front of all the elders and experts that you are no match for me." Hearing this, the crowd gasped. Was Xikong Jing going to come out? Long Shan, Huang Badian, and Yulingzi exchanged glances. Where did this guy get his confidence from? However, they soon recalled that this place was no ordinary place. This was because in the Great Sage Pagoda, the bloodline of the Xikong clan was strengthened, while the strength of the others was suppressed. In this way, the gap between the two sides would be very obvious. If no one was from the Xikong family, then it was fine. However, if they were to fight against the people of the Xikong family, they would be at a disadvantage. This was probably the reason why Xikong Jing dared to come out at this time. Lin Xian looked forward and let out a cold laugh. "Oh, you want to fight me? You don't have such courage outside." "Why? Do you think you can challenge me in your family's Great Sage Pagoda? Do you think you are a match for me just because my strength is suppressed by 30% and you have the bloodline enhancement? Let me tell you, even in the Great Sage Pagoda, you are still not a match for me." Lin Xian's words were quite arrogant. This was equivalent to directly provoking the Xikong family. The people of the Xikong family were furious. "Damn it, this kid still dares to be arrogant in front of us. That's right, we may not be able to deal with you outside, but in the Great Sage Pagoda, who dares to go against us?" As long as it wasn't a group attack from so many large sects, the Xikong family had never feared anyone. A mere Lin Wudi was nothing in their eyes. "Jing fight him. Let him know the power of the Xikong family," an elder of the Xikong family said. Xikong Jing's lips curled up into a smile. "Elder, don't worry, I have the same intention. He is definitely not a match for me. Alright, I'll take this opportunity to see how capable this Lin Wudi is." Around them, the powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple and Dragon Valley also looked unfriendly. They all looked at the two people in the field. Dragon Valley and the others narrowed their eyes. This might be a chance to use the space-time mirror to kill the other party. Thinking of this, they all looked forward to it. Damn it, this guy is really too despicable and shameless. He is like a coward outside, but he dares to show off in front of me here. I really want to slap him to death. The dark red divine dragon snorted. Yan Ryu and the North Demon also frowned. Lin Xian laughed. "It's okay, let him do it. An ant will always be an ant. No matter where it goes, it will never be able to turn the tables. Does he really think that he can be bullied just because he is a true dragon? I will prove it to him with my strength. Come on, let me see what you have to be arrogant here." Lin Xian looked forward. "Humph," Xikong Jing snorted. He did not say anything, but instead, he took a step forward. His body exploded with light that swept across the entire space. At this moment, he was like a ruler, bringing with him a powerful force. Even the surrounding Great Sage Tower became brighter. Seeing the reaction of the Great Sage Tower, the elders of the Xikong family all laughed. In their opinion, how could they lose in their territory? Milky Way fall of the ninth heaven. Xikong Jing roared and the void cracked open. 9 Milky Ways descended, each of them like a silver dragon, bringing with them a powerful aura. There was even a trace of blood-red light on those silver dragons, which was the power of the bloodline. Long Shan and the others frowned. The power of the Milky Way fall of the ninth heaven was much stronger than outside. Yes, coupled with the suppression here, that Lin Wudi might really be in trouble. Yulingzi sneered. Lin Wudi's power was suppressed by 30%, but if Xikong Jing's bloodline power increased by 30%, then, the difference between the two would be 6 levels. No matter how strong that Lin Wudi was, he would not be able to make up for the difference of 6 levels. He would definitely die this time. Oh, his power is stronger than before? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant. However, it was still not enough. Even if the other party's bloodline increased by 3 levels, so what? It was still not enough. He roared, and the power in his body surged. The 9-yang divine body released billions of rays of light. He waved his arm, and the powerful force turned into countless blue rays of light, forming a huge wave vortex that spun around him. The law of water? Many people frowned. The other party did not use the 10,000 dragons diagram to attack, but the law of water. Wasn't he too careless? In the sky, 9 huge cloud dragons rushed over and collided with the black vortex in an instant. There was a loud dragon roar as if it wanted to tear the vortex apart. However, the vortex was extremely terrifying. There was a trace of black aura in the blue light. When the black aura came into contact with the silver dragon shrank rapidly as if it had come into contact with a lightning bolt. It was as if the vortex had swallowed up the Milky Way. In the end, the sea-colored vortex was still spinning, but the 9 silver dragon waterfalls had disappeared, leaving only a trace of aura between heaven and earth. It was not enough. Lin Xian shook his head with a hint of mockery. Damn it, how could it be? The surrounding people were stunned. Xikong Jing's expression also changed. His expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. I can increase my strength by 30% here. I don't believe you can withstand it. Bright moon above the sea. He roared and activated the power of his bloodline. A bright moon appeared in the vortex of the sea. As soon as the bright moon appeared, it brought with it a powerful force that kept crushing Lin Xian, trying to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying moon leaped out of the sea and charged straight at Lin Xian, causing a loud rumble to be heard. The front was shrouded in an endless flow of energy. He hit him. Great! Everyone exclaimed. The people of the Xikong clan even smiled. At such a close distance, he was hit by the bright moon above the sea. Even if he did not die, he would be torn into pieces. Let's see how arrogant he can be this time. Is that all you have? Is this the effect of your 30% increase in strength? How pitifully weak. At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Everyone saw a huge golden hand tearing apart all the energy. Lin Xian's body merely swayed a little from the intense collision before he regained his composure. This scene caused everyone to scream like they had gone crazy. This is impossible. Xikong Jing was flustered and could not believe it. If such a scene had occurred outside, he would have to admit that his strength was indeed inferior to the other parties. But now, they were in the Great Sage Pagoda. He had a 30% bloodline bonus, and his opponent's strength was also suppressed by 30%. There was a difference of 6 levels of strength between the two of them. Could it be that he couldn't defeat the other party? This was absolutely impossible. Had the other party already surpassed him by so much? He didn't dare accept it. The others were stupefied as well. The great sex experts and elders sucked in cold breaths of air. How could it be like this? They had thought of countless possibilities before, but they had never thought of such a possibility. This was simply too unbelievable. No wonder their geniuses, Dragon Mountain and Huang Badian, didn't dare to say anything. Apparently, they really had been defeated by this Lin Wudi. Furthermore, it should be a crushing defeat. Right at this moment, Lin Xian spoke, "Is this the power of your augmentation? How pitifully weak. Do you intend to use such a trump card against me? No. Damn it. I don't believe it," Xikong Jing roared like a madman. The wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens. He waved his hands, and suddenly, the wind and clouds and the void changed as if they were going to sweep through the 9 heavens. This force was so terrifying that it could split the sky and the earth. Go to hell. The terrifying wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens and completely shrouded Lin Xian. This was a divine power that was even more terrifying than the previous 2 heaven and earth phenomenons. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and directly used his fist to transform into a Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng was incomparably majestic. One side was as black as ink, while the other side was as golden as light. It soared into the 9 heavens and directly tore the wind and clouds into pieces. Bang! 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 under the fierce bombardment, Jing also took 3 steps back. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. An ant will always be an ant. Even if they were in another place, they still wouldn't be able to shake a giant dragon. I'll show you how big the gap between us is. Lin Xian took a step forward and looked down at the mountains. Endless mountains appeared around him like a bottomless abyss. Lin Xian was like a god on top of the mountain, looking down at the people below. Jing was shrouded by this mysterious force. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenons, he couldn't help but tremble. With a plop, he finally couldn't help but kneel on the ground. What? Jing is kneeling? The surrounding people went crazy. They would believe it if Jing was defeated. But kneeling? How could that be? Jing was a peerless genius and he had his own pride. Even if he died, he wouldn't kneel. However, it was too strange for him to kneel on the ground. The people of Jing's family were even more shocked. A few of them roared, "Damn it, Jing, what are you doing? Why are you making him kneel? Stand up." 2 of them quickly walked forward, wanting to take Jing away. However, as soon as they came forward, they were shrouded by this strange heaven and earth phenomenons. In the next moment, they felt the sky and earth spinning. The force made them float up and down. Such a voice kept ringing in his ears. Damn it, this force. They were too shocked. Now they finally knew why Jing was kneeling on the ground. This kind of floating force was simply irresistible. Bang, bang. The 2 of them also unconsciously knelt on the ground and trembled. This scene was like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned the surrounding people. The members of the Sikong clan were even more shocked. Even their other 2 powerhouses had knelt down. What kind of spell was this? It was too strange. This brat is too strange. I suggest that we work together and take him down. An elder of the Sikong family coldly shouted. The surrounding people also nodded. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to express their opinion. They had long wanted to make a move. They had a strong hatred for Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. As for Lin Xian, he had slapped the Vermilion Bird Palace hard in the face back on planet Suzaku. Now that they had a chance to hit Lin Xian while he was down, they naturally had to do their part. After receiving the support of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the people of the Sikong family calmed down a bit. It looked like they really had to capture this brat. I also want to know what kind of secret this brat has. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley, 8 Wind Palace, and Dark Moon Temple all walked over. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Do you want to fight? Then come. Lin Xian laughed loudly. His aura became even more violent. It was as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. We won't bully you. Each sect will only send 1 person. If you can survive, then consider yourself lucky. The person from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Hearing this, the dark red dragon was enraged. Bah, you bunch of shameless people. You still say you're not bullying? You've all lived for thousands of years, right? In total, you're almost 7,000 to 8,000 years old. You're almost 10,000 years old. You still have the nerve to attack a young junior? Also, how many of you are there? The 5 of you are working together and you still say you're not bullying? Since you're already so shameless, then admit it. The North Demon also let out a cold snort. His expression was filled with disdain. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such shameless people. Lin Xian's words were like a slap to the faces of the 5 strong cultivators. What could they do? They were so shameless. Die, little kid. The 5 of them were furious. Since they had decided to act shamelessly, they didn't need to worry about anything anymore. Bzzz, that expert from the 8 Desolation Hall raised his hand and took out an ancient mirror. That ancient mirror was incomparably simple and bronze in color. It was extremely terrifying. It was a terrifying weapon in the Bahuang province. The 8 Desolation mirror carried a terrifying desolation aura. As it flowed, the surrounding void shattered continuously. Boom, Lin Xian didn't say anything, he raised his fist and punched. The golden fist was like a sun as it collided with the lights from the Bahuang province. An earth-shattering sound could be heard. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. At that moment, Lin Xian heard a terrifying voice behind him. Dark clouds covered the city. It was the strong cultivator from the Xikong clan. A dark cloud appeared above his head and it contained a strange qi. It was also the strength of the earth and sky. Lin Xian smiled coldly. According to the legends, the Xikong clan practiced the qi of the earth and sky. Surprisingly, the Xikong clan practiced the qi of the earth and sky. What a disgrace to the Xikong clan. Today, I'll help the Xikong clan get rid of you. As he spoke, Lin Xian struck out with his palm, which transformed into a piercingly cold sword aura. With an insufferably arrogant aura, it slashed towards the black cloud. Boom, an earth-shattering sound spread in the air as the dark cloud was cut in half. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was also swallowed. What a strong physique, but you should try my strength, a loud shout rang out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Then, a fist that resembled a dragon head flew towards Lin Xian. Without a doubt, a strong cultivator from the Dragon Valley had to have such a strong body. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian clapped his hands together and blasted out another attack. This time, there wasn't any special light. It was the power of his body being used to the extreme. Boom boom boom, a deep voice rang out, like a muffled thunder exploding on the ground. Then, the two figures retreated. Lin Xian swung his arms, and the aura on his body grew even stronger. On the other side, the powerful beings of the Dragon Valley found it hard to believe. His arms were trembling and he couldn't lift them. He was very strong and a peerless genius, but a genius who survived was a true genius. If he died, he would be nothing. At this moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Lin Xian. Like a grim reaper, the dagger in his hand slashed across the back of Lin Xian's neck. The Dark Moon Temple would definitely kill. Lin Xian also felt a chill run down his spine. He had to admit that this expert from the Dark Moon Palace was very good at assassination. However, it was still impossible to kill him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian did not even turn his head around. Incomparable sword aura burst out from his body, densely packed together. In particular, a golden light rushed out from the back of his head. It was piercingly cold and roared like a giant dragon. With a boom, the dagger was sent flying. The Dark Moon Temple expert was also pierced by the sword qi. Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the 4 great sects and families had all made their moves. However, they were unable to do anything to the other party. Instead, some of them were even injured. This scene caused the expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace to be dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to attack when he saw this frightening scene. Now, it's your turn. Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. Using the Kuan-Pung movement technique to its limit, he instantly attacked the Vermilion Bird Palace expert. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert trembled all over, and a sense of fear enveloped his heart. However, he soon gritted his teeth and roared. Divine red blood palm, his palm turned red. It was the blood of the Vermilion Bird. The blood was incomparably terrifying. When he sent out his palm, it turned into a small blood-colored world that directly engulfed Lin Xian. This was also a powerful ability. The divine red blood palm could forcibly refine a person's qi and blood. It could be said to be incomparably vicious. Let's see how you block it, kid. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert sneered. Even a saint would be injured when he sent out his palm. Those below the saint level would definitely be turned into a bloody mist in an instant, unable to escape. Roar, the crimson world filled the air. However, a terrifying dragon's roar could be heard from within. Immediately, the entire blood-colored world shook violently. Many terrifying cracks appeared on it. Finally, it split open with a boom. Lin Xian charged over with a sword light in his hand. With one strike, he shattered the other party's small blood-colored world. Not only that, the other party's palms were also split in half. Ah! The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace screamed and retreated, his face pale. He stared straight ahead. How was this possible? The other party broke his divine red blood palm so easily. In the next moment, when he saw the weapon in the other party's hand, he was stunned. The Great Spear of Destruction, he finally screamed. The 5 of you are only SOSO. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Damn it, all of you, attack and kill him. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert roared madly. Beside him, two more figures stepped forward. Their auras were no weaker than the former's. Not only Vermilion Bird Palace, but the Dragon Valley, Dark Moon Palace, Eight Wind Palace, and Seekong clan also stepped forward. This time, there were more than a dozen experts. A group battle? The dark red dragon roared and its body turned into a huge dragon coiled in the void. The North Demon activated the body of 10,000 demons. The sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's eyes also burst with a cold light. Kill, someone roared, and the battle instantly erupted. More than a dozen experts fought with Lin Xian and the other three. The commotion was extremely terrifying. In fact, there were even saints who were secretly making their moves. Obviously, their main goal was to capture Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian had the most treasures on him. The two great inheritances made the saints jealous. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread down from the third floor. Fortunately, this was the Great Sage Pagoda. Everything was the ruins of the Great Sage. Therefore, even if these people attacked with all their strength, they would not damage this place at all. However, the space inside the Great Sage Pagoda was torn apart. On the second floor, and even the people on the first floor, they could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from above. That fluctuation made their scalps almost split open. It was so terrifying. They were now somewhat glad that they did not go up. Otherwise, the energy shockwave would be able to destroy them. Lin Xian was very powerful. With the great spear of destruction in his hand, he swept in all directions. Any divine powers that came close were directly shattered by him. However, at this moment, a cold law directly hit his arm, causing his arm to tremble. The great spear of destruction almost flew out of his hand. Damn it, a saint had attacked, and he had attacked secretly. Lin Xian swept his gaze in all directions and looked at the remaining saints in the distance. Those saints had a cold smile in their eyes. The dark red divine dragon and the other two also roared angrily. Obviously, they had also been ambushed by the saints. If it weren't for the great sage's painting that they had previously cultivated and learned these heaven and earth phenomenons, they would have been seriously injured by now. A group attack? Fine, I'll make you pay a painful price today. Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely cold light. He was really angry, so he didn't hold back at all. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged more than a dozen attacks in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Seekong Jing with a murderous look in his eyes. You've provoked me time and time again, and you even sent so many experts from your family to kill me. You deserve to die. Lin Xian waved the spear of destruction in his hand. Seekong Jing screamed like a madman, and his face was extremely pale. To be honest, he had already walked out of the heaven and earth phenomenon and regained his composure. At this moment, he saw more than a dozen people attacking him, including a saint. They knew that no matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he was doomed. This made him calm down a lot, and he even sneered. He still didn't expect Lin Wudi to be so powerful. His movement technique was so strange that he actually dodged all the attacks and arrived in front of him. Damn it, how dare you attack Jing Er? Someone roared and pounced forward. It was a powerhouse from the Seekong family. However, he was kicked away by Lin Xian, and blood splattered everywhere. Run. That was Seekong Jing's only thought. He didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian at all now. Because Lin Xian's aura was too strong. Therefore, he turned into a stream of light, tore through the void, and was about to escape. However, how could he be faster than Lin Xian? The spear of destruction slid and directly pierced through the void. It blasted Seekong Jing out. Then, it pierced through Seekong Jing's heart. Ah! A miserable cry was heard, and blood flowed, dyeing the spear of destruction red. Damn it, put it in, or I'll tear you into pieces. Kill your entire family. The people from the Seekong family roared and pounced forward one after another. However, Lin Xian sneered and didn't fight them head-on. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique and swam among these abijnas and flew quickly to the other side. In an instant, he arrived in front of Long Shan. Not good, Long Shan was scared out of his wits, he turned and ran. Damn it, he didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian. How dare you? The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley were also stunned. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful after piercing through Jing. How dare he try to kill a genius of the Dragon Valley? If you dare to touch him, I'll tear you to shreds. His soul. However, this kind of threat was completely useless. Lin Xian attacked again and pierced through Long Shan's heart. Long Shan flew into the air and screamed miserably. Lin Xian dodged the dragon's shadows that filled the sky and turned around again. Not good, quickly protect our prodigies. The remaining experts from the 8 Desolation Palace and the Dark Moon Divine Hall also reacted. They retreated one after another, no longer surrounding Lin Xian. There was nothing they could do about it. They could tell that Lin Xian was specifically targeting their top geniuses. Despicable, shameless. They roared madly. Fight me head-on if you have the ability. Lin Xian laughed loudly. I'm despicable? I'm shameless? How dare you say that? You're thousands of years old, and a dozen of you are attacking me, a young junior. Now, it's my turn to be despicable? Don't you like to suppress others with your strength? I'll let your junior suffer this kind of fear. With that, Lin Xian charged toward the people from the Dark Moon Palace. These powerhouses moved out one after another. They protected Yu Lingzi as they retreated while assassinating Lin Xian. Every move was aimed at a vital point. All mountains look small. Lin Xian unleashed the illusion of mountains, and his aura rose infinitely. This kind of phenomenon caused the few people near him to stiffen and kneel in midair. Lin Xian punched out again, and the 10,000 dragons picture sent the remaining people flying. There was no one around Lin Xian anymore. Yu Lingzi's face was extremely pale. Stop, I didn't attack you. You can't. Before he could finish, he was also pierced through. His heart was split open, and his body was picked up by the Great Spear of Destruction. Now, Lin Xian's body was stained with the blood of his enemies. The Great Spear of Destruction in his hand flickered with a bright red light. There were 3 figures on it. They were 3 peerless prodigies. They screamed miserably, but they didn't die. That was because Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he carried the bodies of the 3 people and charged toward the 4th prodigy. 8 Desolate Palace, Huang Badian. The people of the 8 Desolate Palace blocked frantically, but it was useless. Huang Ba was also pierced through by the spear. Finally, a prodigy of the Vermilion Bird Palace was also pierced through. Lin Xian pierced through 5 people with the Great Spear of Destruction in his hand. He stood in the void like a stick of candied hawthorn. Blood continued to drip, dyeing the surrounding void red. This scene was simply too shocking. Damn brat, let go of our people. You're dead meat, I'll never let you leave alive. The surrounding sects and families all surrounded him with ferocious expressions. Lin Xian stood there like a god fiend. His gaze swept in all directions. You won't let me go? Alright, let's see if I can let your people go. His palms shook, and an extremely cold sword intent was transmitted from the Great Spear of Destruction. In an instant, the 5 of them were all shattered. Even their souls were instantly destroyed. No, damn it. The surrounding powerhouses have all gone crazy. They're dead. Jing, Huang Badian, Lan Shan, and Yu Lingzi were all top prodigies. They were all people who could become sages and shine on the path of the great emperor in the future. But now, they were all killed together. Their hearts were bleeding. Kill him and tear him into pieces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. These people attacked crazily. Lin Xian directly activated the 10,000 dragons picture and swept in all directions. At the same time, he activated the hidden immortal pagoda and kept attacking. The battle was very tragic. In the end, even the sages could not help but make a move. Lin Xian was directly sent flying. The powerhouses of the Xikong family were also sent flying with him. They directly crashed into the wall of the Great Sage Pagoda in the distance. With a boom, the entire Great Sage Pagoda shook. Kid, are you alright? The dark red divine dragon and the others were worried. The current situation was too chaotic. I'm fine. Lin Xian stood up. Golden blood flowed from his body, but he did not care. However, at this moment, he was surprised. Is the seal broken? He crashed into the wall and actually broke a seal, revealing a bottle of pills. The Great Sage pills, and the quality should be very good. Lin Xian instantly grabbed it. Damn it, let go. Beside him, the eyes of the two powerhouses of the Xikong family instantly turned red. Damn you, leave the elixir behind. The powerhouses of the Xikong clan roared furiously. His words attracted the attention of the surrounding people, and countless pairs of eyes looked over. What's going on? Did someone get the elixir? They turned around and stared at Lin Wudi and the elders of the Xikong clan. He was the one who broke the seal and got a bottle of the Great Sage's elixir. The two elders of the Xikong clan pointed at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth. The Great Sage's elixir. The surrounding people all stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look in that direction. In the next moment, they saw that the seal had indeed been broken. The elixir inside had disappeared. Instantly, these people looked at Lin Xian again. Kid, hand over the elixir. Damn you, kid. You dared to kill our sex genius powerhouse. Today, I'll tear you into pieces. They hadn't experienced the pain of their genius being killed just now, but now, their eyes turned red again. It's this kid again. Oh no. The dark red divine dragon and the others' hearts suddenly shrank. The previous incident hadn't ended yet, and now there was a new one. This time, it would probably be hard to let it go. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, you want to snatch the elixir, right? He took out the elixir bottle and threw it forward. It was the people of the Xikong clan. The people of the Xikong clan thought that the other party was going to throw some hidden weapon, but when they saw that it was a bottle of elixir, they subconsciously caught it. Lin Xian said. The Great Sage's elixir has already been given to the Xikong clan, so it's considered returning it to its rightful owner, so don't look for me anymore. As he spoke, he retreated backward. The surrounding people's gazes all shifted away from him and landed on the two powerhouses of the Xikong clan. The people of the Xikong clan were stunned. The surrounding powerhouses of the other clans gathered together. They all gathered together. Did they get what they wanted? That brat was indeed more sensible than others. However, even if he handed over the elixir, they wouldn't let him go. Quick, take a look. What elixir is that? The elders of the Xikong clan who rushed over asked. The two of them opened the elixir, and their expressions changed instantly. Damn it, we've been cheated. It's just an ordinary elixir. Their faces instantly became incomparably dark as they stared straight ahead. Kid, how dare you swap it? Hurry and hand over the real Great Sage's elixir. Angry roars could be heard. Lin Xian laughed coldly. The Xikong clan was so arrogant. They actually dared to say that he had switched them? Of the elixirs of the elixir bottle. Do you dare to say that it wasn't taken out from the seal? You're spouting nonsense. You must have swapped it out just now. The members of the Xikong family shouted angrily. Ask Lin of Saif the of clans of the eyes of the surrounding people of. On the other hand, the Xikong clan is now protected by countless powerhouses. It's probably very easy for you to do something secretly. Don't forget that this is your own Great Sage pagoda. You're the master of this place. Now you're wrongly accusing me, a young junior. Are you shameless? At first, everyone was very suspicious of Lin Xian. However, when they heard those words, they all stared at the Xikong clan again. Yes, Lin Xian was definitely strong in terms of combat. However, when it came to other things, Lin Xian couldn't do it. Of course, the Xikong clan was the most familiar with this place. This was because previously, whether it was breaking the array or crossing the Milky Way, the Xikong clan had done it very easily. They could do it easily with their own blood. Now that they had obtained the Great Sage's elixir, it was very easy for them to secretly exchange it for the elixir. Therefore, everyone else was stunned. The Xikong clan looked unfriendly. You people from the Xikong clan had better cooperate obediently. Since you have a way to open the seal, you have a way to open the other seals as well. Let's quickly cooperate and share the treasures together. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. The powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Eight Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley all spoke coldly. The surrounding sages were also glaring at them. Damn it, you've been deceived. The powerhouses of the Sikong clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were trembling with anger. Why didn't anyone believe them? He pointed at Lin Xian in the distance and said, "It's him. It's this kid who did it. It has nothing to do with us." "Oh, is that so? Then do you dare to let these powerhouses search your storage ring?" Lin Xian said coldly. As soon as he said that, the faces of the Sikong clan changed again. The surrounding powerhouses' eyes lit up. "Brother Sikong, why don't you let us check it out? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really wrongly accuse you." "Yes, even if you have a clear conscience, let us check it out. Or rather, we can cooperate to seize the other seals." "Damn it, what are you doing? Let's catch that kid together. He's our common enemy. Why are you listening to him? Don't you want revenge?" "Humph, of course we have to take revenge. Since he dared to kill our prodigies, he'll definitely die. However, he won't be able to escape anytime soon in the Great Sage Pagoda, so we'll let him live for a while longer." The most important thing now was to seize the treasures and open the seals. Many powerhouses' eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. Indeed, their prodigies were already dead. Even if they killed Lin Xian, their prodigies couldn't be resurrected. In that case, their attention would still be on them. They would obtain the treasures and increase their strength. When the time came, they would kill Lin Xian. This way, they would be able to take revenge, and they wouldn't be left behind. After all, it was every man for himself. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Yes, otherwise, it won't look good for anyone. A few powerhouses said. The Sikong family members were so angry that they vomited blood. They pointed at Lin Xian, trembling all over. "Damn kid, how dare you trick me?" "Trick you?" Lin Xian sneered. "What did they do before?" The other party had teamed up with the powerhouses of several large families and sects to besiege him. Now, he was going to let these people have a taste of being besieged. Isn't the Sikong family powerful? Aren't you high and mighty? Didn't you always think that the Great Sage Pagoda is your territory? Alright, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be besieged by the Vermilion Bird Palace and other top sects. The Sikong family members naturally knew that they couldn't become enemies with sects like the Dragon Valley. However, they wouldn't be willing to let the other party search them. Because just now, they had indeed obtained many good things on the first level with their bloodline. Moreover, they had also obtained many benefits before entering the Great Sage Pagoda. How could they let these people search them now? At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. "I'm afraid you still don't know that on the first level, even before coming out of the Great Sage Pagoda, the Sikong family had already conquered many secret underwater caves." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the Sikong family members changed. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people from the Dragon Valley frowned. It seemed that they had indeed obtained something good. They cooperated obediently and opened all the remaining seals. They were thoroughly enraged. They had been here for so long but had not obtained many treasures. On the other hand, it seemed that the Sikong family had obtained a great harvest. How could they feel at ease in this way? Damn it, how was this possible? The Sikong family members were shocked. Could it be that this kid had seen it before, but they realized that someone had peeked at it before? The dark red divine dragon and the others also flew to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, "Kid, what's going on?" Lin Xian replied telepathically. He had guessed that the Sikong family knew that the Great Sage Pagoda was here. Moreover, it was said that every time the Great Sage Pagoda opened the void ocean, countless powerhouses would be sent in. Thus, they must be the most familiar with the situation in the void ocean. Therefore, the probability of them obtaining the treasures was also the highest. Su Chen's guess was right. The Sikong family had indeed obtained many treasures before, so they would not let the Great Sage Pagoda investigate now. At this moment, a powerhouse from the Sikong family said, "Damn it, this kid is trying to trick us. He's trying to sow discord between us. He wants to reap the benefits without doing anything." "That's right, I'm indeed trying to sow discord. Besides, I lied before. The Sikong family did not obtain anything. Everyone, please don't make things difficult for the Xikong family. Lin Xian shrugged. As soon as he said that, the surrounding powerhouses' faces darkened. How was this possible? When they saw the changes in the faces of the Spacetime family members, they knew that something was wrong. Thus, these people's expressions turned cold and their auras became stronger. No matter what happened before, they would work together to break the remaining seals and split the treasures. Otherwise, don't blame them for being rude. Damn it, don't go too far. This is our Great Sage Pagoda. Humph, so what if it's your Great Sage Pagoda? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley had the most explosive temper and attacked directly. With a boom, the battle erupted. The Xikong family members were furious. Did they think they were afraid of them? They unleashed all types of heaven and earth irregular scenes to contend against the bodies of the dragons. Heaven-shocking collisions rang out, and terrifying power swept out in all directions. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. The Eight-Wind Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the surrounding sages had all made their moves. For a time, the Xikong clan received an extremely severe blow. Although these people's strength had been suppressed by 30%, and they had the bonus of their bloodline, there were simply too many experts around. For a time, they were beaten back repeatedly and vomited blood. Ah, damn it, let's fight, the members of the Xikong clan roared madly, while Lin Xian and the others retreated into the distance. Looking at this scene, they sneered repeatedly. Hee, the Xikong clan would probably vomit blood from anger this time. Serves them right. Who told them to join hands to deal with us earlier? Now, let them have a taste of being beaten up by a crowd. Since the battle had started, it probably wouldn't stop for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't pay attention to it and let these people fight each other. He still had his own goals. He raised his head and looked at the statue of the Great Sage at the top. Next, he would seize the statue of the Great Sage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian retracted his aura. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the top. The dark red divine dragon and the others also quickly followed. Soon, they left the battle area below and came to the top. Here, the statue of the Great Sage seemed to have suppressed everything. There weren't any terrifying energy fluctuations in the surroundings. When the few of them arrived here, their hearts felt heavy. They finally arrived near the statue and looked at it carefully. This statue wasn't very big. It looked like it was carved in the likeness of a real person. Although they didn't know who carved it, the aura made everyone know that it wasn't simple. The statue was in the shape of a man. He was burly, had a square face, and his hair hung down to his shoulders. At a glance, he looked like an unparalleled god of war. Was this the Great Sage of the Xikong clan? Lin Xian and the others were shocked. Looking at the other party's disdainful appearance, he indeed cultivated the righteous chi of heaven and earth. Should I take this thing? Lin Xian stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. Soon, he enveloped the statue of the Great Sage with light. However, he didn't succeed. This was because the statue of the Great Sage was abnormally heavy. No matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian furrowed his brows while the people around him sucked in a breath of cold air. This statue of the Great Sage was really too mysterious. At this moment, they heard a scream coming from below. It was the people of the Xikong clan. They were covered in blood. Many of them were seriously injured. Some of them even turned into human form from the blood mist. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The battle just now had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, an elder said, "All right, let's stop fighting. I'm prepared to hand over some of the treasures." As he said that, he took off his storage ring and threw out all the things inside. In an instant, many treasures appeared. Pills, weapons, spirit herbs, and crystals appeared in the surroundings. Those people's eyes instantly turned red. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were burning. Damn it, the people of the Xikong clan really had some good stuff. Lin Xian sneered. Idiot. Yan Ryu also sighed. Yes, if they didn't take out the treasures, there would be no evidence. Perhaps the fight would end in the end. However, these people were probably in a killing frenzy now. Indeed, the surrounding powerhouses instantly divided up the treasures. However, they didn't leave. Instead, their eyes were red. They stared at the people of the Sikong clan. An elder actually had so many things in a storage ring. You have so many storage rings here. Hurry up and hand them all over, they were really too greedy. Damn it, don't push your luck. The people of the Sikong clan were also angry. They originally thought that they would take a step back. If they took out a portion of the treasures and gave them away, these people would stop. However, they didn't expect these people to be so greedy. No matter how strong these people were, even if they were sages, they were still humans. Although their strength was beyond heaven and earth, humans were greedy creatures. Now that they had tasted the sweetness, how could they stop? As expected, the people of the Dragon Valley and Eight Wind Hall attacked even more fiercely. Every move was fatal. They wanted to kill the people of the Sikong clan and seize all the treasures of the Sikong clan. As expected, the battle that followed was even more terrifying. The people of the Sikong clan were injured even more severely. They were about to be wiped out. At this moment, the people of the Sikong clan roared madly. Damn it, you've gone too far. Since you want to kill, don't blame me for being merciless. At most, we'll all die together. After saying that, he waved his hand and the blood of countless powerhouses flew out and merged into the surrounding Great Sage Pagoda. Many of them knelt down respectfully and shouted loudly. Please show your spirit and destroy the strong enemy. Around them, the walls of the Grand Sacred Tower suddenly lit up after absorbing the blood of the powerhouses from the Sikong clan. They formed a terrifying blood-red pattern. Then, they turned into lightning and charged over. Boom, the blood-red lightning danced in the air and split open. Then, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Eight-Wind Palace screamed. They were directly split open, and countless lightning cracks appeared on their bodies. The others, such as those from the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple, felt their scalps go numb. That was because the blood-red lightning around them kept rushing over, as if it had turned into a blood-red sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. The Grand Ancestor had appeared. Our great sage had appeared. The Sikong family members were covered in blood. Their faces were pale, and many of them had already fallen to the ground, twitching. However, when they saw this scene, they were extremely excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. The great sage had finally appeared to save them. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that the great sage wasn't completely dead? The expressions of the surrounding experts all changed. A few of the sages even shouted coldly and split open the terrifying lightning. Then, they charged forward. At the same time, the statue of the great sage above them moved. An extremely terrifying aura surged down. It was a majestic aura that formed a huge seal that descended from the sky. With a boom, two sages were directly sent flying. The two sages screamed as their bodies were split in half. They hurriedly dragged their bodies and fled into the distance. Their eyes were filled with fear. What was that? There was actually something here that could threaten them. The others also looked up. They saw that there was a statue of the great sage above them. It stood there, suppressing everything. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others were standing near the statue of the great sage. Damn it, how did that kid go there? Could it be that the attack just now was from him? No, that was a majestic aura. Was it from the Sikong family? Which statue did it come from? Could it be that the brat was there for the statue of the great sage? At the thought of this, many people's eyes turned red. If they could obtain the statue of the great sage, they would be able to comprehend the secrets within. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain the inheritance of the great sage. All of a sudden, many people rushed over. But at this moment, the great sage statue was imposing as well. The righteous chi kept gushing out in all directions, hitting the people who wanted to get close, causing them to scream miserably. Lin Xian and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. The great sage statue was already so terrifying just by releasing some of its aura. If he really went all out, the power would be unimaginable. Even a statue was so powerful? How terrifying would the real great sage be? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they also felt a sense of relief. This was because they were currently floating beside the statue of the great sage. It could be said that they were standing side by side with the statue and not beneath the feet of the great sage. Therefore, he was not attacked by the righteous spirit. However, their hearts were still beating wildly. Who knew if the great sage statue would suddenly attack them? The dark red dragon frowned. Kid, hurry up and think of a way to get that thing away. Otherwise, more and more people would be targeting it. By then, it would be troublesome to make a move. Lin Xian said. Of course, I know. But this thing is too strange. I can't even lift it. His face was pale. With the power of his divine body, what could he not lift? But the great sage statue did not move at all. Buzz, the sages below rushed over again, trying to get close to the great sage statue. Because to them, the great sage statue must be hiding the inheritance of the great sage. Therefore, their eyes were red. Their bodies were covered in blood, and some of them were even about to activate their blood vessels. Seeing this, Lin Xian was also extremely anxious. But at this moment, the great dragon sword spirit suddenly flew out and pierced towards the great sage statue. This scene was truly too sudden. It was so sudden that even Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others screamed. What's going on? Did Lin Xian make a move? They turned around and saw Lin Xian's shocked face. In the blink of an eye, the great dragon sword soul collided with the great sage statue and released a shocking amount of energy. A terrifying sword ripple swept out in all directions as the righteous chi of the heavens and earth surged wildly. A crack appeared on the great sage statue and spread in all directions. Lin Xian gasped. The great sage statue is broken? What's going on? At the side, the dark red dragon screamed. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Lin Xian said. I didn't make a move. The great dragon sword spirit took the initiative to attack. What? When he said that, Yan Ruyu and the others were stunned. The dark red dragon was even more stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. That's true. Lin Xian was at a loss. But soon, his eyelids twitched and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He stared at the great sage statue. No, there's something inside the great sage statue. Look! Lin Xian exclaimed. The hearts of the dark red divine dragon and the other two pounded wildly as well. They pushed their powers to the limit to defend themselves against that terrifying and overwhelming aura. In the next moment, they saw the statue of the great sage crack open, and another figure appeared from within. It was also a man with a dignified face. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and he had a terrifying aura. He looked exactly like the statue. What's going on? Why is there another person inside the statue? Is it another statue? Or is it the corpse of the great sage? At the thought of this, their hearts beat wildly. In the next moment, their expressions changed. Because they found that the eyes of the figure inside the statue of the great god were shining. One was as black as ink, and the other was as red as blood. What kind of eyes are those? The color of the eyes is really strange. Among them, the crimson and hemolytic eyeballs moved. Everyone was scared out of their wits, and they frantically retreated. It moved. The eyes of the statue that seems to be the corpse of the great sage actually moved. Could it be that he's not dead? He's alive. At the thought of this, their scalps were about to split open. A living great sage. Oh heavens, something shocking is about to happen. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian roared and retreated quickly. However, it was already too late. That blood-red eyeball turned, and immediately, a frightening aura was emitted from its body. It swept in all directions. The entire great sage tower shook violently. This scene stunned the powerhouses of the Fane of Darkness and the Dragon Valley below. Only the people of the Sikong family were stunned at first, then they were ecstatic. Patriarch, it's the Patriarch. The Patriarch's remnant soul is still here. Welcome, Patriarch. Damn it, what's going on? How did this happen? Many experts were stupefied. Many of them looked up, their bodies trembling. The great sage statue had come back to life. As soon as that was said, many people gasped. Some of them shook their heads. Impossible, how can a statue come back to life? However, they saw that some of the saints were retreating in fear. Indeed, a few sages originally wanted to snatch the great sage statue because they thought that the great sage statue contained the legacy of the great sage. But now, they were pushed out by an extremely terrifying force. They even saw the eyes of the great sage statue move. This made their hair stand on end. Buzz, the great sage tower shook even more violently. The red light in the eyes of the great sage statue suddenly shone brightly, enveloping the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, everyone inside was enveloped. Oh no, I'm going crazy to resist. Boom, they were knocked into the void and disappeared. Yanryu and the others also exclaimed and disappeared. The dragon sword soul in front of Lin Xian roared and cut off the red light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned, and his face was incomparably gloomy because he found that except for him, everyone in the great sage tower had disappeared. Were they all killed? His heart suddenly jumped, but soon, he shook his head. Impossible, Yanryu's trump card is not inferior to my dragon sword soul. So they shouldn't have been killed. If they suddenly disappeared, it's very likely that they were teleported away. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. Not only the people on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and even the 1st floor were all enveloped by a red light and then disappeared. Outside, those who had not entered in time also saw the great sage tower shake violently. What's going on? What happened inside? They were extremely shocked. Could it be that there's a shocking battle inside? Even the great sage tower was trembling. Before they had time to think, the great sage pagoda shook violently, causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to crumble. In the next moment, all the foreign experts were teleported out of the void sea. Outside the void ocean, countless experts were waiting there. They were all people from the various large clans who were prepared to welcome them. At this moment, the faces of these people from the sects were relaxed. Many people sat on spirit boats or demon beasts, sipping tea and discussing the Tao. I wonder how these little fellows are doing inside. A white-haired old man said with flickering eyes. His head was extremely long, directly hanging down to his feet. It was incomparably snow-white, carrying a wave of strange aura. This was a grand elder of the Sikong family. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hopefully, this time, they would be able to find the whereabouts of the great sage. Don't worry, elder, we're well prepared this time. Many experts are going in. And this time even Sikong Jing, who had a pure bloodline, had gone in. There would definitely be no problem. The other members of the Sikong family also said with a smile. Hearing this, the grand elder nodded. He picked up the spirit tea beside him and slowly tasted it. On the other side, the experts of the large clans of the Dragon Valley were also chatting and laughing. They were very confident in their lineup and the strength of their experts. They believed that there would be no accidents. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent trembling sound was heard. The void ocean in front of them suddenly churned, crashing in all directions. A terrifying force spread across the universe. What's going on? What's happening? The experts of the large clans all stopped talking and stood up one by one. The people of the Sikong family frowned. Could the changes in the void ocean have something to do with the great sage that they were looking for? Before they could figure it out, countless cracks appeared in the void ocean. Then, figures flew out of the cracks. They're out. Many people were stunned when they saw those figures. They realized that they were all people of the Sikong family. These people had already come out. But it shouldn't be. They came out earlier than they had expected. Sure enough, these people were all adventurers from the void ocean. After flying out, they were dizzy and had sunken eyes. Then, they regained their strength. They looked around vigilantly. However, when they saw the elders of their respective clans, they were all stunned. Damn it, what's going on? Why did I come out? They were all confused. The elders were even more confused. They hurriedly asked, what's happening? Why did you come out early? The experts of the Dragon Valley, the 8-Wind Palace, and the Dark Red Palace all came forward to look for their people. Many people returned to their own camps. Among them, some people screamed. What's going on? Where's Yu Lingzi? The people of the Dark Moon Palace were the first to scream. This was because they realized that their most outstanding genius, Xianxia, who had entered this time, had disappeared. When the others heard this, they gasped. Xianxia was a renowned peerless genius. Could it be that something had happened to him? Did a sage do it? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, another scream was heard. Damn it, where's Long Shan? The others were stunned again. Long Shan was one of the peerless geniuses of the Dragon Valley. He was not inferior to Xianxia. Moreover, his physique was so strong that no one could compare to him. Had he disappeared too? Many people gloated. They did not expect that two peerless geniuses would die in the void ocean. However, soon, they were stunned again. It was not just two. In the end, they were all trembling. Then, the people of the Eight-Wind Palace and the Xikong family screamed one after another. Xikong Jing, Huang Badian, and the others had also disappeared. Impossible, right? The surrounding elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. It would be normal if one or two peerless geniuses had died. After all, accidents happened all the time. But now, all the geniuses of the major clans and sects had disappeared. That was not normal. Who killed them? Damn it, who killed them? The people of the major clans and sects stared at the sages around them. In their opinion, only a sage would be able to kill so many geniuses at the same time. However, the elites of the major clans and sects were kneeling on the ground and crying crazily. The elders were not sages. It was Lin Wudi. He killed Xianxia. What? Lin Wudi. On the other side, the people of the Dragon Valley were gnashing their teeth in anger. It was Lin Wudi who killed Long Shan. The surrounding people were stunned. It was Lin Wudi again. This Lin Wudi was too powerful, right? He had killed two peerless geniuses. Huang Badian was also killed by Lin Wudi. The elites of the Eight-Wind Palace looked extremely cold. The others were even more dumbfounded. The elites of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth and said, damn it, it was Lin Wudi who killed several of our geniuses. Everyone was numb. It was all Lin Wudi's doing. They didn't think it was possible. They knew that the Xikong clan was not ordinary and had an inexplicable connection with the Void Ocean. The cultivators of the Void family who had entered in the past had their bloodline increased and were much stronger than those outside. Therefore, all of them looked at the Xikong clan. The Grand Elder of the Xikong clan stood up with a solemn expression. The surrounding cultivators were also very anxious. However, the people who came out were covered in blood and their faces were extremely pale. They gritted their teeth and said, Lin Wudi, it was Lin Wudi who killed Jing Er. What? Is it really Lin Wudi again? The people around the Void Ocean were in an uproar. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Wudi was very powerful and no one among the half-saints could compare to him. It was even rumored that Yan Nantian, the successor of the great emperor, was no match for him. It could be said that his name resounded throughout the ancient path of the starry sky. However, no matter how powerful he was still just a young half-saint. This time, so many top geniuses from the great sects had brought along many other cultivators. There were saints among them. Could it be that even they couldn't stop Lin Wudi? What happened? Did Lin Wudi fight those people alone? They didn't know. Ah! The Grand Elder of the Xikong clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly in the wind and his eyes were terrifying. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. At this moment, he was like a god of death floating in the void, causing the people around him to tremble non-stop. The people of the Xikong clan even knelt on the ground. The Grand Elder floated in the void and his piercing voice resounded in all directions. Where is Lin Wudi? Get over here. His voice was like thousands of sword chi, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Everyone's hearts trembled and they couldn't help but look in one direction. That direction was where the people of the Xianxia star were. They knew that Lin Wudi had come with the people of the Xianxia star. At this moment, he should have returned there. Countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw the cultivators of the Xianxia star standing there. However, they did not see Lin Wudi. He only saw the dragon with Lin Wudi, as well as Yan Ryu and the northern demon. However, Lin Wudi had all disappeared. Where's Lin Wudi? Did he perish together with those geniuses? This was what everyone was thinking. They felt that if this was the case, it was still acceptable. We don't know. When we were teleported out, that kid wasn't dead yet. Maybe he's still in the Great Sage Tower. The powerhouse from the Sikong clan said in a deep voice. What? When the others heard this, they were all stunned and looked at the Sikong clan one after another. The Grand Elder was also stunned. He floated down excitedly, and the killing intent on his body was still very strong. He asked coldly. The Great Sage Pagoda? Could it be the Great Sage Pagoda of our Sikong clan? That's right, after going through untold hardships, we finally found our Great Sage Pagoda. We went in, and it was full of treasures. The members of the Sikong clan quickly recounted what had happened previously. When they heard that there was really the Great Sage Pagoda inside, they were all stunned. This was because previously, the Great Sage of the Sikong clan had entered the Void Ocean. It was only a rumor. How many tens of thousands of years had that happened? Even if someone had seen it before, after so many years, those who had seen it with their own eyes had long died and turned into dust. What these people had heard now was only a legend. They did not think that the Sikong clan had the Great Sage. However, now that the Great Sage Pagoda had appeared, it meant that the Great Sage had really appeared in the Sikong clan. Moreover, they had really entered the Void Ocean. What's going on? What's with these injuries on your bodies? Could it be that you encountered sea demons, or did Lin Wudi injure you? The Grand Elder looked at the members of the Sikong clan and frowned. The others were also very puzzled. Yes, they had only just noticed that the members of the Sikong clan had suffered the most serious injuries out of all the people who had come out. How could this be? Hadn't they entered the Great Sage Pagoda? Didn't their own family's Great Sage Pagoda have any protective measures? It wasn't Lin Wudi, but them. One of the powerhouses stood up with an extremely cold expression. He pointed at the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dragon Valley, and Dark Moon Palace. These people wanted our treasures, so they joined forces to attack us. We narrowly escaped death and were almost killed. If we had not used the power of our bloodline to activate the Great Sage Pagoda, we would have all perished by now. What? The surrounding people were stunned. The other powerhouses' mouths were also twitching. How could such a thing happen? It was really too shocking. The 8 Desolate Hall and the other sects who had attacked frowned. Among them, the powerhouses who had originally been there to receive them also felt their eyelids twitch wildly. What was going on? Why had they suddenly joined forces to attack the members of the Sikong clan? Furthermore, they were in the Great Sage Pagoda. What the hell was going on? Those people had awkward looks on their faces. Among them, the powerhouse from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Haha, I think this is a misunderstanding. Previously, we were all deceived by Lin Wudi. It was Lin Wudi who instigated the conflict between us. That's why the two of us fought. What? Lin Wudi again? The others were stunned. This young man was too terrifying. First, he killed so many geniuses from the large sections. Then, he instigated internal strife between the large sections. What about the other side? Had the other side already taken advantage of the situation? Hearing the other party's words, the members of the Sikong clan snorted coldly. Damn it, even if Lin Wudi was the one who instigated the conflict, in the end, it was because these people were greedy that they attacked. The Grand Elder looked at the large sects of the Vermilion Bird Palace and temporarily suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After all, it wasn't good to fall out with them now. That was because there were too many sects that had attacked, and none of them were weaker than the Sikong clan. It was very unwise to become enemies with all of them at the same time. Therefore, he snorted coldly in his heart. This matter would be settled later. The most important thing now was the Great Sage Pagoda. How was it? Seeing that the people from the Sikong clan didn't get angry, the surrounding people were also speechless. It seemed that the older, the wiser. They weren't willing to suffer losses. As for the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had attacked first, when the time came, they could directly return to the sect and cultivate in seclusion for a few hundred years. The Sikong clan wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Everyone pricked up their ears because they also wanted to know how the Great Sage Pagoda was doing. According to these people, There were all kinds of treasures in the great sage pagoda. Any one of them could move a saint. However, the news that followed made them stunned. Because the people from the Sikong clan directly said that they didn't know. They used the power of their bloodline to activate the great sage pagoda. And the statue of the great sage seemed to have awakened. However, it shot out a red light and teleported everyone out. Everyone was dumbfounded. The grand elder of the Sikong family also had an ugly look on his face. Could it be that all their efforts were in vain? Some of the sages also sighed inwardly. It was such a pity. If they could obtain the statue of the great sage, they might be able to obtain his inheritance. However, now that they were out, it would be difficult for them to enter the void ocean again. They would probably have to wait until the next opening. Sounds of regret could be heard one after another. Many people shook their heads. The people of the Sikong family were also in despair. However, at that moment, a voice sounded. That might not be the case. There was still one person who hadn't come out. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They all began to look around. Who exactly was the one who spoke? Who was it? Why was he acting so sneakily? The experts of the Sikong family also roared in anger. At that moment, a figure appeared. The phantom of the 4 divine beasts and the 9 emperor runes made him look like a celestial emperor. It was Xianxia. Everyone screamed. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. When they didn't find Xianxia earlier, they thought that he had also died. Now that they saw him again, they were shocked. They knew that Xianxia must have been secretly hiding his aura. Young Master Yan, what do you mean? The grand elder of the Sikong family asked in a low voice. Xianxia smiled. I also entered the great sage pagoda and brought it with me for a long time, so I was sent out later. Before I was sent out, there was another person inside. It seemed that he wasn't affected. He was probably still inside. What? Someone brought the great sage pagoda? Who is it? Is it someone from the Sikong family? Many people were nervous. The grand elder was also excited. However, Xianxia shook his head. It's Lin Wudi. He's still inside. Lin Wudi. It's him again. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Lin Wudi had died together with Yu Lingzi and the others since he hadn't appeared. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Lin Wudi was still inside. Those people's eyes instantly turned red. The Great Sage Pagoda was a treasure trove left behind by the Great Sage, and there was only Lin Wudi inside. Then, wouldn't he have to obtain all of the Great Sage's treasures? These people were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. In an instant, many experts turned to look at the Xianxia star. Saint Mubai of the Xianxia star had already heard about the incident from the dark red divine dragon. To be honest, he was a little worried. At the same time, he was secretly happy and worried. He was worried about Lin Xian's safety. After all, those red eyes and the moving corpse of the great sage sent chills down his spine. However, there was also a hint of joy because Lin Xian had finally found the statue of the great god. At this moment, when he heard that Lin Xian had done so many things, the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy was really not easy to deal with. However, since the Xianxia star had already placed a lot of bets on Lin Xian, they naturally had to stand on Lin Xian's side. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw the gazes of so many experts, Saint Mubai snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying aura. On the spirit ship behind him, several figures appeared. Each of them had a very powerful aura. These days, many experts had already lined up on the Xianxia star because once Lin Xian took out the statue of the great sage, it would be very eye-catching. That would be very eye-catching, so he naturally had to take protective measures. The people of the Sikong family also looked at the Xianxia star. However, now that Lin Xian had not come out, they couldn't directly attack the Xianxia star. They retracted their gazes and looked at Xianxia. Was he serious? Of course. And I saw with my own eyes that Lin Wudi used his sword to break the statue of the great sage. I wonder what he was doing. Perhaps it was because he broke the statue of the great sage that everyone behind was teleported out. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed again. The statue of the great sage was broken by the other party. What a prodigal son. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. The supreme elder of the Sikong family was also so angry that he vomited blood. Saint Mubai's eyes flickered. He had already heard about this from the dark red divine dragon. Of course, he knew that there was a corpse inside the statue of the great sage. It was very likely to be the corpse of the great sage. If he could obtain the corpse of the great sage, then the effect of suppressing the demonic aura would be even more terrifying than the statue of the great sage. Oh right, I guess that he broke the statue of the great sage because he thought that there was the inheritance of the great sage inside. Yan Nantian said lightly. What? Everyone was going crazy. The inheritance of the great sage. That was more precious than any other treasure, other than Yan Nantian who didn't need it, everyone else needed it. This Lin Wudi was too despicable, damn it, they couldn't leave. They had to wait for that kid to come out. They had to catch him. They couldn't let him keep the treasure for himself. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to speak. Then, the people of the Dragon Valley and the Eight Wind Palace followed suit. The people of the Sikong family shouted coldly. They naturally wouldn't leave because that was their inheritance, everything in the Great Sage Pagoda must belong to them, Lin Xian or whatever he was, he had to capture him and tear him to shreds. Everyone was aggressive as they searched in all directions. Some people even set up formations to cover the space within a radius of tens of millions of miles. In front of them, the void sea was incomparably deep. However, they couldn't enter and could only wait. They were waiting for the other party to come out. The atmosphere became heavy, but the murderous intent in everyone's eyes didn't weaken at all. In the void sea, in the Great Sage Pagoda, everyone had been teleported away except for Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was enveloped by the great dragon sword soul. He released a terrifying aura that cut off the red light. That was why he hadn't been teleported away. He didn't get too close. At this moment, he had already left the vicinity of the great sage statue. Instead, he was in the Great Sage Pagoda, looking in all directions. There were many seals around him that sealed many treasures. However, he had tried to break these seals, but it was very difficult. Previously, he had broken them because of the Sikong family bloodline. However, at this moment, there was no blood of the Sikong family on the ground. This was because the powerhouses of the Sikong family had used their blood to activate the Great Sage Pagoda. Therefore, he was thinking that he wouldn't be able to find the blood. He had no choice but to look in all directions. Suddenly, his expression froze as he stared in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Great Sage statue. The statue of the Great Sage had been shattered into pieces, and was now strewn all over the ground. Inside the statue of the Great Sage, in addition to the other items that belonged to the Great Sage's corpse, there was also a stone, which the man held in his hand. That thing was only the size of an apple. It was very chaotic and incomparably dark. However, there wasn't much light and it looked like an ordinary stone. However, after Lin Xian saw it, his entire body trembled. It was actually an elemental magnetic stone. The other party was actually holding an elemental magnetic stone in his hand. What was going on? He was really stunned. Previously, the Xianxia star had given him news that the void ocean did not have the whereabouts of the magnetite. Perhaps he would need to go out and look for it again. But now, he had actually found the whereabouts of the magnetite. It seemed that the Great Sage Pagoda was a self-contained space that was not inferior to the void ocean. That was why the Xianxia star did not calculate it. But now, he could not care so much. The magnetite was right in front of him, and he still had the 5 great Tao stones in his hand. He had an idea in his mind. He could comprehend the Tao here. Although this was also a small space, the laws of heaven and earth followed the great Tao of heaven and earth outside. Therefore, there was no difference between comprehending the Tao here and outside. Moreover, he was the only one in the Great Sage Pagoda. He was safer here. At least he would not be attacked by others. After thinking about it, he was stunned in the end. Would he really not be attacked? The Great Sage's corpse was very strange. Those eyeballs could move. Did this mean that the other party was alive or dead? He did not know. However, he should seize the magnetite first. Suchin took a deep breath, stomped his foot, turned into a sword light, and rushed over. In an instant, he arrived near the great sage statue. He reached out his hand, wanting to seize the magnetite in the great sage statue. Buzz, the golden hand grabbed the magnetite. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy, but at this moment, he was shocked. Not good. He saw that the red eyes suddenly turned and stared at him. In the next moment, he felt a pain in his soul. A terrifying red light surged into his mind. Not good. Possession. Lin Xian was shocked and froze on the spot. He frantically mobilized his soul and the great dragon sword soul to start a counterattack. He was not dead, the great sage was not dead. Did his soul still exist? Moreover, did the other party want to seize his body? Lin Xian was too shocked. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian did not hold back at this moment. The biting cold sword light cut through the air and directly repelled the red light. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body shook and he retreated. He looked bewildered. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Almost. At that moment just now, if he had been a step later, he would have been possessed. Who are you? Was it a human or a ghost? Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, to his surprise, the red light actually disappeared. The statue of the great sage no longer moved, as if it had completely died. Could that scene just now be a dream? Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, he grabbed the magnetic stone with his large golden hand and quickly descended downwards. After some thought, Lin Xian felt that the statue of the great sage was too evil. Therefore, he left the great sage pagoda and went outside. He decided to transcend the tribulation near the great sage tower. In any case, during the lightning tribulation, the sea demons in the water wouldn't dare to approach. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, 5 Dao stones appeared and floated beside him. In his hand, he held the Yuan magnet. Finally, he could begin. Now, as a half-sage, he could kill a first heaven sage. He wondered how powerful he would be after he broke through and became a sage. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement, but he still suppressed the excitement in his heart. First, he used 3 days to adjust his body to its peak state. Then, he began to prepare for the breakthrough. What he was going to break through was not simply a single nomological law, but the fusion of the 5 elemental laws into one. Therefore, the difficulty of breaking through was much higher than that of an ordinary sage. Lin Xian began to use the 5 elemental nomological law fragments, floating in the middle. Then, with the Yuan magnet as the foundation, he began to fuse them. Gradually, a trace of thunder appeared above his head. Terrifying lightning surged and was about to fall. However, it didn't fall. Instead, the area of the dark clouds grew larger and larger, directly covering the entire sky. Roar! This scene directly caused the sea demons in the void sea to roar uneasily. Many of them crawled on the ground, but more fled. The surrounding sea became a deserted area, and there was only one person. Of course, there was also the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda stood there, motionless. Even in the face of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, it was not affected in the slightest. However, the eyes of the Great Sage statue in the Great Sage Pagoda emitted a red light again. Its originally stiff face unexpectedly revealed a strange smile. Outside, the 5 elemental nomological law fragments began to fuse under the combined effect of the Yuan magnet. At this moment, his body trembled because a red light rushed out from the Great Sage Pagoda and pierced between his eyebrows. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. Damn it, it's the other party again. Sure enough, there was an immortal existence here, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul rushed into his mind, blooming with an incomparable light that suppressed everything. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation above Lin Xian's head also fell. With a boom, the first heavenly tribulation fell. It was like a bugle horn of war. Endless thunder fell crazily one after another. This time, the thunder was too terrifying. Although it was a black cloud, the thunder that came out was actually the 5-colored divine thunder. With one strike, it penetrated Lin Xian's body. Golden blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding sea red. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body was engulfed by the thunder. At this moment, the red light in his mind was also attacked by the great dragon sword soul and kept retreating. Suddenly, he screamed. The five-colored divine thunder, you broke through the sage tribulation, and it's the sage tribulation of the five elements. He finally let out a sharp cry. I don't know what you are. I don't know if you're the remnant soul of the great sage. Since you want to seize my soul, then you can die now. Lin Xian roared and ignored the red light because he knew that it was most afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Now, he wanted to resist the heavenly tribulation with all his strength. As expected, the red light did not attack. Instead, it fled crazily. It wanted to escape. Lin Xian took a step forward and chased after it. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall, hitting the red light and making it scream crazily. However, the red light was still too strange. It broke away from the five-colored divine thunder and went into the great sage pagoda. Lin Xian did not continue to pursue it. Instead, he resisted it. The terrifying heavenly tribulation was really too terrifying. With his strength, he almost couldn't resist it. In an instant, his body was broken into pieces. However, with a roar, his body was reassembled. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have pulled the great dragon sword soul out and let him go through the heavenly tribulation together. The great dragon sword spirit roared and soared into the sky amidst the five-colored divine lightning. Just like that, the two of them silently endured the heavenly tribulation. 2 months. 3 months. Outside, the experts around the void ocean were also waiting patiently. However, they were getting impatient. 3 months had passed and the other party still hadn't come out. What was going on? The void ocean was already closed. Could the other party still come out? He wouldn't be trapped inside, would he? Someone was puzzled. The others were also worried. Even the dark red divine dragon and the others were worried. Was Lin Xian really okay? They knew that the eyes of the great sage tower could move. There might be some terrifying existence inside. If that existence attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? All of this was unknown. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The people outside were getting impatient, but they didn't leave because the great sage tower and the inheritance of the great sage were too tempting. Even if they had to wait for 10 years, they would still wait, let alone half a year. In the void ocean, the red lightning tribulation was still going on, and it was getting more and more violent. However, the figure inside was getting stronger and stronger. It was Lin Xian. After half a year of accumulation, Lin Xian's physique was much stronger than before. He emitted an extremely strong aura. The fragments of the five elements laws around him were also condensing quickly, and its power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian was bathed in the lightning tribulation. He raised his head and looked at the great sage tower in front of him. After half a year, he had already adapted to the five elements lightning tribulation. Next, he would start to fight back. After all, he knew that there was a remnant soul in the great sage statue. As for whether it was the great sage's remnant soul, he didn't know. However, if he wanted to get the great sage statue and bring it out, he had to fight with the remnant soul. He might as well take advantage of the fact that the five-colored lightning tribulation was still there and kill it directly. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged towards the great sage tower. As he moved, the five-colored lightning tribulation quickly followed him and charged towards the tower. In an instant, it blasted on the great sage tower. The great sage tower shook violently. However, it was not damaged. After all, it was a sacred item of the great sage. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. After Lin Xian entered the great sage pagoda, he directly rushed towards the 3rd floor. Along the way, he brought along five-colored lightning to shatter the void inside the great sage pagoda. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd level. Then, without slowing down, he rushed to the top. Originally, the great sage pagoda was incomparably quiet. But as Lin Xian entered, the great sage statue above suddenly exploded with a scarlet light. Then, a sharp roar was heard. "You're courting death." That voice was filled with resentment and fear. He had not expected that the other party would actually come and kill him. Furthermore, he had brought along the lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, he ran off. However, Lin Xian simply laughed heartily as he approached the statue of the great sage. It enveloped the statue of the great sage. "You escaped?" That's even better. I wanted the statue of the great sage in the first place. You're just a lonely soul. Without the corpse of the great sage, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Relying on the corpse of the great sage? Humph, you reckless brat. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have the lightning tribulation? You're too naive. I'm not an existence that you can imagine. As he said that, the red light screamed, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. In the sea of lightning, Lin Xian's body swayed and he almost fell. His face was incomparably pale. There was nothing he could do. The soul attack was too strong, so strong that it was beyond his expectations. Damn it, what kind of existence is this? Could it really be the remnant soul of the great sage? Thinking of this, he gasped. The remnant soul of the great sage was so terrifying. Fortunately, he was transcending the tribulation now, so he could withstand it. Looking at the state of the lightning tribulation, it wouldn't disappear for a while. It would probably take at least half a year. Lin Xian calmed down. With the lightning tribulation, he wasn't afraid of the other party, so he rushed over. In the following days, Lin Xian chased after the red light figure. The red light figure roared again and again. In the end, it felt that it couldn't escape, so it directly entered the corpse of the great sage again. An incomparable light burst out, and it fought with Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he used the power of the lightning tribulation to fight it. Not only that, the great dragon sword spirit also made a move. The great dragon sword spirit had been bathing in the lightning tribulation. At this moment, its power was stronger than before. Countless sword chi slashed out, and the red light figure kept retreating. The red light screamed crazily. It didn't expect that the other party had the great dragon sword. Just like that, another half a year passed. Gradually, the red light disappeared. They couldn't find anything. The statue of the great sage was still standing there. Although it was hit by the lightning tribulation, it wasn't damaged at all. It should be destroyed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That kind of evil thing couldn't survive after being hit by the lightning tribulation for half a year, no matter how strong it was. After all, it wasn't the real great sage. It was a resentful spirit formed many years after the death of the great sage. Just like that, Lin Xian relaxed and began the final tribulation. However, when he combined the 5 elements, he was attacked by the red light again. Lin Xian was injured. His body collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, Lin Xian was angry. The other party was still alive. He directly sent the great dragon sword spirit into the statue of the great sage and kept attacking. Terrifying sword chi filled every inch of space. The red light finally couldn't take it anymore. He directly used the righteous chi of heaven and earth to eject the great dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian was sent flying as well. D***it, this guy was too evil. He didn't continue to attack because he was almost at the final juncture. Therefore, he directly rushed out of the great sage tower and began the final tribulation. 5 elements as one. The fragments of the 5 laws of nature converged together to form a 5-colored divine chain that revolved around his body, making him appear extraordinarily mighty. The final lightning tribulation was even more terrifying. It actually formed a human figure. The human figure of the lightning tribulation was fighting with Lin Xian. This battle lasted for 3 months. Lin Xian destroyed the human figure. The law fragments in his body had completely turned into true laws. The 5 elemental laws turned into 5-colored light. At this moment, the 5 elemental laws were finally condensed successfully. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became a true saint. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. Once Lin Xian's 5 elemental laws were released, the unparalleled power was really too strong. An ordinary first firmament sage was not enough to look at in front of him. Lin Xian also had the confidence to fight against a second firmament sage. If this spread, it would be too unbelievable. After all, at the sage realm, the change in strength with each firmament was very great. Previously, all the people Lin Xian encountered were only first firmament sages, but they were already so terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying a second firmament sage's birthday was. But now, even if Lin Xian faced a second firmament sage, he didn't have the slightest fear. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was getting stronger and stronger. There were clear scales around it, and those scales were actually the spirits of laws. It seemed that the great dragon sword soul had also broken through. Buzz, Lin Xian fused with the great dragon sword soul, and his strength rose again. At this moment, even the saint-level sea monsters roared anxiously. The great sage tower shook non-stop. Lin Xian directly rushed into the great sage tower. The red light let out a sharp cry again. You've broken through. He directly mobilized the righteous energy of heaven and earth and attacked quickly. Lin Xian fought with it and charged forward. The great dragon sword soul transformed into the 10,000 dragons picture and sealed the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue counterattacked crazily, but in the end, Lin Xian had already become a sage. Once the 5 elemental laws were used, its power was boundless. In addition to the great dragon sword soul, the red light kept shaking and would disappear at any time. Stop, you can't kill me, finally, an old voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly and was unmoved. He continued to seal and attack. Finally, the red light couldn't take it anymore. He seemed to have mobilized the entire great sage statue. The great sage statue moved and launched a shocking attack. It collided with the red light and screamed, "Stop, we can talk." Talk? Talk about what? Lin Xian sneered. When you tried to take over my body again and again, did you think about talking to me? I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be the successor of the great dragon sword soul and have comprehended the 5 elemental laws. I underestimated your strength. I admit that I can't do anything to you now. However, if you push me too far, even if I can't kill you, I can make you stay here forever. Back then, I could even kill the Situ Supreme Sage, let alone you, who had just become a first heaven sage. You're just a kid. Although my strength has long been lost, I still have many tricks up my sleeve. You must not die together with me. The meaning of this threat was very clear. Lin Xian was originally disdainful, but when he heard one of the sentences, he stopped. What did he mean? Aren't you the remnant soul of Xikong the Great Sage? He was simply too shocked. Originally, he thought that it was the great sage of the Xikong clan who hadn't died completely and had left behind a wisp of his soul. But now, judging from the other party's tone, it seemed that the other party was the one who had killed Xikong Great Sage. The other party had actually killed a great sage. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down his spine. Who was this person? At the very least, he had to be a great sage of the same level. Humph, kid, I'm not Xikong the Great Sage, and I'm not a member of your human race. I am Black Mountain, known as the Great Sage of Black Mountain. You're right. I was the one who killed Xikong Great Sage. It was actually real. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually such an ancient mystery. That despicable old man Xikong, what kind of righteous aura did he cultivate? How could he restrain me? So what? Although I'm a demon, the righteous aura of heaven and earth can't restrain me. In the end, I killed him. Of course, although I also died, I still retained a wisp of my soul. I borrowed his corpse and used the righteous aura to recuperate. I actually didn't die for tens of thousands of years. In the end, I still won this battle. Lin Xian fell silent. It seemed that they were another pair of old enemies. Previously, the 9-Sun Sword Sage had been killed by the Great Demon. However, in the end, the 9-Sun Sword Sage had also died with the Great Demon. In this generation, Lin Xian had killed the Great Demon. In the end, the Great Demon had summoned the first-generation demonic shadow, which had also almost killed him. If he didn't have the Eye of Space-Time back then, he would probably have perished together. It seemed that the situation between the Great Sage of Black Mountain and the Great Sage of Xikong was similar. The two of them had been entangled for countless years and finally perished together. However, the Great Sage of Black Mountain had actually left behind a wisp of his soul. So what if you tell me this secret? Even if I know that you're the remnant soul of the Great Sage, do you think I'll stop? Lin Xian's face sank again. Of course, although I'm the remnant soul of the Great Sage of Black Mountain, I've been entangled with this old man Xikong for too long. That's why I have the memories of the great sage of Sikong. If you want the complete legacy of the great sage of Sikong, I might not be able to give it to you. However, if you want to take the great sage pagoda, it's possible. How about it, kid? Let's make a deal. I'll help you take the great sage pagoda and you spare my life. Take the great sage pagoda? Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes burning. To be honest, although he was tempted by the inheritance of the great sage of Sikong, he didn't really need it. He had the two great inheritances of the 9 sons and the great dragon sword spirit. It was enough for him to cultivate to the level of the great sage. However, he was indeed very jealous of the treasures in the great sage pagoda. After all, his current resources were far inferior to the peerless sects like the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace. However, if he had the great sage pagoda, it would be different. It could make up for the gap in resources. Therefore, Lin Xian was tempted. However, it was impossible to let the other party go so easily. Let him go? It's not that he couldn't, but the great sage pagoda was not enough. You've ambushed me 3 times and a great sage pagoda. I can't spare you from death. Unless, damn kid, don't push your luck. The great sage of Black Mountain roared crazily. He wanted to fight back, but he was beaten back again. In the end, he was like a deflated ball. He looked at the great dragon sword spirit with deep fear in his eyes. Damn kid, tell me. Unless what, it's very simple. Stay by my side, assist me when necessary, and help me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll set you free. What? You want to imprison me for 1,000 years? Dream on. The Black Mountain was so angry that his whole body trembled. Although he was only a spiritual body and was very damaged, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian sneered. If you don't agree, I'll destroy you now. Anyway, I'll give up this pagoda. I'll come and take it when I'm strong enough. Damn, you're ruthless. However, I can only assist you for 100 years. 500 years. Lin Xian stretched out a hand. If you're not willing, then there's no room for negotiation. 500 years it is. The great sage of Black Mountain gritted his teeth. Although it would take another 500 years, it was not bad for him to regain his freedom. Let's go, kid. Let me go. I'll use this great sage's corpse. The great sage of Black Mountain said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you can't occupy the great sage of Sikong's corpse. I need this corpse. Therefore, you have to find another place to stay. Damn kid, you're pissing me off. The great sage of Black Mountain was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, he had no choice. He couldn't defeat the other party now. Moreover, he knew the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Even if he was the great sage of Tsang, if this kid was determined to kill him, he could kill him bit by bit. Lin Xian turned his head and found that there was a treasure inside the seal. It was a black pendant. The pendant was in the shape of a crescent moon and emitted a mysterious aura. It was a soul-type defensive treasure. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. As expected of the great sage, he really knew how to choose a place for himself. Lin Xian smiled. Why did you come out? Do you need my help? Before he finished speaking, the great sage of the Black Mountain's voice sounded. I can still do such a small trick. He directly broke the seal, then rushed out and floated to Lin Xian's side. I can take it with me, but let me make some arrangements so that you don't have to take over my body. What should I do? At this point, Lin Xian directly injected the aura of the great dragon sword soul into the black crescent moon pendant. After confirming that there was no mistake, Lin Xian took it with him. He smiled because he knew that with the great dragon sword soul around, the other party would definitely not dare to be presumptuous. Because the other party looked at the great dragon sword soul with fear in his eyes. Speaking of which, Black Mountain, give me a few treasures first. Open these seals and let me choose. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was very passionate. When the great sage of the Black Mountain heard this, he almost vomited blood. Don't even think about it. I'm just a remnant soul now. Although I'm the remnant soul of the great sage, my strength is not as strong as yours. Therefore, it's impossible to break the seal. Breaking the seal just now has already consumed all of my strength, so you want me to recuperate for a few years before telling you about breaking the seal. You tricked me. Didn't you just say that you can use the Great Sage Pagoda? Lin Xian's little face was a little dark. The Black Mountain chuckled. Haha, kid, I said that I can help you take the Great Sage Pagoda. As for the seal in the Great Sage Pagoda, I didn't say that I can help you break it. Damn, I've been tricked. This old monster is indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. As long as he kept the Great Sage Pagoda, he would be able to decipher them one by one when he had the strength in the future. He said, alright, help me put away the Great Sage Pagoda first, then we'll prepare to leave. Okay, no problem. Watch me. Black Mountain floated out from the crescent moon pendant and filled the air like a haunted house. His eyes were bloodshot. A whistling sound could be heard. Then, using some unknown method, the entire Great Sage Tower flickered with light, and Lin Xian was forcefully teleported out. As for the Great Sage Pagoda, it gradually shrank and turned into a pagoda, floating in mid-air. He directly put away the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Void Ocean was really fruitful. First, he subdued the remnant soul of the Great Sage and used it for himself. Then, he collected the Great Sage Tower. Most importantly, he broke through and became a sage. Moreover, he was a sage who had combined the 5 elements. His strength had increased greatly. Those enemies and opponents of the past were no longer a problem in front of him. Even Yan Nantian, Lin Xian did not take him seriously now. If Yan Nantian had not broken through, he would probably be able to kill him with a few slaps. However, at the mention of Yan Nantian, he frowned. Yan Nantian was a very difficult enemy to deal with. Yan Nantian's talent was not inferior to his, and his opportunities were not less than his. If he broke through and became a sage, he would probably have many more tricks up his sleeve. At that time it would be troublesome to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian said, Black Mountain, hurry up. How do we get out? Think of a way, it's easy to get out. Do as I say and I guarantee that you will get out smoothly. Black Mountain laughed strangely. Then, Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void ocean. A year and a half had passed outside. However, no one came out. Everyone seemed to be very patient. On that day, a crack appeared in the void ocean again. Then, a figure appeared. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw that. Their auras burst out crazily. He's out. Someone came out. It's Lin Xian. It's that kid. Countless thunderclaps sounded. The surrounding array formations flickered, and a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the front. Lin Xian was originally dizzy, but in an instant, he came to his senses. With a roar from the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian also unleashed a terrifying sword chi that swept in all directions. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a huge palm of 5-colored light shot out. At the same time, he used the Kuan-Pung movement technique and instantly tore through the void to arrive on the other side. All of that could be said to be smooth and decisive. Lin Xian dodged those attacks and arrived on the other side. His expression darkened. Damn it, someone is ambushing me, and there are many of them. In the next moment, he saw a sea of people around him. The killing was monstrous, and there were even array formations flickering in the distance. It was simply an inescapable trap. Damn, kid, what did you do? Why are there so many people after you? The great sage of the Black Mountain kept asking. Lin Xian said, Shut up, can't you see that I'm in danger? Kid, you've finally come out. Why don't you keep hiding? I thought you still had 100 more years. Hand over the inheritance of the great sage obediently, and I can spare your life. Kid, get over here and accept your death. How dare you kill the prodigy of my clan? I'll pull out your tendons and flay your bones. I'll let you live in hell for 10,000 years. Frenzied voices rang out one after another. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as though thunder was rumbling non-stop. Lin Xian swept his gaze around and took a good look at the people around him. They were the Sikong family, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dark Moon Temple, some sages, and other families. These people should have known about what happened in the Great Sage Pagoda. They thought that he had obtained the inheritance of the Great Sage. Damn it, who started this rumor? Kid, you've finally come out. I thought you were dead. The dark red divine dragon and the others floated over. Yanryu was also worried. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It's great that you're out. In the distance, Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langya Star also surrounded Lin Xian to protect him. It's good that you're fine. Sage Mubai, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Xian had unparalleled potential. If such a person died, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian looked at Sage Mubai and smiled. I got it. Did I get it? Sage Mubai and the other experts of the Langya Star were also stunned. They thought that Lin Xian was lucky enough to come out alive. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also get it. What a surprise. Suddenly, Yanryu said in surprise. Your cultivation, your aura. She was really surprised. When the others sensed it, they immediately gasped. Sage, have you broken through to become a sage? The dark red divine dragon's face changed. Kid, did you encounter some danger that forced you to become a sage? You were just a little bit away from finding the magnetic stone and forming the 5 elemental laws. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, ruffian dragon. I'm already a 5 elements sage. 5 elements sage, did you find the origin magnetic stone? The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian nodded. The others were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter was indeed not a small one. He actually broke through to become a sage in 1.5 years. How terrifying would his battle prowess be? While they were reminiscing, the powerful cultivators on the other side roared, Damn it, did you not listen to me? Kill him. In an instant, countless figures rushed over. Dozens of powerful cultivators attacked at the same time. It was truly terrifying. There were even a few sages among them. How dare you attack in front of the Langya Star? Do you think we don't exist? Sage Mubai's expression darkened, and so did the other powerful cultivators. Their eyes shone with a cold light as they waved their hands. A Langya mirror flew out and rolled in the sky, emitting a terrifying light. It was like a crescent moon that swept in all directions. Boom, the two forces collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The ancient mirror shook, and the other forces dissipated. The surrounding people's expressions were ugly. The Langya ancient mirror had actually brought such a treasure. It seemed that the Langya Star had come prepared. So what if they came prepared? Are we not prepared? The surrounding people also snorted coldly. They might not be able to take down the Langya Star on their own, but they had so many powerful forces. No matter how powerful the Langya Star was, it would still be suppressed by them. Kid, hurry up and hand over the treasure in the Great Sage Pagoda. The people of the Sikong family roared crazily. They were the most impatient ones. Why waste time talking to him? They should just attack and take him down. The two sages of the Vermilion Bird Palace walked out and stared coldly at Lin Xian. They had wanted to attack him during the Vermilion Bird ranking competition last time. However, he managed to escape at that time. This time, they definitely wouldn't let him talk about it again. The two great sage cultivators unleashed their saint domains. Terrifying light shone like the sun, spreading out in all directions. As soon as the sage's aura was released, the faces of the surrounding experts and skyprides changed. Many of them retreated frantically. This was simply too frightening. It seemed that the Vermilion Bird Palace was determined to take action. Mubai snorted. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Lin Xian. Let me do it. He took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace still dare to be arrogant in front of me? He was really courting death. Boom, he raised his palm and slammed it forward. At this moment, the gigantic golden palm turned into 5 different colors. There were divine chains revolving around it. Walala. With a single palm strike, the space in front of him shattered, and the 2 saint realms were torn apart. Boom, the 2 sages exploded into a bloody mist. Their miserable cries made one's scalp go numb. What? Everyone went crazy. Their eyes widened in disbelief. His opponent had shattered 2 saints with a single palm strike. How could this be? Those were 2 sages. If he went all out, he would be able to suppress everything. How did this brat do it? How could his strength be so terrifying? What was that 5-colored light just now? Screams rang out. Everyone's mocking and cold expressions all changed. They became terrified and trembled. They realized that they could no longer see the young man in front of them clearly. 2 mere first heaven saints dared to be arrogant in front of him? They really didn't know what was good for them. Where was Xianxia? Tell him to come over and die. Lin Xian looked around. His most important task now was to find Xianxia. Then, he would kill him. As soon as he said that, everyone's scalps went numb and they subconsciously retreated. On the other hand, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace secretly cried out. Oh no, if Xianxia encountered them now, it would be very dangerous. However, to their relief, no one responded, and no one could find Xianxia. They wondered if that guy had escaped in advance. In front of them, the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace saints reformed their bodies from the bloody mist, but their expressions were unusually ugly. You've broken through to become a saint. Their bodies were also trembling nonstop. As soon as he said that, the others were also stunned. They carefully sensed and then gasped. Had the other party broken through to become a saint, those young geniuses were about to go crazy. The other party was already very powerful, and they were no match for him at the same level. Now, the other party had broken through to become a saint 1 step ahead of them. Who would be his match in the future? Xianxia. Didn't you see that Xianxia didn't dare to come out now? Indeed, Xianxia was nearby. However, the moment Lin Xian appeared, he disappeared without a trace. He used the secret technique of the Great Emperor's inheritance to hide his aura. That was because he felt that the other party had the aura of a saint's law. Damn it, he had condensed a true law, and it was a law of the 5 elements. Xianxia was extremely jealous because the other party had cultivated past him. One had to know that as the successor of the Great Emperor, he was unwilling to only condense 1 law. Therefore, he also wanted to condense many laws. However, he hadn't broken through yet, but he was very confident because he knew that with his qualifications and resources, he would definitely be the first to enter the saint realm among the younger generation. However, now, someone was 1 step ahead of him. And that person was his mortal enemy, so he had no choice but to hide. If others knew what Xianxia was thinking, their jaws would drop in shock. Such an arrogant successor of the Great Emperor was like a coward at this moment, not daring to appear at all. Lin Xian was too powerful. In front of him, the 2 saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth. So what if you've become a saint? Go to hell. Just now, the 2 of us were careless and unprepared. That's why we were ambushed by you. The 2 of them roared crazily, and the laws on their bodies soared again. However, the result was very tragic. Lin Xian's palm was surrounded by 5-colored divine chains, and he kept slamming them down like the hand of a god. 2 moves. The other party was beaten into a bloody mist again. The 2 saints screamed as if they had gone mad. Much of their saint blood had been wiped out. This had already hurt their foundation, so their faces were incomparably pale. The other people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also stepped forward and carefully protected the 2 of them. A first heaven saint dares to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian looked at the 2 saints with a disdainful expression. Was he really just a young man? He actually dared to look down and mock the saints. His strength was too terrifying. This guy had already become a saint, and it would be very difficult to subdue him in the future. I seem to have seen the figure of a young great emperor. After all, only the top sects like the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Xikong family had the strength to fight for it. The others who stayed here were just there to watch the show. Humph, what kind of young great emperor is he? He's too weak. Although he's powerful, he's just a sage. It's not impossible to kill him. The expert from the Dragon Valley walked out. He was also a sage. I'll kill him. His body was filled with powerful energy. As his dragon blood surged, everyone had to kneel down. Boom, in the next moment, the sage from the Dragon Valley attacked. He waved his hands, and a huge dragon head appeared in front of him. The dragon head appeared and emitted a terrifying aura. With a roar, it absorbed the void energy of the 9 heavens and 10 lands and charged forward. Void Divine Dragon Fist. Many people exclaimed. This was a peerless superpower of the Dragon Valley. A sage had evolved it, and it was extremely powerful. The Void Divine Dragon emitted a terrifying aura. There was even dragon blood condensing on it, as if a divine dragon was born. Furthermore, what was even stranger was that he was known as the Void Divine Dragon. Hence, only his dragon head, body, and claws were hidden in the void. No one knew where it would come from. Boom, all of a sudden, a dragon's tail appeared behind Lin Xian's back and came down like a heavenly blade. This attack made many people's expressions change. Even the sage's hearts beat wildly. If they were hit, they would definitely be split in half. Not good. Kid, be careful. Yan Ruyu, the dark red divine dragon, and the northern demon were all nervous. Mubai's pupils shrank. However, in the face of such a terrifying and strange attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he struck out with his palm. His 5 fingers and 5 types of laws seemed to have turned into 5 mountains. They collided with the dragon tail of the Void Palace Divine Dragon. Boom, the entire universe was shaking, and the void ocean in the distance was surging. The 5 elements mountain hit the Void Divine Dragon's tail, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. What was even more frightening was that a crack had appeared on the Void Divine Dragon's tail. Furthermore, the crack was still spreading. Heavens, what did I just see? The surrounding people were stunned. The experts from the Dragon Valley screamed like crazy. This is impossible, their sage's divine fist was actually shattered by the other party. That was the Void Divine Dragon Fist, very few people of the same level could break it. Not to mention a newcomer who had just broken through and whose realm was still unstable. How did he do it? Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian's second attack came, another palm strike. The power of this palm strike was even more terrifying than before. The 9 yang divine body and the 5 laws descended from the sky. With a loud boom, 3 cracks appeared on the Void Saint Dragon's tail, causing it to crumble. The Dragon Valley holy man's face was flushed red as his blood churned in his veins. He waved his hand, wanting to change the direction of the Void Divine Dragon Fist and attack again. However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. With a stomp of his foot, his right leg swept out. The 5 elemental laws combined with the power of his physique seemed to have transformed into a 5 elemental divine sword. He kicked forward. This attack caused a huge crack to spread in all directions. Everything within a few million miles was torn apart. The Void Divine Dragon was broken in half by the kick. If the Dragon Valley Holy Man was at a disadvantage just now, the Void Divine Dragon Fist was completely broken now. The Dragon Valley Holy Man spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell from the sky. Dragon Valley, huh? You're just SOSO. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Who else wants to try? Lin Xian looked at the Dark Moon Temple and the Sikong clan. His eyes were filled with provocation. At this moment, he had just broken through to the Sage realm. Naturally, he wanted to compete with these people to test his strength. Although it was just a simple exchange, Lin Xian was ecstatic. His guess was right. Previously, he could already kill a First Heaven Holy Man. Now that he had broken through to the First Heaven Holy Man, people of the same level would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. He should be able to deal with a Second Heaven Holy Man. Right now, Lin Xian was brimming with confidence. He could crush everything in his path. Wherever he looked, all the geniuses around him would lower their heads. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. Trash. His words made these people feel humiliated, but no one dared to respond. I'll do it. The Sikong clan's holy man was furious. Kid, I'll kill you with my own hands and take back the treasures that belong to the Sikong clan. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. The Sikong clan's holy man stood in the void with a pale face and no beard. The righteous chi of heaven and earth on his body was surging. As his voice fell, the Void Divine Dragon tore through the void. The nomological laws that filled the sky tore the universe apart. A beam of sword light condensed and floated in front of him, and he grasped it. This sword was too terrifying. It was not a real weapon. It was a treasured sword that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, the aura circulating on it made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. The righteous Chi of heaven and earth. The Sikong clan was indeed very powerful. It was rumored that they could mobilize the heaven and earth phenomenon to the greatest extent. It seemed that it was true. Many sages nodded. They were still very afraid of the Sikong clan. The saint of the Sikong family brandished his long sword, splitting open the heavens and earth. It was like a peerless immortal light that swept towards Lin Xian. Competing in sword techniques? Lin Xian laughed. The 5 elements laws condensed on his body and formed a sword of laws. He grabbed it and slashed it out. Feeling the power of the 5 elements sword, the surrounding sages' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Although the other party had just become a holy man, his laws were too terrifying. It was formed by the 5 elements laws. The power made them extremely jealous. Indeed, it was the 5 elements sword. Once the 5 elements laws appeared, it really swept through everything. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. The path sword formed by heaven and earth on the other side also trembled. The last 2 divine swords collided in the sky. Boom, countless large cracks spread out, and the path sword summoned by the Sikong clan vanished into thin air. Damn it. How is this kid so powerful? The Sikong clan's holy man's face changed. However, since he dared to come out, it meant that he had more tricks up his sleeve. There was a lonely city in the mountains. Following his voice, a city appeared in the 9 heavens. It looked like a city that had fallen from the celestial realm. It was broken and full of swords, spears, and weapons. It was obvious that it had existed for tens of thousands of years. When this scene appeared, the surrounding people's scalps tingled. It was another heaven and earth phenomenon. Not only that, but there were countless path mountains around the ancient city. They towered into the clouds and stood tall. They were like heavenly swords that were abnormally sharp and could cut through everything. Under this strange scene, the immortal city surrounded by mountains fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. How could the Sikong clan have such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon? Many people screamed. Even Yen Ryu and the others had serious expressions. Meanwhile, Black Mountain was secretly observing this battle from inside the moon-shaped pendant. When he saw this scene, he muttered softly, "I felt that something was wrong when I was fighting with that old man Sikong." The righteous Chi of heaven and earth was more like a heaven and earth phenomenon. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. The heavenly punishment sword. The heavenly punishment sword was one of the 5 swords in the world, just like the great dragon sword. Could it be that the Sikong family had something to do with the heavenly punishment sword? However, there was no time for him to think too much. Facing the immortal city and the thousands of mountains, Lin Xian shouted coldly and threw a punch. Is almost equal to suddenly, a 5-colored divine dragon flew out. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. This 5-colored divine dragon was very strange. Only one of its heads was roaring, while its body, claws, and tail were all hidden in the void and could not be seen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Void divine dragon fist. Damn it, how did he know this thing? The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley roared crazily. But soon, they thought of something. The other party was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Not only was the Great Dragon Sword unparalleled in terms of attack, but it could also evolve all kinds of mystiques. Now that the other party had used the Great Dragon Sword's soul to evolve their mystiques, it was nothing. However, what made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood was that the other party's attack seemed to be even more powerful than their sage's attack. Although the other party did not attack them this time, this unintentional slap in the face made their cheeks hurt. The 5-colored divine dragon rushed up. One of its heads bit the immortal city, while the other dragon claws and tail kept attacking the surrounding mountains. After an intense collision, the immortal city and the mountains disappeared. The 5-colored divine dragon soared in the sky and then slowly disappeared. The sage of the Sikong family also took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely ugly. Lin Xian laughed loudly. You can't do it either. You're no match for me. Who else? He looked around in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. Regardless of whether it was the young geniuses or the old powerhouses and sages, they were all stunned by his aura at this moment. It was the inheritance of the great sage. It must be the treasures in the great sage pagoda that made him so powerful. Hurry up and catch him together. The treasures of the great sage will be yours. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Then, their eyes burned with passion. That's right, why bother talking about rules with the other party? Just attack together and capture the other party. So what if the other party was strong? Can one person stop so many of us? The surrounding experts of the Sikong clan were the first to step forward. Then, the Eight-Wind Palace, Dragon Valley, Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and the Saints also stepped forward and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid. He looked around in all directions, searching for the person who had spoken. That person's voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't find him. Do you want a group battle? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Behind them, Saint Mubai and the others also stepped forward and came to Lin Xian's side. It seemed that a great battle was about to erupt. However, Lin Xian said, Elder Mubai, take Ruyu and Ruffian Long and leave first. I will stay here and fight against them. There were too many of them. It would be unwise to fight them head-on. No, it's more dangerous for you to stay here alone. Saint Mubai shook his head. Dark Red Divine Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others also looked nervous. I'll go with you, Yan Ruyu said. However, Lin Xian said, don't worry, they can't do anything to me. I have the Kuan-Pung movement technique. They can't stop me if I want to leave. But you guys are different. If you get trapped, it will be very troublesome. So, you guys go first. I'll give that thing to you. As Lin Xian said, he was about to take out the great sage statue. However, at this time, Black Mountain transmitted his voice to him. Kid, don't tell me you want to give the great sage statue to them. Let me remind you, don't give it to them first. There's a trap in the great sage statue. Wouldn't it be perfect to use it to kill these people? Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He said, if I give you the great sage statue, they will definitely hunt you down. You guys retreat first, and I'll meet up with them at the Xianxia Star. Are you sure you're okay? Sage Mubai and the others were still very worried. Lin Xian said, trust me, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we won't have time. You guys should also leave with them. Alright, be careful. Yan Ruyu nodded. Ruffian Dragon also said, Kid, you must come back alive. The North Demon, Sage Mubai, and the others gritted their teeth and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Impossible. The surrounding people surrounded them. Lin Xian shouted, the great sage treasure that you want is with me. Let them go. I'll fight you here. As he spoke, he directly took out the great sage statue. In an instant, the righteous chi of heaven and earth accompanied by the terrifying pressure of the great sage descended from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the statue of the great sage. Their eyes were burning with passion. What's that? The great sage's Dharma idol. Patriarch. That's our patriarch. The people of the Sikong family were even more excited. Many of them directly knelt in the sky. More of them roared, damn kid, hand over our patriarch's Dharma idol. Otherwise, we'll tear you into pieces. The others also roared, hand it over, let's go. Sage Mubai gritted his teeth and roared. He entered the spirit boat and quickly left. No one stopped him during the process. Because everyone's attention was attracted by the great sage's Dharma idol. So what if those people left? It would not be that easy for the other party's demonic blood to reach Xianxia planet and call for reinforcements. By the time the reinforcements arrived, they would have already killed the other party. Seeing that Sage Mubai and the others had safely left, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he asked, Black Mountain, tell me, what other secrets do you have about the great sage's Dharma idol? Black Mountain chuckled. Of course. I've been entangled with old man Sidhu for tens of thousands of years. There's both the righteous chi and my demonic chi in the great sage's Dharma idol. That energy is definitely beyond your imagination. Kid, only you have the great dragon sword soul and can restrain me. Otherwise, if you attacked the great sage's Dharma idol directly, you would have died in the great sage pagoda. What you need to do next is to release the two extremely terrifying auras in the Dharma idol. Especially my monstrous demonic aura. How could there be such a thing? Lin Xian's expression changed. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't kill Black Mountain. Otherwise, he would probably be seriously injured when he obtained the great sage's Dharma idol. However, now, he looked at the people around him and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I'll let these people have a taste of my demonic chi and despair. Kid, hurry up and hand over the great sage's Dharma idol. The powerful cultivators and sages of the various sects were roaring angrily. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and laughed heartily. You want the inheritance of the great sage? Come, let's see if you're qualified. On the other hand, Lin Xian leaped into the air. He did not take the great sage Dharma power with him. Instead, he left the great sage statue there. In an instant, the powerhouses of the Sikong clan took the lead and rushed over. They arrived in front of the great sage statue and bowed. Ha 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 ha, the ancestors' Dharma power is ours, we finally got it. They were overjoyed. Boom, however, as soon as they started laughing, some of them were blasted into a bloody mist. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley directly killed a few of the Sikong clan members. Then, they sneered. How dare you snatch the great sage Dharma power? So what if it belongs to the Sikong clan? Today, it belongs to the Dragon Valley. You're courting death. Let's fight. The Sikong clan members roared angrily. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley sneered. A great battle broke out. The people of the Eight-Wind Palace also laughed. Is that so? So what if you count me in? Many of the surrounding people also joined the battle. However, there were also some people who charged toward Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian also had two great inheritances and the Great Destruction Spear, which also made people jealous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace charged forward and unleashed terrifying flames, creating a world of flames. Lin Xian dodged with his extreme movement technique. At the same time, the people of the Dark Moon Palace also rushed over to assassinate him. Lin Xian used the 5 elemental laws to form a divine sword that swept in all directions and sent the people around him flying. At the same time, he felt that the situation was about right, so he rushed forward. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Everyone was chasing after him. At this moment, they were divided into two groups. One group was besieging and snatching the great sage Dharma power, while the other group was chasing after Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was heading toward the great sage Dharma power. The Kuanpung movement technique was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived beside the great sage Dharma power. You want to kill me? You want the great sage Dharma power? You people. Go to hell, all of you. With that, Lin Xian began to slap the great sage's Dharma idol according to Black Mountain's instructions. At the same time, he stood in a strange position, and the aura of Black Mountain emanated from his body. A shocking change took place. The great sage's Dharma idol was originally a stalwart man with an awe-inspiring aura, like that of a warlord. But all of a sudden, his eyes moved, and a blood-red light lit up, incomparably bewitching. The red light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, a surge of demonic aura rushed out from his body. This aura was truly too terrifying. It was the demonic chi left behind by the Black Mountain after fighting for tens of thousands of years. As soon as that demonic aura appeared, it swept through the world. Boom. Boom, in an instant, some of the people nearby were swallowed up by the demonic aura and died instantly. The other people were also sent flying, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. What was that? Damn it, demonic aura, how could there be demonic aura? Wasn't he from the Sikong clan? Didn't the great sage of the Sikong clan cultivate the righteous spirit of heaven and earth? The people around him went crazy. The people of the Sikong clan were also dumbfounded. Demonic aura could be said to be the complete opposite of righteous spirit. But why was their ancestor's Dharma idol at this moment like a peerless demon? Could it be that this wasn't their ancestor? They still couldn't figure it out. That monstrous demonic aura was really too terrifying. The people around him were all enveloped in an instant, and they all wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. "Damn brat, how dare you trick us," these people roared crazily. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to bring the great sage's Dharma idol here alone and wait for them. It turned out that the other party had such a trump card. This was definitely enough to kill all of them. Run, run quickly. This was the great sage's aura, and it was far beyond them. It wasn't something they could resist at all. Therefore, the remaining sages fled like crazy. "Can you escape? How can you resist the demonic aura of my Black Mountain?" Black Mountain sneered secretly. As expected, although those sages avoided the spreading demonic aura, they were still enveloped by the red gaze. In the next moment, their faces became extremely distorted, and their eyes were also extremely red. His entire being became abnormally violent. They began to attack the people around them as if they had fallen into madness. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was stunned as well. This should be a soul attack, right? If they wanted to avoid the soul attack of the old demon of Black Mountain, they would have to be like him, who had the great dragon sword soul and could directly destroy it. Otherwise, it would be the real great sage. The surrounding sages of the first heaven probably didn't have that power. Sure enough, the surrounding sages were all affected and began to attack crazily. They started to kill each other. The surrounding people were also surrounded by the demonic aura. The void was like azure hell, and they attacked mercilessly. Blood of the sages floated between heaven and earth, and it was abnormally terrifying as if it had become the 18th level of hell. Only Lin Xian stood near the great sage's Dharma idol. His body was surrounded by the aura of Black Mountain, so he wouldn't be attacked at all. This process was really too tragic. "No. Ancestor! Why are you killing us?" the geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace screamed crazily. They really couldn't understand why they were killed by their own people instead of being enveloped by the demonic aura. Those geniuses' eyes were wide open, and they didn't understand what was going on until they died. The powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple were also killed by their own sages. Even the sages of the Dragon Valley and the Eight-Wind Palace were fighting. The people of the Sikong family tried their best to resist, but the aura of the Dharma idol was still not the power of heaven and earth, but the monstrous demonic aura. Therefore, they were also affected. In an instant, they began to kill their own disciples crazily. This was a kind of despair. Being killed by one's own seniors was the most tragic outcome. In the end, those sages also began to fight and kill each other. In addition to the monstrous demonic aura around them, they attacked crazily. No one could escape. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally, all the screams disappeared. Everyone around him had been killed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood were densely packed, as if it had really become the Hall of Hell. At this moment, only Lin Xian was alive. It was over. Lin Xian witnessed the crazy scene of 10 days and 10 nights, and he was extremely shocked. However, his will was firm, so he wasn't affected at all. Moreover, these people all reaped what they had sown. If these people weren't greedy, if they didn't want to kill him, then these people wouldn't have ended up like this. He looked at the great sage Dharma idol again. At this moment, all the demonic aura of the great sage Dharma idol was released. What remained was the power of heaven and earth. Such a pure Dharma idol and power of heaven and earth was enough to suppress the demonic aura on the Langus star. Moreover, he wasn't worried about any side effects. Therefore, he waved his hand and put away the Dharma idol. "Let's go," Lin Xian said indifferently, looking around. Then, just as he was about to leave, Heishan arrived. "Kid, there are still people here, and they are leaving quickly." He activated it. What was going on? Eh? The Black Mountain Great Sage was shocked. "Your eyes are also very unique." "Forget it, I don't have time to study this now. I'm the remnant soul of the Great Sage. Although my cultivation is weak now, my experience is definitely not something you can compare to. Hurry up, 103,000 meters to your left, someone is leaving quickly." Hearing this, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, he directly slapped out a light palm. It enveloped that area. With a loud boom, the surrounding space was shattered into pieces. The power of the great dragon sword soul was displayed by him. It could definitely destroy all the void. As expected, there was no one in the shattered void. However, when the great dragon sword chi swept through the void one by one, a figure soared into the sky. He blasted the great dragon sword chi away and then fled into the distance. There was indeed someone. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Just who was it that could actually dodge such a terrifying soul attack? He could even avoid his heavenly secret divine eyes. He used the Kuanping technique and quickly chased after him. At the same time, he used the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. He saw a ray of light, and the aura it contained shocked him. The great sage of the Black Mountain also exclaimed. Why did I feel the power of the great emperor, Yan Nantian? It's him. He's really here. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile and at the same time explained to the Black Mountain. He was the successor of the great emperor. The successor of the great emperor? No wonder he could feel the great emperor's aura. The Black Mountain nodded. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. He had searched high and low for something, and now he found it without any effort. He finally met Yan Nantian again. Moreover, judging from the other party's aura, he should not have broken through. Then, this time would be the death of the other party. Thinking of this, he sped up again and chased after him crazily. Yan Nantian was extremely depressed, and even his face was frighteningly dark. He really couldn't understand. He used the great emperor's inheritance to hide his aura and isolate everything. Even a level 2 or level 3 sage might not be able to see through it. But how did the other party see through it? He knew that his opponent's eye technique was powerful, but he was more confident in his emperor's legacy. How could he have known that not only did Lin Xian break through this time, but he also had the remnant soul of the great sage by his side? His knowledge and experience were naturally not something an ordinary sage could compare to. Therefore, he could only run for his life like a madman. However, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, his current cultivation level had already fallen behind Lin Xian. Therefore, it didn't take long for the gap between the two of them to shrink. Yan Nantian screamed crazily. He roared, "Damn it, don't attack me. Can we reconcile? I can teach you 1 or 2 ultimate techniques of the great emperor. As long as you let me go." Let you off? Stop dreaming. There's no way I'll let you off. So, you should just die obediently. Lin Xian attacked in a frenzy. His law divine chains transformed into a giant dragon that danced in the sky and blasted forward. Yan Nantian roared madly. He was courting death. 9 monarch marks revolved around his body as he took out the Saint Chariot. He blocked the Saint Chariot in front of him. With a clang, he was sent flying in the next moment. The Saint Chariot trembled. Yan Nantian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. However, in the end, he managed to block the attack. In the next moment, he drove the Saint Chariot and rushed over quickly. He had to escape quickly. He was no match for the other party now. Only by returning to the Vermilion Bird Palace could he ensure his safety. Thinking of this, he drove the Saint Chariot crazily. Do you want to leave? Do you think you can leave? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with piercing killing intent. This was the best opportunity for him to kill the other party. Therefore, he wouldn't let the other party escape. In an instant, he chased after him. His speed was extremely fast. Yan Nantian was scared out of his wits. He pulled out the spear of great destruction and struck out. The 5 elemental laws, accompanied by a black shadow, rushed out. Yan Nantian's scalp went numb as he quickly dodged. At the same time, the 9 monarch marks and the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts blocked the attack. However, he was really no match for the other party now. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian anymore. He could only run away crazily. Yan Nantian burned his power and instantly used a secret technique to appear tens of millions of miles away. Then, without hesitation, he opened a scroll. It was a very ancient scroll with a teleportation array carved on it. As soon as it appeared, the power of space enveloped Yan Nantian. Kid, just you wait. When I become a saint, I'll kill you. Yan Nantian's body gradually disappeared. Behind him, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Is he leaving? There's still a teleportation array. Impossible, I won't let you go. His divine body and law circulated, and he turned into a Kunpeng. At this moment, Lin Xian's speed surpassed everything. The piercing sword light, accompanied by the phantom of the Kunpeng, rushed over. At the last moment when the array formation disappeared, he also followed in. Buzz, he and Yan Nantian were teleported together. Buzz, in the endless starry sky, Yan Nantian appeared. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Am I finally saved? Just as he was about to leave, his body trembled, and he suddenly turned around. The teleportation array behind him had not completely disappeared, and a shocking murderous intent came from inside. No way, is he coming? How is that possible? They're tens of millions of miles away. How can his speed change so quickly? Yan Nanchan's expression was ugly. He raised his palm and directly slapped at the teleportation array. He wanted to destroy it. However, a black spear came out of it and pierced through Yan Nanchan's palm. Yan Nantian screamed and retracted his palm. His expression was cold. Buzz. Lin Xian walked out of the teleportation array. Do you think I can't kill you just because you have a teleportation array? As he said that, he exerted force and chopped off one of Yan Nanchan's arms. Yan Nantian screamed in pain, and his face became extremely distorted. However, at this moment, he waved his other hand, and immediately, a red light streaked across and slashed at Lin Xian's glabella. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of danger. The divine chains of order transformed, and he used the sacred shield to block in front of him. With a clang, he was forced back, and the 5 elemental laws were almost split apart. What? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As expected, Yan Nantian is not simple. He shouted coldly, and the 5 elemental laws intertwined quickly, entangling the red light. Only then did he see it clearly. It was a treasured sword. It was only the size of a palm, and it was engraved with runes. A biting cold murderous intent bloomed from it. Lin Xian gasped. This treasured sword is too terrifying. It's definitely a hidden weapon. In fact, if a second heaven sage was not careful, he would be pierced through. However, Lin Xian was too strong. No matter how powerful the killing sword was, he could block it. Buzz, he didn't hold back at all as he attacked. Yan Nantian could only rely on the Saint Chariot to block. He used all of his abilities, but he was no match for Lin Xian. The heaven-destroying finger, the thunder god's body, and even the immortal burying tower. However, that illusion was shattered by Lin Xian's attack. In the end, Yan Nantian was defeated. However, he didn't use the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Instead, he used a secret technique to recover. At the same time, he covered his body with the Saint Chariot. Then he turned into a ray of light and fled for his life. Throughout the entire process, Yan Nantian activated the teleportation array 3 times, but Lin Xian caught up to him each time. Just like that, they arrived near planet Suzaku before they knew it. Along the way, they met some powerful cultivators. When they saw Lin Xian's terrifying killing intent, they all backed off. Just a little more and they would reach planet Suzaku. Yan Nanchan's eyes were bloodshot. He took out precious heaven and earth treasures from his storage ring and devoured them without any regard for his life. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. As long as he could survive, he could get back everything he had. He had even started to burn his bloodline. He also activated the last teleportation array in his hand. You want to leave? Stay. Lin Xian let out an angry roar and attacked again. However, Yan Nantian was determined this time. He split his soul and an avatar to die for him. As for his true body, he entered the teleportation formation and disappeared. Lin Xian's expression was cold after he killed the avatar. That attack had damaged Yan Nanchan's foundation. Even if Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't be able to recover in a few hundred years. However, that wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was to kill Yan Nantian. Therefore, Lin Xian let out a roar, gathered the power of all 9 heavens and 10 earths, and charged over. So what if Yan Nantian returned to planet Suzaku? If he wanted to kill someone, not even the heavens could stop him. Planet Suzaku. The red earth and the temperature of the flames were so high that even space was burning. However, Yan Nantian was smiling. Finally, he was back in their territory. This time, he was safe. When he returned this time, he would definitely go into seclusion. Before he reached the sage realm, he would not come out even if he was beaten to death. Just as he was about to leave, his scalp suddenly went numb, and he screamed in horror. In the sky, a beam of light tore through the astral winds and charged over. Yan Nantian, you're not leaving, a cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn it, are they here again? Yan Nantian's scalp went numb and he quickly fled. However, Lin Xian made his move. Without another word, he took out the left hand of the devil. He had obtained the devil's left hand from Cloud Sky Saint. Previously, Cloud Sky Saint's strength was not as strong as his. However, after he had the devil's left hand, his strength had surpassed Cloud Sky Saint's. However, in the end, he actually died at the hands of the left hand of the devil. All of this made the devil's left hand seem extremely strange. However, Lin Xian was very interested. Thus, he sealed it away. Originally, he had planned to study it when he had the time. But now, he couldn't care less. In an instant, he fused the devil's left hand with his palm. Then, he viciously pressed down on the ground. At this moment, the devil's left hand combined with the 5 elemental laws to form a killing blow. No matter how strong Yan Nantian was, he couldn't withstand it. With one strike, he turned into ashes. However, Lin Xian didn't relax because he knew that Yan Nantian had many trump cards. He had seen the Great Emperor Regeneration Talisman many times. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't kill Yan Nantian. As expected, he found a rune in the blood mist through the heavenly secret prodigy. It was an intact rune. The rune trembled, and Yan Nantian instantly recovered. His expression was extremely cold, and his strength had also reached its peak. Yan Nantian instantly recovered to his peak. Without another word, he burned the 9 great emperor runes, the 4 great divine beast phantoms, and the bloodline power in his body to the extreme. At the same time, he shouted coldly. I'm Yan Nantian, quickly notify the Vermilion Bird Palace. I'm being chased by Lin Xian, whoever can save me, I'll give him the great emperor's mystique. His voice resounded throughout the world. It seemed that Yan Nantian didn't care about anything else in order to survive. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. A perfect emperor rune? It seems that your trump card is about to be used up, he charged forward again. Who dares to attack young Master Yan? In the distance, 3 streaks of light rushed over. They were 3 sages. The 3 sages had originally gathered nearby to exchange their cultivation experiences. Now that they heard Yan Nantian's voice, their eyes lit up. Yan Nantian was being chased by Lin Xian. They hadn't gone to the Void Ocean, and news of the Void Ocean hadn't spread. Therefore, they knew that Lin Xian was stronger than Yan Nantian. But that was all. Yan Nantian was at most a half-sage, and might be able to fight against a sage. However, if the 3 sages worked together, they could definitely take him down. As long as they saved Yan Nantian, they would be able to obtain the Great Emperor's mystique. A Great Emperor's mystique would be able to change their strength dramatically. Therefore, under such temptation, they attacked decisively. Those who stop me will die, Lin Xian roared. He reached out with his demonic left hand and blasted the 3 sages into a bloody mist. This time, he didn't hold back. Therefore, the 3 first heaven stage sages were completely killed. How terrifying was that? It scared Yan Nantian out of his wits. There were still some people in the surrounding tens of millions of miles. However, when they wanted to attack again, they were completely stunned. The 3 first heaven stage sages were instantly killed. This strength terrified them. No one dared to attack again. However, even if they didn't dare to attack Lin Xian, they could inform Vermilion Bird Palace. That would also be a great contribution. Needless to say, some people were really lucky to encounter people from Vermilion Bird Palace. In a mountain range, Vermilion Bird Palace's sages and some geniuses were besieging a secret cave. When they received the news, their expressions immediately changed. Yan Nantian was being chased by Lin Wudi. And his life was on the line. Kill, they directly charged over. Yan Nantian was already scared out of his wits. He no longer had the arrogance and pride of a great emperor's successor. At this moment, he only hoped that someone could save him. He had already burned his blood and swallowed all the most precious pills in his hands without caring about anything else. However, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Moreover, he was hit by the demonic left hand. Although it wasn't a complete hit, the aftermath of the energy caused half of his body to rot, just when he thought that he was definitely going to die. Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. "Stop! Who dares to hurt young Master Yan? The Vermilion Bird Palace's sage has arrived. Everyone, kneel." "Great, I'm saved." Yan Nantian heaved a sigh of relief. In an instant, the sages from afar arrived. 5 first heaven stage sages and 16 half-sages. Such a lineup could be said to be very powerful. Therefore, Yan Nantian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw it. After swallowing a few precious pills, he said, "Help me block him. I want to return to Vermilion Bird Palace and immediately go into seclusion. I've injured my foundation." "What?" Hearing this, the sages of Vermilion Bird Palace changed their expressions. They were not surprised that Yan Nantian was injured because Lin Xian was very powerful. However, it was not a small problem to injure one's foundation. It might affect one's future cultivation, so they did not dare to be careless. "Young Master Yan, don't worry. Go back and I'll help you kill this kid." "Yes, we have more people. After we kill Lin Wudi, no one will be able to threaten young Master anymore." The 5 sages' eyes shone with a cold light. The 16 half-sages behind them also sneered. Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Kill me?" He poured the great dragon sword soul into the great destruction spear and then used the left hand of the devil to hold the great destruction spear. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. "Go to hell." "No, stop him." Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Yan Nantian screamed crazily. The threat of the left hand of the devil was too great. Therefore, he quickly fled. The other 5 sages were also furious when they saw this scene. "Go to hell." 2 sages attacked and 3 sages protected Yan Nantian. In their opinion, such a lineup was enough. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He had already become a sage and the left hand of the devil. Even a second heaven stage sage would definitely die here. Therefore, the 2 sages were sent flying before they could even get close to Lin Xian. The other 3 sages were pierced. The last one to be pierced was Yan Nantian. "This is impossible." Yan Nantian's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt his life draining away. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He used the last of his strength and screamed crazily. "I'm the successor of the great emperor, the successor of great emperor Hongwu." He had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was destined to become a great emperor in the future, but now, before he could even become a true sage, was he going to die here? "I can't accept this," Yan Nantian roared into the sky. However, he no longer had the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Furthermore, he couldn't escape now. "So what if you're unwilling? All of this is your own doing, and you can't live. The enmity between us will disappear from now on." As Lin Xian's voice fell, the devil's left hand, the great destruction spear, and the great dragon sword soul exploded with all their might, killing the 3 sages. Yan Nantian's body was also torn apart, his soul destroyed. The blood mist that filled the sky was then completely wiped out. There was only a giant crack in the sky. It was a shocking sight. The 2 saints of Rosefinch Palace and the 16 half-saints were all stunned. What did they see? Yan Nantian had been insta-killed. What kind of power was this? What exactly did this brat experience? Why did his strength change so drastically? They could not understand. However, they were not worried. Young Master Yan was the successor of a great emperor and had the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. They should quickly escort him away. They soared into the sky and flew forward. But soon, they were stunned. There was no more blood mist in the world, let alone the Emperor Regeneration Talisman. They waited for a long time, but there was no sign of it. They thought of an unbelievable thought. Could it be that the Emperor Regeneration Talisman had been used up? When they thought of this, they gasped. The 16 half-saints were also dumbfounded. If the Emperor Regeneration Talisman was used up, Yan Nantian couldn't be revived, Yan Nantian had been completely killed. This was an earth-shattering event. It was bigger than anything else. Rosefinch Palace was probably going to riot, and the ancient path of the stars was going to be chaotic. Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. He was very likely to become the new great emperor in the future. Rosefinch Palace had done so many things for Yan Nantian and made enemies with so many people, but now, Yan Nantian was dead. Rosefinch Palace no longer had a trump card and a pillar of support. It could be imagined that the future would be a disastrous blow. Run quickly and spread the news, the two saints roared. Lin Xian was too dangerous. They had to go back and gather the most powerful experts and saints to capture him. Yan Nantian was dead. They had to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, Rosefinch Palace would not be able to sleep in peace. You still want to leave? Stay here. Lin Xian used the left hand of the devil to kill the two saints. As for the remaining half-saints, the 5 elemental laws on his body turned into 5 elemental divine swords and flew in all directions. They were all killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. No one escaped. The surroundings were terrifying and quiet. Who would have thought that such an earth-shattering battle had taken place here? Moreover, the successor of a great emperor had died here. After Lin Xian killed these people, he did not leave. Instead, he looked into the void. Do you think I can't find you if you hide there without moving? You're the one who tipped me off, right? His golden hand directly grabbed a figure. That figure knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. Spare me, I've been possessed. Spare my life. Spare you? You've seen everything. That's impossible. In your next life, don't be my enemy again. With that, he killed the other party with a single blow. Lin Xian turned around. His eyes flickered. He wanted to find Yan Nantian's relics. Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. If he died, he would definitely leave something behind, especially the great emperor's legacy. This tempted him. At the same time, in Rosefinch Palace, the palace lord and a group of elders were discussing. Calculating the time, there should be news from the void ocean. Yes, it should be out soon. What kind of harvest would they have this time? Yan Nantian should have gained the most. He would probably go into seclusion again. He would be able to become a saint. Yes, after becoming a saint, Yan Nantian's strength would be even more terrifying. An ordinary first heaven sage was no match for him. In a few hundred years, he would be invincible in the starry sky. When that time came, Rosefinch Palace would be the biggest winner. Yan Nantian was the successor of a great emperor. In the future, his worst achievement would be that of the great sage. There was even a high chance that he would become the new great emperor. In that case, Rosefinch Palace would be invincible in the world for tens of thousands of years. At this point, they became more and more excited. It was as if they could see the scene of them dominating the universe in the future. However, at this moment, a few elders screamed like crazy. Palace Lord, this is bad. Yan Nantian's soul tablet has shattered. What? The moment these words were spoken, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master in the main hall abruptly stood up. The surrounding elders were also stunned. What did you say? Yan Nantian's soul tablet has shattered. How is that possible? They didn't dare to believe it. A soul tablet was made by fusing a sliver of a person's soul with a special divine crystal. It was used to observe life and death. If the person in the distance was alive, the soul tablet would be safe and sound. If the person died, the soul tablet would also be destroyed. It was used to observe the safety of the person who wasn't by their side. Yan Nantian's soul tablet was guarded by people who couldn't relax for even a moment. But now, what did they hear? Yan Nantian's soul tablet was destroyed. What was going on? Didn't this mean that Yan Nantian was dead? But how was that possible? In an instant, their hearts fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Just a moment ago, they were still fantasizing about Yan Nantian becoming the great emperor and their Vermilion Bird Palace ruling over the universe. But now, their greatest support was actually dead. They quickly took it to see what was going on. Could it be that something had happened to the Void Sea? Just at this moment, a few more people ran over and knelt on the ground, trembling. Palace Master, elders, this is bad. Many of the elders' soul tablets have been destroyed, a total of 5 sages and 16 half-sages were destroyed at the same time. What? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders all went crazy. Originally, they thought that Yan Nantian had encountered some danger in the Void Sea. Perhaps he had been killed by an ancient formation. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Their 5 sages and 16 half-sages soul tablets had all been destroyed at the same time as Yan Nantian. And these sages and half-sages were all on planet Suzaku. None of them had gone to the Void Sea. What did this mean? This meant that Yan Nantian had been killed on planet Suzaku. What was going on? They couldn't understand at all. But they could imagine that Yan Nantian had already left the Void Sea and fled to planet Suzaku. But he had still been killed by the enemy. Who had done it? A holy sovereign, a sage king, or the great sage? They didn't know. But it was clear that a powerful enemy had done it. Because their people hadn't even sent back any news. Even a sage couldn't send back any news. What kind of terrifying person was that? But they were also enraged. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master roared, "Search! Get it for me, at the same time, lock down planet Suzaku and mobilize all forces. No matter what, we must find the culprit." At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace was in an uproar. Countless powerhouses swarmed out. More than half of planet Suzaku was shocked. All the cultivators, families, and sects on planet Suzaku trembled. Because they had never seen such a riot in the Vermilion Bird Palace. This was practically an all-out attack. What were they trying to do? Where were they going to attack? Unify planet Suzaku. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void and frowned. He had already scanned his surroundings with his heavenly fortune god eyes, but he still could not find the martial monarch's inheritance. "Hey Shan, can you think of a way to find him?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "I'm already looking for it. I'll use the secret arts of the great sages. Black Mountain, search the area." Suddenly, it unleashed a burst of demonic chi that shattered the void. Then, balls of light scattered down. It was a storage ring, and there was also a light shadow. The light shadow was very blurry. From afar, it looked like the 9 Emperor runes. However, at this moment, the 9 Emperor runes were connected. It was abnormally strange and terrifying. This should be the martial monarch's inheritance, right? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He reached out with his hand and grabbed toward the front. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him was sealed by him. However, his palm soon moved, and the sphere of light formed by the 9 Great Emperor marks smashed through his seal and escaped from his grasp. "Where are you going?" Lin Xian let out a roar. Terrifying 5 elemental laws rushed out of his body. The terrifying light destroyed heaven and earth. Dense sword chi flew out and cut off the 9 heavens, blocking the inheritance. However, the martial monarch's inheritance was too terrifying. It shattered everything with one strike. Then, it disappeared. Damn it! Lin Xian could not find it again. He Shan said, "Stop chasing, kid. Even I might not be able to obtain the martial monarch's inheritance at my peak, let alone you. It depends on luck. It's useless to use force." Was this an opportunity? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since He Shan said so, it would be useless for him to attack. Therefore, he did not attack, but narrowed his eyes. "Kid, I have to say, I'm starting to see you in a different light." He Shan nodded. Lin Xian snorted. "What's there to see?" He Shan shook his head. "You have to know that the one that escaped is the martial monarch's inheritance. Who wouldn't be jealous of it? Even when I was alive, even great sages would be envious of me if they saw me. However, you don't seem to be disappointed. It would be a lie to say that you're not disappointed." Lin Xian sighed. After all, the martial monarch's inheritance was something that surpassed everything. There was a high chance of becoming a martial monarch. However, you said that even the great sage couldn't get it. It depends on luck. No matter how unwilling I am, it's useless. I might as well look on the bright side. Besides, I'm very confident in myself. I believe that one day, I'll reach the peak of the martial path and become a martial monarch. This is my belief, and also my goal in martial arts. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I don't have the martial monarch's inheritance. Come to think of it, martial monarch Hong Wu didn't have the inheritance of other martial monarchs, but he still became a martial monarch. If others can do it, why can't I? He Shan did not say anything, but his heart was filled with astonishment. Impressive. An undefeatable heart. It was rare to see someone like that. The kid before him was indeed special. Perhaps he could really take the final path. Someone was coming. Suddenly, He Shan transmitted his voice to remind Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned too. He could sense that many people were flying toward them from afar. Besides, their auras were extremely powerful. At the same time, a series of furious roars could be heard. Who was it? Who dared to kill Yan Nantian? I'm going to tear you into pieces, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He did not stay there any longer and turned to leave. His speed was extremely fast. When those people from afar arrived, they couldn't see him anymore. However, after flying for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He realized that his surroundings seemed to have formed a tight encirclement. There were people from Vermilion Bird Palace everywhere. It seemed like he could only force his way through. Lin Xian made his move. His sharp sword chi killed a few experts from Vermilion Bird Palace. He didn't use the demon's left hand. After all, he still remembered that Cloud Sky Sage died under the demon's left hand. Therefore, he couldn't use it too many times. It was better to keep it as a trump card. Even if he didn't use the demon's left hand, it would be easy for him to kill these people. After breaking through the defensive line, he quickly flew away. However, the people around him roared. Someone killed our people. It must be the murderer. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura slammed over from all directions. Not good. It's a small saint. A minor saint was in existence at the 6th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian couldn't resist it with his current strength. Therefore, when he heard that, he immediately took out the teleportation formation. In an instant, he was teleported out. However, that frightening hand had also swatted over. Accompanying it was an endless sea of lightning that completely covered the entire sky. This was no longer a simple palm. It was extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Xian was teleported, he was still forcefully pushed out. However, the distance was still very far. Moreover, with Lin Xian's current strength, he could still withstand it. With a roar, the 5 elemental laws wrapped around him and he quickly fled into the distance. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ancient Kuan-Peng. His speed was extremely fast. That guy actually escaped. How was that possible? The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace were all stunned. The one who attacked was their Grand Elder, that was a minor saint. How could such a terrifying existence let the other party escape? Who exactly was that person? The aura of a dragon. Lin Wudi? At this moment, an old figure appeared in the sky. He was really too old. His entire body was withered, but his pair of eyes carried an extremely terrifying aura. He was a minor saint of Vermilion Bird Palace and also the Grand Elder. After he received the news, he immediately came. When the surrounding people heard that, they were extremely shocked. Oh God, it was actually Lin Wudi. Impossible. They were going crazy. When did Lin Wudi become so powerful? However, they didn't have the time to think about it anymore. They all looked at the minor saint. The minor saint snorted. Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to escape from my palm. That's true. The surrounding people of Vermilion Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Their Grand Elder was a minor saint. How terrifying was a 6th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm? No matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he should have just broken through to the Sage Realm. Such a person was like an ant in front of a minor saint. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. The attack just now should have allowed the other party to escape. It should be because he was lucky. The next attack would definitely kill him. Buzz. The little saint's body flickered, and he quickly rushed out. There were 81 lightning seas revolving around him. He was like an ancient god of thunder. At this moment, he mercilessly attacked again. As soon as the saint domain appeared, the entire world seemed to turn into a sea of lightning. Lin Xian's body also trembled, a deep sense of shock appearing in his eyes. Was this the power of a minor saint? It was too terrifying. He had already run so far, but he still couldn't escape the other party's attack. What to do? Lin Xian was extremely anxious. The current him was no match for a minor saint. Can you escape? He was just an ant. Since you dared to kill Yan Nantian, you should obediently become our prisoner. Don't worry, we won't kill you either. But from today onwards, you'll be a slave of our Vermilion Bird Palace. Everything you have belongs to Vermilion Bird Palace. I will make you wish you were dead. I'll let you know the whereabouts of those who dared to offend us. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, causing Lin Xian's scalp to go numb. Lin Xian turned his head and saw an abnormally withered, zombie-like figure walking towards him. The other party's aura was too strong. The lightning on his body had a piercing red glow, as if it was fresh blood. Was this the minor saint? Humph, an old fart dares to be arrogant in front of me? If we were at the same level, I would kill you like a dog, Lin Xian said coldly. The minor saint snorted. Young man, this is the real world. There's no such thing as the same level. I've lived longer than you. That's my capital. So, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape. Hee, is being stronger than me a capital, old fart? If you hide in a place and secretly spend the rest of your life, you might even be able to enjoy your old age. But, you don't know what's good for you and came to provoke me. Fine, I'll let you experience what it means to be strong. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a crazy light as he said this. In the next moment, the great sage Dharma idol was taken out again. The great sage Dharma idol, although it was the dead great sage, its aura was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, even the zombie-like minor saint's expression changed. Extremely terrifying lightning burst out from his eyes. That was the great sage Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing, that was really surprising. A fiery greed appeared in his eyes. I wanted to capture you and ask you about the whereabouts of the great emperor's inheritance. But before I could say anything, you gave me another big gift. Well then, this great sage Dharma idol and Yan Nanshan's inheritance, I want them both. Even now, you're still so greedy. Do you still have the life to take them? Lin Xian snorted and pushed the great sage Dharma idol with all his strength. He summoned the righteous chi of heaven and earth to move the Dharma idol. The great sage Dharma idol trembled slightly, and the righteous chi on its body burst out. Bright moon above the sea, Lin Xian relied on the righteous chi and the power of the great sage Dharma idol to create a vision of heaven and earth. The endless sea drowned the thunder, and a bright moon rose from the sea, shattering all the thunder. You're courting death. The minor saint roared. Monstrous killing intent pierced through the clouds, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. So what if his opponent had the great sage Dharma idol? Although he was not as strong as the great sage, that was only when compared to the real great sage. His opponent was just a Dharma idol, a first heavenly layer cultivator. He could not withstand a single blow. It was easy for him to kill his opponent. The terrifying thunder turned into countless hands of thunder, sweeping in all directions and resisting the bright moon above the sea. In the end, the bright moon above the sea was shattered. However, his face was gloomy. He found that his opponent had escaped and disappeared without a trace. He could not see his opponent's aura. How was that possible? A first heavenly layer saint was like an ant in front of him. But now, that ant had disappeared into thin air. Just now, it only took him an instant to shatter the bright moon above the sea. No matter how fast his opponent was, where could he escape to? Thunder appeared. The minor saint activated his saint domain of thunder and shattered all the worlds that he could cover. The huge black hole was extremely dark, as if the whole sky had sunk. However, there was still no sign of anyone. This scene made the minor saint's face even gloomier. His eyes were like golden suns, looking in all directions. Souls also appeared in an overwhelming manner. At this moment, he was really angry. He had used all his strength, but still, he could not find anything. Ah! He roared to the sky. The people around him all gathered around. It was the Supreme Elder. Their faces were full of shock. They did not see Lin Wudi's figure, only an angry Supreme Elder roaring to the sky. Could it be that the Supreme Elder did not succeed? From now on, lock down the entire stellar realm. He won't be able to escape if we track him down with all our might. The little saint said coldly. Yes, we'll do it now. The experts of Vermilion Bird Palace hurriedly took action. How could they not be angry? Yan Nantian was dead. Their pillar of support was gone? However, they had to keep the great emperor's inheritance. This way, they still had a glimmer of hope. In an instant, the Vermilion Bird Palace's actions became even faster. On the other side, Lin Xian appeared in the void. His face was a little pale. Just now, he used the great sage Dharma idol to take a blow from the little saint and then used a secret technique to escape. Although he had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the little saint, he didn't look too good. Even the little saint had attacked. He didn't know what the Vermilion Bird Palace had waiting for him. It seemed that he had to return to the Langu Star to lie low for a while. He wanted to leave, but he found that there was an inescapable net around him. Countless people were patrolling and formations were flashing. Moreover, everyone from the Vermilion Bird Palace had a voice transmission token on them. Even if they were killed instantly, they could still send a message. Lin Xian had no choice but to force his way through. He killed thousands of Vermilion Bird Palace's experts in a row and was about to break out. However, another little saint came again, forcing him to change his direction again. Lin Xian originally hid in the deep mountains and forests. He didn't know what kind of deal the Vermilion Bird Palace's people had made with the monsters in the mountains. Those monsters had also started to help him search. He had no choice but to leave the mountains and prepare to go to the city. There were many people in the city, and people's minds were very complicated. He should be able to fool them for a while. Just like that, Lin Xian came to a huge city called the City of Raging Fire. This was a city very far away from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was temporarily safe here. However, not long after Lin Xian entered, the entire city was locked down. Countless Vermilion Bird Palace's martial artists formed many teams and came over. There were even 4 ancient mirrors hanging on the 4 sides of the city gate. It was said that these were demon-revealing mirrors that could create a person's body. In this way, it was impossible to disguise oneself. What on earth happened? The martial artists in the city were all stunned. What was the Vermilion Bird Palace searching for? Could it be that something big had happened? At this moment, the news of Yan Nanchan's death had yet to spread. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird Palace had forcefully suppressed it. There was nothing they could do about it. If news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, they would not be able to do anything. It was likely that the experts of other worlds, as well as the family forces, would come to attack them. Therefore, it was best to hide as much as possible. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't say anything either. They would only say that they were capturing Lin Wudi. Anyone who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. After hearing this, the people in the city sucked in a breath of cold air. Chase after Lin Wudi, heavens, is Vermilion Bird Palace really going to use such ruthless methods to get rid of this peerless genius? Was he paving the way for Yan Nantian? Lin Xian sneered as he blended into the crowd. Since the city was sealed, they would stay in the city for the time being. Just like that, Lin Xian found an inn and stayed for the time being. He kept a very low profile. After entering the inn, he set up a formation and then silently cultivated to deal with the great battle that could happen at any time. At the same time, in the City of Raging Fire, there was another majestic mansion. It was completely different. There was no sign of nervousness here at all. On the contrary, it was full of joy. The surroundings were even decorated with lanterns and banners and hung with the word "She." It seemed that something good was about to happen in this mansion. The people in the surrounding city couldn't go out, so they could only go to this mansion to congratulate it. They knew that the owner of this mansion was from a very powerful family. In this family, there was a genius who had entered Vermilion Bird Palace to cultivate. It could be said that this was the family of the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. Therefore, even if the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were on high alert, this family would not be affected at all. And at this moment, that genius' younger brother was going to marry a new bride. That bride's background was not simple either. However, compared to Vermilion Bird Palace, her background was much worse. Moreover, it was said that this wedding was carried out using tyrannical methods. That was because the bride's family was simply unwilling. But, before the background of Vermilion Bird Palace, who would dare to refuse? Thus, the bride's family simply did not dare to resist. But, yesterday, something happened. That bride actually ran away from the wedding. She used some sort of secret technique to directly escape. At the Breeze Tavern. This was a very unremarkable tavern in a corner of the city. Generally, people with strength and status would not stay here. At this moment, another figure appeared in front of the inn. It was a person wearing a black robe. He was very low-key. After he entered, he asked for a room. "Dear guest, you've come at the right time. This is the last room." At this moment, Raging Fire City has already been sealed. Apart from the last room, it was simply impossible to find another room. Enough with the superfluous words, quickly bring me there. Very well. The waiter did not expect this person to have such a bad temper. However, the money that this person had paid was sufficient to make him beam with joy. Thus, he did not mind at all. After bringing this person in, the waiter left. After entering, the other party struck out a few seals. This room did not seem to have any abnormalities. However, in the room next to it, a figure opened his eyes. This figure was precisely Lin Xian. He also stayed in this crazy tavern. At this moment, his eyes were flickering. Naturally, he could hear the sound of the formation seal in the room next to him just now. However, he shook his head and did not pay attention to it. Which martial artist did not set up a set of formation when cultivating, in case something unexpected happened? Thus, he did not think too much about it. Half a day later, the entire crazy tavern was surrounded by people. He was surrounded by countless experts. Standing at the forefront was a man wearing a bright red robe. His face was cold. Beside him, there were countless experts following. "Young master. Raging Fire City has already been sealed. No one can leave. That woman must be hiding in the city. We've searched all the places except for this tavern. He must be inside. That damned bitch actually dared to escape. Search for her. Catch her and see how I'll play her to death." That red-robed young master coldly shouted. Immediately, a large number of experts moved out. One of them directly grabbed the waiter and asked coldly, "Recently, did anyone come over, especially women?" The waiter was so scared that his whole body trembled and he pissed his pants. There was no woman, but today, a black-robed man came. His attitude was very bad. "I don't know if he's the person you're looking for. Where was she? Lead the way." There was no other way. He could only lead the way. The entire tavern was surrounded by countless experts. Those people in the tavern were all awakened. They were originally not very strong and had no status. For a moment, being surrounded by so many experts, they were so scared that they pissed their pants and did not dare to resist. That shouldn't be the case. He had hidden himself very carefully. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace couldn't have such means. Moreover, most of the people who came were half-saints. There were also many people who were close to the Tao. Such a lineup wanted to capture him? What a joke. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't be so stupid. Even if they really found him, they would immediately inform the saints or even small saints to come and capture him. Therefore, these people were not here for him. Could it be that there were other people in this inn who had offended some faction? Lin Xian frowned. The situation was not good. Buzz, suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that something was attacking his array formation. Immediately after, a figure rushed over. He was shocked. Could it be that those people outside were an illusion, and the real powerhouse had quietly come to capture him? One had to know that the array formation he had set up was very sturdy, but this person could break it in an instant. Was it a small saint? He instantly became aggressive, and the killing intent in his heart was about to explode. But then, he was stunned. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. It was the aura of the person who had just stayed next to him. After that person woke up, he said, "Friend, may I borrow your place? Don't worry, I will avenge you." As he said that, he took out a storage ring. There were 500 kilograms of immortal state in it. "It was enough for you." As long as you don't speak, I can guarantee your safety. Although the voice was low and hoarse, Lin Xian's soul was very sharp. He instantly realized that it was a woman. Could it be that those people outside were here to capture her? It seemed that he was right. He guessed correctly. They were not here for him. However, there were many people being hunted down every day. Lin Xian didn't intend to do anything. Besides, he couldn't expose himself now. He just nodded and didn't say anything. The woman wanted to leave quickly through the window, but in the next moment, she screamed. Then, countless powerful auras descended from the surroundings. The entire inn was torn down and split into pieces. On Lin Xian's side, many large cracks appeared on the house. Lin Xian immediately removed the array formation. The array formation was too exquisite. Those people would be suspicious if they saw it. So he put it away. As for the woman, she screamed. Damn it, he was actually so fast. Ha 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 ha, the asterisk tch, run. Below, the young master in red sneered. You can't escape from my palm. The woman in black turned her head. Although her face could not be seen clearly, there was a trace of exasperation in her voice. If it wasn't for the fact that Raging Fire City was suddenly sealed and so many Vermilion Bird Palace experts came, I would have escaped long ago. How could he have been captured by you? To be honest, she was really mad because she didn't know why the Raging Fire City was sealed and no one was allowed to leave. But when she was sealed, she didn't plan to escape. If I catch you, I'll play you to death. The mysterious woman snorted. You're trash. You only know how to rely on your family. What else do you have? Don't you have a lot of women who have been played by you? I won't marry you, so you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Won't marry me? It's not up to you now. Someone, catch her. The surrounding experts walked up with sneers. They sealed the space with a strong aura. The woman in black trembled and took 2 steps back. She was near Lin Xian. At that moment, the surrounding experts saw Lin Xian and frowned. Kid, who are you? Are you an accomplice? Because Lin Xian was also wearing a black robe, he was naturally considered an accomplice. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but before he could say anything, the woman in black next to him said, He's not my accomplice. He just lives next door. So he doesn't know anything. Let him go. Let him go? Dream on. The young master in red sneered, he lives next door, but he didn't report it and hid the news. That's a capital offense in front of me. Looking at his cultivation, he's just an ant. I'll kill him together. The young master in red doesn't seem to care about human lives at all. Don't worry, young master. He's just an ant. I can kill him in an instant. The 4 experts stopped Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Next time, when you're reincarnated, be careful and don't go against our young master. One of them exuded a powerful aura. He was a half-saint. This aura made the woman in black tremble even more violently. She came to Lin Xian's side and said softly, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'll attack you with all my might. If you have a chance to escape, do so. I'm really sorry. She apologized again. At that moment, the half-sage's palm in the sky was slapping down with terrifying flames. The woman in black had no choice but to take it head-on. She also slapped out a big black palm, but she was forced back in an instant and spat out a mouthful of blood. The big flaming hand descended from the sky and wrapped around her and Lin Xian. It's over. The woman in black looked desperate. She thought she could escape this time, but she fell into the hands of her opponent again. She could imagine that her life would be worse than death from now on. In that case, she might as well kill herself. She wanted to kill herself, but at that moment, a hand landed on her shoulder, preventing her from doing so. As for his other hand, he gently pointed to the front with his finger. Boom, the flaming hand fell wildly with an unparalleled aura. The surrounding people sneered. Nothing unexpected would happen when a half-sage attacked. However, the half-saint who had attacked screamed miserably. His flaming palm was injured. It was covered with cracks like a mirror. Then, it broke open with a loud bang. Blood splattered and dyed the void red. Ah! The miserable scream made people's scalps tingle. The surrounding people's minds went blank. What happened? Their half-sage was injured. How is that possible? Does that woman have such a method? The woman in black was stunned. She didn't expect that someone would help her when she was in despair. Moreover, he broke the half-sage's attack with one blow. And this person was the person beside her. Is this person an expert? She was too shocked. She looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. Damn it, what are you doing? Catch him. The man in red roared madly behind them. The other 3 experts also looked at the injured half-saint. What's going on? They didn't see what happened at all. The injured expert's expression was unusually cold. Could it be that the damned woman's strength had suddenly increased? Or did she have a Dharma treasure? From beginning to end, he had not noticed Lin Xian at all. Because as far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was merely an ant. After Lin Xian attacked, he sighed in his heart. He knew that this matter wouldn't end well. These people definitely wouldn't stop, so it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. He said to the woman in black next to him. You don't have to apologize to me because you didn't get me into trouble. On the contrary, I got you into trouble. You'll have a chance to escape later. The woman in black was stunned. What does he mean? She said that to him before. Is he also being hunted and his enemy is more powerful than the family of the man in red? She really couldn't understand. Suddenly, she was stunned. Could it be that the city of raging fire was sealed because of this person? She was completely stunned at the thought of this. At this moment, the injured half-saint in front of them attacked again. Not only him, but the other half-saint also attacked. They did it just in case. 2 giant palms with tremendous seals loomed over Qi Nan. The woman in black was still stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Lin Xian waved his hand and a sharp sword qi slashed in all directions, immediately cutting off the arms of the 2 half-saints. When the miserable scream sounded, everyone finally saw clearly. It wasn't the woman in black who attacked, but the young man next to her. How is this possible? They screamed crazily. Isn't he an ant? How can he be so powerful? Why did he attack? Lin Xian didn't intend to hold back. He waved his sword qi again and killed the 2 injured half-saints. The other 2 half-saints were scared out of their wits. Who is he? They frantically retreated, but in an instant, their glabella split open and they were instantly killed. Even before they died, they couldn't figure out who they had offended. The 4 experts fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the red-robed man and his clan members were all shocked, and unconsciously took a step back. The red-robed man felt his scalp go numb. Who was the other party? 4 experts had been killed instantly. Damn it, who exactly were you? Lin Xian ignored the man and looked up at the sky. It was time to leave. Although the black-robed woman didn't know who Lin Xian was, she still said, here are 3 void formation abodes. Take them. You might be able to save your life. With that, she handed everything over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. He wanted to return it, but the red-robed young master suddenly roared, let me tell you, my family is very powerful. My brother is a genius of Vermilion Bird Palace. He's in Roaring Flame City right now. Kneel down obediently, kowtow to me, and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces. Noisy, Lin Xian waved his hand, forming 2 storms that slashed forward. Young master, be careful. The 2 elders beside him roared and hurriedly attacked. However, they were split in half in an instant. In the end, the red-clothed young master was pulled away by someone to avoid this terrifying wind blade. A pitch-black crack appeared where he was originally standing. It couldn't be healed at all. The red-robed man trembled all over. His lower body was soaked. He had wet his pants from fear. What kind of person was this? He was too strong. Hurry, get my brother here. Let my brother kill him, he couldn't resist at all. Perhaps only the experts of Vermilion Bird Palace could take him down. The people beside him said, young master, don't worry. We've already informed the young master. Sure enough, as soon as the voice rang out, a group of people rushed over from the distance. The auras of these people were incomparably powerful. The person in the lead was a man. They were all from Vermilion Bird Palace. The red-robed man's sword arrived. The mighty leader immediately exclaimed, "Brother, I'm here. Someone wants to kill me. Hurry up and help me kill him. Who dares to attack my brother?" The leader of the group, the genius man, shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. In the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he frowned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to run. The surrounding people were stunned. Ran away? Their young master, the genius of Vermilion Bird Palace, actually ran away. What the hell is going on? The red-robed young master was also stunned. "Brother, why are you leaving? Hurry up and kill this kid." Before he could finish, he saw Lin Xian wave his hand. A sword chi enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was enveloped in it. Then, miserable screams sounded. Those people were chopped into pieces. The elder brother that he was so proud of also had his head chopped into pieces. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The Vermilion Bird Palace team was instantly killed by the other party. Who was this person? Was he a saint? At that moment, they all retreated. The red-robed man also screamed. "Impossible. My brother is a genius." Although he was a half-step saint, he was also very powerful. In his heart, he was simply a godlike existence. Their family could flaunt their prowess because of his brother. Now, his brother was actually instantly killed. "Damn it, Lin Wudi, you really are here." In the distance, more experts rushed over, roaring crazily. The others went crazy. Lin Wudi, the person in front of them was actually Lin Wudi. The black-robed woman's heart trembled. It was indeed him. She looked at the figure in front of her. She had long guessed that the other party was very likely the one who caused Blaze City to be sealed. Vermilion Bird Palace was after Lin Wudi. Now it seemed that it was indeed him. In front, the red-robed young master knelt on the ground with a plop. Lin Wudi, he actually dared to attack Lin Wudi. He really didn't know what was good for him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Golden light surged from his body, and a terrifying divine body suppressed in all directions. Since he had been recognized, then he didn't plan on hiding anymore. With a wave of his hand, sword chi flew out, cleaving the red-robed young master in half. The surrounding red-robed family members were all split apart. Only the black-robed woman was able to survive. Buzz. Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged into the sky. The sealed formation was shattered by his punch. Then, Lin Xian left Blaze City and flew into the distance. "Lin Wudi, you can't escape." In the distance, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists chased madly. In the ruins below, the black-robed woman looked at the person above in shock. This was the peerless expert, Lin Wudi? He was indeed too strong. These families that she couldn't defeat in her eyes were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The warriors in the surrounding ruins and the city trembled when they saw this scene. It was their fortune to be able to see Lin Wudi in action. This was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Lin Xian didn't stop after leaving Raging Flame City. He knew that the Vermilion Bird Palace's experts were on their way. As expected, the 6 saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace worked together to set up the 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation. It enveloped Lin Xian and sealed him within. This formation was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient formation passed down from the ancient times of Vermilion Bird Palace. Now, it was being used to seal everything. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't break it. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, let's see how you're going to escape." The 6 saints roared with laughter. In the distance, more Vermilion Bird Palace experts arrived and surrounded them. They laughed. The 6-pointed Vermilion Bird formation wasn't something a first Heaven Saint could break. Even a second Heaven Saint couldn't break it. Although they couldn't kill him, they just needed to trap him for a while. When their minor saints arrived, they could destroy him. Within the formation, the Vermilion Bird phantoms circled around, creating a powerful firestorm. Lin Xian attacked a few times and frowned. The formation was very strong and endless. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Should I use the left hand of the demon? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. There was another way, and that was to ask Xian. Xian said, "Didn't the woman in black give you 3 formation talismans? You can try." 3 formation talismans. Lin Xian was taken aback. To be honest, he didn't take it to heart. What did Xian mean? Forget it, let's try. He immediately took out a formation talisman and poured power into it. The array talisman instantly stuck to his body. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt a mysterious force carrying him toward the vanguard. In an instant, he charged out of the 6-pointed vermilion bird formation. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. He flew quickly without stopping. The laughter of the Vermilion Bird Palace people stopped abruptly. Their minds went blank as they watched this scene. Why did the other party suddenly leave? What was going on? The 6-pointed vermilion bird formation wasn't broken. Damn it, chase after him. They didn't know what had happened, but they could only chase after it. Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. This talisman was too useful. It could actually allow one to escape from such a terrifying array in an instant. But soon, he frowned. Something wasn't right. The talisman was so powerful, so why didn't that mysterious woman run away? Brat, you don't understand, do you? Who are you? You're a fiend. Even the saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace are like ants in your hands. But that woman was different. She couldn't even defeat a half-sage. Even if he could use the array talisman to escape, it would definitely attract the attention of others. She might even attract the attention of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At that time, what awaits her would be an endless pursuit. So do you think she dares? That's true. Lin Xian nodded, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. From the looks of it, this should be his reward for saving the other party. Indeed, if he hadn't taken action, the black-clothed woman would have been dead. He helped, and out of gratitude, the black-clothed woman gave him 3 escape items. Kindness really did beget kindness. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He still had 2 array talismans in his hand. In other words, he could still escape the pursuit of 2 subgrade arrays. Next, Lin Xian used another array talisman to escape another fatal blow. But gradually, he stopped using it because there were saints all around him. He could only go in one direction. The more he flew, the more familiar he became. This was the Valley of Devil Cultivation. He didn't hesitate and directly rushed into the valley. Behind him, the Vermilion Bird Palace people stopped. They densely surrounded the Valley of Devil Cultivation, but no one dared to enter. Their expressions became somewhat unsightly. Damn it, how dare that guy go in? He had just returned from the Void Ocean and probably didn't know what happened here. What should they do? Should they go in and capture him? What kind of joke was this? The Vermilion Bird Palace experts felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to enter. There was no other way. They could only wait here. Not long after, 2 powerful figures arrived. They were the 2 Grand Elders. They were like dried corpses, but their auras were unparalleled. They were 2 minor saints. After they arrived, they frowned. Could it be that the kid had entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Reporting to the Grand Elders, that kid has indeed entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The surrounding cultivators quickly responded. After the 2 Grand Elders heard this, their faces turned cold. That damned guy really didn't know what was good for him. They didn't dare to enter rashly. Logically speaking, this scene was really strange. The Valley of Devil Cultivation was the training ground of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Xian and a few other geniuses had entered before. But now, these saints didn't dare to enter. One had to know that Lin Xian and the others were only half-saints at that time. In fact, something had happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. Some time ago, there was a sudden change in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The Vermilion Bird Palace people entered, but there was no follow-up. In the end, they sent a saint, but the saint disappeared. In the end, they could only invite a Grand Elder, who was also a minor saint. Before he even stepped into the Valley of Devil Cultivation, he was split in half by an aura. This scared the minor saint so much that he ran back. Even now, his injuries hadn't healed yet. This scene caused an uproar in the Vermilion Bird Palace. The palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly checked the ancient records and found some clues. It turned out that in the legends of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the Valley of Devil Cultivation was a terrifying place of death that no one dared to enter. There lived an extremely terrifying existence. But for some reason, that place suddenly became less dangerous in the past few thousand years. Many people went in. Gradually, that legend disappeared. But now, the minor saint was instantly injured. This made the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace realize that the legend still existed. For some reason, the Valley of Devil Cultivation had become a forbidden place of death. No one could enter. That was why the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were wandering outside. Even the two minor saints didn't dare to enter. Because they had also read the ancient records. The terrifying existence that was sealed in the legends was very likely a Saint King. A Saint King was an extremely powerful existence. They were much stronger than minor saints like them. One glance from a Saint King could probably kill them. So even if they were given 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to enter. But they were unwilling because the other party had countless secrets. They had 2 great inheritances and the Great Destruction Spear. More importantly, the other party had killed Yan Nantian. But they didn't find anything left behind by Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was the successor of the Great Emperor. After his death, his storage ring and the Great Emperor's inheritance should have fallen. Thinking of this, their eyes turned red. Damn it. That brat will definitely die if he goes in. He might come out immediately. Is that why you guys are guarding here? They were waiting here. However, after 10 days, they frowned. No one came out. The Valley of Devil Cultivation was still eerily quiet. Could it be that the brat is dead? The 2 minor saints had ordered them to send people to guard the exits of the Valley of Devil Cultivators and keep an eye on the situation. If he comes out, they should report it immediately. Even if he is dead, it doesn't matter. After all, he will die in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The item is in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. We will go back and study it carefully. After saying this, the 2 minor saints went back. The surrounding people formed an inescapable net and surrounded the Valley of Devil Cultivation to prevent anyone from coming out. Next, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stood in 4 directions and monitored the Valley of Devil Cultivation to prevent the brat from escaping. After Lin Xian landed in the Valley of Devil Cultivation, he didn't stop. He was going to find a place to hide. He remembered the devil pool last time. He felt that he could use it again. However, he soon frowned. What's going on? No one is chasing after me. He looked around and checked with his soul. He found that the people of Vermilion Bird Palace stopped outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's going on? Could it be that they gave up? Lin Xian was shocked. However, he thought that it shouldn't be. How could Vermilion Bird Palace give up chasing after him? Could it be because of other reasons? He couldn't figure it out. If they didn't give up, then there was only one possibility. They were afraid of this place. They didn't dare to cultivate in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. What's in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? He was even more shocked. It wasn't the first time he entered the Valley of Devil Cultivation. They could enter when they were half-step saints. Now, even Vermilion Bird Palace sent a minor saint. Why didn't they dare to enter? What a joke. However, at this time, the great sage of Black Mountain said, "Brat, be careful. I feel that the aura here is unusual. It seems that there is something extraordinary." Something extraordinary. Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that something unexpected happened in the Valley of Devil Cultivation? Has it become a very dangerous place? And Vermilion Bird Palace had once suffered a loss here. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian gasped. It seemed that this was the only explanation. However, he was very curious. What exactly was the change, he didn't know, but now that the people of Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to come in, he could just recuperate here. Perhaps he could even cultivate here. At that moment, Lin Xian was near the fiend pool. He found a place to sit down cross-legged, turned his palms towards the sky, and began cultivating the laws. Originally, the Devil Cultivation Valley was already a bit dark, and at night, it was even more foggy. Even the moon couldn't be seen. Lin Xian opened his eyes amidst the eerie aura. He furrowed his brows tightly. This place was indeed unusual. There seemed to be some demonic shadows moving around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand, shattering the few black shadows that were near him. Those shadows kept rolling and twisting on the ground, letting out sharp screams. Countless shadows flickered, wanting to devour Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The 5 elemental laws turned into chains and wrapped around his body, suppressing everything. The surrounding shadows didn't dare to approach. He didn't expect that someone would dare to come in. At that moment, a faint voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly stood up and looked around. Who was it? Who was playing tricks here? Damn it, this valley of devil cultivation had indeed changed. Such a gloomy voice, could it be the people of Vermilion Bird Palace? No, if it was the Vermilion Bird Palace, they would have already made a move. They wouldn't scare him like this. His face was gloomy and his divine body emitted light like a sun. However, this valley of devil cultivation was too strange. It could only illuminate a few meters around him. Any further and it couldn't illuminate anything. It was no wonder that he dared to come here. However, this little bit of cultivation was not enough to deal with him. Was it the Vermilion Bird Palace? Were they still unwilling to give up? This voice was even colder than before. Moreover, Lin Xian couldn't tell where it came from. It seemed that this was an expert. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. I was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace and was forced to come here. I didn't know that Senior was resting here and disturbed you. Please forgive me. Senior, please don't worry. Junior has already left and won't disturb you. With that, Lin Xian turned around to leave. You want to leave just like that? Just as Lin Xian turned around, a faint voice came from behind him. This time, Lin Xian heard it not far behind him. His body stiffened and he turned around. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw it. A person was leaning against a tree near the devil altar. She was a slender woman with long black hair that reached her waist. She was beautiful and had a hint of seduction. She stretched out her slender hand and held a flower between her fingers. It was a white flower as white as jade. Compared to the surrounding blackness, it looked extremely strange. Was this the person? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Was this the mysterious expert? However, it didn't look like it. It was an extremely beautiful and mysterious woman. Seeing the dazed look in Lin Xian's eyes, the mysterious woman turned her head around and flashed him a smile. Was it beautiful? Buzz, Lin Xian quickly retracted his gaze. He felt his soul stirring. Wasn't this person too terrifying? Just her voice alone had almost caused his soul to sink. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he had the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, if it were any other first heaven sage, their souls would have been scattered and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed. I was too abrupt. Lin Xian hurriedly retracted his gaze. He wasn't affected at all. The mysterious woman in front became even more curious. Her gaze carried a trace of demonic light. She looked at him with great interest. Little kid, you look very young. You actually reached the sage realm at such a young age. Moreover, it's rare to see such a strong soul. Tell me, what's your identity? Senior, you flatter me. With my cultivation level, I can't even withstand a single blow from you. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Was this person probing him? He wasn't stupid enough to say everything. Sigh, another dishonest fellow. Since that's the case, you can stay here and accompany me. I'm quite bored here anyway. The mysterious woman said faintly. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. I won't disturb you any longer. I still have things to do. Goodbye. Right now, he would rather face the Vermilion Bird Palace's sage than this mysterious woman. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman didn't say anything. Instead, she gently swayed the white demonic flower in her hand. Those white petals danced in the air and turned into countless rays of light that flew towards Lin Xian. In an instant, it cut off his path. Lin Xian's movement technique was very good. He instantly changed his direction. However, no matter where he went, there was a white flower in front of him. Moreover, the aura of those white petals was too terrifying. His instincts told him that he couldn't take it head-on. Therefore, Lin Xian could only follow the path that the other party had set for him and retreat step by step. He once again arrived near the demonic pond. He sighed. "Senior, I really didn't mean to disturb you. I hope that Senior can be magnanimous." He. After hearing this, the mysterious woman suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very beautiful. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, it was just hair. He asked. "Senior, why are you laughing?" The mysterious woman laughed. "I'm laughing because you're stupid. How many times have you called me senior? Unfortunately, I'm the same age as you." "What? The same age?" Lin Xian was stunned. "Could it be that you're also from the younger generation? How is that possible? She's so strange and her methods are so terrifying. How can she be from the younger generation?" Seeing Lin Xian's astonished expression, the mysterious woman immediately laughed. "Why? You don't believe me? Then do you think I'm very old? To tell you the truth, I might be older than you, but we're definitely from the same generation. As for my strength, I might be stronger than you. Because my family's origin is very strong. Therefore, I'm not a senior. I'm here to explore the Devil Cultivation Valley. However, there's a change in the valley. Therefore, I can't leave after entering. Do you think that I can leave just because I didn't stop you just now? Why don't you try and see if you can walk out now? What's going on? I really can't leave the Devil Cultivation Valley." Lin Xian tried and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Indeed, there seemed to be an illusion formation around him. Moreover, it was very exquisite. He walked a few steps and almost got lost. If it wasn't for the white flower that brought him back, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to return to the Devil's Pool. "So, do you believe me now? It was easy to enter the Devil Cultivation Valley, but difficult to leave. I've been trapped for a while now." "Then what did you mean when you mentioned the Vermilion Bird Palace?" Lin Xian asked again. The mysterious woman smiled. "About that, when I came here, I also met people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They seemed to be searching as well. At that time, there was a bit of conflict. However, all of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace that entered were killed by the demonic shadows. It turned out to be like this." Lin Xian took a deep breath. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. This woman's strength was not weaker than his, but she was still unable to leave. Then, wouldn't he be unable to leave as well? The woman smiled and said, "No, I can't go out because I can't break the formation here. Because what I'm cultivating is a bit similar to the demonic sect, the aura here is very similar. I'm also here to look for opportunities." "You're different. Just now, when I saw your physique, it should be the type of extreme yang that counters demonic qi. You're the most suitable person to break the formation. As long as you break the formation, the two of us will be able to escape." "Break the formation?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. This formation was not simple. If he wanted to break it, it would probably take a lot of time. It seemed that they would not be able to leave in a short period of time. The woman said, "It won't take too long. Although I cultivate the demonic Tao, I'm not a cultivator. Although I'm cultivating the Devil Cultivation Valley, I've still found a few flaws during this period of time. As long as you follow my method, I guarantee that we will be able to leave within 3 days." "Oh, what flaws?" This formation was set up with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation. Therefore, there were 4 key points of the formation in the 4 directions. As long as one of them is broken, the balance of the formation will be completely broken. Then, we will be able to leave. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender fingers and pointed in the 4 directions. As she pointed, 4 lights lit up in the 4 directions. Use your physique to attack any one of them. As long as you can blast it away, we will be able to leave. A peerless formation formed with heaven, earth, black, and yellow as the foundation? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. With his back facing the mysterious woman, he opened his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked at the 4 lights. In the next moment, he was stunned. Under the heavenly secret divine eyes, he seemed to see through everything. There were 4 stone steels where the 4 lights were. These 4 stone steels had the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise engraved on them. 4 divine beasts and heaven, earth, black and yellow. This was not an ordinary formation. Lin Xian was shocked. What was this valley of devil cultivation hiding? Why did it need such a formation to suppress it? But at this moment, the mysterious woman spoke again. What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to leave? Fine, I'll give it a try. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He really did want to leave. His body shone brightly as he prepared to attack. However, at this moment, he inadvertently saw a trace of hope in the mysterious woman's eyes. What kind of light was that? Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian clearly captured it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. Something was wrong. Lin Xian was shocked. That gaze was too strange. It did not look like she had been trapped for a few months. It was as if she had been trapped for thousands of years. She was too anxious. At the same time, a ball of doubt rose in his heart. Was this woman really like him, a peerless genius from the outside world who was trapped here? The aura on her body gave him a creepy feeling. Especially the great dragon sword soul in his body, it also looked as if it was facing a great enemy. This surprised him greatly. When he faced a small saint, he did not have such a reaction. Could it be that there was something wrong with this woman? Thinking of this, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and did not attack again. The mysterious woman behind him was also stunned. What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh, I was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace and consumed a lot of energy. Let me recover for a while. With that, Lin Xian directly found a place, sat down, and was about to cultivate. He wanted to see what was so strange about this mysterious woman. As soon as he sat down, the mysterious woman said, "Cultivate? I have something that can help you recover. Why don't you use it?" She directly threw out a black fruit. The fruit was pitch black and covered with patterns that crawled like a poisonous snake. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw it. 10,000-year-old black serpent fruit, this was a very rare spirit fruit. Although it looked black and poisonous, it was really not poisonous at all. Moreover, its recovery effect was surprisingly good, not to mention that it was a 10,000-year-old fruit. Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it. He wasn't afraid of being poisoned. The great dragon sword soul could destroy any poison. Sure enough, it didn't take long for his strength to recover to its peak. Can we begin? The mysterious woman asked again. Lin Xian said, my strength has recovered, but I don't want to go out yet. Because the Vermilion Bird Palace will definitely be guarding outside. If I go out, it'll be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. So I plan to stay here for a while and cultivate. When I'm strong enough, or when the Vermilion Bird Palace loses their patience, I'll leave. Kid, do you really want to stay here forever? The mysterious woman asked in a low voice. Don't worry, I can't stay here forever. After 8 to 10 years, the people outside the Vermilion Bird Palace will lose their patience. I'll go out. Lin Xian said with a smile. It's just the Vermilion Bird Palace. I don't care about it. Help me break the array, and I'll help you destroy the surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people. Looks like you're in a hurry to go out. Lin Xian glanced at her and revealed a faint smile. The mysterious woman snorted. Why? Don't you want to go out? To be honest, I really don't want to go out now. Lin Xian shrugged and sat back down again. Damn kid. The mysterious woman took a step forward and her aura enveloped Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian shuddered. Why? Do you want to force me? I don't want to do this either, but you're the one who forced me. As expected, Lin Xian sneered. The mysterious woman was stunned. Then, she said, you saw through me? If that's the case, then it doesn't matter. As long as I catch you, I have 100 ways to make you obediently break the array. She waved her hand and a ray of divine light shot into the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. It was like an immortal binding rope that wanted to bind Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly retreated and threw out a 5-colored palm with laws revolving around it. With a boom, the divine light collided with each other. However, his 5-colored palm was shattered. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent was too terrifying. He quickly dodged. Useless brat, you're just an ant in front of me. You can't dodge at all. The mysterious woman revealed a cold smile. Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, Black Mountain said. Brat, it's useless. Use your trump card. She's not an ordinary person. She's a Saint King. Sage King. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Previously, He Shan had not spoken at all. He had thought that something had happened to He Shan. Who would have thought that Black Mountain would reveal the crux of the matter at this moment? Sage King. The woman in front of them was actually a Sage King. That was an existence second only to the Great Sage. Although Black Mountain was also the Great Sage, he was only a remnant soul of the Great Sage. His true strength might not even be as strong as Lin Xian. However, this mysterious woman was different. From the looks of it, it should be a living Sage King. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt that his scalp was about to explode. Damn it, this demon Cultivation Valley actually has a living Sage King. No wonder the small saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace didn't dare to enter. This was definitely an existence that could kill everything in an instant. In the next moment, he was no longer careless. In front of a Sage King, there was no way he could escape. With a cold shout, he took out the Great Sage's Dharma idol and blocked in front of him. Then, he channeled his energy into it. With a boom, the Great Sage's Dharma idol released an aura of righteousness and blocked the attack that was like a divine light. Buzz, the divine light was repelled, and the Great Sage's Dharma idol shook. Lin Xian's qi and blood were in turmoil, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly suppressed it and looked in front of him with a stunned expression. It actually blocked it. The mysterious woman in front of him also revealed a trace of surprise. She looked over with her beautiful eyes. The Great Sage's Dharma idol. You actually have such a thing, no wonder you can block it. She laughed. If it was the real Great Sage, I wouldn't be a match for it at all. But a Great Sage's Dharma idol is nothing in my eyes. As expected of a Sage King, she indeed had the confidence to say such words. Lin Xian said coldly as he supported the Great Sage's Dharma idol with one hand. Oh, you actually know my background? The mysterious woman was surprised, and then she laughed. With that laugh, it was as if the surrounding darkness had disappeared. Since you know, you should cooperate obediently. This way, you'll suffer less. Don't joke around. Since there is a formation here to seal you, it means that you are a very terrifying demon. If I let you out, I don't know how chaotic it will be outside. Besides, after you get out, you might kill me. I won't do such a stupid thing. Also, according to my speculation, although the surrounding formation seal is powerful, it should be used to deal with you. My divine body is of the purest yang, so it is not impossible for me to get out. Kid, you guessed right. I am indeed a Sage King, and this array formation is also used to seal me. Those people who entered the Vermilion Bird Palace before were all killed by me. If you want to leave, these formations won't stop you, but can you leave? Although you have the Great Sage's Dharma idol, it is very easy for me to catch you. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying light surged from her body. Instantly, the entire void shattered. Lin Xian's body sank, and he felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him. His legs couldn't help but tremble, and he wanted to kneel down. Damn it, he roared angrily, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, blocking the feeling of wanting to kneel down. At the same time, cold sweat flowed down his head. Was this the power of a Sage King? Just her aura alone was enough to make him unable to resist. You can actually block the pressure of a Sage King. Interesting. But it's not enough. You are too inexperienced. At this point, the aura on her body became terrifying again. Lin Xian roared angrily and slammed his palm on the Great Sage's Dharma idol. The Great Sage's Dharma idol shone brightly, and the righteous qi formed a seal that bombarded in all directions, completely enveloping him. A mere Dharma idol was useless. The mysterious woman pointed with her finger, and endless laws turned into balls of divine chains that entangled the Great Sage. Instantly, the righteous qi of heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian felt the pressure suddenly increase, and he kept retreating from the attacks. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the cracks on his body were terrifying. At this moment, a strange white color appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes, like a white vortex. She looked at Lin Xian and said at the same time, illusion soul. Not good. When he saw the white pupils in the other party's eyes, Lin Xian's expression changed. This was an illusion. A soul attack, and it was the soul attack of a sage king. He definitely couldn't fall for it. But he was still too late. In an instant, he froze there, and his soul seemed to be sucked into the white vortex. The scene was too strange. Lin Xian's body was drenched in cold sweat. He had used the eye technique before. When he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, his opponent would kneel and become his slave. But now, he was facing the same illusion. And the one who used it was the sage king. Damn it, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with golden light. He had activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. Golden flames burned fiercely. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared and turned into a dragon's shadow, destroying the white vortex. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared. Thousands of sword chi rushed out of his body, and more cracks appeared on his body. But he did not submit, nor was he affected by the illusion. Is this the power of the Sage King? It's really powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. Lin Xian roared. His voice was like a real dragon, resounding in all directions. On the opposite side, the mysterious woman's face darkened. She was furious. A first heaven sage was no different from an ant in front of her. But now, this ant dared to jump around in front of her for such a long time. It's time to end this. The white light in her eyes became even more dazzling. The white vortex kept spinning and turned into two white demonic flowers. The golden runes formed by the heavenly secret divine eyes were also shattered. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's eyes. Ah, Lin Xian roared to the sky. The blood in his body boiled. The great dragon sword soul merged with him, and the peerless sword light destroyed everything. Although there were more injuries on his body, he was still not affected by the eye technique. Unless you kill me, you'll never make me submit. Lin Xian's voice was extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman was also stunned. What a sharp aura. Her eye technique just now seemed to have subdued a small saint. He would become her slave. But the first heaven ant in front of her was unharmed. Although he was injured all over, his eyes were extremely clear. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? A terrifying killing intent appeared on her body, instantly forming a killing array. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. The Sage King was too powerful. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely. He laughed coldly and said, "Fine, then kill me. If you kill me, you can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life." On the other side, the mysterious woman's face was gloomy. Indeed, one needed to have an extremely masculine physique to break through the formation. It wasn't easy for her to wait for one. If she really killed him now, it would be very troublesome for her to get out again. She might have to wait for another few thousand years. In the next moment, she withdrew her murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, the divine chains of law wrapped around Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's injuries were healed. Tell me, kid, what are your conditions? Feel free to mention it. What do you think? That's why you're helping me? Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He was really shocked by the strength of a Sage King. With just a lift of his hand, he was able to recover from such serious injuries in an instant. It was truly shocking. After calming himself down, he asked, "Who are you? Why are you sealed here?" If she was a demon, he wouldn't let her out even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just him. Everyone would suffer. I'm old ancestor Dongfang. You wouldn't know my name even if I told you. The mysterious woman said in a deep voice. Her gaze became ancient, as if she had experienced endless years. As for why I'm trapped here, of course, I was framed by despicable and shameless people. That's why I'm sealed here. 38,000 years ago, I became a Sage King and dominated the ancient path of the starry sky. Everyone thought highly of me and thought that I could enter the great sage realm within 1,000 years. It wasn't impossible for me to become a great emperor in the future. But in the end, I was framed by a few friends. They used the great sage's corpse to make poison and made me consume it. Then, they sealed me in a bronze coffin and sent me to this demonic pool. Then, those people set up a peerless formation and sealed this place. Even if I wake up, I'll be trapped here forever. At this point, monstrous killing intent rose from the other party's body again. This time, the killing intent was 100 times stronger than before. That place had completely turned into nothingness. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. Fortunately, the killing intent wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. She was framed, moreover, it was from 38,000 years ago. Could it be? She had been in a deep sleep for tens of thousands of years, no wonder the demonic Cultivation Valley wasn't too dangerous before. Now that she had woken up, this place had become a land of death. What should he say? She was also a pitiful woman. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, Black Mountain transmitted a message to him. Kid, don't let your emotions get the better of you. No matter how pitiful she is, she's still a sage king. You can't be careless at all. Quickly, state your request and get benefits. That's the most important thing. Black Mountain was indeed the remnant soul of the great sage. He could still maintain his rationality at this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded. He naturally knew. Therefore, he said, I can help you break the seal, but I have 2 requests. Speak. The mysterious woman suddenly smiled. The vicissitudes of life in her eyes disappeared. The killing intent that filled the sky also disappeared. He really didn't know if the story just now was true or if she made it up. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He said in a low voice, First, I want you to swear on your life that you won't kill me. Second, you have to teach me one of your ultimate techniques. After saying this, Lin Xian looked at the other party nervously. After all, she was a sage king. This level was too far away for him. She was like a high and mighty god. Therefore, he had to be careful. The mysterious woman nodded. Kid, you're very rational. You know very well that these 2 requests aren't too much. Indeed, the first request was to protect his life. That was the most basic. The second request was to learn an ultimate technique. It was equivalent to the reward for breaking the seal. Therefore, the mysterious woman said, I swear on my life that I won't kill you after I break free. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and my body and soul will be destroyed. I will never be able to reincarnate. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath couldn't be made randomly. Especially when one reached the Sage King realm. Every word and sentence was the law of heaven and earth. If one violated it, it would definitely lead to an unexpected disaster. Therefore, he knew that his life was saved. Next, his eyes were burning. What kind of ultimate technique was the other party going to teach him? The other party was a sage king. The ultimate technique in the other party's hands was definitely not weak. Even if it couldn't be compared to the inheritance of the great sage, it wasn't far off. Hearing this, Lin Xian became anxious. No, you have to teach it to me first. Although she promised not to kill him, he wouldn't be able to catch up with her if she left after breaking the seal. Where could he find her in the future? Therefore, Lin Xian decisively refused. You dare to question me? The mysterious woman's face darkened. A small ant dared to challenge her dignity again and again. If it was any other time, she could easily kill him with a breath. But now, she couldn't do anything. That was because she still needed to rely on him to break the formation. Therefore, she could only say patiently, Good boy, no one has ever dared to challenge me like this. You are the first. Your courage is commendable. Fine, I will teach you the ultimate technique first. I am not afraid that you will go back on your words. Hearing this, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he rolled his eyes in his heart. Nonsense, you have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if you could see a ghost. He knew that he was her last hope because there were very few people in the universe with a physique like his. If she missed one, who knew how many years she would have to wait? The mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian. Just now, I saw that your physique was extremely masculine and had a sun-like illusion. It should be the divine Nine-Yang physique. The divine Nine-Yang physique is famous in the universe. Therefore, I will not teach you about body cultivation. your soul and eye techniques are not bad. Moreover, you can use sword chi. You should be a swordsman. I can teach you soul eye techniques, or I can teach you sword techniques. You can choose one of them. Your sword chi is too sharp. Even I am a little moved. You should have a treasure in your body, right? What is it? At this point, the mysterious woman looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. As expected of the Sage King, she could see through his characteristics in an instant. Divine body, soul, and sword chi, these were all his strengths. The secret of the divine nine-yang physique had been discovered by the other party. It was better to hide the secret of the great dragon sword soul. So he said, yes, I am indeed a swordsman. Moreover, what I comprehended is the will of sword Tao. As he spoke, he hurriedly displayed several strands of sword chi law. Of course, Lin Xian himself was not a sword Tao law, but the great dragon sword soul could simulate everything, so it should be possible to deceive a Saint King. Unless the Saint King investigated carefully. The other party glanced at him and no longer paid any attention to him. How about this? I'll teach you a sword technique that can increase your attack power. That way, your battle prowess will increase, and you'll be able to fight above your level. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. There was no need. He already had the great dragon sword soul, so why would he need to use his opponent's secret technique to increase his battle prowess? Therefore, he quickly shook his head. Refuse to learn? The woman in black was stunned. To be honest, she was a Saint King. Which of the ultimate techniques she took out were not earth-shattering? In the outside world, those sages would definitely fight to the death, but now, this kid in the first celestial layer in front of him actually didn't want to learn? He even showed a look of disdain. How infuriating. Then I'll teach you a set of palm techniques. I refuse to learn. I refuse to learn. Lin Xian shook his head. Next, the mysterious woman's face was full of black lines. She said 3 ultimate techniques in a row, but the other party directly shook his head and refused. This made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Damn kid, what do you want? Senior, you really don't have any sincerity at all. I'm taking a great risk to break the array formation to let you out. Who knows if your story just now is true? You actually taught me such an ordinary divine ability? Can't you teach me a little of your legacy martial arts? Speaking of this, Lin Xian had a trace of hope. You actually have designs on my legacy martial arts. The woman in black was furious. If she took out her legacy, even Saint Kings of the same level would be jealous. How could she teach it to him? Alright, kid, I'll teach you a true ultimate technique then. Although it's not my legacy, its power is definitely not weaker than mine. You should be satisfied this time. Oh, it's not weaker than the legacy of a Saint King? Lin Xian was surprised. What kind of divine ability is it? This divine ability was called stellar transposition. Stellar transposition? Lin Xian was stunned. Inside the moon-shaped pendant, Black Mountain exclaimed as if he had thought of something. Kid, use your full strength to attack me. The mysterious woman said. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Then, he said, alright, I won't hold back then. He threw out a 5-colored palm that carried the 5 elements law and blasted forward. The mysterious woman drew a circle with her palm. It was unknown what kind of power she used, but the 5 elements palm was actually repelled by her. With an even more terrifying power, it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Only then did he manage to dodge. What's going on? He was too shocked. From the looks of it, it was as if the other party had also thrown out a 5-colored palm. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. Perhaps he could really do that. However, the other party shouldn't be able to do that. Then what's going on? The mysterious woman said. Do you see it? This is stellar transposition. No matter what kind of divine ability it is, it can be redirected to the target you want to attack. How is it? Isn't this divine ability powerful? Indeed, it's very magical. Lin Xian was tempted. However, he was curious. He wondered if the great dragon sword soul could be broken. He didn't dare to try because he didn't want to expose the secret of his great dragon sword soul. Alright, I'll learn it. Lin Xian nodded. Next, the mysterious woman began to teach stellar transposition to Lin Xian. The general outline of stellar transposition was very short. It only had about 100 words, but the core of it was only 2 words. It was to turn and move. That was the most important thing. It could convert the opponent's power back or move it to another place. That was the mystery of stellar transposition. This move, when practiced to the end, was really too powerful. For example, this mysterious woman could even move the laws when she used stellar transposition. It could be said that its power was unfathomable. Lin Xian was only surprised at first. After all, he had 2 great inheritances, and he didn't care about ordinary ones. However, the more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. This was simply too powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the 9-yang divine body. At this time, He Shan transmitted his voice. Of course, this was because the person who created stellar transposition eventually became a great emperor. What? This was created by a great emperor? Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. In that case, this should be an emperor divine ability. Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect that Yan Nantian would obtain an emperor-grade mystique in the Devil Cultivation Valley, even though he didn't obtain the Hongwu inheritance. After knowing this, he cultivated even more wholeheartedly. During this time, he pestered the mysterious woman and asked her to explain it. Therefore, Lin Xian's progress was very fast. Later on, he didn't need her guidance anymore. He just created a clone and started practicing. Lin Xian became more and more familiar with it. In the end, even the mysterious woman revealed a trace of surprise. What's going on with this kid? She was too surprised. Although stellar transposition looked simple, it was very difficult to master. After all, this was an emperor-level mystic art. Its origin was definitely extraordinary. Even a sage wouldn't be able to master it without hundreds of years. But Lin Xian actually managed to master it in such a short period of time. Although compared to her, it was still a far cry. But this kind of cultivation speed really shocked her. He's a genius, and a peerless one at that. His talent is too good. Why do I see the shadow of a young great emperor in him? The mysterious woman was a bit lost in thought, but then she shook her head. Great emperor? That was a supreme existence. Not just anyone could achieve it. How many talented people had died on their way here? Countless great sages were filled with despair when it came to that step. So no one could guarantee that they wouldn't reach it. Although this young man in front of her was talented, he was still far from reaching that step. Alright, this mystic art isn't something that can be mastered in a day or two. So now, you should start breaking the seal first. The mysterious woman urged. She had been trapped here for too long. She wanted to get out quickly. Lin Xian didn't immediately start. Instead, he said, Senior, although I can help you break the formation, what about after? You can leave, but I'll still be hunted down by the Vermilion Bird Palace. Even if you help me kill those people near the Devil Cultivation Valley, I'll still be threatened as long as the Vermilion Bird Palace isn't destroyed. So, why don't you teach me another mystic art? I'm only saying this to protect myself. This is definitely the last time. I won't ask for anything else in the future. The mysterious woman's face sank. Stellar transposition was already very powerful. It was an emperor-level mystic art. But she didn't expect him to want another mystic art. But after thinking about it, she suddenly smiled. Alright, I'll teach you another mystic art. But this is the last time. If you dare to ask for anything from me, I'll kill you. Even if I don't get out, I won't be threatened by others. A sage king had her dignity. This mysterious woman would probably do what she said. Lin Xian said, Senior, don't worry. Alright, I'll teach you another mystic art. Emerald Tide. It's an attack-type mystic art. Mystic art. Speaking up to this point, green Dao patterns suddenly appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes. They were densely packed, and the entire color had turned green. It was extremely strange. And Lin Xian's soul mystic art. Mystic art. Danger, an absolute danger. This eye technique was simply too terrifying. It could kill without leaving a trace. Then, the mystic arts art tied S mystic art. Lin Xian practiced it briefly and discovered that this eye technique was extremely profound. It was impossible to master it in a short period of time. Right now, he had only scratched the surface. But the mystic woman urged him again. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Senior, I'll start breaking the array now." He walked to the front and activated his 9-yang divine body. The light on his body was like a sun. Then, ghostly chi filled the surroundings. The array formation appeared. The array formation was imprinted in the void. Looking at it could make one faint. It was a peerless array formation set up by supreme experts. However, the mystic woman had been here for so long. She had long studied the array formation. With Lin Xian's divine body, it wasn't a problem to break the array formation. Sure enough, it did not take long for one of the stone tablets to shatter into pieces. Countless cracks began to appear on the surrounding formation as well. Great! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. But soon, he was stunned. Because he realized that after the array formation shattered, the mystic woman wasn't happy. Instead, she frowned. He also saw something different. Although the array formation had shattered, the surroundings were filled with a more terrifying aura. A few figures stood there in an eerie manner. Their auras were even more terrifying than the array formation. Could it be that they still had a backup plan? Who were these people? Why would they go to such lengths to seal the mystic woman? The mystic woman glanced at the 4 figures with a grin. How ruthless. How dare they use the sacred spirit's corpse to suppress me after the array formation is broken? Unfortunately, once the heaven-earth arcane yellow formation is broken, the sacred spirit's corpse won't be able to suppress me. Kid, lend me a hand. At this point, Lin Xian felt his body tremble as he lost control of his body. What? Lin Xian was shocked. He tried to resist, but the mystic woman's voice echoed in his ears. Don't resist. I won't do anything to you. I need to borrow your yang energy to break the formation. You won't be able to break the sacred spirit's array now, so let me do it. Lin Xian did not resist after hearing this. In the next moment, his arm was raised. A golden sword chi soared into the sky. It was burning with the 9 suns divine flame, releasing an unparalleled strength of yang. What kind of sword is this? Lin Xian's heart raced. The power was too strong. It was like a golden heavenly sword. The sword cut through the entire sky, and the skeletons of the 4 holy spirits in front of him roared crazily. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the power of the attack. A minor saint was instantly turned into ashes under such an attack. This was the power of a sage king, he could not block it at all. No wonder the mystic woman wanted to help him. Although the sacred spirit's power was terrifying and had an extremely evil aura, the mystic woman's method was even more terrifying. A golden sword was slashed out by her, instantly killing the 4 sacred spirit corpses. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The surging power made Lin Xian breathe instinctively. Boom! Boom! In the end, the entire valley of devil cultivation was torn apart. Terrifying demonic chi soared into the sky. At this moment, the valley of devil cultivation was completely destroyed. This was a land of death. Even minor saints did not dare to come here. However, the mystic woman's attack had completely destroyed it. This was absolute power. Kid, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Maybe one day, we'll meet again. The mystic woman soared into the sky, turning into a black ray of light. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. Outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were completely stunned. What's going on? Why is the Valley of Devil Cultivation moving? Suddenly, a violent energy rushed over and sent all of them flying. Many of these people were sages, yet they were sent flying out of worry, coughing up blood. The young disciples were so scared that their scalps went numb. Suddenly, a person knelt on the ground in fear, trembling. Look, it's the Demon Cultivation Valley. The others looked carefully and sucked in a breath of cold air. A cross-shaped crack appeared in the middle of the Demon Cultivation Valley. The entire Demon Cultivation Valley was split into 4 halves. Boundless demonic aura surged and covered the entire sky. What happened? The people in the Demon Cultivation Valley were all stunned. They even forgot to send a message to the Grand Elder. At this moment, a ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it a boundless wave of energy. Not good, someone came out of the Demon Cultivation Valley. Could it be Lin Wudi? Many people wanted to go forward. But in the next moment, any martial saint who came close would be torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. That black ray of light was too terrifying. Everything in its path was turned into ashes. Run, run, run. The remaining Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators ran away like crazy. They knew that it definitely wasn't Lin Wudi. This was an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps it was the legendary existence that was sealed in the Devil Cultivation Valley. After the black ray of light left for a long time, they let out a sigh of relief. Although the surrounding aura was still terrifying, the destructive aura had already disappeared. They knew that the terrifying existence had left. Didn't that mean that they could enter the Demon Cultivation Valley? Thinking of this, their eyes lit up. But in the next moment, they screamed. It's him, he's there. They saw a figure coming out of the Demon Cultivation Valley below. That figure was like a sun war god, burning with golden flames. Lin Wudi, it's him. He's still alive. And he's coming out now. Go, catch him. We can't let him leave. The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators quickly surrounded him. The weaker ones were far away, notifying the headquarters. The stronger martial saints were crazily attacking. One of the martial saints spat out countless fire laws, forming a flame that kept spinning, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the law of the 5 elements extinguished the fire. At this moment, a figure dashed over from afar. Die, kid. As soon as this figure appeared, it brought with it the might of the great sage. A saint of the second heaven. The Vermilion Bird Palace martial practitioners were all excited. That's great, even though their Grand Supreme Elder hasn't arrived yet. However, a saint of the second heaven had arrived. It was also very beneficial to them. After all, no matter how strong this Lin Wudi was, he was only a saint of the first heaven. The difference between the realms of each heaven of a saint was extremely huge. It was a chasm that could not be crossed. The other party was dead for sure. Kid, it's all over. The second-level sage was a middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the nomological laws on his body formed a large cauldron. He quickly rushed over. The cauldron was incomparably heavy, suppressing everything. Lin Xian roared angrily. The law of the 5 elements formed a sort of nomological laws. It turned into a stream of light and slashed over. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The nomological powers of the two collided with a sonorous sound. The void shattered and the nomological laws danced. The flaming cauldron was actually blocked. The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace people screamed crazily. How was that possible? They were all stunned. That was a saint of the second heaven. Against a person of the first heaven, he would definitely be instantly killed. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would be seriously injured. But now, Lin Wudi actually blocked the attack of a second heaven powerhouse. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, what was he doing? Perhaps the Vermilion Bird Palace saint of the second heaven was also extremely shocked. An ant was actually able to block his attack. Damn it, I don't believe it. You must be burning your life force. He roared angrily and attacked again. The flaming cauldron burned fiercely. 2 vermilion birds appeared on it. As they circled around each other, its power increased again. Lin Xian shouted coldly and used 9 suns open the sky. It collided with the other party's divine power again. The two collided and sparks flew. Lin Xian retreated, but the saint of the second heaven felt his arm go numb and his face was full of shock. The other party really blocked it. Damn it, how was that possible? The other saints of the first heaven were furious. The 3 saints of the first heaven also quickly charged forward. However, they were swept away by the other party's leg. The other party's leg carried a boundless aura. The law of the 5 elements surrounded it and all kinds of terrifying energy rushed over. The 3 of them were forced back. However, at this moment, a flying sword flew over. The flying sword was not big, only 1 meter long. The aura it carried was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through everything in the world. The law of killing. It was a move that was specially made for killing. Moreover, the person who attacked had a terrifying law power. He was also a saint of the second heaven. Another saint of the second heaven had descended. Moreover, he attacked with a fatal blow. His target was Lin Xian's neck. He could instantly cut off Lin Xian's head. Not good, Lin Xian was shocked, but he was not worried. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Stellar transposition. On his finger, the law of divine chains revolved and drew a 5-colored semicircle in the air. Immediately, the flying sword was repelled by the semicircle. It charged back at an even faster speed. With a pft, a scream sounded. Immediately after, an arm fell from the sky. Then, there was a crazy scream. Damn kid, how was that possible? I'll kill you. I'll tear you into pieces. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Under such a fatal blow, shouldn't Lin Wudi be dead for sure, but why was it that the one who screamed was not Lin Wudi, but their king from afar? An old man walked out from afar. He was wearing a vermilion bird robe and one of his arms was dripping with blood. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace were dumbfounded. A saint of the second heaven, another saint of the second heaven. Moreover, he was injured by the other party in an instant. What the hell was going on? The old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His arm was naturally chopped off by his own flying sword. But why did his flying sword fly back? Moreover, he was caught off guard. That was why his bigger arm was chopped off by the other party. Lin Xian's face was also filled with shock. Was this the stellar shift? It was really too powerful. To be honest, he was really overjoyed. With his strength, he could fight against a second heaven powerhouse. But against 2 second heaven powerhouses, if one of them launched a sneak attack, he would definitely have to use some trump cards. But now, with just one stellar transposition, he resolved the crisis. And he even injured the other party in an instant. As expected of a great emperor's ability, damn it, this kid is too strange. All of you, step back. Both of us. The middle-aged man said. The old man walked up as well. 2 saints of the second heaven surrounded Lin Xian from the front and back. The remaining Vermilion Bird Palace people all retreated. They weren't worried. Perhaps they were careless before, but now, the 2 second heaven stage saints could definitely kill the other party. Kill, the 2 second heaven stage saints didn't waste any words and immediately attacked. Among them, the old man controlled the flying sword that flashed with incomparable killing intent. The law of killing pierced through the void. The other was the law of fire. The monster's flames carried an incomparable aura. The combination of the two was incomparably terrifying. Even if the opponent was also a second heaven stage saint, he would probably die. Buzz, Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear and used the 9-yang sword technique to fight against the flame cauldron. Although the other party was a second heaven stage saint, his 5 elements laws weren't weak either. Therefore, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, he used the Kuan-Pung movement technique to dodge the flying sword. At the critical moment, he used the stellar transposition. This time, the flying sword directly attacked the middle-aged man. With a pucci, the middle-aged man was pierced by the flying sword. The middle-aged man screamed miserably as a bloody hole appeared on his body. The law of fire on his body was constantly repairing. His face was gloomy as he roared crazily. Damn it, you attacked me? The old man's face was also ugly. I didn't attack you, I killed that kid. Damn it, that kid is too strange. He seems to be able to affect my flying sword. Previously, I was injured by my own flying sword. What? The moment these words came out, the middle-aged man was stunned. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts were even more stunned. What was going on? Previously, they knew that Lin Xian had the 9-yang inheritance and the Great Dragon technique. His defense was strong and his attack was terrifying. But they had never seen him use such a strange method. Where did he get it from? Could it be the inheritance of the Great Emperor? However, they had never seen Yan Nantian use it before. Therefore, they were incomparably shocked. Lin Xian laughed. He laughed very happily. Could it be the divine ability of a great emperor? It was indeed powerful. He was able to face two saints of the second heaven without being at a disadvantage. However, he did not continue to fight. Because he knew that these people had definitely notified the Vermilion Bird Palace's headquarters. It wouldn't be long before the little saints arrived. Therefore, Lin Xian laughed coldly. This young master has no time to play with you. Vermilion Bird Palace, I will remember you. In the future, I will uproot you. With that, Lin Xian soared into the sky, intending to leave. Damn it, stop him. Don't let him go. The surrounding people roared crazily. The two second heaven sages sneered. You want to leave? Do you think you can? The surrounding Vermilion Bird Palace experts all attacked. All sorts of weapon laws surged out. However, under Lin Xian's powerful battle prowess, everything turned to ashes. Nothing could stop him. The 5 elemental laws transformed him into a 5-colored divine dragon and flew quickly. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts were all stunned. Damn it, what kind of law was this? The other party had just become a first heaven sage not long ago, but the power of his law was so terrifying. It was not weak compared to the second heaven sages. One had to know that these second heaven sages had cultivated for thousands of years. That was why the power of their law was so strong. However, what did the other party have? Damn it, the 5 elemental laws. He had actually cultivated the 5 elemental laws into one. The 2 second heaven sages were also shocked. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and mountains of flames filled the sky, directly imprisoning heaven and earth. On the other side, the person who used the killing intent law instantly set up more than 1,000 killing arrays. The densely packed array made one's scalp tingle. The terrifying power instantly turned that space into a complete mess. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and used the 9-yang sword technique. His left hand used the stellar transposition, and his powerful divine body suppressed everything. A portion of it was shattered, and some of the power was transferred to each other and attacked each other. Between heaven and earth, black holes kept appearing. Of course, the aftermath of this energy also blasted his body, causing his blood to roar. However, how strong was the 9-yang divine body? He was only slightly affected, but his foundation was not affected at all. He charged out forcefully. He came out, the other party escaped again. They were really stunned. Who was this person? They had never seen a first heaven sage like this. This was simply heaven-defying. Humph, I don't have time to play with you. Lin Xian rose into the air, but he did not completely leave. He still had one move that he had not used. He opened his heavenly secret divine eye, and green Dao patterns appeared in the golden runes. Blue Sea Tide. A ball of golden green light exploded. With Lin Xian's eyes as the center, it spread in all directions. These green ripples were like waves, instantly roaring. The Vermilion Bird Palace experts who wanted to give chase were stunned. In the next moment, they hugged their heads and screamed. The first heaven sages' faces were twisted, and even the 2 second heaven sages' faces were pale. Not good. Soul attack. They all roared. Blue Sea Tide was not only a soul attack, but also a group attack. Once it was used, everyone in the space would be affected. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed. Their bodies were intact, but there was no vitality. The first heaven sages were also seriously injured. Their faces were pale, and they looked dispirited. Even the 2 second heaven sages were covered in cold sweat. They were also affected. Damn it, what kind of move was this? It was too terrifying. The other party's strength was simply beyond their imagination. This must be the inheritance of a great emperor. It was very likely that he had learned the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. Yes, that's right. The other old man's eyes were also shining. Although it was different from Yan Nantian's, Yan Nantian was only a half-saint before, and this kid was a sage. He might have cultivated the inheritance that Yan Nantian did not know. Kill him, and we must get the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. These people were crazy. Buzz, heaven and earth shattered, and 2 little saints descended, bringing with them more Vermilion Bird Palace experts. Where is he? One of the little saints asked coldly. The others all knelt on the ground and reported to the Grand Elder. That person is very strange and powerful. He probably cultivated the inheritance of a great emperor. What? Chase after him, also, mobilize everyone. Don't let him escape on the path to planet Xianxia. The Vermilion Bird Palace chased after him like crazy. Everyone on planet Suzaku was completely shocked at this moment. They knew that the Vermilion Bird Palace was chasing after Lin Wuti. However, it had been calm during this period of time, and they thought that the matter was over. They didn't expect the Vermilion Bird Palace to go crazy again today. And this time, regardless of whether it was on planet Suzaku, the Vermilion Bird Palace had already come to the outer realm. It looked like they had set up something on the ancient star path. This scene shocked everyone. Perhaps something big was about to happen. The people from the other star realms also sensed this, and they were immediately puzzled. They all poked their heads out, and then they all sucked in a cold breath. The Vermilion Bird Palace was going to attack Lin Wuti. What was going on? Were they going to clear the path for him? After the Dark Moon Divine Hall learned of this, they frowned. They had to investigate carefully. Not only the Dark Moon Divine Hall, but the Eight Wind Palace and other top factions were also investigating this matter. Because they felt that this was too unusual. Under normal circumstances, if they wanted to kill Lin Wuti, such a threatening peerless prodigy, they would secretly send experts to kill him. They definitely wouldn't do it on such a large scale. After all, killing a peerless prodigy with great fanfare was a huge taboo on the ancient star path. Because if such a thing wasn't restrained and spread, then all the factions would be in trouble. If you had experts and could kill the prodigies of other sects, then the experts of other sects could also kill your prodigies. Then it would be a complete mess. Therefore, they wouldn't openly carry out such a large-scale killing. They would only launch sneak attacks, so that others couldn't find evidence. But now, the Vermilion Bird Palace's actions were very unusual. Therefore, the other sacred grounds felt that something must have happened that they didn't know. This caused the Vermilion Bird Palace to go completely berserk. At the same time, they had another question. Logically speaking, Lin Wuti should have gone to the Void Ocean. Why was he here? Why was he being chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace? Could it be that something had happened in the Void Sea? Could it be that Xianxia was defeated by Lin Wuti in the Void Sea again? They were very confused, so they decided to ask about the Void Sea. The Void Sea was too far away, but each family and sect had their own voice transmission array. They sent out messages to ask those people in the Void Sea. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't receive any response. It was as if those people had disappeared. Damn it, how is this possible? Once again, they sent out messages and inquired. However, there was no response. This time, those people panicked. That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the time, it should be about time for him to return. Furthermore, Lin Wuti's return meant that the Void Ocean must have ended. But why didn't our people react? Could it be that there was an accident? Thinking of this possibility, their hearts sank, and they hurriedly went to investigate. Each of these forces had sent a small team to the Void Sea to find out what was going on. At the same time, they were also gathering information like crazy on planet Suzaku because the people of planet Suzaku must know something. Very few people knew that Xianxia had been killed. Aside from the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace, those who knew had all been killed. Therefore, no one else on planet Suzaku knew that Xianxia was dead, and the people of Suzaku Palace wouldn't say anything even if they were beaten to death. After asking around, the major forces only found out that Lin Wuti seemed to have obtained some incredible treasure. The Vermilion Bird Palace was jealous, which was why they attacked like crazy. Treasure? Lin Wuti? Void Ocean? Suddenly. They were startled. Could it be that Lin Wuti had obtained some important treasure from the Void Ocean? The Vermilion Bird Palace was jealous, which was why they were chasing after him like crazy. At the same time, they found out that Saint Mu by a planet Xianxia had already returned. Yan Ryu and the North Demon had also left. The moment the news came out, they were all stunned. The people of planet Xianxia had returned safely. Lin Wuti was also causing trouble outside, but their people had mysteriously disappeared. This made them realize that something must have happened in the Void Ocean, and this change was likely related to the Vermilion Bird Palace's anger. Damn it, what was it? They could only ask the people of Vermilion Bird Palace while going to planet Xianxia to gather information. Of course, Lin Xian didn't know any of this. Lin Xian was very safe at the moment, because he was still on planet Suzaku. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace would never have guessed that he would be in such a dangerous place. In a very remote mountain range on planet Suzaku, Lin Xian opened up a cave tens of thousands of miles underground. He was cultivating there. He wanted to improve stellar transposition and blue tide again. The reason for that was because these two mystic skills were simply too powerful. It was the first time Lin Xian had used them, and he could already feel how powerful they were. Therefore, he knew that they would be important for him in the future. He had to make use of this time to improve. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that it was time to go back. Although the most dangerous place was the safest place, there might be some terrifying existence awakening in Vermilion Bird Palace. This time it was a small saint. If a holy sovereign or sage king awakened, it would be bad. The means of a sage king made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Therefore, he felt that it was safest to return to planet Xianxia first. Kid, are you sure you want to go back? At this moment, the great sage of Black Mountain sent a voice transmission. If the news of Yan Nanshan's death spreads, everyone's target will be you. Previously, you had 2 great inheritances, which was already very eye-catching. However, you were strong at that time and had planet Xianxia. Moreover, there was a dazzling genius like Yan Nantian to distract them. Therefore, you were not in too much danger at that time. But now, Yan Nantian is dead, and it was you who killed him. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Yan Nanshan's inheritance must be with you. Although the 9 sons' inheritance was tempting, they still had to think about it. However, Great Emperor Hongwu's inheritance was different. The inheritance of a great emperor, not to mention these sages, even the sage king and the great sage would be jealous. At that time, do you think the Xianxia star will make a move on you? Hearing this, Lin Xian was silent for a while. But soon, he said, I believe the Xianxia star will not. Moreover, they should be able to deduce that I did not obtain the true inheritance of a great emperor. Therefore, I have decided to go back. All right. Black Mountain did not say anything else. Lin Xian hid his aura and quietly prepared to leave. In the past half a year, Dragon Valley, 8 Wind Palace, and other powerful forces had gone crazy. Because they were really crazy. In half a year, there was no news of the experts and geniuses that they had sent to the Void Ocean. This made them despair. They knew that these people were most likely dead. Among them, they focused their investigation on the Xianxia star because they were the only ones who managed to return. Although the Vermilion Bird Palace had gone berserk, the people they had sent to the Void Ocean had not returned either. The Xianxia star acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They once again activated their world-level array formation and enveloped the entire star realm. They also refused to provide any clues to anyone. However, the Dragon Valley and the 8 Wind Palace were very powerful, so they still managed to get some information. First, they confirmed that only Sage Mubai had returned. Other than him, everyone else seemed to have died. It was also revealed that Lin Xian had obtained the great sage's inheritance from the Sikong family. It was also said that the deaths of the powerhouses and geniuses of the various large families were related to the inheritance of the great sage. When this news spread, the surrounding large families and sects were all stunned. Indeed, a peerless treasure had indeed appeared. The great sage's inheritance. Even they were jealous of it now. No wonder the Vermilion Bird Palace had attacked so crazily. It seemed like they were after the great sage's inheritance. Should we make a move? Damn it, Lin Wudi had not returned to the Xianxia star yet. We must act quickly. Yes, we must not let the Vermilion Bird Palace get ahead of us. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley and the 8 Wind Palace were quickly discussing countermeasures. The people from the Sikong clan were completely crazy. They had not paid much attention before, but when they heard that the great sage's inheritance had appeared, they were all pleasantly surprised. However, when they learned that the great sage's inheritance had been snatched away by an outsider, they went completely crazy. Their reaction was not any worse than the Vermilion Bird Palace's. Damn it. Our own ancestors' inheritance must not fall into the hands of others. Yes, capture that Lin Wudi and tear him to pieces. Lin Wudi was too greedy. He already had the 9 sons and great dragon's inheritances, but he still wanted the great sage's inheritance. He deserved to die. The Sikong family swore that they would capture him and take back their inheritance. The Langia star. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Actually, after Sage Mubai returned, he had immediately sent people to receive Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was too dangerous. However, when they returned to the vicinity of the Void Ocean, they realized that there was no one there. Lin Xian was nowhere to be found. This made them extremely anxious. In the end, they discovered that the news had been exposed, and countless experts had come to besiege the Langia star. As a result, they had no choice but to activate a world-level defensive formation. At the same time, they were even more worried about Lin Xian's safety. These people would definitely go crazy and chase after Lin Xian without a care for anything else. However, there was one piece of information that surprised them greatly. Lin Xian actually went to planet Suzaku. What was going on? This information was obtained by chance, so they were even more confused. Could it be related to Yan Nantian? They didn't know, so they could only send people to search quickly. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. The moment this news came out, it caused an uproar in the myriad worlds. Yan Nantian was dead. Yan Nantian was killed. And he was killed by Lin Wudi. This piece of news was simply too crazy. The various large families, sects, and holy lands were all stunned. When the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace heard this news, they also roared like crazy. Damn it, who was it? They had already killed everyone who knew. The others were all members of the Vermilion Bird Palace, so it was impossible for them to leak the news. But now, the news had actually spread. Reporting to the palace master, a saint has disappeared. This piece of news spread in the Vermilion Bird Palace. When the palace master and the grand elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace heard this, their expressions changed. Damn it, this is bad. An expert has kidnapped one of our saints and is searching his soul. That was how they learned about Yan Nantian. This little saint's guess was right. The person who did it was someone from the 8-Wind Palace. A little saint from the 8-Wind Palace secretly kidnapped a saint from the Vermilion Bird Palace on planet Suzaku. Then, they received this news after searching his soul. When they heard this news, they were also extremely shocked. Yan Nantian was dead. He was killed by Lin Wudi. No wonder the Vermilion Bird Palace was so crazy. Yan Nantian was the hope of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Now, their hope was extinguished. How could they not be crazy? Moreover, they guessed that Yan Nantian's inheritance might have fallen into Lin Xian's hands. This made them even more jealous. No, they had to keep this news a secret and secretly arrest Lin Wudi. However, they didn't expect the 8-Wind Palace to have spies as well. That was why the news spread. And it spread all over the universe. Once the news was out, it was a big deal. It wasn't just about the Void Sea and the Great Sage's inheritance. It involved the inheritance of an emperor. They were well aware of how terrifying the inheritance of Great Emperor Hongwu was. If they could get it, their chances of becoming a great emperor would increase greatly. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. The Langia star was already in the limelight. This news caused the Langia star to be in extreme danger again. The Langia star had no choice but to activate many world-class formations. Even the Langia Palace's palace lord and some grand elders had no choice but to go to the underground dragon vein to awaken some living fossils at any time. They used their foundation to prevent the destruction of the world. Langia Palace. The dark red dragon was extremely anxious. Yan Ryu had already left, but the northern demon and his sister stayed behind. The northern demon stood on a mountain peak and frowned. He didn't know how Brother Lin was doing now. To be honest, he was really worried. Beside him, the dark red dragon also walked out and shook his head with a sigh. The northern demon asked. Have you found him? The dark red dragon said. No, I can't contact him. However, Saint Mubai and the others had already deduced that his life was not in danger. This was probably the best result. As for where that kid was, they still didn't know. Why? It seems that you guys miss me a lot. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The dark red dragon was shocked. Damn, who is it? His dragon blood surged, and he was ready to attack at any time. The northern demon exclaimed. Brother Lin, is that you? Yes, it's me. The void in front of him split open, and a figure walked out. The northern demon was happy, but the dark red dragon was puzzled. Wait, who knows if it's a liar? Kid, show me your 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul. You've become more cautious after not seeing you for a few days in Ruffian Dragon. In front of him, Lin Xian smiled. The 9-yang divine body bloomed, and the great dragon sword soul rumbled. The blood in the dark red dragon's body also surged. He said. It's really you. I knew you wouldn't die. He rushed forward, and so did the northern demon. They were too happy. Of course, I'm fine. By the way, where's Ryu? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian knew that his whereabouts had been exposed along the way. Moreover, he had encountered many probes along the way. However, he had concealed his aura, and with the cover of the great sage of the Black Mountain, he had arrived at the Langia Star in a dangerous situation. After arriving at the Langia Star, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Ryu had already returned. He had originally wanted to stay here, but the Langia Star had been surrounded. Thus, the two protectors beside her forcibly pulled her away. So that was the case. Lin Xian nodded. However, he was relieved to know that Yan Ryu was fine. Let's go and meet Saint Mubai. They quickly soared into the sky. When they saw the main hall, Saint Mubai and the others screamed. Lin Xian, you're finally back. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. They had already heard the news of Yan Nanchan's death, but if Lin Xian died, the loss would be even greater. They did not expect that Lin Xian had finally returned safely. That was great. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master and the elders arrived. When they saw this scene, they burst out laughing. The heavens are helping me. Quickly strengthen the defense and seal off the news. No one is allowed to spread the news of Lin Xian. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. The Langia Palace Lord immediately gave the order. Next, the Langia Palace held a banquet. The main character of the banquet was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian was their greatest reliance now. He was powerful and talented. His future was limitless. More importantly, he had brought back the great sage's Dharma power and solved the crisis of the Langia Star. It could be said that the entire Langia Star was excited and worshipped Lin Xian. However, at this moment, an old man spoke. Rumor has it that you killed Yan Nantian. Is that true? As soon as he said that, the surrounding people stopped talking. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes. Not good. The dark red divine dragon cursed inwardly. Oh no. Saint Mubai also frowned. He said that these were just rumors and should not be taken seriously. Hee, is that so? What a pity. I originally thought that Hall Master Lin had killed Yan Nantian and obtained his inheritance. He initially wanted to see what the succession of a martial monarch was like. The old man shook his head and didn't say anything else. After that, the atmosphere of the banquet became a little strange, so it ended early. Lin Xian gave the great sage's Dharma idol to the Langia Star so that they could use it to suppress the demonic chi on the Langia Star. As for him, he returned to the 8th hall. Because now, that place was his territory. The North Fae and the dark red divine dragon had also arrived at the 8th palace. They had been assigned as vice palace masters. However, they were not too excited. This title meant nothing to them. After entering the 8th palace, the dark red divine dragon set up a formation to isolate everything. Did you really kill Yan Nantian, brat? You really killed him? The North Fae was also very curious. This was because the news outside was spreading like wildfire. Facing the two, Lin Xian had nothing to hide. He said, that's right, I did kill Yan Nantian. The two of them sucked in a cold breath. The North Fae asked, did Yan Nantian not revive? He had a martial monarch regeneration talisman. Lin Xian said, I've killed him many times and used up all his martial monarch regeneration talismans. This time, he's completely dead. The dark red divine dragon asked, where's the inheritance? Did you obtain the great emperor's inheritance? He was too excited. However, Lin Xian shook his head. No, the inheritance of a martial monarch wasn't that easy to get. You'd probably have to have a supreme opportunity. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get it. After I killed Yan Nantian, the inheritance of martial monarch Hongwu flew away on its own. What? That's what happened. The dark red divine dragon and the North Fae were stunned. They then sighed. They knew that Lin Xian wouldn't lie to them. What a pity. That was the inheritance of a martial monarch. If you could get it, your chances of becoming a martial monarch would be much higher. It's useless. The inheritance of a martial monarch didn't acknowledge you. Even if you were the great sage, you wouldn't be able to get it. So, there was nothing to regret. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't take this matter to heart. However, the North Fae frowned. We believe in this matter. But if he were to say it out loud, no one would believe him. Yes, he thought that the Xianxia star was very reliable. But now, at the banquet, someone was asking about this matter. Obviously, these people were jealous of the inheritance of a martial monarch. Do you think that the Xianxia star will take action? Lin Xian was silent. He had just helped the Xianxia star suppress the demonic energy. These people wouldn't be so ungrateful, right, kid? You don't know that the Xianxia star isn't an iron bucket. There are many factions inside. Especially now, there are so many strong enemies outside. Some living fossils under the dragon vein are about to awaken. Maybe one or two of them have already woken up. On the surface, the palace master was powerful and could manage everything. However, he couldn't interfere with those living fossils at all. In the end, he might even be a mere figurehead. So, if a living fossil wanted to snatch it, the Xianxia palace master and Saint Mu Bai wouldn't be able to do anything. Hearing this, Lin Xian was silent. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, after thinking about it, he said that there were more strong enemies outside. Dragon Valley, Eight Wind Palace, and those were all looking for him. There was also Vermilion Bird Palace. So, it wasn't safe outside. It was better to stay on the Xianxia star. You said it yourself. Only some people are jealous. There are also some who will protect us. So, it won't be easy for those people to make a move. The North Fae and the dark red divine dragon nodded. Since Lin Xian said so, they would settle down here for the time being. They would go out when the situation outside calmed down. However, 3 days later, someone came to invite Lin Xian for tea. It was someone from the second palace. Lin Xian frowned at this invitation. He didn't know anyone from the second palace. He only knew a few people like Saint Mu Bai. As for the people from the second palace, he really didn't know. My elders said that I must invite Palace Master Lin. Otherwise, I'll be punished and face the wall for 100 years. So, please go, Palace Master Lin. Outside the door, a little boy insisted. It seemed that he wouldn't leave if Lin Xian didn't go. What should I do? Kid, do you want to go? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he said, okay, I'll see what they have up their sleeves. My 2 friends also wanted to go with us. The little boy said, sure, Palace Master Lin can bring any friends. The little boy led the way happily. Lin Xian and the rest followed behind. The Xianxia star was full of Xianxia Palace's forces. So, the distance between the second palace and the 8th palace was quite far. The spirit boat flew for half a day before they arrived at the second palace. In the second hall, the cloud mist immortal vines emitted a brilliant glow. The mountains seemed to have split the heavens and earth apart, giving off a magnificent aura. Waterfalls cascaded down from the mountains like the Milky Way, hanging upside down from the 9 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. Just as they approached, 2 figures instantly rushed out from the mountain range below and shouted coldly. You're right. Stop, who are you? The 2 people were wearing armor and had powerful auras. They were obviously mountain guards. The boy said, it's me. I'm here on the Elder's orders to invite Hallmaster Lin. It turned out to be Hallmaster Lin. The 2 guards in front cupped their fists respectfully when they saw Lin Xian and made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian and the others followed the boy and entered the mountains and rivers below. They landed on a platform that was cut in the middle of the mountains. There were many spirit flowers and spirit herbs on it, and it was indeed a good place to live. However, after they settled down, Lin Xian and the others waited for 2 days, but no one came to see them. The dark red dragon was impatient. Damn, what's the meaning of this? Are they messing with us? Lin Xian also frowned. The northern demon also said coldly, what's going on? Are they trying to intimidate us? Indeed, they were invited, but the owner of this place refused to see them and left the place cold for 3 days. Anyone would be angry if that happened. Since they're not coming, let's go. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a group of people flew over from afar. The leader was a man who looked like a young master. He held a folding fan and walked over with a smile. Hallmaster Lin, sorry for the disrespect. Our elder had something to do and was delayed. Please don't blame us, Hallmaster Lin. Our Hallmaster sent me to accompany you, Hallmaster Lin. The people around him were also smiling, but he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the smiles in their eyes were not very friendly. No, I have something to do too. Let's talk about tea later. Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, the young man with the folding fan said, Hallmaster Lin, that's not very good. Since you're already here, why don't you stay for a while longer? Otherwise, we'll have come for nothing. Hearing that, the dark red dragon sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to us? You came for nothing, but didn't we come for nothing too? You're just a little disciple. Are you unhappy that you came for nothing? But who are we? We have 2 deputy hallmasters and a hallmaster of the 8th hall. We've waited here for 3 days and nights. Do you think we're happy? Damn it, are you playing with us? Come fight the dark red dragon. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the surrounding people darkened. Did this mean that Palace Master Lin was not giving face to the 2nd hall? Face is earned. Since you don't want to give me face? If that's the case, aren't you thinking too much by asking me to give you face? Lin Xian's face darkened as well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Hee, Hall Leader Lin, our 2nd hall is not a place you can come and go as you please. The young man with a fan let out a hollow laugh. You. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. The Crimson Divine Dragon also lost his temper. He was originally an arrogant fellow, not to mention that he was from the Divine Dragon clan. Why would he care about these people? Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he knew what was going on. These people had lured them here, but no one came to see them. After they left, they didn't let them leave. They were obviously putting them under house arrest. He instantly understood what the other party was planning. It looked like some people were too greedy and coveted the great emperor's inheritance. Hearing what the dark red dragon said, the young man said coldly, we, the 2nd hall, don't fight easily. However, we, the 2nd hall, have our own rules. Not everyone can challenge us. Everyone, please be patient. At this moment, a few figures flew over from afar. When they saw the figures, the surrounding people quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder. After they landed, they said with a smile, Hallmaster Lin, it's a misunderstanding. You haven't seen us for a few days. What's there to misunderstand? The dark red dragon snorted. The people from the 2nd hall didn't get angry. Among them, the leader was an elder who looked young. He said, Hallmaster Lin, didn't you bring the great sage Dharma idol? It did suppress a part of the demonic chi. However, there's still a part that's hidden too deep. We can't communicate with it at the moment. Therefore, we would like to borrow Hallmaster Lin's great spear of destruction. We'll use it to draw out the remaining demonic chi and suppress it together. Oh, this. Lin Xian frowned. Was he thinking too much? He said, all right, I'll go with you. Hallmaster Lin, you don't have to do this personally. Hallmaster Lin, you've just returned from outside. You must be tired. Hallmaster Lin, you only need to rest here and hand the great spear of destruction to us. Hand it to you? Lin Xian frowned. The dark red dragon snorted. Kid, don't do that. Who knows what they're planning? Hallmaster Lin, you're thinking too much. I'm here. Don't you believe me? At this moment, an old man stood out. Seeing this person, the northern demon and Anhong both exclaimed in surprise because they recognized this person. This person was one of the experts who had followed Sage Mubai to bring them back from the Void Ocean. They didn't expect him to be here too. Could it be true? Lin Xian said. Where's Elder Mubai? If he's here, I'll lend it to you. Hallmaster Lin, I'm here. Seems like shopkeeper Lin is thinking too much. Sage Mubai descended. Damn, he's here. Could this old man be a fake? The dark red dragon took a closer look but didn't find anything strange. The northern demon frowned as well. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Alright, I'll lend it to you then. Since the other party was here to borrow a Dharma treasure to suppress the demonic chi, he didn't think too much. Therefore, he took out the great spear of destruction and gave it to Sage Mubai and the others. Those people laughed. Don't worry, Hallmaster Lin. Just wait here for a while. We'll return it within 7 days. Then, the few of them quickly rose into the air. Hallmaster Lin, please. The young man with a folding fan said and gestured for him to leave. Lin Xian said. There's no need. I'll go back first. I'll come back when the time comes. He immediately activated the teleportation array and left quickly. However, after waiting for 7 days, no one returned the Great Spear of Destruction. There wasn't even an explanation. This made Lin Xian frown. Damn it, what's wrong with these guys? Could it be that they don't want to give it to us anymore? The dark red dragon muttered. The northern demon said. Perhaps they haven't succeeded in communicating with the demonic chi. But that's not right. Even if they haven't succeeded, they should have said something, right? They looked at Lin Xian. Kid, what do you think we should do? Lin Xian stood up. I'll go look for Saint Mubai. He leaped into the air. The others followed him. The dark red divine dragon and the northern demon followed him. They activated the array formation and headed to Saint Mubai's cave. When they arrived, Saint Mubai was surprised. Why are you here instead of resting? Is there something wrong? The dark red divine dragon said. Old man, you said it well. You borrowed our great spear of destruction and said you would return it in 7 days. Why are you acting like nothing happened? Let me ask you, where's the great spear of destruction? What great spear of destruction? Saint Mubai was stunned. I've never seen it before. How is that possible? Damn it, you're not thinking of taking the great spear of destruction for yourself, are you? Saint Mubai frowned. I've been discussing things with the Palace Master and the others for the past few days. Palace Master Lin will know if you check. Did something happen to Palace Master Lin? Lin Xian furrowed his brows and recounted the events that had transpired. Saint Mubai's expression changed. Damn the second palace. How dare they impersonate me? I'll take you there. No need. Since it's not you, Saint Mubai, I know what's going on. I can deal with this matter myself. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. It seemed that someone had actually set their sights on him. Since that was the case, he didn't mind showing off his strength. With that, Lin Xian left. The dark red divine dragon and the northern demon followed him. They frowned and said, it seems that we've been deceived. Yes, it's not Saint Mubai at all. Could it be that someone else is impersonating him to steal the great spear of destruction? Needless to say, it must be the people from the second palace. Damn it, isn't the second palace too bold? The great spear of destruction was a sacred weapon and a world-famous murderous weapon. If we can get it, our strength will increase greatly. Someone must be targeting us. We tried so hard to prevent them from asking about the great emperor's inheritance, but we didn't expect them to target the great spear of destruction. Kid, you can't be soft this time. Otherwise, they'll think we're easy to bully. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Of course, I'll let them know that I, Lin Xian, won't let them take my things so easily. They flew all the way to the area of the second hall. Who was it? The 2 guards coldly shouted again. However, Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he directly rushed in. Someone was trying to force their way in. The 2 guards were shocked. The northern devil said, "This is the 8th palace master. He has come here for business." The 8th palace master, when the two of them heard this, they were stunned. They realized that it was indeed Lin Xian who had come. "Please let us inform them." "No, I'll go by myself." Lin Xian immediately flew off into the distance. When the two guards saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly reported the matter. Soon, a few figures rushed out of the second hall. Hallmaster Lin. These people were the ones from before. The one leading them was the young man with the folding fan. "Hallmaster Lin, why have you come to my second hall in such a hurry?" The young man with the folding fan asked with a smile. "Oh, you sure know how to pretend. What do you want? You took our great spear of destruction." "Of course, we're here to take it back." The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. The young man with the folding fan was stunned. The dark red divine dragon yelled. "Damn, aren't you too shameless? 7 days ago, a group of elders borrowed our great spear of destruction here. How dare you say that this didn't happen? Oh, I'm sorry about what happened a few days ago. I've been too busy recently. I'll have to ask about this matter. Hallmaster Lin, I'll lead you to rest." "No need." Lin Xian stood in the void and said coldly. "I'll go and ask about it first." The young man with the folding fan turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. After about 2 hours, he returned and sighed. "Oh, Hallmaster Lin, I'm so sorry. You came at such a bad time. Our elder Han Yuan is in seclusion now. Therefore, I don't know how Hallmaster Lin's weapon is. However, Hallmaster Lin, you don't have to be anxious. Wait for some time. When our elder comes out of seclusion, I think you can ask him then." Seclusion, the North Demon's expression changed. It was obvious that the young man was trying to deny it. The dark red divine dragon's temper was much more irritable than the North Demon's. Therefore, he immediately became angry. "Damn it, do you think we're fools? What? Your elder wants to take our great spear of destruction, you really don't know what's good for you. Where is he in seclusion? I'll kill him with one slap." As the dark red divine dragon spoke, the surrounding situation changed. The expressions of the people from the second hall also changed. The young man with the folding fan also frowned. "I think you'd better calm down. Some things can't be said carelessly. Although you're the deputy hallmaster, you're only from the 8th hall. Compared to the second hall, you're too weak. If you want to behave atrociously in the second hall, you'd better find out the situation of the entire Xianxia star before you decide whether to make a move." The young man with the folding fan said arrogantly. He was indeed very confident. The entire Xianxia star was filled with people from the Xianxia palace. However, it was divided into many regions. Lin Xian and the others were only from the 8th hall. It could be said that the 8th hall's power in the entire Xianxia star was relatively small and could not be compared to the second hall. Although these people were the hallmasters and deputy hallmasters, in terms of real power, they were not even comparable to an elder from the second hall. This was the difference between the second hall and the 8th hall. In the entire Xianxia star, the second hall was probably only slightly weaker than the first hall. They did not care about the rest, therefore, in their opinion, no one would dare to behave atrociously in the second hall. "Is that so? Looks like you're really courting death." The dark red dragon sneered and waved his dragon claw, directly grabbing forward. "You're courting death." The young man with the folding fan was also furious. He waved the folding fan in his hand and a terrifying fragment of the order rushed out, bringing with it a ray of light that lit up half the sky like the sun. Boom, the ray of light blocked the dark red divine dragon's dragon claw. The violent energy caused terrifying cracks to appear in the surrounding void. "You're quite strong, but try this again." The dark red divine dragon's dragon blood surged and instantly attacked again, directly tearing apart the ray of light. The dragon claw directly grabbed the young man's body, and with a strong grip, the young man's bones cracked and cracked. "Ah!" The young man with the folding fan let out a miserable cry. "Damn it, how dare you hurt our young master?" The surrounding people's faces changed. The young man with the folding fan was the descendant of an elder and had a noble status. If anything happened to him, they would not be able to bear the consequences. "Haha, looks like we've caught a powerful person. Very well, if you want him to live, obediently do as we say. End of chapter 34:28. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.